Hello and welcome to Legal Bites. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legal Bites merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. Hey everybody, how are you doing? How's everyone going? I'm already messing up, guys. I was gonna say, how's everyone doing? How's it going for everyone? Womp womp. Anyhow, I see so many folks in the chat. I see so many blue hearts and red hearts. I love it. I love it. I love it. I see some folks from Scotland, from New Zealand, from Chile. I love it. I always love seeing where people are tuning in from. So I see that we have a question about the recap in there. We are working on it. I'm so sorry. We're so delayed. It's just, it's sleep has been a little bit of an issue. And this one was a little bit longer because we went through a little bit more detail here. So I say a little bit longer. It's probably like only just like a couple minutes longer than the usual, but it's still every time I have my script kind of go a bit longer, I'm like, oh no, this is going to be a bit more to edit. But anyhow, I love the fact that I've got so many folks here already, almost 4,000 people. Of course, we've got a lot of super chats that we need to go over today. And what we're going to try to do here is I've been chatting with my editor. We've been trying to strategize how we can do this. When they come in through the chat, obviously it just comes in based on what time this stuff comes in. But what we're going to try to do is strategize these so that we bring them up in clusters so that it's like the same kind of subject matter across these different super chats as we go through them. So hopefully this works. Bear with us if it's a little bit clunky. We're trying to do our best here. But we're gonna try to work our way through it. After about an hour, hopefully we'll have gone through most of these super chats, or maybe hopefully all of them. That would be great. Then I will turn super chats back on. I'll turn super chats back on once I feel like we've got enough covered, but maybe about an hour in is when I'll start bringing in other folks if they want to join in on the panel, like if, Rick or Kurt or Nate or anybody else, Nurse Liz, whoever all else wants to join in. That's when I'll sort of open things up for folks. But otherwise, I would like to just kind of get through some of this stuff. So with that, here's the shared screen from the last StreamYard, so you guys can see kind of what the inside of StreamYard looks like again. We're going to be pulling up some super chats from there. Here's the first one right here. A State of Brett says, question, could JD's spending habits actually be a product of money Amber was spending on wine trips and the freeloaders? Yeah, 100%. I think that, also, sorry, I'm totally distracted by the chat right now. I see Runkle hit 120,000 subscribers, 35,000 viewers, and 16K likes last night. That's amazing. I love it. I'm very thrilled for how Runkle is doing, and all of this stuff. But anyhow, to go back to this super chat right here. Could JD's spending habits actually be a product of money Amber was spending on wine trips and the freeloaders? 100%. Absolutely. And that was actually suggested by his forensic accountant. That's like the new business manager, it sounds like, after he had to kick the other guy out, the one that, of course, testified as a witness yesterday. Yeah, I think that definitely is possible. Question, Mixed Media and Murder says his behavior changed once with Amber. Thoughts? Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that there was a lot of testimony yesterday that, things changed around 2017, or things changed about 10 years ago. There's a lot to be said about that because, I mean, who was it? Let me look back at my notes. Bruce Witkin said that in 2017, that they, sorry, I'll pull this up here. He said in 2017, that was kind of like when he got ghosted by Johnny, which kind of is understandable because of the fact that that these guys are I mean, he was going through a lot at the time, right? This was like the fallout from the DVRO, or the DVTRO, we could say, that the temporary restraining order. So, and Tracy Jacobs said that, it was his former talent agent, Tracy Jacobs, who was very critical of Johnny, of course, said that, in the last 10 years, that was when he started to become much more difficult to manage. 10 years ago, around then, is probably about the time that he met Amber. So there's some interesting points that have lined up here. Jiling Chen says, question, don't these videos also prove that Johnny's financials, drug use, temper, which could have been caused by emotional stress by AH, all worsened when he met Heard in 2010? AH teams stabbed themselves in the foot a little. No, yeah, I completely agree. Although, I mean, when we look at causation, the best causation is that things changed for Johnny after 2018, right? After that op-ed, because that's where the defamation causation has to come in. But if we are looking at this from a very human perspective, the jurors can also maybe look at this from that perspective and say like, okay, yeah, like there were issues before this 2018 op-ed, but let's take a look at the actual reasons for that. And they might still look at that and say like, this, just kind of massage those details and be like, okay, well, let's go with it. So, even though it is not the most straightforward legal argument, if I'm arguing as a lawyer, then I would say like, well, no, that's not proper causation. But looking at it from a juror's perspective, I could see them totally saying that. Next one is JP says, question, with all the witnesses today testifying that JD's career was already going down, how much damage does JD need to prove to win the defamation case? So with all the witnesses today testifying that JD's career was already, so, well, remember we talked about this a little bit yesterday at the end of the day too, was that, sorry, I'm reading in the chat here. Boarded the chat's better. We can see the rest of the screen. I mean, I can possibly see if I can zoom in a little bit more here so you guys can see the chat a bit better. Let me try this out. Can you guys see? Now it's a little too close. Extreme close up. There we go. Okay. I hope that's better. Let me know if that's better, guys. Okay. Well, so when they showed that full graph, right? When we were talking to, God, I can't remember his name, but the expert who did, who went through all of the films that he did, right? And he said 2017 was his best year yet. And 2018, he was taking a break in the first half. And then he fully anticipated going back into work and having a very busy end of the year in 2018, right? Remember how he testified to that. Cindy Newberg, thank you so much for the super sticker. So he testified to that. And he said that 2017 was like the biggest year. He said, actually, I could have gone into 2016, 2015. Those were even bigger years. But the reason why I went through 2017 was, because that was the closest one to the most recent years of the having to do with the op-ed. So, it's kind of a stronger argument coming from that perspective. Also, this is a case of defamation per se. So they really only need to show, I mean, they don't actually need to show economic damages, but they kind of do just to get the jury on board, because this is a lot of money that we're talking about. And so to get them to understand that like $50,000, or not 50,000, $50 million is actually a proper judgment for why they should, hand over that amount of money to Johnny in this case. That's, that's something that they have an interest in doing, even though technically they don't have to show damages, if that makes any sense. Let's see if there's another one on this topic. Sorry for the silence here. I'm also working on okay. Uh so I'm coordinating behind the scenes with my editor to try to pull up these super chats while we're doing stuff because remember I've talked before about how when I'm trying to pull these up afterwards, sometimes StreamYard will erase all but 100 and it's because when my internet cuts out or I close my laptop or something, then it like refreshes and it only saves 100. So we managed to figure out a way for my editor to save them and keep the screen open so that we could actually go through all of the super chats here. So if we have any kind of delays, it's because he's trying to find the next super chat that is like along the same subject lines. So all righty. And I'm also looking through the chat here to see if there's other questions here. Okay. But anyhow, so I mean this all is like it goes along the same lines of, you know, where does this stuff come from? Like where does the harm come from? And I mean, yeah, it doesn't exactly help Johnny's case if the harm started back in 2016 or 17, back in 2010 when he first met her. But at the same time, I don't know. I don't think that it would be necessarily as problematic as some people might think it would be. Also, I'm seeing some questions in the chat about the day 19 recap. We are working on it. I mentioned that before. I might put a comment in the chat here, but it is being edited and being processed and whatnot. But it'll be up today. It'll for sure be up sometime today. So I'm very sorry that it's not up yet, but we'll have that up as soon as possible. So I know also some folks are wondering about, there was the what's her face from Court TV. She had a whole long Twitter thread about some updates in this case as well. And you know, about the jury instructions and whatnot. I know that there's some questions. I'm thinking that we will probably address those later on when we've got what was I going to say? Later on when we've got some folks on here to have like a robust discussion. So anyhow, I am Veggie. Thank you so much for this very generous super sticker. I think I'm going to see if maybe I can pull up something from my own side. Maybe, I don't know. I don't want to ruin the, because I do have 100 here that are started. I'm sorry, guys. We are working through this kind of stuff here. Let me see if I can. No, but I also want to be able to show this, guys. Okay, well. Okay, here's one. Nicholas Finn, is it really a smart strategy to outline the ways JD became more miserable once Amber Heard was in his life? Yeah, I mean it's from a legal perspective. Technically, it doesn't really matter because it's not like that's not the time period that we're talking about causation. But like I said, from a juror's perspective, I think that it can really make a big difference. All right, here's this one also. Alba Gamer 82 wants to know, do you think that this could possibly make the jury believe that JD spent more after getting with AH? I think that there's been a lot of evidence about that. There's been a lot of evidence about you know, showing that all of a sudden his wine bill went down to zero, which could also be that he has decided to stop you know, drinking wine as well, because there is evidence that's out there that's in the case here, so that there's a lot of evidence in here suggesting that he was drinking wine, right? Like we've got that kitchen video where he's got like that's the whole mega pint meme, right? He's got a wine there. So, you know, he wasn't exactly not drinking red wine, but to suggest that he was drinking that much is not exactly what has been suggested, at least by his witnesses, and especially his accountant saying that now there's pretty much zero there. Let me see if I can find another one that's along these same lines. Okay. Let me see this here. Okay, we're gonna try a okay. We're gonna try a new strategy here, guys, because we want to make sure that this is going. We're gonna do a lightning round instead. So thank you so much for everybody for being patient with all of this, because we're gonna try to get through this. Dagorek Vonderheid says, once all testimonies are over, how long will the jury have to deliberate and make a decision? How does that process work? So the jury has kind of as much time as they reasonably have, or as they reasonably need to take, because um the court is going to be as bendy as possible for what the jury needs, but I would say probably no more than a week. Women's World says, question, why do you think Camille didn't do cross yesterday? Because they're sharing the responsibilities. That's all. I mean, they've had a bunch of people doing different directs and different cross examinations. And also that was an expert witness, and they usually have Mr. Dennison crossing expert witnesses. Raziel Kane says, question, the same legal team for Depp from UK trial, can they reappeal after all this has come out? Do you think that they would if they could? So we talked about this in the asked and answered. Basically, generally speaking, I don't think so, with a huge caveat that I'm not a UK attorney. I'm not licensed in the UK, and I don't really know their system like I do the American system. And I don't know if this is the same legal team for Depp as was in the UK trial. My guess is probably not, because they needed people that were licensed in the UK. Melissa C says, seen the new Megyn Kelly podcast discussing the case. She's still saying she is neutral, but feels pro AH. She called Camille annoying. Can't be watching. I haven't seen the new one. I saw her initial one, and I was a little bit disappointed with what she was saying, because I felt like she was getting her information from someone else, probably has not seen it herself, and is probably getting her information from the wrong people. Next one. Swagger Creations. Sorry, it took me a second. Swagger Creations says, how do you distinguish wanting to object or letting a witness maybe saying something harmful you can maybe cross-exam? Distinguish wanting to object or letting a witness maybe saying something harmful. So you're talking about when a witness is on direct examination and you're objecting, and then you're going to be waiting for cross-examination. This is a hard question to answer without some concrete facts in front of us. It's a lot easier to point out a situation where I would rather just let them ramble and then bring it up on cross-examination. I mean, because cross-examination is all about poking holes in some of their strongest arguments. And the thing about objections is there are multiple reasons why you might want to object. Number one is because it's an improper question, or the testimony that they're going to be giving is improper. Like, for example, hearsay. The fact that it's like they're testifying to what someone else said, to offer that as proof. It's the hearsay, that the easiest way to explain hearsay is that it's essentially a game of telephone. Another objection would be foundation or speculation, that somebody we don't really have an understanding that they are in a proper position to know what it is that they are testifying to. So those kind of situations would be ones where I would think that an objection is proper, or sometimes to just interrupt the flow. That's another reason for objecting. So it's sorry, I can't give a bit more of a concrete answer. Pills Nil says, can lawyers licensed in California represent these two in this state? How does that work? Also, I pledge $7 billion to all you lovely people. Thank you. Can lawyers licensed in California? Yes, Camille is licensed in California. What you have to do is you have to get special permission to litigate in there. And so usually what you do is you connect yourself with local counsel. And so you're operating essentially under their license and under their supervision. And it's basically like I said, you're getting special permission for that. Abe Reisner says, did they mention where there will be more live witness testimony today? Well, there was only the one that was Mr. Schnell, right? What was his first name? I can't remember. But anyway, the expert witness was the only one. So Marie says, I don't understand this. Why aren't the jury allowed to talk to each other about the case until deliberation? Wouldn't it help? Well, you want them to be independently evaluating the case. You don't want them to start relying on one another and sort of like, I don't know, basically that. You don't want them to be relying on one another. You want them to be thinking about this independently as much as possible, and then coming together after they've formed their relatively complete thoughts on the case. Josh Melnick says, is Jennifer Howell's statement hearsay? Her statement, her declaration, yes, that would be hearsay. You would need to have a reason for bringing it in, and an exception to that hearsay rule. Charlotte Harris says, question, who goes first in closing arguments? That would be the plaintiff's side, so Johnny's side. And then the defense goes afterwards. And then there is who goes last in closing argument. This is very similar. Johnny's side also goes last, because what they do is, so Johnny's team and Amber's team, they have the same amount of minutes for their closing arguments. So they both have the exact same amount of time. But the difference is that Johnny has the ability to lop off a chunk of his minutes and to reserve it for rebuttal. So he goes first, Amber goes second, and then whatever amount of time that he has left for rebuttal, he goes last in order to respond to her in her closing arguments. Peggy Cole says, did I hear right that AH said she had to get the TRO to change the locks, but they had already been changed when she got to TRO? I don't remember if she said that. She said a lot of things about the TRO. And like she had to because her lawyers, she had to because of this, she had to because of that. She's had a lot of like different reasons for a lot of the things that she's done. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was one of them and I just kind of missed the detail. But yeah, I that would be BS, right? Because she has the ability to go downstairs and just get somebody to change the locks, or to call someone to arrange that because she's somebody that's living there. JRH says, could you explain the thing with TMZ? Which thing with TMZ? There are multiple. Number one, it looks like from Amber's deposition testimony that was brought in through her cross-examination that she leaked the divorce to TMZ, and that's how ultimately that got to the press, that she was the one that was responsible for leaking it. And then she tried to kind of catch herself. Number two, there's also an allegation, at least, that she didn't admit to it. We're still not sure. It hasn't been confirmed in this trial in evidence anyway, but there's at least a suspicion that she also leaked the kitchen video to them. Now, they do have a copyright on it, right? All of us that have shown that, the first time that it came up in our trial live streams, that video, everyone who was live streaming it got copyright notices from TMZ saying, hey, we own this, the rights to this, which was very interesting. So that would indicate that somebody sold it to them. And then there was the question on cross-examination of like, okay, if you didn't sell it to them, you said that you just gave it to your attorneys, they're the only ones that you gave it to. So you're saying you're suggesting that your attorneys took your confidential information that was handed to them by their client under the auspices of an attorney-client relationship, and they went and leaked it. How likely is that? So it definitely put her in a very strange position. Thank you, Das Pooch. Very, very kind of you. Yeah, so basically that. Terblanche Jordan says, do you think this trial will open a conversation about toxic femininity in order to have an honest dialogue about DV? And is this a win for JD regardless of the outcome? I mean, I'm someone who has, I feel like I've always been willing to talk about toxic femininity. It's a conversation that like is a buzzword that people don't like in public discourse. But if you point out the actual circumstances where someone could label that toxic femininity, people recognize it, right? Like there's a reason why Mean Girls is a cult classic movie. There's a reason, because that's all about toxic femininity. That's what drives that entire narrative. So I think that people don't like the term, but everybody kind of recognizes that it exists. If you really were to push on them, they would recognize it. I mean, maybe not everyone. There are unreasonable people out there as well. The Bedford Unicorn says, if she believes the statements are true, is it still defamation? I guess technically not, because in order for it to be a lie, she has to understand that it's a lie. Well, actually, no. So hang on. Let me go back. In this case, they also have to prove actual malice, which means that she either knew that it was a lie or that she was reckless as to whether or not it was a lie. So it would, in this case, it would not be defamation. Now, the issue there is whether the jury thinks that she believed that the statements were true or not. Andrea Shipilo says, why does social media pro JD and mainstream media pro AH seem disconnected on their perceptions of this trial? I mean, I'll give you my answer. take it with all kinds of bias, right? Because I'm on the social media side of this. We're watching the trial. We're going through every single witness and we're giving our thoughts. Mainstream media is giving clips, giving headlines, giving little teeny tiny tidbits, and they're not showing the entire trial. So I don't know. That's you tell me, right? Standard Growth says, question, it's said that AH had some plastic surgery done, cheekbone implants and narrowing of the nose. It could explain the scar tissue in her nose and difficulty breathing. Can she be asked about that? She could. She absolutely could. The question is whether or not that's going to lead anywhere. Now, if they had medical records, then that's something that they 100% could bring into evidence and say, well, this is the real reasons for why your face looks like the way it does, at these various points in time. But if they don't have the medical records, then it's hard to do that in a convincing kind of way, because if you go there and you don't have the stuff to back it up, sometimes it can look like you're reaching because you don't have anything. So sometimes it's better to just not go there and let the jury just kind of wonder on their own. Elizabeth Brewer says, why do you have to cut off at 12 hours? Is this a personal boundary or is this restricted? By the way, you guys have made me more interested in learning. Well, thank you. I'm really glad that you've opened up this interest. So the reason why I try to cut it off at 12 hours is multiple reasons. Number one, the replay cuts off at 12 hours. So if people have super chats at the end, I know that I've gotten a few comments from folks that they want to see their super chats, or they want an opportunity to go back and see super chats if they've sent one in and they want to come back for it. And so they can't see any of the super chats get answered after 12 hours. So there's that. And then there's also, I am trying to do a little bit of self-care here, because between the 12-hour live streams and the recaps, filming those and all that kind of stuff, and trying to get some sleep in between. It's just one of those that is most ideal for me, is if I can cut it off at 12 hours. Barbie G says, I know it's still early, but can I get y'all to give your outcome predictions? I'm just curious. So it's just me right now. It's not the full panel, but I do think that Johnny has a strong case still. I think I mean, if you ask me, if I'm one of the jurors, I'm voting for Johnny Depp. I mean, you guys know that, right? There are people that will accuse me of bias, but it's literally just reading the facts, and it's literally just reading these witnesses, and trying to figure out, what is helpful, what is hurtful. And I have pointed out things that Amber Heard's team have pulled out that are hurtful for Johnny's case. I don't think that they're hurtful enough to change the momentum so far. Jessica Mendez says, what would happen if the jurors just don't show up? Then they will be replaced. So they're kicked out. Shampasa says, y'all have really great chemistry. Thank you. Like you have been friends forever. Did this happen during this trial, or has it developed over time? Well, some of us have, I would say a little bit more than half of us have, no, maybe even more than that, have been live streaming together for a long time. So some of us, I think the earliest ones were for me were with Kurt and Nate. We started live streaming. I joined in on their live streams that they were doing once a week together. I kind of like elbowed my way in there, and we started doing a thing together with the three of us once a week a year ago last March. So we've been getting together regularly for that. And then we also have on Eric Hunley's channel, he every other weekend, every other Friday, he has a bunch of lawyers, a bunch of us onto his channel to talk about stuff. So we've been all most of us have been, I would say, live streaming together for a long time. And then those of us that didn't really know each other before, the Rittenhouse trial brought a lot of us together. And so otherwise, there are a bunch of us like Rob, Mike, Peter, those guys. I hadn't collaborated with any of them before. And Mike and Rob, I didn't even know them at all before. So yeah, it's just one of those things. Like you guys saw us getting to know each other right here live on YouTube. It's pretty cool how that's been happening. Aaron Vitito says, is there any part of Johnny's story which you don't find believable? What about Amber's story? Any part about Johnny's story? I have to think about this, because I'm sure that there's something. Yeah, for For Amber's story, the whole SA thing in Australia, I don't. Yeah, the whole SA thing in Australia, I don't believe. So, oh, we've got some. Yeah, we've got some folks here that are spamming the chat. I am gonna need to put this on subscriber only mode. Give me just 1 second here, guys. I should have had this up before. I don't really care what anybody's saying about me in someone else's chat. I don't know why we get those kind of what's it called? Why we get these kind of bots, like as if people are trying to throw me off for some reason. I don't care. Okay. So parts of Johnny's story that I don't find believable. I mean, the part that I didn't find believable initially was when Christy Dombrowski was hemming and hawing about the drugs. And I think that part is not believable. That part also has not come from Johnny. I don't know. I've got to really think about this. But yeah. The essay stuff from Amber's side, I don't. I don't believe it. Michael Morrow says, question, how will Jennifer Howell be able to testify to what Whitney told her about Amber and Johnny without running into hearsay objections? This is something that we've been kind of talking about a little bit also because if it's being offered just to show a different statement, an inconsistent statement, then that is going to be how they argue that it's not hearsay. So, because remember that hearsay is not just an out of court statement, right? That's just half of it. The first half is the out of court statement. The second half is it has to do with the purpose of the statement, right? Why is it being introduced in the first place? Because you can have out of court statements come in that are not hearsay because they are not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. They're not offered to be like, well, this is actually what happened. So the argument would be that Jennifer Howell's statements are intended to put at issue the credibility and the honesty of Whitney Heard's statements, or Whitney Heard overall as a witness, because her credibility and her honesty are always going to be at issue. Every witness's credibility and honesty is always going to be at issue. So that's the argument that I think would be made. Haya says, if AH was your client right now, what would you tell her? I would tell her, be prepared to lose. Be mentally prepared for it. Question, what happens if there is not enough evidence to disprove AH's claims of SA/DV? Can JD still win? If there's not enough evidence to disprove Amber Heard's claims, well, yeah, that's this is something that's kind of tricky about this case, actually, is because, technically Johnny has the burden of disproving her lies, but she also has a burden of disproving his lies, his supposed lies, right? So he has the burden to prove. So her lie is that that she is a victim of DV and SV, right? So he has a burden to disprove that the statement about her being a victim of SV and DV. Now, at the same time, the lies that Johnny is supposed to have said is that she has concocted an entire hoax about being a victim of DV and SV. So, in other words, she's turned it around on herself, that she now also has a burden to prove that she is a victim of DV and SV. So it's like, in this weird way, you kind of have this sort of like spinning yin and yang of burden here, because both of them kind of have a burden to prove or disprove the same issue. So yeah. Technically, he could still win. Dan Jackson says, AH and co testimonies so far don't make a clear timeline to me. What do you think? And could this be a strategy to confuse the jury about the facts? Well, it could be. It could be to confuse, but you know what? I would be much more likely to say that that's a strategy for her to use, or at least even a usable strategy for her to use if she was just a defendant. If she hadn't filed her counterclaims, then I would be like, yeah, confusion helps her. It absolutely helps her, because it means that the narrative that he's trying to prove, that he has the burden of proving, is unclear. But at this point, she also has a burden to prove the case. So having confusion on the timeline is not necessarily good for her either. Emma Lucy says, please address, is Amber supposed to have seen all of the other depositions prior to making her own testimony? If so, why are her own stories so inconsistent? She's supposed to have seen all the other depositions prior to making her own testimony. I mean, so I don't know if she's supposed to have seen them, but she is able to see them because she's a party here. And why are her own stories so inconsistent? Because they're inconsistent with her own stories. So it's she's done so much at this point to elaborate on her stories as time has gone on that she's inconsistent with her own statements, and then she's also inconsistent with other people's statements. So she's bound to run into an issue with that at some point. Jason Brown says, I've missed it. In Virginia civil, who gets the last closing arguments? I know the order is different is in every state and commonwealth. It's actually not. Generally, no. It's because the idea is it goes by who has the burden of proof, which is the plaintiff. That means that because they have the burden of proving it, they get to go first. They get to sort of fill the playing field first. The defendant gets to go second. They get to respond to everything that the plaintiff says. And then there's the rebuttal that is a little chipped away portion from the first part. Question from L says, I think A may have testified in cross she would never attack or assault someone she loved. If so, could that open the door for Whitney? For the Whitney video. Yeah, but I think that they would have brought that in. They would have brought that in if they could have through Whitney. I think that the reason why they didn't is because everything that happened on that video was people talking about Amber Heard assaulting her rather than showing Amber Heard assaulting her. So those statements within the video are all hearsay. So I think that's probably why it didn't come in. Izzy Wizzy says, question, did the makeup girl say she could fake bruises and injury makeup as well as cover them? If so, could Amber have used some of her kit to fake lip injury and bruises on herself? Love the coverage and the commentary. Thank you. 100%. That was something that was really weird that she brought that in, that she was like, oh yeah, I also have the ability to put on bruises for people. And that doesn't help. I don't think that she intended to suggest anything with that, but by adding that extra testimony, she kind of confused things a bit. Matt Pelzer says, question, why do they keep banging the drum on the drugs and booze? It's doing nothing for me. And every time it comes up, I check out. 100%. I agree. I agree with you entirely because it's the air that we breathe at this point is Johnny did drugs and booze. I think that the point that they're trying to make with it is that he did so much, it was all the time, that there's no way that you can rely on his memory for what actually happened, where there's a he said, she said kind of thing. But there's no muddy middle at this point. So who cares? She's on it's in order to see things from her perspective or his perspective, you have to believe in two different universes. So there's no muddy middle. So as far as I'm concerned, the whole drugs and booze thing is it's overplayed, or it's over, I'm over it too. Ashley Hamill says, question, what do you think the purpose of her testifying is supposed to do? LOL, or help her or help for her. Purpose of her testifying, are you referring to, I'm trying to think of which witnesses, Tracy Jacobs, maybe Tracy Jacobs. I think, well, I mean, we could go through all of the women that testified yesterday, and I can tell you right now that none of them particularly helped Amber Heard in this. So that, I mean, that may have been Ellen Barkin, even for her, it doesn't particularly help Amber because, number one, she's testifying to stuff that happened like 30 years ago. And the most that she can say is that Johnny threw a bottle across the room because he was angry. And they asked her to clarify, did he throw it at you? No. Did he throw it at anyone else? No. So, okay, cool. Thanks for wasting everyone's time. Emmy Kelly says, who goes last in closing arguments? My chat keeps getting skipped. I'm sorry about that. Johnny goes first and last, assuming he uses his rebuttal, and then Amber goes in the middle. His rebuttal is reserved just to respond to Amber's stuff. Jane B says, I don't understand. How does him being late on set prove abuse? It's not that it proves abuse. What they're getting at is the reputational harm issue. What they're trying to say is that his reputation was already crap in Hollywood. Nobody wanted to work with him because he was just like difficult to deal with because of the fact that he was always late. That's what they're trying to say. Mua Yang says, do you think her answers are now swayed after hearing JD's deposition on her? Oh, I'm not sure which person we are talking about here. Because if it's technically none of the other witnesses aside from Amber Heard should have watched his deposition, but I do realize that there's been a long time since the UK trial and this trial that they may have been referring to the UK trial, or they may have watched it after the context of the UK trial, possibly. But I think that any of the people that were testifying yesterday, they had their biases as a result of other factors, not just what Johnny has testified previously in a deposition or even in a previous trial. Crystal Davis says, why do courts not use a one-way mirror in order to protect the identity of jurors and prevent possible influence, especially in these high-profile cases? Love you guys so much. I think it has to do with the right of the actually, no, hang on a second. I think it actually, in some federal cases, in some federal courts, I think that they do have a one-way mirror. Like, I think the Ghislaine Maxwell trial was that high pressure that I think, if I remember correctly, Joe Neerman, good logic, he was in the courtroom every day watching that and then doing daily updates on it at the end of the day. I think that he said that he was never able to actually see the jury because of the fact that they were behind glass like that. But in state courts, I don't know, could be resources. I'm not entirely sure. Sarah Keegar says, question, the maker's bottle. She wants us to accept she hasn't seen the most common whiskey in the US in the past 7 years. Yeah, interesting point. Pika says, is it not fair to bring up her violence on him because his depression, sadness, substance abuse, etc., which caused him work problems? To bring up her violence on him that caused him to, yeah, no, it is. It would be. It would be fair to bring up her violence on him, causing all of those things. Durrani Devi says, they are really going for character assassination today using people who stole $650 million from him. God, are they just reaching, aren't they? I think yesterday did feel like a very just overall, just a big reach. Give me just 1 second. Okay. Carly loves Still Life by Big Bang says, I'm sure Elaine didn't intend it, but but the current interview makes it appear as if AH has a bad influence on JD. What do you think, panel? No, I think so. I absolutely think so. Any kind of testimony showing his sadness that had to do with her being the source, then yeah, absolutely. Wendy's Cafe says, didn't forensic accountant that testified state that his agent and this guy who's testifying right now were the reason that JD was almost broke and that they stole his money, hence the meeting JD attended? The forensic accountant that testified state that his agent and this guy's yes, exactly. So huge amount of bias by what's his face, let me get his name again, by Joel Mandel. That was the witness that we were talking about. Yeah, absolutely. Lamar Brewster says, does Amber have a bad representation or does her representation have a bad client? Could this sink all of them? I am very critical of a lot of things that her team has been doing, that her lawyers have been doing. But I do think that a lot of their troubles have been perhaps frustrated by the fact that they have a client that is not listening to them. And that probably impacts their level of preparation and their ability to strategize because they are probably fighting with their client behind the scenes. So I think that is something that definitely can impact the representation that she is able to get from them. So, they they may hear a lot of the criticism coming from this channel and say that is incredibly unfair because of the behind the scenes stuff that we don't even know about. That is entirely fair. That if that is the case, that is entirely fair. Sean Hayes says, is it just me that thinks AH's facial injuries should be on the left side since JD is right-handed? Yes. Entirely possible. Jury might notice that. Cam M says, if this is who I think it is, financial mismanagement, is this a smart witness for Amber Heard's team? That is a very good question. Very good question. I entirely question why they brought this individual in. Because as soon as he said, "Yes, I was his business manager from 1993 until 2016," we know who he is because there's been so much talk about that. Eli Maksudian says, when will the rebuttal begin? And is there a way to find out how much time AH team has left? So the rebuttal begins after Amber Heard's team rests. So we will know when that happens because they will announce it to the court. And then there will be an argument between the two sides as to whether or not Amber Heard's counterclaims should be dismissed. I think that at this point that they should be, based on the fact that they are not going to be able to get certain information out in front of the jury. So, but we can talk a little bit more about that in a bit when we've got more panelists on there. And then as far as the time that we have left, let me see my notes here. Okay, at this point, at the end of yesterday, Amber Heard's team has 8 hours and 14 minutes left between all direct examinations of their final witnesses and then cross examinations on rebuttal. And then Johnny Depp's team has 18 hours and 30 minutes left. So that is going to be across the cross examinations of whatever witnesses are left in Amber Heard's case in chief, and then the direct in the rebuttal. And that is a huge spread, huge spread, which means that there could be a serious advantage for Johnny Depp and his side if Amber Heard's team runs out of time and then doesn't have the ability to cross-examine rebuttal witnesses. That's a huge disadvantage to her team. And that's a self-own. That's the way that they've decided to organize their time. Mariana Nikolova says, can Jen Howell still testify after posting on IG yesterday talking about witness intimidation? So if she's just talking about witness intimidation, yes. Yeah, because that doesn't indicate anything about it doesn't indicate anything about something that she may have seen at trial. She probably understands that she's on a list for a potential rebuttal witness. They probably my guess is that they 100% would have, the attorneys on Johnny's team would have 100% reached out to them and said, hey, don't watch anything because we might need you. Her, Kate Moss, others. So yeah, if that's what she's posting about is just witness intimidation, I'm not worried about it. Liv ERS says, could you explain jury selection process? Thought all jurors present are it. Is that not the case? If there is still a selection process, when juror analysis Rob and Ian are doing tip off Depp and Heard teams. So there is the initial jury selection process. And that is where you end up with here. I think we started off with 11 jurors. 7 of them will make it into the deliberation room. So, and the reason for that is because of the fact that over the course of trial, anything can happen. You can have somebody has a medical emergency. You can have somebody get COVID. You can have something major happens in their life and they are required to respond to it, and it is a huge burden for them to sacrifice their personal lives to be in there as a juror. So you have jurors that will over the course of time sometimes drop out. We had one in this case in particular that we even heard from that was a man who said that he was having an issue with, I think, a hernia, and he wanted to be able to go home, take some medicine, rest for the rest of the day, and then come back the next day. But the judge said, if you're not here for the rest of the day, we can't, you can't come back essentially. So, yeah, so that's that at the very end, however many are left, if there are more than what is necessary for the jury. So if there's more than 7, they will have a randomized selection process. So no one is going to be able to consciously choose them or strike them or anything like that. It is purely by chance. Sometimes it's by raffle. They could throw darts. It's entirely by chance. What, if any, says, are closing arguments included in the 60-ish hours each time has, or does it go through that Thursday and a different clock starts for closings? Different clock starts for closings. Chrissy Kozak says, thank you for all you do. DV Survivor here. Very triggering, but I can't stop watching. Regarding financial manager and talent agent, did JD's sobriety deteriorate after involved with Amber Heard? Post love bombing and ensued narcissist behavior. I don't know exactly if his sobriety got, or if his issues with drugs and alcohol got worse, because it sounds like he's had issues with drugs and alcohol for a long time. I mean, he testified to the first time he did drugs was when he was like 11 years old or something. So this is something that he has struggled with in the past. But it does sound like things did potentially get worse. I mean, from when we were hearing from his psychiatrist yesterday, it sounded like things were worse starting with around the time that he got involved with Amber, right? And also I'm sorry that this has been very triggering for you, but I hope that this also can be some form of a catharsis and some form of healing for you as well. Abel Wells says, question, has the panel had water to drink recently? And what do lawyers like y'all do for self-care to de-stress from such a high-stress job? So thank you. I do have water. I've got coffee here too, to sort of help me out here, but I really appreciate the reminder. And then what do lawyers do for self-care to de-stress? There's a lot of things that you can do. I know Rick likes to play video games with his kids. That's one thing that he likes to do. A lot of people like to work out. I like to go running. I like to go to the gym. Some people will blow off steam by starting a YouTube channel. Bonnie Gibbons says, do we have a date yet as to when the jury will give us the verdict? We don't know for sure because it's up to the jury to decide when they've made a decision. As soon as they've made a decision, they send a note to the judge. Judge says, all right, everybody get out here. Let us know what you think. Ryan Morrissey says, our Depp's team keeping their crosses short now to save time for rebuttals? And which witnesses are you looking forward to the most in rebuttal? I think 100% that is what's going on. I think they are being super judicious about their time economy is how I would put it, because they have a good understanding of the fact that they want to use some good time on rebuttal. And that's why I really disagreed with Ian yesterday when he was talking about Mr. Dennison's cross-examination of Mr. Schnell, the expert witness, about the tweets and then hashtags. I think that the fact that it was messy was okay, fine. He wasn't the most effective expert witness anyway, just to begin with. So they didn't really need to do a lot of work to dismantle him. They ended on a pretty high note, and they saved a lot of time for rebuttal. AJ Owen says, how can they still have the question in if it was objected to and not answered? I'm not sure I understand what you're asking here. How can they still have the question in if it was objected to and not answered? I think that the fact that there is a depot question maybe. So if that's the case, then it could just be that they had just poor editing for those depositions, because sometimes it definitely feels like there's been some messy editing here and there. I think that that's just what that was an unintentional kind of thing. Brittany H says, Heard said she never abused anyone, including Depp, at the end of Cross. Any word on how the jury reacted? Any jury reaction to friends meeting before the depot? And you know what? I'm seeing people in the back, okay, or in the chat talking specifically about the about Waldman's deposition. Okay, sorry guys. Okay, let me reverse on that. So before I answer this one, so the reason why they would have his have the questions in there still is because the reason for the non-response is essentially the response. So like if they were to bring him in person, I mean that's what they would get. That's what they would say is that they would request that would be but then again, you've got folks like Rob and others that were pointing out the fact that this was like highly improper with some of the ways in which they were asking the questions that they were. And that it's incredibly prejudicial. It was. I mean, so yeah, I mean, we could have a whole conversation about this, basically about that, that it is very controversial that they allowed that stuff in, they allowed the questions in without, while knowing that the answers were objectionable. So my guess is that they're going to have a big sort of instruction at the end saying, if someone has asserted attorney-client privilege, that you're not to indicate that is like a negative thing, that they're hiding anything or something like that. I hope that answers your question. Brittany H said, Heard said she never abused anyone, including Depp, at the end of Cross. Any word on how the jury reacted? Any jury reaction to friends meeting before the depot? I'm going to take a screenshot of this question because in case we get Ian or James or anybody that's been in the courtroom, I would love to see that, because I don't know. I don't know. We don't know how the jury reacted specifically to that, but my guess is that would probably be met with skepticism. Kevin McGuckin says, is it possible that Depp's team goal is to prove to the public that he isn't an abuser more so than prove defamation? Well, you kind of need one with the other, right? I mean, central to that defamation claim is whether or not he's an abuser. Yeah. Tobin says, if her, oh, and you know what? Let me address this in the chat here. Center Strain 01 says that is incorrect, Bites, because the judge already ruled the statements tied together per today's court. So I am going to talk about that. I think that there's a lot of misunderstanding as to what exactly that means. They were talking about jury instructions, which is a separate argument from a motion to strike. So I want to wait until we've got some folks in here with me so that we can discuss that one, because I think that that is very much worth having a whole conversation. So Tobin says, if heard, can we cover the Anna Delvey appeal? Also, will members only be mods? Will members only be mods? I'm not sure what you mean about that question, that second question, but yeah, I think absolutely. I would love to cover the Anna Delvey appeal. Yeah, no, for sure. I would love to. Erica Knesick says, did I miss my answer to the snitching question? I don't remember. I'm sorry. Yeah, the snitching question. I feel like we did get something like that yesterday, but I'm sorry. Berenice's G says, did you know when the verdict will be announced? We don't know, because it'll be announced as soon as the jury actually comes to that decision. So we don't have a date on that. X Rock Mantic X says, question, why did they change where Amber is sitting between her lawyers? Wasn't she usually sitting on the third chair next to the wall? Also, thank you all so much for all you do. She was definitely sitting next to the wall. And someone may have just suggested that it looks better for her to be actually surrounded by her legal team. I don't know why that was suggested or who suggested it or what prompted them to think that, but that is probably what happened. Natalie Henson says, hi all. I loved watching your streams every day. So thank you for the helpful and objective commentary. My question is, does Depp's team get to cross-examine these two video testimonies? Thank you so much for your generous words. And do they get to cross-examine the video testimonies? Yes. So what happens in a deposition is there is a form of cross-examination in a deposition. So both sides' attorneys have to be there. You can't just have a deposition where the other side is not there. Like, you can't like sneak one in so that they like can't arrive. It has to be something that both sides agree that a certain date is okay and works for them to be there. And it's precisely for that reason. You want them to be able to have their chance at cross-examining the other side as well. So typically, and just so that you guys understand this, the way that a deposition happens is it's usually starts off in it is in the discovery phase where both sides are just trying to collect as much information. Think of it as they're throwing out a fishing net and seeing what they can pick up and what kind of fish will be good to use in the market. That's just a pretty decent analogy, I think, for discovery in general. But for a deposition, what happens is you have, certain people, certain names that come up as they are kind of saying, like, who was involved in this incident, who saw this, who saw that, who did you talk to? These names start to come up. So what happens is when one side names a certain individual as a witness, let's say, Amber Heard's side names Rocky Pennington, that she was there on May 21st. So Johnny Depp's side says, hey, we want to know everything that she knows about this incident. So we are going to call her for a deposition. She's going to have to sit and we're going to grill her with all kinds of questions and poke her and prod her and get whatever we can from her that could be something that we could reasonably use at trial. So then what happens is then Amber Heard's side says, well, you can only do this and that, and it has to be limited in scope because, it has to be, reasonably tied to the case. You can't just abuse a person by deposition, right? So they'll go back and forth, and then they'll figure out, okay, well, this is a day that works for us. This is a day that works for us. So then both sides are there. So then Johnny Depp's attorneys are asking questions of Rocky Pennington. They're grilling her, and those are all the open-ended questions because they're just trying to get as much information as possible. Then what happens is after they're finished asking their questions, then Amber Heard's lawyers have an opportunity to also ask her questions because they want it on the record that there are also facts coming out of this witness that are good for their case. So that's how they have their ability to cross-examine. But the roles are kind of switched from what we see at trial because the interests in talking to this person are different in a deposition than what they are in at trial. Basically, because you have in a deposition, like I said, you're just trying to get as much information as you can so that you can evaluate your case. But at trial, you have all of the information. You have everything that's been discussed, that has been brought up by both sides. And so you are taking that information that you are trying to get the best information for your case. You're framing it in a certain way, and you're trying to put it in front of a jury so that they can make a decision. So that's why you have an interest in only calling those witnesses that are favorable to your case. And the other side has an interest in only calling the witnesses that are favorable to their case. And that's why you guys are going to cross-examine each other's witnesses. So I hope this makes sense for you guys. Valaine Feister says, can either AH or JD be charged for the drug use? I guess in theory, it's going to depend on statute of limitations for each of these. So I don't know what the statute of limitations are for like possession of all kinds of different drugs or use of all kinds of different drugs. Swill 922 says, as the money guy, isn't his responsibility to take the taxes off the top? If taxes weren't paid of JD's half, is he not liable if he filed the returns? Well, I think that was the substance of the lawsuit that Johnny Depp filed against him, and the lawsuit that was ultimately settled out of court. So that's a very, very fair point and very astute of you to point out. Fasi Rana says, after watching these witnesses from Amber, I've forgotten that they were talking about. All I remember is Camille shutting down Elaine in redirect, and Elaine failing miserably. Would jury still be thinking about that? Yeah, they might be thinking the same thing as you. I mean, because their memory works similarly, right? Rom P says, why don't they use more tech, like overlaying the edited image of Amber? I'm not sure what you would want to overlay on top of an edited image of Amber. One of the things that is super crucial in this case is both sides have an interest in making sure that the other side shows as raw an image as possible. Like, you don't want there to be any editing or any flashy stuff, any overlays, because you want to make sure that the thing that is getting put in front of the jury is not tampered with and it's not potentially manipulated. So when you start to add things on top of it, it starts to be very a little bit suspect, basically, is what I'll say. Also, I see in the chat, Rob Croyle says, in Pennsylvania, statute of limitations on possession is 2 years. So there you go. That we're talking about up to 2016, maybe 2017 about drugs. So it's been a lot longer than that. Maddie Slays says, how much time does each team have left? If you know, I love all the content you bring with the amazing panel. Thank you so much. So yeah, at this point, we've got, like I said before, we've got Amber's team has 8 hours and 14 minutes. Let me double check. Yeah, 8 hours and 14 minutes left. Johnny Depp's team has 18 hours and 30 minutes left. Peter Pan Jan says, have you read the letter to Whitney from her boss? Do you think this could be the smoking gun in this trial? I have not read it. I only want to read it if it comes in to trial as evidence. Unless if it doesn't, then I will read it afterwards for sure. Lara Flynn says, can you comment on Jay Howell's letter to Whitney and declaration? Easy search. Hearsay only, or could emails and texts be relevant? Can she testify? So all of those things I have not seen, and I don't want to comment too much on it because I haven't actually looked at them. I wanted to wait until it kind of comes up at trial to see what things look like and the purposes that they say that they are putting it forward. Because when it comes to hearsay, part of the definition, remember, depends on the purpose of bringing it up at trial. Like, what are they trying to use that for? That is something that helps to determine whether or not it actually is hearsay. Mostly Human, Slightly Cat says, question, why do witnesses seem to all bring very little to the cause? Is this on the lawyers likely? Why do Amber Heard's witnesses seem to all bring very little to the case, not the cause? Sorry. I don't know. I mean, well, number one, none of them were there to see any violence, which either means that they just weren't there for the violence or that the violence didn't exist because, no one could be there for it because it didn't exist. That could be a reason for it. Is this on the lawyers likely? I don't think so. Yeah. No, I think that this is just their witnesses are their witnesses. Joy Daily Gaming says, could there be a correlation to when JD began losing finances and he and AH began dating? I know the BM was part of that as well. Just curious. Yeah, I think that's totally possible. There could be a correlation for sure. And the jury might make that correlation. Alrighty. Rahel H says, LawTube, do y'all agree with my impression as veteran attorneys that JD's attorneys are so competent in comparison to AH's, completely a different class? Well, remember that at the same time, we also have a situation where they are potentially being hamstrung by their client. So as critical as I am, I said this before, as critical as I am, there also could be the fact that they may be not able to strategize and prepare for things if their client is doing things that are throwing them off in various ways. And we wouldn't know about that unless afterwards, if there was some kind of like an interview with them or something. But even then, I don't know if they would spill that much because that is starting to get into attorney-client privilege issues. Ginbug says, IMO, this comes off as incompetent on Elaine's part. We've already seen in live trial she needs to be reminded of the rules. No different here, even though her depots are typically clean. Thoughts? Well, from what we understand, she has mostly experience in civil litigation that gets settled as opposed to trial. So, I mean, that as a civil litigator, that has been my experience. That is for pretty much every civil litigator. Is it's hard to get actual real trial experience. So that could be the case that she's got a lot more experience doing depositions than doing like actual cross examinations and direct examinations. You've got a little bit of a different kind of approach there. Funky Anouk says, based on this, how desperate is AH's team? And I'm seeing that is about Adam Waldman. So, how desperate is Amber Heard's team? Well, they kind of have painted themselves into a corner with Adam Waldman here because the issue comes with them having filed the counterclaims in the first place. Because with those counterclaims, they have alleged that that Adam Waldman's statements are attributable to Johnny Depp through what's called vicarious liability. And that's because he is an agent of Johnny Depp. But the way in which he's an agent of Johnny Depp is that he is his lawyer. So if you're going to try to prove that somehow he's been instructed by Johnny to make those statements, you have to get to communications through that. And so you're still operating within the umbrella of the attorney-client privilege with that. And that is so difficult because there's a very, very strong privilege there that you really can't get around, except for in certain limited cases, like where Johnny and Adam would be adverse to one another in a lawsuit having to do with that representation. Like that's a situation where that would get undone, is where those communications specifically are at issue between those two parties. Now, you can't just sue your way into like the piercing of that if you are some other party. If you're not Johnny Depp, essentially, because he's the only one that can waive that. It's a very strong privilege. So they've kind of, but the way in which they have painted themselves into a corner is this. They're damned if they do, they're damned if they don't. They're damned if they put Adam Waldman on the stand, because all they get is all of this. They get the jury feeling like their time has been wasted, because all Adam Waldman can say is attorney-client privilege, attorney-client privilege, attorney-client privilege. You are not entitled to that answer. But they're also damned if they don't, because they have alleged this vicarious liability link. And so if they don't put Adam Waldman on the stand, then you have a jury saying, you said that this guy, Adam Waldman, who's supposedly Johnny's lawyer, you said that he made these statements and that those are attributable to Johnny, but you didn't even put him on the stand. So why would I, like, there's no evidence for that. Why would I find in your favor, right? So, but like I said, this is exactly a reason why those counterclaims should not have come up in the first place. She really self-owned herself there. Carolyn Hafner says, question, why is this allowed when you can't show in trial someone in interrogation video asking for a lawyer, as it's prejudicial? Why is this allowed when you can't show in trial someone in interrogation video asking for a lawyer? Yeah, we had our discussions on that too, about the fact that this could totally be misinterpreted by the jury, because I think a lot of people do understand the attorney-client privilege, but you could totally have at least one juror there that says, no, they're hiding something. And without some kind of an instruction for that, that's especially true. So my guess is they probably going to have an instruction to try to clarify about that attorney-client privilege. Emma J says, question, does the opposing counsel receive the question in advance, or are you all just better at listening than I am? These objections are very prompt. So the opposing counsel has an idea of where their opponent is going to go, because they've been part of the deposition process. They've been part of the discovery process, like in general. So they know what they are expected to testify on. And so they know where the boundaries are, and where they might be expected to try to step outside those boundaries. So they can try to anticipate that. And that really comes with like really good preparation on this. So Camille, like if you want to know, like, how does an attorney like Camille get to be so smooth with those objections? It is because she knows that testimony forwards and backwards and sideways and upside down, essentially. Like, she has prepared the hell out of this case, and she knows it by heart. E Wood. Oh no. E Wood says, attorney here. How do you guys feel about objecting during closing? Some feel it's taboo, but if it's objectionable, I'm objecting personally. It's not exactly taboo, but you want to make sure that it's a good reason to object. Um, the if you object and you get overruled, it's going to be a bad look. But if you object and you win, then you've just held them in check. So in closing, it's bad form if you are doing it too much. I would say no more than one, maybe two, unless it really is a serious infraction that the other side is really trying to skirt the rules. CBL says, do you think Jennifer Howell's letter to Whitney asking her not to perjure herself on Amber's behalf will be included in the trial? I don't know. I think more likely is, rather than having that letter to Whitney, Jennifer Howell is going to testify herself. B40 W40 sorry, B40 W40 W40 says, what resources do jurors have to understand what's going on in a trial? I wouldn't understand much of this without you guys commenting live. They don't. That's the thing, is that, keep that in mind too, is that they don't have attorneys whispering in their ear to explain what all of these things are. Holly McCoy says, it feels that AH's counsel is in a tough position and has to toe the line of shady practice to move the needle. Is that fair? They've made some decisions that have felt a little bit shady. I will say that. But that's been my subjective impression. I don't know that I would go so far as to say 100% they are acting shady, but they have made some decisions that I would find questionable. Taylor Umbarger says, why is the counterclaim against JD when it was AW who made the statements? Vicarious liability. So you are under certain, okay, let me back up. The default is, of course, as you suggest, one person is not responsible for the misdeeds of another. Now there are certain limitations or certain exceptions to that general rule, and that comes through vicarious liability in this case. Basically, where you have a certain type of relationship where you can expect one person to be held responsible for another person. Think of, for example, of, you have an employee discrimination case, and you have a supervisor that has discriminated against an employee because of, let's say race. You can sue that individual, the supervisor. You can also sue the employer because the individual, the supervisor, was acting in the scope of their responsibilities as an employee of that employer. So, and they were acting for the benefit of that employer as well. So the things that they do benefit the company because they are making decisions as to who gets what promotion, who gets put into what position, who gets paid a certain amount. Like all of those decisions are decisions that benefit the employer. So that is a situation where you hold the employer vicariously liable for that supervisor. Now, when we are talking about an agent acting for a principal. In this case, Adam Waldman is an agent for the principal, who is Johnny Depp. You can have a certain relationship here that you show vicarious liability, at least on a legal argument. There's the legal argument saying that, yes, this is the type of relationship that should be vicariously held, or that where there should be vicarious liability. Then you have to look at the facts and say, okay, but do we have the facts here that show that this individual is vicariously liable for what this agent did? Those are two different questions. Taylor Umbarger says, why? Oh, sorry. Shimpasa says, I am so confused here with this lawyer Depo. Can someone explain what happened? What happened here is that the purpose of this whole deposition was to get to the relationship between Adam Waldman and Johnny Depp. Adam Waldman was a lawyer for Johnny Depp. And so in order to prove this vicarious liability that I was just talking about here, they have to show this link between Johnny Depp and Adam Waldman, basically saying that Adam Waldman was acting on behalf of Johnny. How do you show that Adam Waldman was acting on behalf of Johnny? You have to show that Johnny was essentially, in some ways, directing Adam Waldman to do the things that he was doing, to say the things that he was saying. That's how you link up Adam Waldman's behavior to Johnny Depp's potential liability. Now, in a case of a lawyer-client relationship, those kind of directions to say this, do this, that all of these things benefit me as your client, those are all communications. And communications between an attorney and a client are privileged under the attorney-client privilege. So even though those communications are relevant to this particular case, they are not discoverable because of the fact that they are under one of these strongest privileges that exist under the law. And there are all kinds of reasons for that. So yes, he was forced to sit for a deposition. Adam Waldman was forced to sit for a deposition. But at the same time, he was able to say for pretty much almost every single response, this is a communication that relates to my representation of Johnny Depp, who was my client, and therefore it falls under the attorney-client privilege, and therefore I am not going to respond. Mandalore Wise 01 says, how is this depo even allowed at this point? I've heard, all I've heard is Elaine failing to ask any questions that are allowed to be answered. At the very least, pare the depo down to the answered questions. Yeah, we strongly suggest the same thing because it does seem very prejudicial that they are able to ask all these questions, and it could be misinterpreted by the jury. The problem is if you pared it down to only the questions that are answered, you have like two questions and they have to do with like him getting kicked off of Twitter. The Lost Penguin, how the F is this allowed? Yeah, the same question. Jason Price says, if their point is his lawyer is speaking for him in the press, then they can't deny the headline of the op-ed, right? Can't have it both ways. Those are different kind of arguments there, right? Because the op-ed they say is the op-ed was just assigned by the Washington Post. That's what Amber Heard's argument is. And then Johnny Depp's argument is, okay, but she republished it through the tweet where she said, I wrote this. So she essentially claimed ownership by tweeting out, I wrote this, et cetera, and then with the link and everything. So it's a different kind of situation than having another individual speaking on her behalf, right? So because that's what we're talking about with Johnny Depp is we have another individual that's supposedly speaking on his behalf. So it's a little bit different. Colin Bam says, "Where is Depp's curly-haired attorney today?" I don't know. Carly Cooley says, "Question: Amber Heard's bruises relates to Botox bruising. Can JD can JD's team bring that up? Would they bring that up during closing?" Question: AH's bruises relates to Botox bruising. They could, but if they don't have medical records to back it up, it might not be a very good idea because it might look like a nothing burger and it might leave the jury with more questions than answers. Hey DUI guy, I see you in the chat. Give me a little bit more time to go through some of these super chats because we've got a ton to go through, and then I'll start bringing people in. But for sure, I'll drop one in the LawTube chat momentarily. Disco B Bath says, "I thought the only objection was to form in a deposition." No, you can make other objections in a deposition. The only thing is that the deponent is required to respond, barring some situations like privilege. Next one, Muriel Benz says, "Will AH's case be done after these W's, after these witnesses? Seems like they're burning time." It looks like they still have a couple they have a couple witnesses, at least one more, right? Because they haven't yet rested. So because we would have known, they would have announced to the court that they rest and then they would have had an argument. Okay. Colin Bam says, "Sending again. I know you're busy. Please explain what a trial lawyer is and what the plaintiff and defendant lawyer specialties are. Also, why pull attorneys from different law firms? Thanks, team." Yeah. So, like I said before, yesterday, and I know we went through the other version of this. I'll answer it really quick. Trial lawyer is a lawyer who not just litigates cases, because litigation refers to, like, civil litigation refers to the whole process of sending a demand letter to filing to doing discovery all the way through trial. A trial lawyer, generally speaking, is one that specifically focuses on cases that will end up going to trial. So the actual, like, performance in court. You have plenty of civil litigators that never make it there. And then the reason for different law firms is sometimes when you have a big case, you just want to pull in more people. Parul Srivastava says, "Do you think this depo can go against JD? If you're talking about the Waldman one, there is a possibility that it could be misinterpreted, but hopefully not." Mitamorph says, "Does the judge have to throw the case out, or can JD's team ask for it?" JD's team can ask for the counterclaims to get thrown out. Yes, they have an opportunity to do that after Amber Heard's case in chief rests. SP Gaming says, "Question: As a lawyer, you might see the value in a statement/argument. Do you think this lawyer side of you sometimes blinds you to thinking how the jury interprets it, i.e., this is valuable to a lawyer but boring AF to a jury?" Absolutely. Sometimes we definitely try to take the lawyer brain off from time to time. But yeah, sometimes it's a little bit harder than it would seem. Paw Nerd says, "Question: This is what the attorneys chose to show in court. What on earth could they think it will help? And why not redact all of those repetitive questions?" I do agree with you, unless what they were going for with that Waldman Depo was to try to mislead the jury, which I really hope that that's not what they were going for. Karathia says, "Is Amber Heard's team not going to run out of time with these pointless questions?" Is Amber Heard's not going to? Yeah, no, I think absolutely they're running that risk, 100%. I see Kurt wants to apparently come in or send people our way. I suppose that's fine. I will allow Kurt in soon, but just not quite yet. Sariana B says, "Weak CC seems entitled 100 million And hey, we got some folks jumping in from Uncivil Law. Hey guys. Weak CC seems entitled 100 million and retaliatory. No. The counterclaims. Yeah. Yeah, it does. It does. It very much screams, you're suing me for this, I'll sue you for double. Samantha Eason says, question, will this help JD? I think a lot of yesterday's testimony helps Johnny Depp's side. Hey guys coming in from Uncivil's channel. Maya Scott says, question, in the UK, most of professionals are trained in DV. I work as independent domestic violence advocate. Do you have US equivalent of my role? Professionals that are trained in DV. Yes. Yeah. We have social workers that do. And also there are police officers that specialize in DV too. David Greenberg says, question, will there be some kind of notification as to who will be testifying in rebuttal for JD? Thank you. Yeah, it'll probably come out in the press, to be honest, and then we'll kind of find out maybe like a little bit before, maybe, possibly. Kate says, any of you see London Fields trailer? Amber Heard says, falling in love normally ends very badly with me. Whole thing seems very foreshadowy. Oh, I didn't know. I haven't seen London Fields or any of the trailers or anything. Leah Barger says, hello. Why are witnesses asked to state where they live or an address? Doesn't this add a risk for harassment? Well, so they do that. They redact. I don't know if you've noticed, but in the depositions, they've been redacting that. So they haven't actually been giving that information out to the public. But the reason why they do that is, I think, just for like verification purposes and just to make sure that you have on the record that this is the person that you're supposed to have. Ern says, question, at what point do we quit villainizing a human expressing anger and frustration? If the roles were reversed, AH would truly was abused. Nobody would be tossing around the term mutual abuse. She would have just been defending herself. I agree. Ian Monroe says, question, is it just me or does it feel like this is supporting Johnny more than Amber? I agree. SoCal Sex says, does the court reporter record sidebars? I believe so. Yes. Kimberly Foley says, so much unconscious bias on my end. Pro Johnny witnesses are significantly more likable. Is it me or is it the witnesses? It could be a blend of both, right? If you want to like a certain side, you're going to want to like a certain side. So it could be either. Laura S37, thank you for the very generous super chat. Says, at this point, could the jury have checked out because it's so boring? Like, this is absolutely dragging on. Ridiculous. Yep. I think that they were probably checked out for a lot of it. Mr. Smara says, is it wrong or weird that I'm not bored by this at all? I think it's incredibly fascinating. Also, do the lawyers in courtroom get bored and what did they do to stay alert? It's not wrong or weird. I don't know. I guess it's a little bit weird, but I love the fact that you are intrigued by it. I hope that the jury is just as intrigued by a lot of this as well. Because then it's something that is more likely to give them the opportunity to actually properly analyze everything. And then what do attorneys do? Doodle, write, make notes, highlight things, all kinds of stuff. John Booth says, when will we see Depp's motion of dismissal? After Amber Heard's case in chief closes and they say that they are resting their case in chief. Okay, let me DUI guy, I will let you in here because you said that you've got a ghost and you want to mention some things for sure. Okay, I'm going to DM you separately because I don't want to get flooded with everybody here. Okay, it's in your DMs. Jojo Dat says, didn't they extend the trial to now include Fridays? Only next Friday for closing arguments. Julia says, why does AH team keep mentioning Marilyn Manson? I don't know, but it's weird. It's really weird. John Armin says, talk about Howell's letter and upcoming rebuttal. So we did talk about that one. And I don't know if it's going to come in. Most likely it's just going to be her talking about her communications with Whitney. Hey, Larry, how's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Sorry, I really didn't mean to. I'm doing pretty good. I didn't mean to intrude on your territory. I know you're busy reading these super chats and all that, but I haven't even had time to stream to catch up on what happened on Tuesday to give you an idea of how busy I have been.
Yeah.
But I'm coming back into the mess on Monday next week, where I'm planning on being there all through closing. So the reason I wanted to hop on here real quick, and I promise
Mhm.
I'll be brief because I have, like I said, I have to go as well. Basically, we are trying to coordinate along with Nurse Liz, who, by the way, still has not gotten back to me. I
Okay.
saw your email, and I believe I emailed back, but I'm going to be flying in on Sunday, and my understanding is the line is anticipated to probably form pretty early. So we are seeking volunteers to help myself, and possibly, as I understand, Joe is talking about coming down for Monday's trial, Monday's court. I mean, for the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. We also have another friend that we picked up. His name is Scott. He does architecture videos, and he's also going to assist us in organizing and coordinating because he was there with us last Monday.
Okay.
So Rob is not going to be there. Ian has already left for Canada. His flight was today. He should be in the air right now.
Okay.
Rob should be there maybe Wednesday, he said, and Friday. Friday, actually, Ian is going to try and come back, he said. But essentially, whoever has Nurse Liz's contact info, okay, I'm trying to get in front of this. I really am, because it's already Friday, and we're just over 48 hours from when I'm gonna come back to Virginia, and I really, really want to make sure that we get in, and we need your help. We need your help because we're busy lawyers, and you guys have been absolutely instrumental in coordinating for us. And I've looked at the timesheets for people; they haven't been updated yet. So here is this is Scott's idea, by the way. Scott has a YouTube channel, like I said, where he discusses architecture. I think it's called Cardinal Scott or Scott Cardinal, something like that. Absolutely go subscribe to him, check him out. But the most important thing that I want to tell you about is this is his idea, he created an incentive program for you guys. And here's how it's going to work. In order to incentivize a little bit more for people to want to sign up and stand in line, if you have a channel, even if you don't have a channel and you just create one, you have 0 subscribers or whatever, when we come back, you're more than welcome to stream on your own, and I'm sure you're going to get quite a following, quite a viewing if you stream there from your cell phone or whatever. When we get over there, we're going to give you a shout out. We're going to have you on camera. We're going to promote your channel, and we're going to promote your channel on YouTube, on Twitter, whatever you want, just to kind of incentivize for people to want to help in this process. And I think, it's like it literally is a win-win-win. We've already done that with one of the line holders on Tuesday. That was just by sheer coincidence. He had a YouTube channel. One of the 3. The other 2 did not. So Nurse Liz was in the chat. Somebody just said. I don't know if she still is, but Nurse Liz, check your email. Check your email. We Legal Bites and I have emailed back and forth, and you're in that string. So anyway, we're trying to get that coordinated. So if you are ready, willing, and able, please let us know. And we need Nurse Liz to help coordinate because she's been absolutely amazing.
For now, if folks in the chat that you don't know where to contact, you can contact Larry DUI guy through can they DM you or email you, or what's the best way to do it? You can also contact me. So if you've got my email, any of my DM, well, I would say let's go with Twitter DMs, because I've got a lot of DMs that have not been fulfilled, but the best way to do it is by email for me, because that's easiest for me to see and distinguish between different things. Just put in the subject line, like line standing volunteer or something like that, so that we can try to coordinate things as well.
Okay, here's the bottom line. People I see in the chat are getting a little anxious. Here's the bottom line. We need people to stand in line for us as early as 6 p.m. Sunday going on Monday. We will promote your channel. If you don't have one, create one.
Mm-hmm.
And we need Nurse Liz to help coordinate the process. That's it.
Yes. Basically. Awesome. While you're here, do you mind helping us answer a couple super chats about the jury?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Brittany H says, Heard said she never abused anyone, including Depp at the end of Cross. Any word on how the jury reacted? Any jury reaction to friends meeting before the depo?
I'm trying to dig into my brain. I have I brought my notes over in case I was going to stream while I'm still traveling.
Oh, okay.
She never abused anyone. When she said that she never abused, I mean, the jury was just like, at that point, if I remember correctly, they were already in this basically zombie mode where they were just staring down Vasquez and they were not really paying attention to anything she said. Like when the article was mentioned about her beating her ex-girlfriend, the jury definitely perked up. They were very interested in that. But
Okay.
then when she kind of tried to brush it off, like, I didn't do this, or this is all a smear campaign, it was like a metaphorical eye roll from what I remember. They were just they were so tired of it at that point. I think what I tweeted about I think I tweeted about that too. So that's the
Okay.
same answer. Yeah.
So the eye roll, do you think did that seem that was more directed at Amber Heard's team or Johnny Depp's team?
Amber Heard's testimony, like,
Okay.
at Amber Heard. It was just this, like, they already had enough. I think even Runkle mentioned it the following 2 days. They're almost like, it feels like they've made up their mind. Like, it really, I hate to say it, but like, they're not supposed to, but they're human beings,
Yeah.
they're human beings. So
Yeah.
we'll see.
All right. Okay. Well, awesome. And then Brian P says, can you elaborate on what exactly the jury can do? Find for both / either and determine monetary damages. Could the judge overturn their verdict? What do you think will happen? So the judge can overturn a monetary verdict, like basically how much they decide to give to one side. But the judge can't just decide, no, sorry, you guys are wrong. I'm going to make my own decision here. And then can you elaborate on what exactly the jury can do? So yeah, they can fine for both or either or just one of them.
Yep. They can, you have to remember, they don't have to follow the law. There's something known as jury nullification that we're all familiar with, that in court we're never allowed to talk about, but it periodically does happen. I believe it happened to me at least on 1 or 2 occasions. There's also reverse nullification that happened to me on 1 occasion. That's when you have all the evidence in your favor and they end up still convicting. That's not a fun jury nullification variation, but they do happen. And sometimes jurors are emotional creatures. They will act out of principle. And if they believe that one party is entitled to receive something, and there is at least enough evidence to support that may not even rise to the legal standard, and they're just going to say, you know what, to me, it rises to the legal standard.
Yeah.
Jury verdict is a jury verdict.
Yeah. Yeah. Every individual has a certain sense of justice, just like they have a certain sense of self-defense, right and wrong, and that is also going to come into play because jurors, when they make a decision, they also have to feel right about it. So that is always going to be something that comes into play. So it looks like the next super chats that we've got lined up don't have to do with the jury, but if you want to stick around and join me for it, I don't know. You said that you've got limited time, but I don't know.
I have a little bit. I'm more than happy to stick around for. I mean, I popped in, just like, I'm not gonna be here. Hey, you guys do this. Okay, bye.
Please help me. Bye. And by the way, everybody, he is also linked. Larry, the DUI guy, is linked in the description below, so you guys can go and check him out and subscribe to his channel. If you want to see his stuff on being in the courtroom, that is where to go. Be sure to
go to Twitter. Twitter
Yes.
is where the action is going to be happening. Twitter, at KYDUI guy. I'm going to be tweeting all week about juror reactions, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, assuming I get in, of course.
All right.
That's
Sounds
where we
good.
need you guys.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Jay Roberts says, question. So the detective confirmed that if the officers didn't see anything and couldn't get a statement, they didn't have to file a report. Love you guys. Yeah, exactly. It was so strange because it sounded like they were trying to get the detective to say, yeah, we have these policies, and they didn't follow them. But she was like, yeah, we have these policies. And then you think back and you're like, that's exactly how they testified. Sweetie Pie says, what do you think about Camille Vasquez being asked by a reporter if she's dating Johnny? I think it's so stupid. It's such a like people are just trying to drum up dumb things that don't make any sense, aren't relevant, and just are purely speculative.
That actually happened?
I guess so. There's been a lot of speculation about them dating because they've been so chummy.
Whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just
Exactly.
gonna dismiss that. Yeah.
That's what I said too, because there's all kinds of professional responsibility rules, and I suspect that may be one of the reasons why that's even coming up. Maybe that's coming from Amber Heard's PR team, is that they want to drum up these sort of questions to make it look like she's being irresponsible as an attorney. Yeah, but I hate it. I hate it. I don't like it at all. It's totally irrelevant and probably not true. Huna says, who chooses the damages amounts, jury or judge? Both. The jury decides how much they want to award the whoever wins, and then the judge can pare that down based on what kind of evidence has come in. Stas Moritz says, says, if JD wins the case, will AH have to pay the amount of 50 million, or can the amount be charged? Is there a time frame in which they have to pay? Gratz from Amsterdam. So it depends on how much the jury decides to award. It seems like it's up to 50 million, but they could also award $1, and then a time frame in which to pay. It depends on if she has it. If she has only a certain amount, they might have a certain limited time span for her to pay that amount, and then to say, hey, also we're gonna garnish your wages. We're gonna
I
take
was
your stuff.
gonna say that. I would be looking forward. Can you imagine? You sue the man who has made your career, and you're gonna spend like the next 15 years. 'Cause that's probably how long it's gonna take her to make. Probably more than that, to pay him for slandering him in his career. I mean, it's just like it's such an amazing feeling if that does happen. But I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. And especially the irony that she's claiming that he was saying that he didn't want her to work. He was trying to control her by making her not work. And then being like, well, you can work now. You've got to work for him now.
Yeah. Literally.
Yeah. Sasha Back says, starting to think AH doesn't have many live witnesses because Elaine wanted to keep escalating questions, something that's easier to get away with in depositions. Panel thoughts? No, I think it has to do with whether or not they are available at trial, or whether they wanted to be available at trial. There's all kinds of ways to try to get, make all kinds of justifications. Aaron Vetas says, question, did I miss anything big? Disgruntled agent genuinely put me to sleep. So I've spent my afternoon dreaming of headlines and hangouts with LawTube. Cheers from Norway. There was nothing really big, at least not for Amber Heard's side. There were some nuggets that were actually pretty good for Johnny that came out of those witnesses. Singing Pretty says, curious why they can't just check AH for broken bottle scars. No way there isn't a tear somewhere. Well, the thing about that is that is a little bit of a risky question, or line of questions for Johnny, because scars can heal over time, and they can heal in various ways. And especially if you've got access to plastic surgeons and all kinds of stuff like that. I wouldn't go with that, because that's not necessarily conclusive if there isn't a scar. Miranda Columbia says, have you guys seen the media pieces on Camille Vasquez since her cross? Definitely has some stands now. She does, as she should, because she's awesome. John D says, is E trying to get the counter thrown out because of Adam? If Adam is not cannot or does not equal to Johnny, then 2 also the son does not equal to Amber. I'm not sure about this last part of what you're saying there, about the son is not equal to Amber. But yeah, it's an interesting line of questions that have been asked by Elaine. That's what I'll say. to that one. Ricky says, Hogue, I'm sorry he's not here. When are you giving us Reasonable Minds Can Differ t-shirts is your catchphrase as far as I'm concerned. Get it on merch. Oh, he has merch. He has, I need to find it. I need to find it and pop up a link during one of these live streams because it is awesome. Marilyn Manson says, I'm currently looking for representation in a similar matter. How much to hire the panel? You have representation, Marilyn Manson. I read your complaint.
That's funny.
Yeah. I read that complaint. It was very interesting, and I can't wait to get into that case as it develops. Bradley Harding says, but that was good. That was very clever, whoever that was. Will Ellen Barkin testify via Zoom, or will it be a recorded deposition? Will she appear today? Well, as it turns out, I'm sorry that this is like, past question, future answer. It was by a recorded deposition. Domenica Hunter says, I missed a lot, but today, was there anything significant in the witnesses for AH or JD? Did they clarify or help their case? There wasn't really much that was significant yesterday. A little bit to help Johnny Depp, I guess a couple things, like one or two things to help for Amber Heard, but nothing to really change the momentum that has been so far overwhelmingly or generally speaking in Johnny's favor, in my opinion. Peter Pan Jan says the note to Whitney from her boss, smoking gun. If they can get it into evidence, but more than likely the smoking gun will be Jennifer Howell actually testifying in court. Becca B says, how would each of you do final statements? What points would you drive home? There's a lot.
There's so much to sift through, but the most important point for Johnny Depp, obviously, is that Amber Heard knew about the falsity of the allegations of abuse. That's the bottom line. And because she knew that the allegations were false when they were printed, she is liable for them. She therefore acted with actual malice, therefore give Johnny money. Amber Heard's position is, yes, I was abused. Johnny is the abuser, and give me money. I mean, what is the actual substance of her claims? I mean, to this day, I truly don't know, because they haven't even made a true case for it yet. If they have, I totally missed it. But they're just asking. It's kind of like, yeah, he's doing it to me, so I'm doing it to him. Money, and it's more metaphorical than it is practical, because she has absolutely no way to substantiate if she, let's say, even loses this role in Aquaman, the $2 million she was supposed to get paid or whatever, and she doesn't get paid the $2 million. Okay. So what is she going to get? $2 million? Where's the 100 million? Where's the justification? It's a fictional number. It's made up. It's puffery. Useless.
Yeah. Whitechapel says, when do you think AH's case in chief will hand over for rebuttal? I think Monday. That's what I have that feeling is Monday, maybe Tuesday. Parquet the Parakeet says, is Bike Club indefinitely suspending the 6th rule of Bike Club? No shirts, no shoes. I need to take a look at that meme with all the rules on there again, but I would say no. Manny Dowd says, can jury ask for wood and pocket knife and boot for test to see if a boot can do that type of damage, or just what's in evidence? Just what's in evidence. Laura S37 says, did you see Amber get escorted to the back before court started by the cops? I wonder what that was about. I sent video to Legal Bites Facebook Messenger. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit behind on all of my DMs on all platforms, so I have not seen that yet. But she got escorted to the back before court started by the cops. I didn't see that. I'm gonna have to check it out. I'm so sorry. Thank you for flagging that. Abitab Dylan says, in the audio in the hotel, did AH ask JD whether he leaked the information about she had been a stripper, and he denied it? Was she a stripper? I don't know. I have no idea if she was a stripper or not.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, but I don't want to make a material representation if I don't know, because that sounds reckless.
Right, exactly. And reckless disregard for the truth equals actual malice for public figures. So you don't want to be super defamation.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I just say I have no idea. Deborah D says, hasn't AH's team used up most of their time left? Yeah, they've only got 8 hours, a little bit over 8 hours, which is not a lot.
10-hour difference. It's crazy.
Yeah. Johnny, put it this way, Johnny has more than double Amber's time.
Yep.
Heather C says trial is tomorrow too, right? My second try. No, it's on Monday. But obviously we're here live streaming anyway. Wendy's Cafe says judge said the other day that each side has until Friday morning to submit jury instructions. She said that she's given them 2 hours Friday morning. Maybe that's where the court Friday confusion is from.
Yeah.
Janie Kennedy says, could JD's team bring someone from TMZ in on rebuttal, asking who gave them video or is a protected source? Could JD's team bring someone from TMZ on rebuttal? Yeah, but that would be very messy, in my opinion.
It would be messy because you got to remember, reporters that leak their sources kind of lose their reporter capabilities very quickly because nobody will come to them. So
yeah,
if they do choose to testify, they're basically shooting their career in the foot.
Exactly. And I see a question in the chat wondering about super chats. I have them disabled for now until we get caught up sufficiently through yesterday's super chats. I will be turning them on as soon as I'm comfortable with where we're at. Paul P says, but you can send super stickers as you can see in the chat. Paul P says, we all need a short course on closing arguments, rules, strategy, etc. Can you set aside time to teach us the ins and outs, what to look for? Thank you. Love y'all. That is not a bad idea. I'm going to see if I can make a video this weekend on that. Jake Ludwig says, jury deliberations won't end next Friday, right? If not, how long do you predict? Well, they could just take a half a day because it looks like closing arguments are going to start Friday morning and the judge wants them to end before lunch, which means you've got at least a few hours for them to come together and make a decision. If they have all concluded, they might just go through each thing and be like, okay, we all feel this way, right? Yeah. Okay. And then just continue on through the list of all the different elements and claims. Possibly, but I think my prediction is probably like 2 days.
As a betting man, I say there's a 0% chance that they will render a decision on Friday.
Yeah. Midnight NYX says, question, in one of the audio tapes, H can be heard giving JD Xanax tablets. His previous tab seemed to have worn off. Any thoughts that AH was over medicating to lend weight to her gaslighting of JD?
Ooh, that's a hell of a theory.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot easier to control someone who's not in control of their mental faculties. Oh, God, that cuts deep. That cuts way deeper than we could ever analyze.
Yeah. Yeah. George says, greetings from Greece. Thanks for the excellent panel. Do you think Curry will be in rebuttal? I do think so. Mackenzie Vakulik says, fell asleep during the video depositions. How do y'all think today's going? Also,
you and the rest commentary. Of the jury.
I know. LawTube is my new favorite thing on YouTube. I'm so happy that you love it. So yeah. Yesterday was a huge old nothing burger, generally speaking, and there were some points for Johnny. So it was generally not helpful for Amber's case. Tiffany Smith says, how do they decide who deliberates? Random. Either the judge will figure out some method that she prefers. We've seen lottery. It could be darts on a board. It could be roll the dice. It could be all kinds of different things. But generally speaking, random. Deidre Soper says, why is no one asking for H to show us her feet if they were so cut up? I see someone saying, show us your feet. And I think of like the chat harassing people. She should have so great scars. Well, yeah, but like I said before, when it comes to scars, scars can heal over time too. So that's the best thing to do is if you have photos of the cuts in the moment.
Because it's like literally the whole time on cross-examination when I was there, and I will touch upon this when I go live on my channel next week or the week after, whenever I get a chance. The most important piece there, when she threw her lawyers under the bus and said, hey, I turned over everything. So basically all the smoking guns, like me having Johnny's blood on my neck in theory, me having cut up feet in theory, me having a bloody vagina in theory, like all of these photos have been turned over to my lawyers, and my lawyers have decided not to show this stuff to the jury. That's like her gaslight defense to get around Vasquez saying, oh, you don't have these photos. Yes, I do. It's just my lawyers have decided that that's not my job. I don't pick what gets shown to the jury. I'm like, okay, so every single smoking gun, except, the little 3 lines on the wrist or whatever, and the one photoshopped, saturated photo on your face. So, other than that, everything else is going to be kept within the lawyer's personal database and never shown in the trial. So you're going to throw some sprinkles and keep the smoking guns. I'm like, come on. No,
Yeah.
How dumb do you think these jurors are?
Yeah. Yeah. And that's exactly the kind of thing that can turn them off when you actually legitimately have some decent evidence, if they think that you are lying to them. It's me, Tiff says, question, Chu or Camille for motion to dismiss? I think Chu again. Yeah. Sony CC says, who has higher celeb status about now, Camille or Amber? Camille.
What kind of question is that even? Are you joking? Camille has literally a 250 million, according to one source. That's billion with a B. People who are like following her. That's insane.
I love it. Becky says, what are AH's options should she lose both? Can she appeal? Does ineffective counsel become a reason to appeal in a civil trial? It does become a reason to appeal in a civil trial, but not in this case. And then in terms of like, can she appeal? She can, but the question is on what basis? And is that a good argument? And is that a winning argument? It's hard to win on an appeal, generally speaking. KALSN says, will AH and JD be in court during closing argument? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Alan Mick says, what is the point of having witnesses giving depositions if they cannot be cross-examined? They can. They are.
On video.
Yeah, exactly. So you've got different lawyers asking them questions. That's because the witness has been passed to the other side. Allison Becca says, question, can panel or CQN panel question, maybe question? Sorry. Panel give us,
I think.
Oh yeah, maybe can't. Yeah, okay. Can panel give us, as of now, a 1 to 10, 10 best, how well each side case is going, i.e., 8 for JD because he's done so well, proving no DV and OpEd her career. Yeah, I would say I would give him an 8, and then Amber Heard's side a 5.
3.5.
Oh, maybe I'm being
They're more optimistic than me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just because it's like technically her case hasn't closed yet.
Right. I'm still pretty low on the totem pole.
Yeah, which is fair. MZ says, wouldn't someone have to professionally clean the wine off the carpet in the ECB if it was indeed ever there? Shouldn't there be a record? I guess, if you know some good DIY tricks, some life hacks, you can figure it out. There's some good TikToks out there to figure that out, but I would think that there would have been also. Dico83 says, do they have to reserve time for closing arguments, or is that a separate fixed amount of time provided at the end of trial?
Yeah, it's separate. The latter. They're basically going to get split time, 1.5 hours plus or minus each.
Yeah. SCB says, why JD team not asking each peep if on drank/drugs? Oh, like all of her friends, maybe. If they were like at the time, if you don't have reason to suspect that, you wouldn't. Terry Timmerman says, the AH friend from Australia said that when she met with AH, she told her about the SA. She said, I wasn't aware of the SA until then. Isn't that witness tampering? No, because she's testifying truthfully as to when she learned about it. She's being very honest about the fact that she only recently learned about it. So, yeah. Arisa Jones says, sorry if you've covered this in the past, but why didn't AH agree to admit publicly that she lied and settle? She should have cut her losses IMO, even with perjury issue in the UK. I can't speculate as to what was in her brain for making decisions as to any part of this case. I would say hubris is a possibility. The belief that she could actually win is a possibility. Delusion is a possibility. Having people around her say that this is a good idea to continue pressing on it is a possibility.
I'm sticking to publicity. To her, it's all publicity stunt.
Also, keep in mind, yeah, that's a good point. And also keep in mind that in order to settle, the other side also has to agree. So would Johnny Depp have settled this case if given the opportunity? I don't think so.
Probably
77.
not, because he wants it to be public. He wants the truth to come
Exactly.
out. Yeah.
Exactly. 7756 Jojo says, question, I viewed your nuanced commentary about AH looking at the jury during her testimony. How does it impact the jury to have AH look at them while she is obviously and repeatedly lying?
So they were very uncomfortable because she constantly scans the room. So, and we saw this on the video right before the long break. Amber Heard is constantly scanning the room to see how is the mood of the room reacting to her testimony, and sometimes tries to adjust the same in accordance with what she sees. And the jury again is picking up on all of this, and it seemed like they were very distant from her when she was testifying. Overall, the mood, I would say, was distant during direct. On cross, they came alive, and all attention was on Vasquez, not on Amber Heard. The attention was primarily, with the exception of a couple, jurors numbers 1, 2, and 3. They're all young males in like their 20s and 30s, and I think maybe they still don't have enough life experience, so maybe they were more focused on Amber, just to kind of, just because they don't know any better. But the ones who've been around, like jurors 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, a lot of them, 3 of them, 5, 8, and 9, I believe I tweeted even about this, they pivoted their chair in Vasquez's direction and were only given kind of the side eye to Amber when she was testifying. Sometimes when she would answer, they wouldn't even look at her at all. At all.
I mean, the other thing about it too is that, like, I've analogized this to, I have a dog, as you can see here, and I pick up the dog's poop when I take her for a walk. And a lot of dog owners will talk about like why does my dog make eye contact with me when they poop? It's a very uncomfortable thing. And it's like, when you find out the reason for it, it's because they're in the most vulnerable position. They want to know that you have their back. That's basically what that is. But people get uncomfortable when they are forced to make eye contact with something that is kind of an intimate sort of thing. And that can kind of be the case here too, when she's talking about some very, very, very intimate things that supposedly happened to her, that she says happened to her, and she's describing them in great detail, and she's making eye contact with people. It's like making eye contact with someone when you're sitting on the toilet. Like,
I just like the fact that you analogize your dog pooping is the same as Amber Heard testifying, and now I can't get this image out of my mind. Spewing shit. The phrase "spewing shit" comes to mind, doesn't it? You set it up, LB. I just knock them down.
Yeah, exactly. But it's what comes to mind for me, because when you're talking about a very intimate thing with somebody who's a perfect stranger, sometimes that's just, you can dump too much information on people that are not, they're like, we're not there yet. Like, we're not at that level, yo. Like, why are you telling me all this stuff? So if you're trying to make eye contact with people as you are discussing all of these things, that could be a very uncomfortable thing for the jury. And I would think would want to avoid their gaze for a lot of people.
Yep.
Alrighty, next one, hopefully from my editor in the back, the Muffin Man. If not, I can see about pulling one up that I can see in the queue here. Oh, sorry, just kidding. It's already a new one. He told me. Pearl Player says the JD versus AH process is the biggest, but not the first. No matter what the outcome will be, careers and lives have been ruined. Will the process change anything in the future to judging someone without asking any side?
That is one of the most philosophical questions I think we've had so far.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, no, maybe. We can probably spend an hour and a half analyzing that answer.
Yeah. I hope so. is like the answer that I would give.
I will concur.
Mark XR says, is this a desperate act with the therapist or plan to expose Johnny Depp because you see no other possibility? I felt sorry for JD to hear this. This is talking about the psychiatrist testimony yesterday, I think. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if that's a desperate attack or a desperate attempt just to embarrass him, like one last attempt to embarrass him. But at this point, there's been so much that's been sort of gutted from the underbelly anyway, that I don't know if this is any more embarrassing than all of the other stuff that has come out before. He's testified to some very vulnerable kind of facts as well. But I also feel bad. I feel bad about the whole thing, the whole process that he's had to go through this. Aaron Albus has questioned, what are the odds that the jury looks up Tug after the trial? Yeah, I think they'd be very curious about a lot of these people that were mentioned throughout this trial. Sarah says, question, did her witnesses move the needle in your opinion? Is she putting on a solid case or not so much? Appreciate you all. Incredible commentary. I think she hasn't moved the needle much at all. Yeah. Leslie Quirk says, hey guys, watching in Ireland, love the channel. Out of curiosity, any idea ballpark figure is for what is costing JD and H for their legal teams? Well, thank you for watching all the way from Ireland. Ballpark figure, at least tens of millions, based on the
their legal teams. No,
yeah.
No, I wouldn't go so far. No.
I mean, this has been litigation since 2018, and it's been really contentious.
Still, Amber Heard, so you can see the difference in class. It's not just the difference in case, because there is a way to spin Amber Heard's case, I think, in a much, much better light, and to maybe instill in her, like a good lawyer can turn even an uncooperative witness into a puppy dog if you use the right tools. I'm firmly convinced of that. They will listen to you if they respect you. If you don't respect you, then they're going to go wreak havoc. So literally just making numbers off the top of my head, considering all the years, all of them, I think Amber Heard has spent no more than $3 million, just my own personal opinion based on everything I've seen so far. Johnny Depp is probably over 10, maybe closer to 15, but just because of the quality of work that he's receiving, just my personal opinion, I could be completely off.
I think that Amber said something along the lines of 6 million.
Well, she had to justify why I couldn't pledge, because if she paid 3, then why didn't you donate the other 4? So she had to come as close to that. No, that's a lie. That's 100% lie.
You think so?
Oh yes.
I don't know. I mean,
I'm entitled to. They're like buttholes, right? Everybody's got one.
Yeah, of course. Tokov says, hey, from Israel, guys. Can you talk a bit about the value they sought from the Waldman depot and what they succeeded/failed at with that depot? The value they sought from the Waldman depot was to try to crack some kind of an answer from him that has to do with the communications between him and Johnny Depp. I think they tried to be sneaky about the way that they asked that, or I mean, they wanted to ask all those questions and get those questions in front of the jury so that they could have the jury ask those questions themselves and maybe suspect that Johnny's team was being sneaky and not answering. I think that may be a secondary goal that they had with that. I think they failed. I think they failed in all respects. Ross H. Gage says, question, can we please call the movie about the trial What's Eating Amber Heard? Sure. Zero Cipher says, question, with 8 hours left, how will they split the time? I don't know, because I don't know how many witnesses they are planning to put on left in their case in chief. I am very, very curious, because there's not much time left.
Anyway, it's already 6. I just realized I got to get going. So
okay.
Thanks for having me, Legal Bites.
Of course.
It's a pleasure. Again, just want to give a quick shout out. Tell Nurse Liz to reach out to me, please. We got to get this train going. We have at least myself and Joe that will be there on Monday, and we need your help. We'll promote your channel in exchange, at the very least, and provide food, amenities, whatever else you need. So please help us out, and we will provide quality content in return. That's all we ask.
All right. Sounds good. Yes. So please do reach out and volunteer if you can. And otherwise, check out DUI Guy. Check out his channel. Subscribe to his channel. Follow him on Twitter for all of those updates. He's going to be in the courtroom. We're going to get some amazing insight from him from right inside the courtroom. Thanks so much for joining for a little bit.
And TikTok. I always forget to promote TikTok. I have that too. So anyway,
TikTok
on that
too.
note, I'm out of here. Thanks.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye. All right, let's get back to some more lightning round. Apparently we have 130 left, so let's do it. Under the Veil says, does AC privilege, attorney-client privilege, and if the client dies, local lawyer was told where the body of a missing child was and then died. Judge told the lawyer to tell where the body is. Was arrested for contempt. I don't know. No, it doesn't end when the client dies. I don't think so. No, it doesn't. It is a privilege that is owned by the client, and only the client can waive. The attorney cannot waive. So that is an improper decision by that judge in that case. Toasted says, question, if the jury takes 2 days to make the decision, where does everyone wait? Do they leave and then get a call when the jury decision is made? I assume you're talking about the people in the courtroom and the cameras and whatnot. I'm not sure exactly if the cameras are going to be in the courtroom for it. This is something that I still need to take a little bit of time to figure out and confirm. But we're going to be here. I plan on live streaming for that time and chatting with people. Talking about the UK case, maybe going through some of the evidence, some of the audio tapes that we haven't yet listened to because they can't come into evidence. We're going to be doing all kinds of stuff while we wait for that jury. And I see Nurse Liz is in the chat. Saw Larry's email. I'll update the list tonight. Maybe mentioned that the link will be in the bio. Okay. Yes, I will. Send me the link by email. I will try to get that in the chat and in the description here as well. Yeah. Nine Realms Publishing says, would you like the viewpoint of a storyteller on how Heard testimonies have shattered suspension of disbelief around her narrative? Love the channel, love the content and the coverage. A viewpoint of a storyteller. Email me. Sure. Christy Kimbrell 67 says, are the opposing attorneys allowed to object during closing? Yes. Brittany King says, is there a redirect during rebuttal? Yes. Next one. Do we have another one here? Okay. Karen Miller says AH's case stronger if her W's tested and she didn't. If her witnesses testified and she didn't. Well, not really. She still has to testify. There's no way that the jury is going to be like, okay, you have your own claims, but yet you're not going to testify. What are you hiding? That's what the jury is going to take from that. So there's no way that she was going to get around from not testifying. Midnight NYX says, question, will you guys try to get one of you into each trial you are covering in the future, like Runkle Rob did with this one? I think that would be awesome if we could, honestly. Yeah, if we can swing it, I think that would be awesome. The Free Hawaiian says, question for Lumber Daddy. Value of jury hearing perjury with LAPD. Well, I'm sorry that Rob is not here, but the value of the jury hearing perjury with LAPD. Yeah, it's very valuable to Johnny Depp's side to hear one of the witnesses saying perjury by Amber Heard. Gemma M says, DV survivor panel actually believes Amber for years. 1, painted bruises. 2, created precise stories. That 3, she convinced people to testify under oath for. I think it is possible. It is I see Law and Lumber in the chat. Oh, I need to make you a mod. How have I not done that already? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pin your message. Whoops. I'm adding you as a moderator. You know what? I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to leave that chat pinned at the top. No, I'm going to unpin that. I'm sorry. I don't want to promote that. But yeah, sorry, Rob. Uh, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, anyhow, getting back to this more serious super chat here. I don't want to make a mockery of this one because it's a DV survivor, and so I want to give it the due that it is owed. Panel actually believes Amber for 1 year. So I believe it's possible that the bruises could have been painted, and I think that her stories are not that precise, which is one of the problems here because they've been kind of changed around by by getting more and more elaborate kind of stories or versions of her testimony over the years. So yeah. Melissa Diarn says, question, my cat counsel, Euler and Cooper, would like to know if Holmes agrees he's given Alita worse cat scratches than those allegedly received by Amber Heard. We have our cat mama. Great job, guys. Love you from the UK. Yep, cat mama's in the chat. Say what up. Yeah, I would say so. Holmes is lovely, but he has definitely given me a scratch or two, especially when I'm trying to force feed him medicine. He doesn't like it. Rich Brocker says, would her divorce settlement be protected if she is forced to pay the $50 million? Well, the divorce settlement is outside of the scope of this judgment. So she's already gotten her divorce settlement money from Johnny before. But she could be, if she only has that money, I mean, yeah, she still would have to ostensibly pay the pledged money to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles if that is in any way legally enforceable. And then at the same time, she would be required to pay Johnny. So Wendy's Cafe says, question about JD winning and her not having it. Does anyone know if she actually got all that property in the divorce settlement? I have to wonder because that would mean he gets it back from this win. I think that what she got was $7 million, and that was it. She wanted the penthouses, she wanted a Land Rover and all kinds of crazy stuff. But yeah. Monique Siddle says, well, JD motioned to dismiss counterclaim too. Yes, he's going to. Is my guess. I'm like 99.9% sure. The moon. Sorry, not the moon. The Muffinable, I think. The Muffinable. Says, question, looking at the hallway photo with the wine spilled in it, liquid is reflected, indicating new spill without time to absorb. Off base. It definitely looks like that, right? The question is, what time do they say that it was that photo was taken? Are they saying that it was taken right away, right after you left, or are they saying that it was taken after the cops came and left? But yeah, you're absolutely right. That's a very valid point to point out. Lilies says, oh, and then also Tanya Simple Me Photography in the chat says the penthouses are sold. That is correct. Johnny has since sold those penthouses, and I completely understand why. I would want nothing to do with those locations as well if I were him. Lily says, question, isn't filming a person in an alternate state of consciousness illegal? As RN and DA victim, I'm disgusted by the level of degradation. She knows no shame. Not illegal, whether that is in poor form. Yes, 100%. Marina Martin says, why is AH female depo lawyer not in court? Seems much better than Elaine. Well, actually, Amber Heard had a different legal team earlier on in this case, is my understanding. I don't know when Elaine came onto the team or when Rottenborn came onto the team, but my understanding is that they were not around in the beginning. So that may be a prior counsel. Jardine Verhoog says, question, will you do jury verdict live? And if they decide on a Saturday, will court open for it in the weekend? Following from the Netherlands, don't want to miss. So I will be following live. I will be live streaming while the jury is deliberating. And I don't know if the cameras will be in the courtroom for that entire time. If they'll be on the clock as we've seen in the past, or on the seal of Virginia. But if they are, then I'll have that feed up the entire time. But what I plan to have conversations with people about the case, about the UK case, and all that kind of stuff. I don't anticipate it being on a weekend, especially not that first weekend, because it's actually a holiday weekend in the United States. So I don't think that Judge Azcarate is going to force the jurors to stay in the courtroom throughout a long holiday weekend, she probably will have them come back on the following Tuesday. But that's my guess. I don't know for sure. That's something that needs to be double checked because some courts would go into a Saturday under some circumstances. Dakota St. Clair says, Legal Bites, thanks for all your coverage. Off topic, Alita, please tell me you saw Monica Liu rep Lithuania at Eurovision this year. She was absolutely iconic. So thank you very much for your kind words. And no, I haven't. I didn't see anything about Eurovision. I saw that Lithuania was making it in there, but I haven't seen it. I'm gonna have to catch some kind of like replay on YouTube somewhere. But I think that's wonderful, and I for sure will have to check it out. Thank you. Under the Veil says, question, has anyone noticed Twitter messing with the autofills for the pro Johnny hashtags, replacing uppercase L with lowercase l's, misspelling Depp as deep? I have noticed the Depp deep difference. I haven't noticed the uppercase and lowercase thing, but I don't know if that's just because enough people have made that mistake that Twitter wants to auto generate it, but I do agree that that's annoying. Aaron Cody says, question, couldn't they rebut that this could also be a self-inflicted wound by Amber Heard, causing her own social media presence to go down the drain? Couldn't they rebut that this could also be a yeah, absolutely. Amanda Martin says, will this witness even really help Amber Heard, considering they can't link Adam Baldwin's statements to JD because of attorney-client privilege? Yeah, agreed. It doesn't help. It doesn't help at all. There's like no evidence that came out of his testimony that would be in front of the jury. Mamik Photog says, wouldn't he need to include positive hashtag for it to be accurate representation of data? Yeah, there were a number of ways that his analysis was very limited. And one of those ways was that he just like seemed to assume that if you are using a hashtag that sounds negative towards someone, that the substance of the tweet is also negative towards someone or something. Yeah. Darcy Sharon says, no one said Twitter is a nice place. I don't know how this shows defamation. Hashtag justice for Johnny isn't bad. You can't control the public. I think that was going to damages, to be honest, because I think that what they were trying to say is that her overall social media presence has been bad for her mental health, and that has been contributing to her PTSD. I think that's the link that they're trying to make. Kai says, does jury understand that she is trying to prove her countersuit simultaneously as her abuse stories? Wouldn't this expert be confusing right now? It could be. My guess is that they probably had an explanation at the beginning to like ahead of time to say that both sides have claims that they are putting on for them. Also in the opening statements, they talked about that. Kaylee says, does something like this really have an impact on her case? I don't understand why people not believing her on social media does anything. It doesn't have to do with the like whether or not this is defamatory piece. That it has to do with proving damages, basically, is what I think. KitKat78 says, couldn't the expert telling the jury be that removing the hashtag justice for JD helped because it was overwhelming backfire, make them wonder why so many people took his side? Yeah, it could. The jury could be like, oh, that's interesting. He's way more popular on social media. I wonder why that is. It could be an implicit way of actually skewing them in his favor. It could. Niam EB says, does this data showing massive amounts of hashtag justice for Johnny Depp not inform the jury of the court of public opinion and hurt Amber Heard's case? Thank you. Thank you for pointing out the absolute illogical reasoning behind Amber Heard's team and their strategy. Barry Dvorak says, question, 15% of Americans even use Twitter. Oh, is that really true? Of those, how many saw the mean hashtags? Of those, how many cared? How can you connect damages to hashtags? I think the damages part is having to do with her PTSD, seeing all this hashtags, seeing everything, tagging her and all this kind of stuff, that it causes PTSD for her is my guess. An engineer not from US says, question, couldn't they show the impact of social media on whoever that makes this the decisions In companies like Disney, Twitter trends alone are irrelevant, I believe. The cross is fabulous. They shoot themselves in the foot. Let me see here. Let me read this first sentence again. Shouldn't they show the impact of social media on whoever that makes the decisions in companies like Disney? Yeah, but I don't think that they were going to be able to show the expert witness to the Disney representative that came in. So regardless, what she testified to was that they didn't know anything about anything. So, it to say like, well, what about these social media hashtags? And they would say, we didn't know anything about anything. So I don't know that that's going to make any difference. Tatiana Decusati says, why do lawyers on each team switch? Why not one lawyer throughout the whole trial? Just curious and still learning. Yeah, it's because they are, well, it's passing around responsibilities because it's a lot to remember when you are directing or cross-examining any witness. So there's it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot to remember. It's a lot to prepare for. And also sometimes you have different people that have better vibes, better chemistry with a particular witness as well. And that can get them to answer a little bit better as well. At the same time, they also kind of want to spread the love, spread the responsibilities. So it's a way to sort of lighten the workload a little bit as well. Yuki Hatake says, question, if Amber Heard asked you to be her lawyer, what would be your answer to her? If JD asked you to be his lawyer, what would you say? P.S. I was so bored. I was playing Sims for making houses and drinking coffee. We were all bored. And guess what? The jury was also bored. Remember, if you're bored, the jury's bored. So if I were asked to be her lawyer, it depends on what point in the trial, not in the trial, at what point in the litigation we're talking about. If it was anytime after she filed her counterclaims, no, I would not. I would absolutely not. Because like, I feel like I would have to be bending over backwards to do mental gymnastics to make the arguments to make her case. And it would just be very like mentally painful for me. If it was before the counterclaims, I think that you would have a much easier argument to make. So I probably could have, not to say that I would necessarily want to, but I think I could have if assigned to her case. Now, as for Johnny Depp, yes, I would absolutely love to be on that team. David K says, question, when it comes to companies like Disney for something like this, not business records, et cetera, do they sub the company or an individual for a depo? So what happens is, they send a subpoena to Disney and they ask for their basically that what's called their PMK, their person most knowledgeable. They ask a representative from the company who is in the best possible position to answer the kinds of questions that they have at this thing. So usually what you get is someone from the company that actually helped to make certain decisions. That knew anything at all. But in this particular case, they were like, yeah, this is our person most knowledgeable. Also, she knows nothing. The indication that they are trying to say there is that, or the implication that they are making there is that she knows nothing, therefore we know nothing. But in my experience, when I have had a person most knowledgeable come for a deposition, it usually is like, for a small company, it's like the employers, the owner of the company, who if it's a small enough company, then they know what's going on in their company. That's the person who would come in and be deposed. Nightcrawler says, does this mean that D plus is siding with AH? Love you. D plus. Maybe someone in the chat can help me with what D plus is. I'm not. Oh, Disney Plus. Okay, sorry. I already answered my own question. Does this mean that Disney Plus is siding with Amber Heard? No. It means that Disney is trying to stay as neutral as possible because they don't want to get caught up in litigation, and they don't like regardless of how they want to come out of it okay regardless of what outcome happens. So yeah. Linda Anderson says, is it just my bias or are nearly all of Amber's witnesses just distinctly unlikable? Your opinions. Let's see. Are there any? I mean, I would say that I did not find her expert witness to be unlikable. I found him to be fairly likable. I mean, other than was he biased? Yes. Did he answer some things that were a little sketchy? Yes. But I didn't find him particularly unlikable. In some ways, I found him to be like endearingly nerdy. But I still found some of the things that he said, like I can't remember exactly what it was, but there was some answer that he gave that was like pretty conclusory about like yes, because Johnny Depp abused her. It wasn't exactly like that, but it was like something along those lines. And I remember being like, okay. So yeah. Leslie Stiers says, question, did I hear correctly? They asked her if she threw the bottle at her and she said, no, why would he? Or something like that. I don't remember if she said, no, why would he? But she definitely said, no, he didn't throw it at me. And no, he didn't throw it at anyone else. Excuse me. Cleonic says, why EB testimony not inadmissible prior bad acts? I think it had to do with his reputation, his prior reputation before Amber Heard. I think that's why it came in, because when it comes to defamation, you're allowed actually like some kind of sort of character evidence. Because if it has to do with the reputation that is at issue, right? Right. For him, what we're talking about is his reputation for DV or not DV. And if this was reported in the press before and she was there for it, that's something that she actually could testify to. Now, when it comes to Amber Heard, the reputation we're talking about is a reputation for being hoaxy or not being hoaxy. So that's probably why the Judge Azcarate had a little bit more hesitancy in allowing Tasya Van Reed to come in, is because her reputation here is less to do with her being a DV abuser and more about being hoaxy. Keith Blanchard says, for video deppos, how does time against both sides get calculated? Does all of it go against the side that introduces it, and do they agree to include cross? There's some kind of an agreement that's behind the scenes that we don't know about. But my guess is that each side has certain portions of the depo testimony that they want to be in. So that's why you've got these little splices. They are just basically taking out and then inserting the portions that they want from the overall much longer depo, because these depositions, generally speaking, are going to be at least a half a day, more likely a day, or in some cases multiple days. So they're taking out the portions that they want. So you might have Amber's side saying, well, we want, this timestamp, this timestamp, this timestamp. And then Johnny Depp's side says, well, we want the timestamps in between. So my guess is that what would make sense in this case is that however much time each side wanted to introduce is what gets counted against each side. But I don't know for sure. This is me kind of like theorizing. Azar Priyamofrad said, or Priyamofrad, I'm so sorry if I'm butchering your name, says, when was the police video leaked? If it was after witness depots, why did they put them on trial? And why did the police show up twice? The police video was leaked in 2019. No. Yeah. 20. Was it in 2021? It was, I know for a fact that it was after Josh Drew testified. I know that for a fact because he didn't know about it when he testified. Let's see. And then if it was after Amber Heard witness depots, why did they put them on trial? Why did they put the witness depots on trial? Because they're available. That's why. Regardless of whether they knew or didn't know, that actually kind of makes it. Oh, sorry. People are saying 2021 and 2020. So probably 2020 is my guess. Okay. Thank you guys. Yeah, it actually is a little bit more credible. If they didn't know about that, then that's one less thing for them to be able to sort of like bend their testimony to. But then it's actually not credible because then it doesn't actually fit. So, and then I guess the last question is, why did the police show up twice? The reason for that is because they actually got two separate calls. So the police had to respond to both of them. Alejandro Lopez says, why are they calling Ellen Barkin the queen of #MeToo? I don't know. My supposition is that it probably has something to do with her being an advocate of Me Too, I guess. But I don't know. I don't know for a fact. RH are defendants witnesses normally so angry looking in your opinion, or is it just an age phenomenon? Are defendants witnesses normally so angry looking? In my opinion, do they normally look so angry? I don't think that all of them looked angry. Like Raquel didn't look angry. She looked sad and anxious. Same thing with Josh Drew. Who else? Io didn't look particularly angry to me either. Yeah. Deborah Lee says, how do the judges get selected for cases like this? Random. I bet this judge felt like she drew the short straw. Yeah, cases get assigned to judges, generally speaking. And then a judge can recuse themselves if they have a possible conflict of interest, or even just like the mere perception of a conflict of interest would be a reason for a judge to recuse himself. But otherwise, it gets assigned to them. Hippo Mama says, Adam W. Depo, this Depo would tell me JD's team is stonewalling if AH redirect was better. Right now, I feel like this is incompetent. Thoughts? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's possible that the jury could be looking at it and saying that they are trying to hide behind this this privilege. That's one of the worries. It's one of the concerns with allowing all of that testimony in with all of those questions, with knowing that the answer is attorney-client privilege. Blurry Light says, will witness be in on Friday tomorrow? So there's no testimony today. There's testimony Monday through Thursday, and then next Friday is closing arguments. Carly loves Still Life by Big Bang says, what's the connection between Amber Heard and Disney? Isn't Aquaman Warner Brothers? What am I missing? By the way, is the Boogeyman trial also live on TV? So first question is, what's the connection between Amber Heard and Disney? I think that the connection for Disney is Johnny Depp, unless I'm missing something. So yeah, Aquaman is Warner Brothers. I don't know if there was another project that she had been trying to work on that was Disney. I didn't get that from any of the testimony, unless I have missed something. Maybe I wasn't paying attention for a particular question. But the I think that the point of Disney is more for Johnny Depp than Amber Heard. And then as to the boogeyman, that is referring to Marilyn Manson, the boogeyman that keeps coming up in this case. He has a defamation case against his ex, that's Evan Rachel Wood, for similar situation, DV cases, or DV claims, I should say. And he's filed a complaint, and it's early days for that case, but it is filed in state court, which means that there is a possibility that in California we could see cameras in that courtroom. If that's the case, I would love to live stream it. And regardless, I plan on covering the development of that case as well. I've like I said, I've covered the complaint. I went over the complaint before in a live stream before all of this stuff. So I would love to continue to cover it. Unfinished songs. This question, being most jurors are fairly young, millennials basically, could this pose a problem for JD given they're more enlightened regarding Me Too, etc.? What do you all think? Well, I would not assume that someone's age makes them more or less enlightened regarding Me Too. I would caution before making that conclusion, because you can have a young person that has always been skeptical of you can have a young person that has always been skeptical of Me Too. You can have an older person that is very strongly believing in Me Too, because they have been through situations where that they believe that should have been available for victims. At the same time, I think that we have a lot of folks in the chat that are fans of the Me Too movement, that are also fans of Johnny Depp's side in this case. So I think that, regardless of age, regardless of gender, regardless of everything else, I think that you have some human beings here that can also distinguish between the Me Too movement itself and someone who is trying to hijack the Me Too movement for their own purposes. Let's Get Started Again says, do you think AH won in the trial of public opinion in regards to his reputation? I mean, she wanted to hurt him. No, I don't think so. I think he's doing quite well in the court of public opinion, and I think that can be seen on social media because that's the most organic opinions that are out there, right? MSN or yeah, the MSM media, mainstream media. I think that is always going to have some sort of a filter, or at least a possibility of a filter. So yeah. Akilish Sharma says, or Akilish Sharma, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, says, so Dr. Richard is also giving a deposition today. Dr. Richard, I don't think so. No, we didn't have a Dr. Richard yesterday. We had a Dr. Blaustein. That was it. Yuki Hatake says, question, if JD physically abused, slap, punch, push, etc., Amber Turd, do you think it was defensively, accidentally, or purposefully in your thoughts? If JD physically abused, do you think it was defensively, accidentally, or purposefully? I mean, this is one of those things that I don't know how I feel for certain about it, but I do know that based on the evidence that we have, his seems to be the best testimony. His, to me, seems the most believable. So I have a tendency to put more weight on his explanations for what happened. I know that there's not everyone believes fully his explanation about the headbutt thing for December 15th, 2015, that incident. But I can see a situation where someone is going absolutely ballistic on him with hands and legs flailing everywhere and him trying to restrain them, and then that person also flailing with their head and them coming into contact. I can envision that. I can hypothesize that in my head. So I tend to believe him on those claims as well, because I haven't seen anything that really says otherwise. And I guess his delivery was good. Hartram says, can copyright be tracked since TMZ apparently owns the copyright to a leaked video? Yeah, in order to have a copyright, you have to have in order to claim copyrights is what I should say. You have to actually have like a right to the copyrights. You get that by creating the video. Otherwise, if you didn't create the video itself, you have to have bought the copyrights from the person who actually created it. So you have to have like a proper chain of custody, so to speak, in order for them to be able to claim it. So yeah. Rooter K says, how is this doctor just reading his vague notes and associating aloud? How can we discern flawed memory from speculation? The same way that we use our proper tools of skepticism, right? Like, I mean, if the alarm bells that are going off for you saying this guy is giving like very vague information are the same kind of alarm bells that could be going off for the jury. RJH00 says, this doesn't help AH IMO. Makes JD look more sympathetic, and maybe Age took advantage of his problems to abuse him. Also, why no doctor-patient privilege? So I agree that it makes him look much more sympathetic. There was a lot of sadness that came through in Dr. Blaustein's testimony. And why no doctor-patient privilege? Because he's essentially waived it by bringing his injuries into the case. There's also emotional injuries and all that kind of stuff. He's put those issues at issue. So he's essentially waived it by bringing it up. Trisha says, can you give a brief note of the difference between psychiatrist and psychologist? The terms have been used interchangeably at times. So there are many differences, and I know that there will be someone in the chat that is very much more knowledgeable about this than I am. But one way to distinguish between a psychiatrist and a psychologist, my understanding, is that a psychiatrist has the ability to prescribe medicine. That is not the only difference, but that's one of the bigger differences that people often point out. London UBH says, can JD's team still observe to the jury that JD's damage is on his L from AH's R hand, while AH's alleged bruise is not on her L? Oh, sorry, her left, as if from his right hand, but on her right, as if self-administered by her right hand. Yeah, they can point it out. They can point that out in closing. If they haven't pointed that out in cross-examination, it doesn't matter because him being right-handed is an evidence, isn't it? They can at least point out that they've seen him writing and drawing, or if they don't want to, they can also just leave that for the jury. They also are astute and they can put things together too. Someone is bound to notice that on the jury. Allie Wenham says, absolutely love you guys. Do you think they will bring in Jay's movie bloopers and hold them against him? Thanks for the mega brilliant insight. Thank you for your kind words and for your super chat. His movie bloopers and hold them against him. I think they would if they could. Mary Jeter says, doctor-patient confidentiality. Can he talk about the session? Yes, because he's waived them by putting them at issue. Tanesha Butler says, can the lawyers use pieces of audio of Amber in closing arguments to remind them of her, like the cackling, taunting, etc.? Yes. Yes. Expect them to bring in all of those audio tapes during their closing arguments. FLDB says, question, does anyone know how much time redirect for Amber Heard compared to JD was? Do you think Amber Heard's team spent too much time on redirect for Johnny? Yes. But although you're referring to redirect for Johnny, I think you mean cross-examination for Johnny. Yeah. So the time for, generally speaking, Johnny Depp's team has reserved a lot more time. They've saved a lot more time by being more efficient in this case so far than Amber Heard's team. In fact, they have more than double her time at this point. Joe Mendoza says, do the 8 hours in AH's team include closing arguments? No. Oliver Olson says, today aside, do you think the Heard team made a tactical error by having Amber on before her witnesses from yesterday? Without Amber's bad acting in today's garbage, I might have given more sympathetic. I kind of agree. I don't know. I mean, we've discussed this quite a bit. I remember when Natalie Lawyer Chick was on the channel the other day, we were talking about this. She said that she still would have put Amber on first. I don't know. I think I would have still wanted to have her friends and other people before her. Maybe don't put put Amber like last, but like somewhere in the middle, maybe. I don't know. I mean, either way, bad facts are bad facts. Ashanti Fables says, did defense rest? If not, who's next witness on Monday? They haven't yet rested. I don't know who the witness is yet. Susie Scott says, if the jury have laptop audio, must be a win for JD. Laptop audio. I think you might be referring to like if the audio can be played for the jury in deliberations. The answer to that is yes, and that would be a good thing for Johnny Depp. I mean, for the most part. Christian Raid says, what are your favorite Johnny Depp movies? Oh, there's a lot. There's a lot there. Edward Scissorhands is a fantastic one. Pirates of the Caribbean 1 is the best one in my opinion. 2 is good. 3 starts to get a little downhill from there. But all of those movies are great. What else is there? What's Eating Gilbert Grape is a great movie. What else? I mean, I just honestly like most of the ones that are famous, I love those movies. He's got a lot of good ones. Jessica Haskett says, question, if AH team ran out of time, could they not cross in rebuttal? Also, thank you for all your long streams. Of course. Thanks for hanging out with me. If they run out of time, they cannot cross on rebuttal. They cannot. Sucks to suck, right? I mean, I shouldn't say that. Maybe not sucks to suck, but sucks to plan your time that way, if that's the case. Uzga Confidant says, will 10-hour difference be an issue? It might. It certainly might. It depends on how, I want to see how Monday turns out, but it might. Tammy Time says, question, how about Whitney and her friends tearing apart Amber's closet to set up JD? Could have been the case. It could have been. Desiree Dornbush says, question, can you contact lawyer and pay them to help fill out a document? Poor can't afford an actual lawyer. Can you contact a lawyer and pay them to help fill out a document? There are, you know what? I will say that there are some legal tech platforms, depending on what it is that you want help with. There are some platforms out there that are designed to sort of smooth out some of the busy work that lawyers would be doing to make things more expensive or less expensive. If you have questions on that kind of stuff, specifically, if that's the kind of thing that you're talking about, just shoot me a message somehow, and I'll see if I can chat with you about how to direct you one way or another. Katie Rose says, "What's your thoughts on the TV show Suits?" I've never seen it. I'm sorry. Rexelian says, "Truly captivated by the trial and your commentary on the lawyer's performance. Now seriously considering career switching to law. Thoughts?" Uh, if you do it, my recommendation is have some idea of what you might want to do with it, because it is a very fascinating thing to study for sure and to talk about and chat about. But the ones that are happiest, I think, have an idea of what they want to do with their legal education, legal expertise, legal experience. So that would be my main thought. C minor OP 67. OP, probably Opus 67. It says, question, how's Wednesday successful when everyone's inconsistent? It's successful because they still got bad, like, information that is contradicting Johnny's side. And it somewhat, in some ways, still corroborates Amber's side. But I do agree that it's very limited in its success for Amber because of the inconsistencies with her testimony. DIY Tinker says, question, did the experts say if the tweets had multiple hashtags? Did he double count those tweets? How did he validate his data? How does that kernel experience to social media? So many questions. Okay, yeah. Let's break this down. Did the experts say if tweets had multiple hashtags? I don't remember if he talked about multiple hashtags within one tweet. Did he double count those tweets? I don't know. How did he validate this data? Yeah, no, I agree. There's a lot of uh like questions here that remain unanswered by the way in which he did his thing. Yeah. By that he did his analysis. Amanda Lucero Serenity says, I'm behind, but on the negative data guy, he only took data from Twitter. To me, you need to gather more data from other social platforms, Facebook, Insta, etc. Example, I don't use Twitter, but I use other socials, not accurate data collecting. I mean, yeah, it definitely doesn't it doesn't cover the full social media experience. But I could push back on that a little bit and say that if Amber says that was the main way that she was engaging with the public through social media is through Twitter, then I could see him limiting his analysis to that, because that would be pertaining to her PTSD or alleged PTSD as a result of the hoax claims. Cam Thompson says, question, Amber cast Justice League 3 movie Amber cast Justice League 3 movie deal, but her appearance cut from Justice. What did the director or editor not like? Obligation, next movies, first appearance of Amber, then role reduced A2. Ha. Yeah, there's all kinds of questions there, right? And how does that all fit in with her supposed damages in terms of the movie roles that she's getting as a result of the damages, quote unquote, for the hoax claims? Paula Ursino says, just got home from work. Court's still going. What high points did I miss? I'll go back and watch, but still. Yesterday, there weren't that many high points. I mean, the main high point was the lawyers, the panel lawyers' growing frustration with Adam Waldman's testimony, not because of anything that Adam Waldman was saying, but because of the fact that it looked like he shouldn't have been deposed in the first place, because everything had to do with attorney-client privilege. That was one of the highlights. Another highlight was actually getting Amber Heard's expert witness to talk multiple times about the Justice for Johnny Depp hashtags and the Amber Turd hashtags, and to talk about how popular those hashtags are, basically showing what public sentiment is on this particular case, and getting all of that in front of the jury through Amber Heard's own witness. It was such a self-own and just absolutely nuts. And I'm also going to now open this up to other panels of their lawyers. So I know that Uncivil Law has been in here, and I think he probably like just left. So I'm gonna open this to folks here. Okay, cool. So I have sent it out to LawTube friends, and that should be good. Ah, Andy the Game Maker, you became a member. You didn't have to, brother. That is my actual brother. Love you. Thanks for supporting. One of the most supportive brothers ever. Ileana Hagena. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. I definitely did at least one way. Amber Heard's team's strategy with witnesses seems similar to their strategy with her testimony, where it's like, let's say a bunch of loose accusations and see what sticks, which something may. Well, the problem with that strategy is that it looks weak. If you don't have like one strong narrative and you're just trying to throw out a bunch of weak arguments, it starts to look like, okay, this is the best you have. Clearly you have nothing better. Then everything looks much more weak. Cam Thompson says, question, merch, LawTube University, megabytes lawyer. I love it. I love it. Mark says attorney-client isn't master-servant relationship, right? So JD would actually have to instruct him to make statements for vicarious liability. That's exactly correct. And they can't get that because of the attorney-client privilege. Millie Herbig says, is the closing included in the time that's left or is it separate? Love you guys. Go LawTube. Go LawTube. No, it's separate. It's not included. Sean Robertson says, how much time does each side have left? Amber Heard side has 8 hours and 14 minutes left. Johnny Depp side has 18 hours and 30 minutes left. Jeannie 145,900 says, does the time left include closing arguments? Nope. Kathy at 40 says, have you discussed the Bruce Witkin testimony damaging to Johnny? We have I went over it in the recap, which hopefully will be oh, James also is here. Hey. Okay. Yes. I'm sorry guys, just for a second. Okay. So the Bruce Witkin testimony, it could be damaging to Johnny. It could be, but in some respects, sure. But what I got from Bruce Witkin here was that at the end of 2017, Johnny Depp became distant from him. And he, got, I guess, angry with him. He hasn't seen him since 2018. The thing that I think about with that is that Johnny Depp was going through a lot in 2017. He had been accused of DV by his ex-wife. And I see in the chat that I should watch Finding Neverland. I have seen Finding Neverland. It was really good. That was another really good one. Thank you for reminding me of that one. But yeah, I mean, in 2017, 2018, he was kind of going through a lot. Bruce Witkin, the one thing that could be damaging to Johnny through his testimony is the fact that he said that people on payroll don't say much, not all, but some. Like that is the one thing that I think could be damaging to him. But at the same time, the jury has seen all of those witnesses testify before this point, and they are also able to use their own BS meter, right? So they can calibrate that against what somebody else says. And this is somebody else who is being brought in to testify against him anyway. Ethan Allen says an attorney's appearance and tone means a lot. It's why OJ jurors didn't like Marsha Clark. Would anyone do a Q&A for law students? 100% I would do a Q&A for law students. If there's an interest in that, yeah, I would definitely do that. Yeah. But yeah, personality can absolutely make a difference. Babylonian Rising says, I had to attend to a dog situation. Is Ian staying in tow for the final week? I hope your dog situation is better. But Ian is not going to not staying for the final week. He said, or Larry told us earlier that he's already on a plane to go back to America's Hat, also known as Canada. I hope Canadians aren't offended by me calling Canada America's Hat. Of course, I'm kidding. I love Canadians. I even have family in Canada. Ian Kinsel says, I'm confused about all these witnesses who made me feel bad for JD. Weren't they supposed to be on Amber Heard's witness list, or was there just one big mix-up? No, yeah, they were. They were called by Amber Heard's side. If you feel if what they testified to only makes you feel more support for Johnny, that's the way you feel. Next one. We might have some technical difficulty. Oh, there we go. Okay. Collector's Digest says, need my healthy bites of legal coverage. Great job. Love James. That guy's going places. And I absolutely cannot wait for Uncivil's rap album. Mrs. Bites, congratulations on all the success. God bless. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Those are such kind comments from you. And yeah, James is awesome. I definitely so he DM'd me to ask if I wanted him to come in. I sent him the link and I said, come in whenever, because I would love to chat with him too. I also want to chat with him about his background, how he got into deciding to go and check out the trial every day and all that kind of stuff. I would love to hear. Let's hear his origin story, right? But yeah, absolutely. And also Kurt's rap album. I'm hearing something about a rap album from him. I've heard from a few places. He's also a great singer. He does a lot of singing on his channel, if you guys don't already know that, which is awesome. Itty Bitty says, question, what stuck with more than most is the stairs incident. All of these friends, including sister, and no pictures of video. Where's credibility? I agree. It's and I don't want to say that we should have an expectation that every DV victim needs photos of the injuries, because there are all kinds of reasons why someone might not want to take photos in a real DV incident. But you can also think of it this way. The way that she has described the events was very vague on the parts that matter and very specific on the parts that don't. That also tracks the evidence that she has in terms of photos and videos and audio. Very specific, a lot of detail in photos of the stuff that doesn't matter, and zero a photo or video or audio evidence of the things that do. Maybe not zero, right? Because she's got some photos of bruises and that kind of stuff, but those are still very vague, because she's taking these photos in poor lighting. She's not taking these photos in bright lighting where you can see things very clearly. She's not taking videos of her trying to like move her face and showing the sensitivity on her face. But yeah. Amanda Wright says, have they brought up that the worst part of her injuries are on the right side of her face? With Johnny being right-handed, shouldn't her injuries be on the left side of the face? Doesn't add up to me. Hope JD wins. A lot of people have pointed this out. Yeah, that's a possibility. Matthew Carr says, do you think Jennifer Howell will appear on video? Also, what would you put the odds of JD winning with the hours remaining and current testimonies? Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be if she would testify by video deposition or in person or by live link. I don't know, because we don't have any indication, because she's a rebuttal witness, and so that's kind of a catch-all for Johnny Depp's side is whatever witnesses that they need for a rebuttal that come up. So I really don't have an answer for that one, but the odds of Johnny Depp winning with the hours remaining, I think that the more that time delta widens between the two sides and how much time they have going into the rebuttal, the more confident I feel about him being able to really stick the landing at the end of this trial. Minnesota Mickey says, once the jury get it, they come back on Saturday. Do they call court back on Saturday, or we wait for Tuesday? Oh, so yeah, if they don't reach a verdict by the end of Friday, I don't think that they're going to be going in on Saturday, because it also is a holiday weekend then. So Saturday, Sunday, Monday, that's all a holiday weekend. We're almost through with the last of the super chats, which means I can turn on super chats for folks that would like it. But yeah, so if they don't reach a verdict on what was I going to say? If they don't reach a verdict on by the end of Friday, I think that they're going to be going to Tuesday. MLD says, what if AH is the bad one here? Elaine's last word. I don't think Elaine would say that. But yeah. Chanel Taylor says, what are lawyers and experts in field pertaining to the trial not allowed on the jury? Oh, why? Why? Wouldn't you want people who know the law and the specific topics to help make a verdict? Love you guys. The reason for that is because they want people so the attorneys involved in the case on either side, they all want they want to be able to control the information that the jury is using to decide the case at the end of the day. They don't want people bringing in their independent knowledge. So if you have Nurse Liz on the jury, in this case, she's got all kinds of independent information that she can bring in and say, guys, like 100%, I've seen a million cases, finger injuries just like that one. And without a doubt, there is no doubt in my brain that this is from, a glass shard coming in and cutting off the part of his finger. You know what I mean? Like you would have people like that can instantly become like leaders in the deliberation for certain things, and they can totally shift how the jury comes together. Yeah. Mimi Mary says, what's going to happen next week? Sorry, just joined. So next week, we've got 4 more days of testimony, Monday through Thursday. And then Friday, we've got closing arguments. Maggie Sherlock says, regarding Australia incident, Amber's story primarily takes place behind the bar post finger. Only photos of blood in the bar area was in front of the bar, i.e. where Johnny's story took place. So let me read that again. Regarding the Australia incident, Amber's story primarily takes place behind the bar post finger. Only photos of blood in the bar. Yeah. Interesting points. The jury has. I would hope the jury has noticed all this stuff. They'll be analyzing it. They'll be taking a look at it, and they may have noticed the same thing. Jewel Vang says, what skills and interest make a good lawyer? I have a curiosity to maybe be one, but not sure if it's for me 100%. Let me see here. All right, guys. So what skills and interests make a good lawyer? I think having a good sense of skepticism sometimes. Logic puzzles, somebody says in the chat. For sure. I think having people that are I don't know, like willing to look at multiple perspectives of something. Basically that kind of stuff. Yeah. Also, if you have an interest in the law, generally speaking. Ian Kinzel says, I'm confused about all these witnesses who made me feel bad for JD. Were they supposed to be on AH's witness list, or was there just one big mix-up? Yeah, we answered this one already. Interesting that it came in twice. Okay, Tempura says, question for lawyer I'm sorry, he's not here. Oh, okay, cool. James says that he'll be here in 5 minutes. Okay, yeah, no worries. Okay, see you soon. Okay, question for lawyer how is it possible for depositions to be played in court when opposing counsel cannot cross-examine the witness? Well, they've been cross-examined in the deposition itself. So both attorneys have had an opportunity to ask questions of that particular witness. Yeah. So that's that. Janet Ridgway says, does Alita live overseas? Yes, I do. Currently. Anything else? Are there any more super chats? Is there redirect during rebuttal? Yes. Yes, Brittany King. There definitely is. Stephanie K. Lynch says, coffee on me, Alita. Oh, thank you. Hogue, don't you find that the mainstream media is also gaslighting? Like, how can you make such statements with the trial evidence? I kind of tend to agree. I do kind of tend to agree. Becky Montgomery says, question, got my law degree is from Law 2, but I don't remember a lesson saying having a vagina makes you incapable of lying. That's because that is not a thing. You are absolutely capable of lying. And it looks like the rest are from Muffin Man. Go ahead and put those on the screen anyway. Okay. So, these are gamer questions. You know what? Then you know what? Let's do the other ones that are not for Hogue and the ones that are just like statements or whatever. Because I know that there's those as well. Sorry, I'm communicating to him. Just I could text with him, but this is a lot easier. So you guys are getting half of a conversation. Wendy's Cafe says, Rob, are you going to try to go to court next week for rebuttals and closing? He said that yes. Yeah, he said he's gonna be there, I think Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I think is what he said. Charlie Harris is, Rob, how are you feeling about Amber's case? Out of 10. Well, he's not here. I'm sorry, guys. But I think he's feeling like very negligible about her case from last I talked to him. The Outsider says, I feel like I'm going crazy when I see AH supporters say Johnny had all the power and couldn't be abused by Amber. Power dynamics are not that simple. Yeah, there are multiple types of power in any kind of a relationship. And money and fame and celebrity are not the only things that can be wielded against one another. Benasuki says, this case has public, like the OJ case, but we have a better Chew, Ben, Baca, Amber. Yeah, absolutely. Reagan C says, need whole jury deliberation process explained. Are jurors in a private room? Do both teams sit in court every day waiting for them to be done? So the jurors are in a box basically that has like walls that are like the height of like an armchair, like the arms on an armchair, right? You've got like a box around them. People can see them, they can see people. So it's they're not in a private room here. They are just kind of in a designated area. They have special seating that they get to sit in. But other than that, they are the jury. But you're talking about the jury deliberation process. Yes, sorry, they are in a private room. The bailiff will be outside the room. They're not allowed to in, but they are. They'll stand just outside to make sure that obviously no one goes in and out that isn't supposed to, and then also to make sure that they get anything that they need. So the jury might have. They'll talk about the case. They'll deliberate, and then they'll say like, oh, we have a question about this. Can we see this piece of evidence? Can we see that piece of evidence? And they'll send a note out to the judge requesting certain things. They might have access to a bathroom in there to make sure that people can just kind of like freely go in and out of the deliberation room in the bathroom and still have seclusion. But basically they go from morning until night and they are deliberating that entire time until they reach a decision. So April Dawn says, Rob, I don't need foot pictures because feet are creepy, but you can marry me. But honestly, it's funny to watch how shy and embarrassed you get from the attention. I would run away too. Love you guys. It is very cute. Wendy's Cafe says, basically it says that Whitney and AH lied under oath. Could be. Sydney T says, thank you to everyone on the panels for all of the expertise, comedy, and sense of friendship throughout watching this trial together. Of course. Heather C says, I find myself nodding along as if you are friends. For real, we are friends. Who said we weren't friends? Bernard says, make sure you both sleep in JD bedding. I think you mean the clean version of his bedding, right? Runkle tweets. Yes, he's got some really great tweets, especially when he's really tired and cranky. Jillian Smanoto says, Whitney's statements via Howell should be admissible under Virginia Rule 2801 D1. Okay, hang on. I may be slacking here on my rules here. I'm going to screenshot that and look that up. Thank you. Vippy Yeah says, thank you to everyone on the panel for the daily good job. Love to be here with you guys. Love from Germany. P.S. I fall in love with Rob's voice. He's got a great voice, right? He has a wonderful voice. Thank you so much for the generous super chat and the kind words. Objectionable law. Ashley D. Harrison says big media is correct. Some extreme sides of the web are condemning AH with sexism and not facts. Law tubers are trained in fact finding. I would agree with that. I do think that there are some people that are trying to use it as an excuse to just kind of spew things that they want to spew. But someone who's not spewing anything is Mr. James from court. James, how are you doing?
Hey there, I'm doing well. I feel rested and great. How are you?
Oh, good. I still haven't quite had a chance to rest, but I'm gonna get that after this live stream for sure. So so have you thought anything more about the trial since yesterday, since we chatted, since you've had a chance to rest?
Yes, in a few ways. About the jury, I've thought about that more, but I've actually been recently chatting with a friend of mine who is definitely like in the middle of the road of this. He hasn't been following the case as much. So he's seen like bits and pieces, but he definitely is not as maybe on the side of Johnny as a lot of other people I've been talking to. So I'm getting a lot of different perspectives. It's interesting to hear about people who might support or sympathize at least with Amber Heard.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it's a lot to process, especially this week, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Yeah, it is always interesting when you kind of like sort of like take your head out of the tunnel that we've been in, like watching this trial day in and day out, and then you kind of check in with people that haven't been watching every single minute of it, and then to sort of have a conversation with them and kind of like be like, oh yeah, like I have to explain some fundamental points here about this trial so that they can understand what's going on here. Like, oh yeah, like whoops, not everybody knows about this case. And then to see like their perspective, their initial like standpoint that they have on it, and then how they kind of react to the various points that you bring up and trying to sort of lay the foundation and explain the case and hopefully as fair a way as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. We were having a discussion about Dr. Curry, basically, and I personally felt like she was rather credible, but I mean, he brought up valid points about people who might feel like the fact that she had a dinner meeting that was over drinks with Johnny Depp really might have tainted her testimony in certain ways, or at least biased. And I obviously Amber's attorneys made those points in court, but it's interesting to hear perspective from other people who you might feel that way more so. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And also here's a super chat from yesterday that we got for you from the Free Hawaiian. Says, can you ask James if any reaction to the perjury LAPD statements? If you can remember.
Yeah, I know. I have to say there's not a lot of reactions, and again, the ones that I really want to know about, they wear masks, so it's hard. That was, again, it was during a time when people were zoning out, so you had people that weren't really paying attention. There's a couple of interested ones who they definitely wrote that down. They were listening and wrote it down, but not much facial expressions in a moment like that. It's more so like the back and forth that elicits emotion in the juries at this point.
Yeah. I can understand that. We've had so many video depositions at this point that they may just be like totally turned off to listening at all to any more of them at this point. So yeah, and so that anybody, folks in the chat are wondering, there are a few super chats left from yesterday, but they are all for Rick Hogue. So I think I'm gonna take down this screen share for yesterday's super chats, and I'll reserve these for if Rick can join us at some point. I don't know what he's doing with his day, if he is just hanging out with family. Has absolutely every right to do that. Hopefully relaxing a bit. But if he doesn't come on today, I'm going to try to save these for the next time that he does show up, so that we can chat with him and make sure that those get answered, at least get put in front of him. So let me answer this one real quick first, because this one is pretty pertinent, and also very generous. Thank you, DCRU Seeds. Says, hi, I heard someone earlier say that they would promote your channel for standing in line. I am former military with a gaming review and preview channel who would be interested in doing this. Not sure who to contact. Thank you. Yeah. So, oh, someone said that Rick is live right now. Oh, okay. Cool. So what was I going to say? Yeah. So the person to contact would be, you can email me for sure. There's the channel here. There's a contact place where you can find my email. Email me and put in the subject line, like line standing volunteer or something. I will put you in contact with Nurse Liz, or get a link to you for the sign up sheet or whatever. Cause there's an online sign up that Liz has put together. I just don't have it right in front of me. She may have even emailed it to me at this point, and I've got a number of things on my plate here, but email me. I will get that information to you. You can also email or DM Larry, the DUI guy who was on here earlier. He's also linked in the description below. So yeah. Anyhow, yeah. So interesting stuff from this past week, and with noticing the jury. I know that you said before that some of the folks that do have those masks on, I mean, it's super interesting to hear from them, right? Or to see their expressions. Part of me wonders if like that's part of the reason why they've got those masks on in the first place, is just to sort of like keep some anonymity and keep a better poker face. But I don't know.
Yeah.
It's very interesting to have these juries in the age of COVID.
Yeah, it is. And you would expect maybe, okay, well, one, it's a government building, but although no one else really wears masks in the building, to be honest, the one, some of the ones that wear are quite young, although I know that, a lot of people my age, still, especially in this area, I have to say Northern Virginia is still a place where a lot of people wear masks. A lot of people still wear masks in the stores, restaurants and stuff. So it's not totally uncommon. But the one juror did take off his mask the last day, yesterday, for a little bit, but then he put it back on at the end of the day. So I do feel like part of it is to remain anonymous. I think some of the jurors understand how high profile this case is, and maybe they don't want the possibility of being recognized or followed or things like that. Yeah. So yeah, I definitely agree with that.
I would highly consider putting up with wearing a mask all day for 6 weeks for that purpose.
Yeah,
that for me would be a compelling enough reason to do it.
Yeah, but it makes it so much more entertaining for us to see all of their great facial expressions.
Oh, of course, of course. We love gleaning their expressions, their little micro expressions and things that they might be slipping and indicating to the public. Kurt, how's it going?
It's going well.
I see you have the Hulk smash background
Hulk
in your
smash.
kitchen right now. I love it. So yeah, we've got some new super chats to go through, but otherwise we're talking about the jury in this case so far with James. Hey James, by the way, I meant to ask you, how did you get into this case in the first place? What drew you in, and what possessed you to decide to stay up late at night every single night and to stand in a line for this case?
Yeah, well, if I have to be totally honest, you all. I mean, I was watching Emily D. Baker and I was watching you on Legal Bites for weeks. I've actually been watching y'all even before this with like the Jussie Smollett cases and some other things. Maybe it was the pandemic, being working from home, not being in an office, that I just, started streaming YouTube and listening to all these, different legal cases that I found interesting. So yeah, I decided that this one particularly stuck out because there's so much connections between different issues. I mean, obviously there's the celebrity, it's Johnny Depp, whatever, but I think we have an intersection of societal problems, like especially Me Too, and what extent are we willing to just take people's allegations at face value? And cancel culture, how, are we willing to just cancel people and ruin their lives and their careers over things, even if they're true? I think that, and then also a big part for me is the media versus the people in this, because what you've seen is an insane difference between coverage of what the corporate and legacy media say about this case, and then when you see just one of the regular people, but also like you all who represent the people. Like, I mean, obviously there's a reason why your all's channels have blown up during this case. It's because you all give people content, not only content that's like, you break it down in ways that people can understand the legal way, but, you express opinions that real people have, not just some corporate, branded PR narrative. So I think that to me is why this case is so particularly interesting. And then I was really just driving back home from my parents' house in Connecticut, and they used to live here in the area. So I always stop here, and I figured why not go and report on it.
Amazing. Amazing. So are you, I mean, I don't want to like dox you or anything, but I'm curious if you're a student or if you're working or if you're in an independent kind of field that you have some flexibility to be spending so much time at trial right now.
Yeah, independent. I've worked in politics as an organizer and things like that, and I do PR
Okay.
kind of from home and freelance. And yeah, I just kind of stopped by for a few days, but then it kind of became a bigger thing. And then the videos of me in the courtroom started going around TikTok and all this, and it just turned so much into a bigger thing. I couldn't have imagined that. Now I've decided, to put, more effort into it for sure.
Amazing. I think that happened with so many people, both on the panel and also people in the chat, that just were like, "Oh, I'll just pop in for a minute here," and then one thing led to another. Like, remember Kurt, remember after day one when you were like, "You're really gonna do this for 6 weeks?" And I was like, "Yup," and you're like, "Okay, I'll check in with you in a couple of weeks," and next thing we know, he's here like every single day.
I thought you were out of your mind.
It sucks you right in. That's what happens.
I thought you were out of your mind, but apparently you recognize something I didn't, because your channel has grown by what, almost fivefold at this point?
Something like that. It's been insane. It's been, I mean, but the thing is, what I saw a community of people that were hungry for information that they knew they were not going to get from the mainstream media. And so and this was already such a fascinating case. I mean, James, for all the same reasons that you were saying before, that this is just, it's one of those that, of course, yeah, there's the celebrity aspect. Yes. And then
Did you realize that you have grown your channel by the size of your channel every single week for 5 weeks? Every single week, you have gained what you had as an entire channel again.
That's
every
incredible.
week.
Yeah, because if you think about it, that's fivefold, right? We've been doing this 5 weeks, right? And so you're fivefold. So yeah, every single week you've gained your channel over.
My initial channel. Yeah.
Initial channel over. I
yeah.
guess,
I thought you meant like each week. It's
no,
like
that would just be
doubled
great. That'd be amazing. To the fifth. Sorry.
Yeah.
No.
Nam Win, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Says transparency can only help the truth. Thanks, James. Yes, exactly. Yeah. The super ironic what is it, the catchphrase for the Washington Post isn't it democracy dies in darkness?
Ironic, right? Coming from them.
Yeah. I mean, because that's the source of this whole thing. Anyway, sorry, I was cutting you off. You were just about to say something, James.
Oh shoot. Oh no, I was just talking about your channel. So your live streams, I mean, doubled, I mean, since the start of this, between you and Emily D. Baker. I mean, she went from 30,000 to 50,000 to 110,000, and you the same thing. From I remember in the beginning, it was like 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. I mean, it's incredible, and it just shows how well of a good of a job you all do and resonate, I think, with the people's opinions and stuff like that. So
thank you. I think the other part of it too, though, is just that it also really speaks to the fact that people want to learn about this stuff, and the resources that are put in place that are more institutional are just not cutting it. They're not doing the job that they should be doing. So then you have folks like us that are just filling a gap just by talking about stuff. So
yeah, and you can tell it bothers them because when they come after someone like Rob, who is the least, I think, probably right-wing person ever, but they just label him like this kind of like troll because he tries to prove one of her things wrong in a real way. Like instead of like more work, more investigative work than they would ever do, you know, but they just have to knock him. You know, they don't even send people to court. You know what I mean? These media organizations, and yet they have all these opinions about the people who are really there trying to report on it. So it's no wonder that no one watches these news stations everywhere anymore, and everyone consumes their content online like I do on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah. And I see a bunch of people coming in from Rick Hoag's live stream. Hey guys, welcome. And I know Kurt, you sent a bunch of people earlier from your live stream.
The redirect thing worked the other way around. It was nice.
Yeah, it was nice. It was cool seeing at the top of the chat saying like, you have a bunch of people coming from Uncivil Law. It was cool. Let me see if I can get some super chats, and then hopefully we can get some maybe there will be some jury questions for James too. But I mean, but either way, we'll get some good discussion. Uncivil Law, thanks so much for becoming a YouTube member. You didn't have to do that. You're on here all the time anyway. Maddie B says, what do you mean?
I want to be a legal biter.
I love it. Yes, you are a legal biter. Maddie B says, what do you mean when you say Elaine hasn't been with AH this whole trial? Also, congrats on your streams for almost hitting 1 million each. Thank you. It's been crazy to look at that number go up each time that I look back at these live streams. So when that Elaine hasn't been with Amber Heard this whole trial, I think that what you're referring to is when I said that she initially was like next to the wall and she had one attorney next to her, but now yesterday she was sitting in between two different attorneys on either side. So she's kind of sitting more in the formation of like how Johnny's been sitting with his attorneys around him this whole time. It just looks so much more supportive. It looks like he's more like the center of a team. He's got a bunch of people that are like, we're here for you. Whereas Amber, it looks like she's been like sent off to Siberia, like off in the corner. And like you can see her maybe from a distance, like, hello over there. But like, no one wants to be around her. That is how it looks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I meant by that. Carolyn JW19 says, I think you missed my super chat from yesterday. If it's one that is a question for Rick Hoag, we are reserving it. But if not, we did have a lot, and I apologize if we missed it, but I'm definitely trying to.
You're definitely
hit every
doing your
one.
absolute best, Alita, and so
Thank you.
Cut her some slack. She's trying.
Oh no, but I do take to heart that people are. Anytime somebody is parting with cash, hard-earned cash, for something that I really want to respect that as much as possible, regardless if it's a $1 super chat or a $400 super chat. Like this is people that are digging into their pockets for all kinds of stuff. So Fuimus 57 says, IMHO, if I was on the jury and AH kept looking my way with every answer, I would not look at her. Her looking at the jury is sort of creepy and intimidating, regardless of what she's saying. Yeah.
I'll say that,
so James, tell us.
The jury finds it uncomfortable for sure. There's one juror who, well, I guess she's not up there, but when she at the end, he would not even look up at her because he found it so uncomfortable that she was up there staring at them. I mean, he was the closest to her, so it's not like he's going to be staring right at her. But I mean, she would stare like right down at him. So it's some of them do look over at her, especially they do want to see her reactions. But it was definitely awkward. They, I think, found it quite odd,
I can see why it would be unsettling. Larry was here earlier and we were talking about it, and I've talked about it before with Rob, and the metaphor that I give as a dog owner, my doggo here, is when you take them on walks and dogs will poop on the sidewalk and you've got to clean it up. A lot of dog owners are perturbed until they understand the reasoning for it, but they're perturbed by the fact that their dog will like make eye contact with them while they're pooping. Like, why? This is so awkward. This is so weird. And the reason for it is because they apparently, at least what's been explained to me, is that they are in the most probably one of the most vulnerable positions that they can be in. And so they're looking for like support, like you've got my back, right? Like nothing bad is going to happen to me. But it's kind of similar here where it's like, she's talking about some very personal and very intimate kind of things. And to make very strong eye contact with a perfect stranger over that can be very off-settling. So I can see someone being like, I feel like I'm intruding into your space here by meeting your gaze when you are telling me about this stuff, about this bottle incident, about all of this stuff.
That's such a great point. Imagine, she's up there and she just talks about, she's doing that crying thing, that hyperventilating where, there were no tears. I have to say, like in court, there were absolutely no tears. So maybe she was crying. So she was, if she was crying and she's explaining this truly, if it happened, horrific event that happened to her. And then, they go for a little bit, either like they stop because of an objection or something. And she kind of, and then while she's sitting there, she'll just stare at them. You would think like you would be crying, like, tissues, like looking down, like, but she's like staring at them like, hey, like, what do you think? Like, are you believing this? Like, look at me. Like, it's just weird. It comes off very off-putting. If I were, her publicist or PR person or otherwise, I would probably tell her to make very different choices.
Yeah.
Personally.
Yeah.
The fact she can't cry is endlessly annoying, and she should probably stop using Johnson & Johnson shampoo, and she'd be a lot more credible.
No tears.
Yeah.
I got it. I got that reference. I appreciate that. It's the on-off switch that seems to happen with her with the emotional testimony too was weird. And then on top of that, when like the next day she was like able to talk about the same topics but without the emotion, was like, wait, what happened? Like, is it no longer a problem for you to talk about this? Like, but I mean, it's like who hasn't had a situation? Well, I shouldn't say that. I was going to say, who hasn't had a situation where they've been crying in public? I have, and it sucks. When you like have no choice, but like you just like break down in front of other people. It's freaking embarrassing, right? Like it's like who wants to be doing that in front of other people? Like you're not composed in front of other people when you're breaking down like that. So I have never seen someone who has sincerely cried, who has decided to make eye contact with other people while they are sincerely crying. Like they are usually going to go inside themselves and kind of like clam up a bit, and then have to be pried open by other people around them in a supportive kind of way to be like, hey, talk to me, connect with me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And especially, that would be a regular person's reaction. And she, an actress, someone who is always about like, how am I being perceived? Especially just what you say, you should probably even be more embarrassed. You would expect like, and I guess I'm not super familiar with makeup, so I know there is run-free mascara and things, but maybe, like worried about her eyelashes or worried about, fixing something, or, it's, tears streaming down her face, or like, her nose is red and she's like wants to cover it or just doesn't want to be seen. But to sit there like poised and like look to the side and like look around and watch everyone and watch the jurors, and she'll do this thing where she'll like look at them, like, and then she'll like turn away and like look somewhere, and then she'll look back at them, and then she'll turn away. It's just weird. It doesn't come off authentic. And I just agree with what you said,
Yeah. And another thing too is that like when you have an authentic kind of like emotional meltdown, a lot of times your body also heats up a lot. You sweat, you turn red, you perspire sometimes too, like when that all happens. And she is going up there looking like she's wearing no makeup, and you don't see any like redness on her face, on her neck, on her, like, you know what I mean? Like there's none of those like bio signals that tend to come up when somebody breaks down in front of other people.
Yeah, and the jurors even closer than I am, and then they're closer than the cameras, and they have nothing else to do than watch people. So, I mean, they see that. I definitely believe that they see that and notice things like that.
Yeah. Lisa Lamb says this case should be taught in law school as a study in unforced errors. Also, James's smile when JD's lawyer says Amber Turd is priceless. Oh, I missed that. Oh no, I'm gonna have to go and find it.
It's a little funny. I can't help it. I mean, I just don't have a poker face, especially sitting all day in court.
Yeah, no, I would be the same way for sure. HW says AH outright contradicted herself at least one time on the stand, but a perjury charge is very unlikely. Why? Perjury charges are just very difficult because you have to prove that someone is lying. How do you prove that someone's lying without poking into the inside of their brain? It's you've got to find some kind of corroborating evidence to show that you can prove that they were lying. That's a really hard thing to do. So that's usually why. Paula Orsino says, question 1, did you see JD holding his heart, tapping his hand, breathing hard, and looking on face during therapist testimony? It broke my heart. Off topic. My grandma was Lithuanian. Middle name Zarelita. Loving your name. Thank you. Yep. A lot of I love hearing about folks like Lithuanian moms, dads, grandparents, and stuff. And hearing those kind of little tidbits. James, that's my background is Lithuanian. That's why
that was going to be my question. I was curious your name. So that's Lithuanian background?
Yeah. So it's in Lithuanian. The way that I pronounce it is like the Americanized version, but in Lithuanian it's pronounced Alita. But most non-Lithuanians in the United States have a hard time with that. So so I've gone by Alita. Hey Rick, how's it going?
It's going all right, Alita. How's it going for you? And I'm sorry, I'm speaking now like a radio DJ from the 1990s.
Hello, everyone out there. Welcome. I got
KZNX.
Yeah, that's right. Is everybody ready for Lollapalooza?
WBIZ.
I just finished a stream. I think I started when the gates were closed, so I'm happy that the gates are open to at least come in and say hi. How many super chats have you done already today? 400, 500?
We did all of them except for a few that are just for you. So we'll get those at a certain point before you leave. Yes. Some game and the thing is, like, I would answer them except they're like gaming questions and like your thoughts on stuff. So I'm like, I definitely am not qualified.
I love that we're corrupting Legal Bites with gaming questions. Keep it up, folks.
I love it too. I absolutely love it too. I just know that I won't be able to give them an adequate response on my own. So.
I'm here. No, I was talking about court TV leaks. And I was very, very animated about how ridiculous certain tweets are. So after you speak with Alita, if you want to come by, I have a very short stream, only an hour long, only an hour long, that talks about some ridiculous phraseology for what Court TV intimated was happening on jury instruction day of all days.
All right. Let me finish answering this super chat here real quick. So I didn't see him holding his heart and like that. I need to go back and look at that though, because I know that there was some very emotional testimony yesterday. My guess is what you're talking about is Dr. what's his name? Blaustein. I keep forgetting his last name, Dr. Blaustein.
Tom Selleck.
Mandy Patinkin. Is what I thought.
That's why I got so many comments saying Mandy Patinkin this morning. I see how it is. All right, it's Tom Selleck. We'll fight this out later.
Let's see here. So my editor said that there are some super chats in the log here that are particularly for James. So yeah, let's see if we can pull those.
Hey, James,
pull those up while he's here.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Let's get you some questions. I'm a little fired up right now. Try to ease back.
Ready.
Hey, Rob.
Hey guys, how's the mic? Too loud?
It's the law and lumber man himself.
It's
Your
good.
mic is always all right. Top 10 of Law Tube.
It's our Bob Vila. It's the Bob Vila to our Law Tubes, Rob.
Are your cameras improving?
Yeah, did you get a new
camera upgrade? Or did you just decide to actually focus it today? I don't know.
I focused it today. I focused it.
Awesome.
I'd like to request some projects involving Redwood. I'd like to see that. That'd be good.
Hey man, I'm ready to get back in the shop. People are like, so when are you going to start building something? And I was like, when is this trial going to be over?
How often have you all said, talk to me in June? Because I feel like I've answered that question to a number of people very recently.
Hey,
it's
Emily
Baker.
The wonderful Emily D. Baker. How's it going?
I'm good. It's good to see everybody. I'm I'm well. I had popped over to Hogue Stream because I had a few minutes as I was wrapping up doing a quick bit in a YouTube short. And I think I missed the end of the stream by like 30 seconds. And I was like, I needed to pour a whiskey.
That's how I treat my streams. You gotta get a little liquid in you before you pop over to me. Sure.
It's been really long week.
Yes, it has.
Oh my God.
You
Yes.
Lynn
Right.
Dixie.
So it's not just me. Like by the end of yesterday, I was like, I can't think. I cannot brain. My brain will not brain.
No, totally.
If any of you were around watching Ian and I and me navigating Ian and his exhausted self through breakdown of yesterday's debacle.
I was in the chat briefly, but your chat was flying because I don't think Ian was even prepared for that many people on a stream.
I'm not sure he knows where the slow mode button is.
He didn't, and he had no clue.
Oh my gosh. Well, Sapita Tavakoli wants to know, can James tell us about the jury's reaction when Johnny Depp was on the cross?
Hi, James. It's going to.
Oh yeah, sorry.
James,
Emily James.
You have no idea, all of y'all, but Emily, I got into Law 2 because of you. That's how I was introduced to everyone else on the team. So thank you very much. And apparently on Twitter, I need to jump on some questions people have for me too.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, take it easy, buddy. Your Twitter has been flooded.
I'm so glad you started Twitter.
Yeah. So
amazing. So yeah, what do you remember anything from when Johnny Depp was on cross-examination?
Yes, I remember bits and pieces. Juror 2, he laughed at points with Johnny Depp whenever Johnny Depp would, say something funny. Juror 5, or no, not Juror 5. Juror, who's she? Down 8, I guess, down at the bottom. She also smiled at Johnny Depp a few times during certain moments like that. I don't think that they loved some of the objections that were being made. When Johnny Depp was just answering a question, it would be like an objection. They'd kind of furrow their brows at points. This again was very much in the beginning, and I do think these are a good group of jurors. I think they are taking it very seriously. They look like highly educated, all of them, respectable people. So I think they really do want to be unbiased in it. And this was in the beginning, so they were trying to maintain that composure for sure.
Interesting. All righty.
That's totally fair.
Yeah. And then Mandic Diamante. Oh, I'm getting I hear my voice for a second. Sorry. Mandic Diamante says, how did the jury react to her coach saying she can't do tears when acting? Oh yeah. Yes. Did they respond?
Oh yes. Well, my favorite, Juror 9, all the way at the right bottom, he was just looking like, yeah, all of this is just BS. You know what I mean? And I think other ones were looking like, they remembered her on the stand. You know what I mean? So they remembered all of that. They remember seeing that. And I think that was I know the audience thought that was hilarious. We all kind of chuckled. You could hear people in the back definitely who are a little bit louder in the back rows kind of giggled to themselves. So.
Wow. Awesome. Is there another one for James? Here we go. Shout out to James for awesome Twitter profile photo of him sitting in court between Runkle and Whitney. By the way, had to refresh to make super chat appear. Oh yes. Yeah. Because I had super chats turned off at first because I needed to make it in here through my previous super chats. Oh, actually for this one first. Congrats, Emily, on 450K. Yes. Thanks. Freaking amazing.
It's been unprecedented. I couldn't have anticipated. I didn't anticipate. It's been wonderful. It's, I get to talk about what I loved doing. I loved being in court. It didn't work for me health-wise long-term, but I loved being in court. And this gets to be all the best parts without the hard parts. It's like getting to be involved with the sport you love without all the training and the diet protocol. I get to do court without prepping for court or losing sleep over court or waking up in the middle of the night taking notes over court. It's great.
Yeah.
The live viewership numbers that we've seen from you have really been phenomenal, because I remember at one period, this would be obviously a while back, but it was you, Alita, and Nick were all streaming at the same time, and you all had 20,000 live viewers, give or take. It was within the ballpark.
Yeah.
And now you have 120,000 viewers, live viewers. And I don't know if you have any thoughts on how that happened, because if you have a secret to the 6-fold increase of live viewer count, I'd love to hear what it is.
A lot of what I heard is this is what my office and I are now talking about. This is what my friends and I are talking about. So it's people being like, are you watching this? You need, like, it's, I think some word of mouth, but we've ended up the #1 stream on the Explore page. I don't know how YouTube determines that, though.
You're crushing it.
So. Amazing. Yeah, no, that's, I've gotten people saying the same thing about the live streams on this channel too. They're like, I have been telling everyone at work about this. They think I'm crazy, but I tell them to watch you anyway.
No, it's great because you have, and then the community recognizes themselves when they come into the chat and see each other, and it feels like an AOL chat room kind of blowing up on the side of your stream, and the community gets to be together. And you know, we have some certain rules on our channel, and that's, I think there are people who appreciate that. There's people who definitely don't, and they come in and they're like, wait, what? I'm out. And I'm like, that's okay.
Yeah.
So
no,
for sure. Build a community. Absolutely.
Yep, exactly. Okay. Tempura says, James, how many Indians on the jury? I think maybe just generally South Asians.
None.
Okay.
Nope.
Interesting.
I don't know if there's been a report.
I've seen reports of that earlier on in the trial. That's what I had seen reports of too. So I'm not surprised that question came in.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, Juror D is wearing a mask, and I pegged her as either African American or Indian, like it, because you can't see anything
facial
below
features.
the eyes.
Oh, I've seen her without her mask. I've seen her walk in her car. She's Black African American.
Okay. SM wants to know, what's the jury's reaction to the TMZ alert or TMZ alerted?
I think for stuff like that kind of goes into like the gossip, salacious stuff. So some of them they tune out to that, but I think it's definitely, you know, it's something that people wrote down, and for the jurors who already have kind of made up their mind, I think that's just another, you know, that's just more. It's just more, you know, more of the same for them that's going to help in the end.
Yeah, because some of them really might not care. Like the internet cares very deeply about the tea, because it's interesting, and people suspected this, and we hear about TMZ claiming they own the copyright, which is something I talked about because they tried to claim the copyright on my video, Alita too. So we care very deeply, but the jurors might be like, I don't care. It might shift when you get argument in closing, where they're like, this shows all the reasons this was being done, because that's very much Depp's theory of the case. And I wonder if that'll change during closing, or if the jury's going to go, I want to hear the audio, I want to see the pictures, and I don't care about what anything else that happened in this case.
Or Emily, in rebuttal, they can bring up the fact that TMZ does own the copyright as kind of a slam dunk on that testimony, that if she had the video, how did TMZ get the copyright?
I think there's a loop there, though, because the video was sent to IO. And I think there's a loop with the video being sent to IO that was really established. And I was like, oh, is the claim going to be that IO potentially sold the video? And we don't know why they're no longer friends. But if you sent your friend a video of your celebrity spouse, and then they sold it to TMZ, that could end a friendship. So I don't know if her team will try to intimate that, but they definitely opened the door for alleging it wasn't me and blaming IO for it.
That's true. IO would have a valid copyright claim. If I send a video to you and you sell it to TMZ, I mean, you can't sell the copyright. You didn't have it in the first place.
Do you think TMZ cares that deeply about trying to claim it on YouTube, or they're like, we paid for it? Like,
well,
that
especially
real deep legal.
Especially because then like let's just assume, let's flesh this out a little bit. Let's say the real owner comes around and says, like, I own the copyrights to this. Then, like, I mean, how do they really want to go down that road of like fighting about it?
She doesn't want to go down that road of fighting about it because it doesn't benefit her in any way, unless she wanted to get it taken down. Because if she didn't sell it and they had it, she had the authority to get it taken back down and didn't do so.
Yeah.
Well, and I need the money on the copyright infringement claim to pay off Johnny Depp. So there's that.
Well,
this is a solid point.
I was one of the few remaining people that Amber Heard hasn't directly thrown under the bus as part of this. So if they do that in closing arguments, we'll be pretty close to a bingo.
Everyone, including the current lawyers, under the bus.
Current lawyers, police officers. It was just a parade of everybody but me, and that's that's what hurts the sincerity as part of the storytelling.
I'm seeing
mean,
the chat
Hogan's
saying that
still-
TMZ is actually very good about not buying things from third parties. So that's good to know. I mean, Harvey Levin is an attorney, and that's good to know. So it'll be interesting to see. It's a valid argument. Like TMZ is claiming they own the copyright. The only person that could sell the copyright's Amber Heard.
Well, unless Amber Heard assigns the copyright with the video, and that hasn't been strictly the question asked.
That's never been asked. That's a very good point.
You know, so Amber says, here you go, Io. Do what you will.
Io, it's a work for hire. You were my photographer.
Here's a copyright assignment. You know, whatever happens, happens. You know what I mean?
They backed away from all those copyright claims real quick, though, didn't they? When they started getting called out online about it.
Oh, they really did. It was Homer Simpson backing into the bushes.
I saw Tamara Judge backing into the bushes.
There you go. There you go.
Inception.
E-Watching says, James, what did the jury think about the hashtag testimony and the support for JD? Did they respond or did they not connect on the Amber Turd?
Amber Turd seemed to respond to the Amber Turd. She seemed.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard. They, again, a lot of that, I think, a little bit went over their heads. There's a couple of them who, again, I think have made up their mind. They were looking a little skeptical at it. Like, what is this? I mean, he's just saying a bunch of stuff about hashtags, and what does this really have to do with anything? The one woman juror, well, there's two women. There are three women, but two older women. But the one woman who sits on the bottom row, she actually, I think she kind of liked him. She liked his demeanor. He had a very soft demeanor in court, you know, and I think it was a little aggressive, the cross at points. And she seemed to at least like his personality. I don't know if she's gonna believe anything he says, but she seemed to like you know, his personality. So, or at least she was like smiling at him, because she frowns at points and she wasn't frowning at him. So to me, that's better than nothing.
I want to know who's pouring Rob a beer. And I really liked that expert too. I was hoping for more. I really liked that expert too. I was impressed by his resume. I wanted to hear more. And then it got to, well, we created our own little algorithm off the AI and then did this. I'm like, and then we correlated this. I'm like, and then we determined these hashtags were negative, because who argues with that?
Yeah, exactly. And I think the jurors felt the same way. I mean, the young people on the jury who understand all of that stuff are kind of like me, and I was looking at it like, what? Like, what does this have to do with anything? I mean, cool, but I'm not really sure that has, you know, any basis on this case. So,
yeah, Brian Scacciari, or Scacciari, I don't know. It's Italian. Says, was James there when Dr. Curry and Hughes testified? If so, how did the jury react to those two looking at the jury when speaking?
Well, not to be all about PR and public relations, but again, if I was on Amber Heard team, I would tell everyone, stop staring down the jury. I don't know why all of them stare at the jury. Like Dr. Curry.
Whitney.
Yeah. It's the same thing. They're all doing it. It's like, and every witness and Amber, it just doesn't make any sense to me. So yeah, she was up there instead of like Dr. Curry talking to the lawyer and then looking like whenever she wanted to explain something specifically, she would look to the jury to be like, because that's what she's doing. She's explaining to them how it works. But then she looks to the lawyer to answer the question. That to me shows honesty. But when you're looking at the jury while you're answering the question, it's like you're reciting an answer for the jury instead of answering it to the person that asked. You know what I mean? And I just think it came across like she was just telling them, I don't know, and just her demeanor was much different. She didn't smile as much, you know, and that's no one's fault. Maybe that's just how, you know, the nature of her face. But you know, when you're sitting 5 minutes, not 5 minutes, like 5 feet from someone, and you know, everything about them makes a difference, especially when you have to sit there all day and watch them.
Yeah. It's funny because when you said maybe it's just the nature of her face, I don't know if anybody else has seen the movie Juno, but I think of that moment in Juno when she's like, yeah, like your friend is always giving me the stink eye, and he's like, she's not giving you the stink eye. That's just her face. That's just how her face is. Anyway, sorry, my brain just went to that.
No, we say your face quite a lot at my house. It's like, I don't know, your face, and they're like, I don't know, your face, and it's, you know, even which became a joke kind of in the DA's office with one of my other attorneys or one of my friends who is also a DA. My brain is having a hard time braining because I almost got sanctioned for my face because the judge was like, Miss Baker, you can't make this jury laugh. I'm the only one who gets to be funny in this courtroom. And I was like, Your Honor. And he's like, one more time, you're going to go get your checkbook. I'm like, Your Honor, it's just my face. And then the jury started laughing again. I'm like, shit. So I was during voir dire and I was like, I'm not trying to make anyone laugh. It's just my face.
Oh, no.
So your face.
Amazing.
My brain went where your brain went, Alita.
Thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. Allison Becca, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Says, talk about Rob's woodworking video. Rob, do you have a woodworking video that's up?
No, she's talking about the actual just the bed video. Well, I mean, it's at 975,000 views, so let's try to get it to 1 million.
I told you it was going to hit 1 million.
Video, what a grift! Wait, hold on, Rob. Could you please deliver it in that intonation again? I'm sorry. Could you ask for me?
I was mistaken. That video is up to 975. The one that Spidey released with me in it this morning is up to, I think, 600,000. So check out either or both.
So please do visit Law and Lumber for exciting YouTube material. He will entertain and educate with lumber and bed. Please do check out his channel. I love you, Rob.
Literally, okay, so I was looking at you know my data on like live streams and everything, and like patting myself on the back that I was like, yeah, like my latest live stream is like 960 something thousand. Like I finally creeped up to this. I'm like so excited, like after so much work and everything. Freaking Rob over here is gonna get 1 million views with his very first video.
I just hit my first million on TikTok, and then there was 2 of them, and I was like, damn. We're getting the millies.
Hey, Kurt, when was your first million, buddy? I'm having trouble remembering my first million.
Hogue, no.
I'm with Kurt.
Thank you, Rob.
Solidarity, brother. No. This is not me insulting Kurt. You didn't hear the whole thing, Rob. You're jumping in too quick. I was saying to him, I can't remember when mine was either, as the ladies here of YouTube are like, well, I did get 2 million TikTok videos this week. So no, I think
I haven't gotten a million. I'm hoping for it. I'm hoping for it soon, but
it's going
I haven't
to
gotten
happen.
one
yet. It's going to happen.
None of your holidays went to 1 million.
Time. I need Kurt to clear some time on his calendar and let me know when he wants to do the live with the logo, because I've got 100 submissions for him to go through, and that's got to generate something.
Oh yeah. Lisa RN 317 says, question for James. Does the AH team seem to be watching the jury? Do you think they are picking up what you guys are?
People ask if you're fine, and you have to tell them that you're fine, even though you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it. It's about how I feel right about now.
Yeah, I that's probably how Amber Heard's team feels about it right now. No, I mean, she does have someone, I believe it's like a personal assistant that sits in our row. She actually sits next to the court TV reporter.
Chanley Painter?
Yeah, she sat next to her. Yeah. Who's really nice, by the way. I got to meet her.
Chanley seems lovely. She wears the brightly colored outfits. You can always see exactly where she is in court.
I told her, because so really, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I got into this whole thing from watching you, Emily D. Baker, and then Alita on the Legal Bites. So I know of I know of her because you talk about her in the stream, and everyone in the chat loves her outfits, and y'all talk about her, and you've noticed her. So I told her, I said, you know, you're like a celebrity, right? I was like, all these people talk about you in these live streams. They all love you. And she was really sweet. This is her first like big kind of publicized case going to and reporting on. And she's really nice. She brings like,
you need to send her a DM and be like, you're doing amazing, sweetie. We're cheering you on. Because what I appreciate about her, and though I realize
to slide into the DMs.
No, stop it. I realize that Court TV has like corporate overlords, and I get it. But, you know, I love seeing attorneys pick non-traditional paths because, you know, us. And it's nice to have female attorneys being kind of the boots on the ground. I really like to see it, and I like to cheer that on. And my chat the other day told me the most amazing thing, which is I went to the same law school as Camille Vasquez, and now I feel like I have an in to be best friends. Like this is going to happen. There needs to be a drink. I don't know. We live in totally different states, but I was so like, I've never been more proud to be like, go Bisons, as when I was like, we are fellow alum. I mean, she's 5 years junior to me, but that's okay. I'm old. I was very happy. It's not Michigan, Rob. I mean, it's not a fancy law school.
Michigan,
not
you're
Rob. Sorry,
this.
Hogue. I was looking at Hogue. It's not
I did
Michigan.
not go to a fancy
Calling
law
me out
school.
using different names. What is Bisons? What is Bisons, Emily?
Southwestern University in Los Angeles, California. No,
Awesome.
we're not fancy. at all.
I
we
was
were just litigators, not big law attorneys.
You know, us Michigan Wolverines get a bad rap of being arrogant and haughty, and honestly, it's only 99% deserved. Okay,
you're like some dicks from Harvard are way worse. Like
indeed, you see, that's what the T14 is. You think it's excellent law schools? It's levels of arrogance.
It is. Right? It is. We can all agree that Yale sucks.
My law school is my law school's levels of scrappy, and then there's levels of arrogance within it, depending on whether or not you were on law review.
True.
Sure.
Yeah.
True.
Law review jocks.
Scrappy law school, and I love nothing more than going against Georgetown, GW grads, anybody else in court's my favorite experience in the world. That chip on the shoulder makes good litigators.
You're like, we're scrappy and we know it, baby. We're gonna come in way prepared. It's fun though, because I was telling a story to my chat about law review and somebody that reached out to me after all of this started happening. And I was like, oh, you were really rude to me about not being on law review, but whatever. And somebody messaged me. They're like, what, if any, are the chances that Elaine Bredehoft was on law review? I was like, oh, it's possible.
I like it. I like the chances.
Ina says, something that's been bothering me. If the op-ed wasn't about JD, then why spend so much time proving that he did abuse her? Loved meeting you, James. See you Monday.
Ina, you should be the legal strategist for the Heard team, because that's the question to ask.
Ina was a line sitter, so I'm going to call her out and give her a big thanks, because she was a line sitter that sat on that day when we could not get in, and actually that time that she dedicated was squandered by the stupidity of the other people that cut. But if you come back on Friday and help sit in the line, you're going to help hopefully get us all in for closing arguments.
Amazing.
Hey,
yes, Larry came on earlier, and we were talking about the
questions that don't really make sense. Apparently, again today, the rumor is again that Amber Heard is going to call Johnny Depp. Okay, best case, why?
Because they want to light. They actually want to light fire to their case. I mean, they did enough of that yesterday. Agency. They're not going to get it.
They can't get it from Johnny Depp because it's all privileged anyway.
I still think it's a media short circuit. It's not
don't think they can. I don't think they have enough time left. I think this litigation strategy is like, soccer X7 versus a hacky sack, which I've said before. I think that Heard's team has wasted a lot of time maybe doing things their client wanted, but they can't get that time back. And there's a 10-hour advantage for Depp's team. That's a lot of time.
10 hours. 10 hours is a full day and a half.
Can we talk about the whole, Emily, you said, right, bring your checkbook. If I'm Judge Azcarate right now, I'm telling those lawyers to bring their checkbook on Monday because I expressly told them at the end of that court date. And I'm telling you right now, I don't care if Amber Heard's PR team I don't care who they are. I'm kicking them out of the courtroom, and I'm barring any further discussions. And you better write the court a check for some serious money.
For talking to Court TV?
Yeah, Court TV. If it's Court TV, whose analysis I'm kind of spotty on, I agree with Hogue on this one and Kurt on this one. And then also the New York Post article that leaked that they intended to call Johnny Depp. Like,
I think it's old.
No.
I think the New York Post based their information. I think they did an expert analysis to fill space based on the leak that happened during the break that you might recall had Johnny Depp on the list.
It did.
And I think the New York Post did that. And I think it got caught by some media that wasn't doing their homework and said, oh, the New York Post just went out with that. So what I was showed by Nate, at least on my channel, suggests a media short circuit more than them going out with more leaks. I do think what happened today about the jury instructions is a straight up Heard leak. But, will they penalize him? I don't know. Rob, you'd penalize him?
I don't know. Judge Azcarate has been playing nice on this stuff.
She seems firm.
You see that she does get you see her get a little, she gets sarcastic and then she gets firm. She's kind of done with the sarcasm, like with the whole Ms. Bredehoft, your microphone. And she's finally like, can you please hit your stupid microphone?
I loved seeing Amber Heard reaching over and hitting her attorney's mic.
Oh my God.
But as a client, that must rattle your confidence. And whatever you think of Amber Heard, she's paid, which we know because she violated, obviously, a motion in limine to say it, but she's paid over $6 million for representation to be sitting in court fighting for your reputation and have your attorney not be able to get it together enough to turn on their mic has got to be very frustrating. I'm not surprised there's tension with these legal teams, and I think it's rattled Bredehoft, and I think it's pissed off Heard, and I think that's fair for both of them. But again, Heard has lost it for herself if she loses.
Yep.
Sorry, James.
Not that she'll understand that in any way.
Oh, you.
Oh, no,
the
she'll turn around and sue her lawyers
The
immediately.
PR statement
they
blaming
will.
the system. The PR statement blaming the system has already been drafted. It's currently been
course.
vetted and added footnotes, but it's ready.
Misogyny in the system and all
Yeah,
that good
no,
stuff.
the broken
Yeah.
system.
I mean, I've already seen the
keeps
word
her down.
misogyny so much in so much of these articles. I'm beginning to lose my shit.
I'm gonna have to do this Vox article.
Beginning, Kurt.
tomorrow.
I think like all of us are almost halfway there.
Yeah.
Like it's ridiculous.
Freakadog says, question, James, how did the jury react to Dr. Hughes to using the gendered terms for victim and abuser?
Yeah, I think everyone had a very after a certain point, you start to realize that there's a pattern that she's doing this, and she's, just using it, even in the general sense, using just the term, for male. So the bottom right man, he did not like that. The couple of the older women, you could tell, I mean, I don't think they liked that either. The girl and the woman in the front, would furrow her brows and kind of like frown at that at points. The top dude, juror 2 up left, he did not like that. He would make like a frown face, like, and kind of like scrunch up his nose at points. He can be very expressive, especially when he later in the day, as the day goes on, he kind of loses his composure. He's the one who'll like take out his listening device, like when he's done, and just put it down. It's like, I'm not listening to this anymore. You know what I mean? Because he has a listening device with him. So, or
Interesting.
I don't know, maybe it's just to help him hear louder, or maybe sometimes he doesn't need it, or he just really is, but you can tell sometimes he's just like doodling, like his pen's all over. So yeah, he was like not happy with that. And I think, I think everyone kind of has the same reaction. Like any normal person will listen to that and be like, wait, why are you not, using neutral language?
It's a strategic fail with a heavily male jury. No one wants to sit there and be like, all people do this. And by the way, all those people are you. Like nobody wants to sit there and be like, this is the only, men are abusers. It's not a fair characteristic. And I think it's not common in her field either.
And well, I will say, well, as far as the commonality in the field, Dr. Honda said that unfortunately there is a bias in the psychology industry in the field, that it does exist there. They don't like to really admit to it, but he has noticed it in various conventions and stuff. But it is absolutely. It's more than frustrating. But also it's not just the men who could be looking at that and being like, WTF about this. As a woman being like, yeah, okay, I'm always the victim. Okay, I'm the victim. I'm the damsel in distress. Thank you.
Yeah,
okay.
It's a lot of harmful.
Thank you for respecting me as an individual that can also be strong and all this good stuff and independent and whatnot.
You're saying you like have agency.
Yes.
Weird.
Yes.
Strange.
So
some of these articles seem to be implying that saying that women have agency is now misogyny, which is just unbelievable. Like I don't even know what we're talking about half the time.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't love seeing the articles talking about Elaine Vasquez dating Johnny Depp. Those are
dumb.
And
those are
really
dumb.
pissed
me off.
I addressed that like really firmly in the video that I did with like that video. Like Vasquez is acting as Johnny's agency right there. Vasquez is acting as Johnny's sword and shield when she stands up. Johnny's sitting there at that table the whole damn time. You see the bond he has with Ben Chu and with Camille Vasquez. They have had to endure 2 full days of testimony with Amber Heard spewing the most reckless vitriol you can have. And Vasquez gets up there and with righteous indignation starts shooting right back and says to Amber Heard, who loves to just go off of the literal, says, no, answer my question right now. Like you watch Depp throughout that cross and he just gets taller and taller and taller. That isn't anything romantic.
So did I. I had a tremendous amount of pride seeing someone in our profession kicking ass at work.
Yes.
It was beautiful to watch, but I wanted to watch that from both sides. I think all of us wanted to see a good trial with good lawyers doing good things in court and going, ooh, I've learned something. I'm inspired. I love that. And I think the biggest shining moment of that has been Camille. So to kind of denigrate her but are they dating? Talk about whether Amber Heard's dating Rottenborn, folks. Why aren't those articles being published? Or what, stop it.
Right.
Because they have no chemistry whatsoever.
I tangented.
No, but that's such an important point too. Is that like, oh, of course, because the strong female attorney like there must be some other romantic byline here, right? There has to be, right? No, of course not. Why? But in the more that I've thought about it, the more I've thought that story is an Amber Heard PR team plant to try to make her look like less of a professional, to make her look like she is violating some kind of rules of professional responsibility by getting into a romantic relationship with a client, to call her professionalism into question. And it's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, baby.
Alita.
Oh man.
It
I
is.
need that.
fucking
I need that.
bullshit.
I'm gonna find that timestamp.
It's just
no, yes, it is. And look, my favorite nickname for anyone in this trial is Camille Goddess of Thunder, because her cross-examination was amazing. And the fact that there was thunder and lightning, thank you, Rob. Thank you. All of the memes of her as female Thor are freaking amazing. And I'm so happy that they exist, because she was freaking powerful. She was a powerful woman, and she did a fantastic job. And anyone calling into question like her credibility, her professionality, like by just saying like, oh, she's probably in a relationship with Johnny Depp. Fuck you. No, get out of here.
Lolita. She's a zealous advocate for her client, and I started calling her Camille Cross Boss Vasquez. She's a boss, and she has to get up earlier than everyone else because she has to do her hair for court. There's no way Ben Chu spends the same amount of time getting ready for court that she has to, which was something that peeved me every single day I walked into trial, because female attorneys are judged for their appearance different than men are, and it's frustrating the entire profession. But I've had judges tell me that it would be easier if I smiled more. And so, this does still happen in the court system, which is why I'm so frustrated to also see it in the media, because it's changing, but it changes slowly.
That's interesting. I got told at Big Law that I smiled too much.
Of course you did, which was also sexist.
It's literally the truth. I got a closed door meeting. By the way, closed door meetings, big law firms, not good. Super fun. They close the door. It's like, good. This is good. This is gonna be a great day.
Oh yes. They don't just exist in Big Law.
Yes. Okay. Yes. They're very fun. Very fun. But yes, it's you smile too much. You have to take the profession seriously. It's like, yes. Well, there's not any clients here today. But also I think we can be happy about life and, living it. So cool. I didn't.
No. You can't enjoy Big Law. You must be miserable and unhappy.
Well, my people know this story, but the day I decided to leave, I was pulled in for a closed door meeting that said you can either be, I'll keep the firm name out. You can either be a firm man, you can either be a family man or a firm man. I said, okay. Ooh. All right.
Thank you for giving me the clear choice.
I went to my mentor and I said, that was like 1980s Disney movie villain stuff, right? Like nobody says that.
Yep. But they do. Man. And that's one of the hard things about our profession is it's like, truth. My female friends in Big Law get this too. Like, I don't understand why you can't do this and this and that. And they're like, I understand that you have a wife at home that handles this, but I don't. And my spouse also works. And there's a lot of Big Law attorneys that have a spouse that does not work. And it's just kind of assumed that all Big Law attorneys will have a spouse that doesn't work or a partner that doesn't work. And that's not always feasible. So there's a lot of that. I hope it's changing. And I hope that you see younger attorneys start putting their foot down. We saw it in the DA's office while I was still there. The younger attorneys are like, I work for the government. I have to go. My work is done today. I'm out. And you saw the older attorneys being like, back in my day, I worked for 15 hours without going to the bathroom. And it's like, oh, you were a streamer. Cool.
So let's we've got a lot more super chats that are coming in now.
Sorry, Alita.
No, that's
sorry,
okay.
Alita.
This has been I
love that I came here and made it a safe space for Alita to be like, that fucking sucks.
It doesn't happen often on streams, but sometimes I can get riled up enough to really go there. So you guys caught a magical moment just now.
It's so funny. I think my angriest moment here, where people called me out for swearing when I said bullshit because of who I am. It was
you dropped the curse words on someone else's channel. Where's your curse jar?
Okay, now first of all, that's within my bounds. All right, where things that you can say on like 10 p.m. Network television, totally okay. We'll talk about the rules, Emily. It's no problem. But no, I said that people called me out in chat, and it was when Elaine did the Johnny Depp voice when she's asking the question. What kind of bullshit is that?
I was actually outraged.
I liked your face. I saw that clip. It was great.
I was outraged because, again, you're mocking a party to a case. It's such a level of personal and unprofessional. I was so angry. And she didn't even do it well. She was like, "You will never look in my eyes again." Shut the fuck up, Elaine. We're sick of it.
Actually, I was quite happy with it because it gave me full permission to mock her voice forever. So, you know, I was doing it already anyway from time to time, but I felt a little bit bad about it. I no longer feel bad about it.
Oh, I absolutely lost my shit over that. And I've been giving Elaine a hard time. But you know what? If Elaine was acting competent, I wouldn't give her a hard time. I complimented Rottenborn's opening.
Yes.
I thought his opening was the best for their team.
No, and he's had some good cross-examinations too.
Yes.
He has. But Elaine has just been a fucking disaster since opening. So Umbridge, I will not mock in court. Maybe write it 1,000 times. We'll get you a quill.
Yeah.
We're fired up here.
Potter.
We are. Let's get some more super chats in here. Deborah says, James, were you able to observe the jurors during JD's testimony in case? What were they like versus Amber Heard? Sorry if already talked about.
Yeah, that's when I started going. I think, you know, right off the bat, of course, it's Johnny Depp. Like, he's a superstar. Even if you don't really like, you're not a fan, like you probably have seen a Johnny Depp movie. So, and you're going to watch him. So they were all watching pretty intently. As I said, a couple of them, I think the major difference is that they would laugh and smile at points during Johnny's testimony. And there was none of that during Amber's testimony. And there were a few, and that is when I started to notice the difference of, okay, there's two or three juries that are now actively having more of negative, you know, what I call negative facial expressions at her at points of her testimony. I mean, she would be like, you know, saying things like up there about her experience. And, you know, one of the jurors, I would see, he'd be looking at her like and raising his eyebrows like, really? Like, this is what you're saying happened? You know, like, so I think that was definitely a major difference for sure.
Bridge Beta wants to know, hey James, how many gals have been hitting on you in DMs?
Yeah, my Twitter is blowing up like crazy. I know you have like it's message requests, so I feel bad. I can't respond to everyone who messages me. I promise I will respond to people.
James, don't feel bad.
Crazy.
You are doing the Lord's work being in court, observing this jury.
Yes.
I so appreciate that that's your priority. The thirsty DMs will still be there. They will still be thirsty. They will still be there.
Thank you.
John Palermo says, James, do you think either counsel has secret body language experts in the gallery watching the jury?
Maybe in the audience, you know, you never know. Although we do, you know, it's funny that there are regulars. So there's like a whole cast of characters. You know, you have the Johnny Depp team, you know, have him, the lawyers, the judge and stuff. But there's this whole circus behind the scenes. And if you read some of the articles, you know, they talk about some people show up, but like there's this woman who's been there every day. She has a picture of her and Johnny Depp on her purse. She lives near him. She talks to the bodyguard. She talks to every sheriff. She stands there all night. You know, there's like probably 25 people who are
like a proper groupie. Like she knows the whole entourage.
Oh, yes. Oh yeah. She knows the bodyguards by name. She knows his team. She says she knows, Gene, if he's in the band with the Vampires with Gene, is that Gene Simmons that he's in a band with? Or who is he in a band with? Johnny?
And the Vampires?
Yeah. She says
I'll pull up the list.
She says that she knows him. She says that she knows all these people and stuff. So she is a hardcore groupie, you know what I mean, for years and stuff.
Supporter. We could say supporter, I guess. Yeah. Has a negative connotation.
Yeah. I don't think that has negative, but true.
I don't either. Some might.
Super fan.
Yeah.
He's a super fan.
There we go.
I'm sure I'm bound to get an email from someone saying that we are being offensive about.
Well, I don't need to.
No, I'm trying to be sensitive, but a proper hardcore fan. When you go to the point of knowing the bodyguards and everything, it's kind of like me and the Dave Matthews Band. I know their vocal coach. I know the bus driver. I know the other bus driver. We're a proper fan. We know the people.
Yeah, and she went to the trial in the UK. Like, there's some people here who have been to the other trials and things like that. Oh yeah, they've been traveling for this specifically. So basically the point of that is that I know the people that have been going a lot, and they all talk and they're all kind of friends. So I feel like we would know if there was anyone that was kind of like sticking around for any of the teams. Would be like, who is that person? How come they're not part of the group? Like, what are they part of? And there would be the rumor like, oh, they're for Amber's team. Like, you know what I mean? I definitely believe that would be out there. I do say she has like a personal assistant that sits on the row that I was sitting in, like, again, next to the court reporter. Otherwise, she doesn't have anyone. No one on the bench, which is weird. Johnny has like, 4 or 5 people that sit there. Again, I don't know if she needs new PR people.
Well, he hasn't. Have you seen him back at court at all since? I mean, he was there, and then stuff broke, and his socials went down, and he was not in court anymore. Have you seen him outside of court?
Oh, her PR person?
Yeah, the white sneaker dude.
Oh shoot, I forgot what he looks like. No, as far as I know, she doesn't have anyone in court anymore. Just
interesting.
The girl. There's a girl. I think it's her personal assistant. She like walks up at the end. She'll walk up behind her, and they go out together and stuff. Yeah.
The vampires, by the way, are Joe Perry and Alice Cooper, amongst others.
That's what I meant. Okay.
Yeah, folks are saying Alice Cooper in the.
But it's fair to conflate. It's fair to conflate the two.
Sorry. Yeah, but
I think he's young, y'all.
Talks about him a lot. She says she knows him and stuff like that. So.
What if anything says, question James, has the judge ever slipped and given a cue as to what she's thinking, i.e. EB questioning AH and getting nowhere?
Yes. Oh, the judge. It's funny, actually, the judge has seen me like staring at her at times. And I feel like I don't want to give away that I'm like watching her expressions. I don't want her to like tighten up because she is starting to give some fun facial expressions. She definitely is so annoyed at Elaine for not turning on the microphone. There was one point very specifically where she was about to like remind her and she just gave up mid-reminder and she just like shook her head like, I'm not even going to bother telling this woman to turn on her microphone another time.
You know what? You don't have to. In that courtroom, you don't have to. Those mics, you have to be right in front of them to pick it up. That's one of the most frustrating things in the world because you don't have to do it. You can back up. They can't hear you. So the fact they turn it off every time.
James, can I ask you the most important question?
Of course.
Who keeps coughing? What is the coughing?
Yes, people want to know.
There's always
inquiring
coughing.
minds want to know.
I think so. There was a couple there's a juror who coughs a couple times, but there's so many people in the audience, and as you can imagine, a lot of them are smokers. And there's a lot of coughing that goes on in the audience and stuff like that. So
it's just so audible on the like. I don't know who's coughing close to the mic. There's someone who's breathing you can hear a lot, and there's someone who's coughing you can hear. And I apologize, I'm ADHD, and the noises. I'm just like, what is that side noise going on? It's so annoying. It's so loud.
It's not on the lawyer. It's not any of the lawyers' team.
Okay.
So it has to be either maybe. Well, the people up front wouldn't have microphones attached to them, right? Like the people.
The JAs, they shouldn't.
Yeah. Okay, so then it's probably it must be a juror that's coughing or someone in the audience. I don't know.
Interesting. All right.
Okay.
I know people talk about that. Yeah.
Sailor V911 says, question for James. How did the jury react to Kate James? Ooh, that's a good question.
Kate James again?
She's the personal assistant by video deposition. She had a British accent. She was very, very spicy about Amber.
Yes. Well, I think that was one of the earlier testimonies I really solidified for the people that I notice have the most drastic facial expressions. That was one of the testimonies that was really like, okay, something's off here. You know what I mean? You have a first person, Johnny Depp obviously has people that work for him who vouch for him. And, if you want to discredit them because they work for him, they've made a lot of money, maybe they have an incentive to say good things about him, that's fine. But this personal assistant has that same thing, and she's saying something negative. And it was the first, person that it's someone that she knows that they are bringing to say something negative, and it was early on, and it definitely had an impact on a few of them. The rest of them, again, that was at a point when they were trying to remain more composed and not show any bias.
Okay. Trailblazer 14A says James is amazing. Met him first day of the trial and adult napped him to Starbucks. We love you, James. When I first glanced at this tweet before like actually reading it, I saw napped in Starbucks and I was like, oh my God, did he take a nap in Starbucks? Is that what happened?
No, it was really, yeah, they asked me just to go to Starbucks. It was cool.
Aw. E-Watching says, what was the jury reaction during hashtag testimony about the Justice for Johnny Depp support on social media? I know we kind of got this question earlier, but they may not have seen this.
Yeah, so again, it's kind of zoned out, although that was a live one, so people were more engaged, especially in the cross. I think the social media part kind of went over their heads. I think it was a little bit of like, well, this isn't as serious as some of the other stuff. I mean, it's it's hard when you go on the stand and you make these very serious assault claims, and then you go into testimony about, okay, Amber Turd, you know what I mean? Like, and these like different like hashtags, and the hashtags caused her to like lose like her career. Like, I'm not sure, like, and then it just, as I said in the cross, there was the woman who sits up in front to the right, and she liked the witness. I think the witness was a good witness. He was a nice guy. He didn't seem overly biased. He seemed kind of like mild-mannered. So I think they liked him to an extent. But the people have made up their minds. It's not like it made any difference on those people.
Also, I'm seeing in the chat, you guys are right. I totally mistakenly called her British. She is totally Australian, and I apologize. I saw one of the super chats. We'll pull it up later, but one of the super chats said like, we actually hate being mistaken for British. I completely understand that. Yes, yeah, I believe it or not, I can tell the difference between an Aussie and a British accent usually.
Can we do New Zealand and Australian? That one always trips me up.
That can get harder.
That can get harder, but I know enough Kiwis to often hear the difference. Not always, but often.
My favorite part of my honeymoon is that everyone on the island we were on was from Australia. It was really, really fun. That was the best part about going all the way to Fiji, is that most of the people vacationing there were not American. It was really fun.
I think it doesn't matter where you go. You run into Aussies everywhere because they're always traveling. Yeah, and they
did drink all the beer. There was a tri-cup tournament for rugby, and they drank all the beer, and the beer boat was like another 2 days away. I'm like, wait, there's no more beer on the island? They're like, no, the boat for provisions doesn't come for it.
All the rum was gone.
All the beer was
all the rum was gone.
Was still there.
Speaking of drinking all of the beer goblin, well, not goblin, the beer drinker upstairs, Ian, his stream I just checked has been restored. So his stream from last night has been restored.
Fantastic.
Good Logic has not yet been, but at least, Ian, so making progress.
Good. RB says, question, did James notice if the jury sees the JD guard got up and left laughing? Oh, that was Sean Bett. Did they see that?
Are the shields up in Emily Baker's stream?
Oh, you just hit another 10K.
I connect the lights, so when the binger bings, I can hear the audio, but the stream can't always.
Call it a binger.
So I do. So I called it a binger before binger, but I because it makes an audible sound. Then I called it a bing. I'm like, oh, we binged, and that started last May when I hit 100K. I'm like, oh my god, we binged. But I connected my lights to the binger because I'm a nerd. And so I connected the lights, so now they flash. So there's a visual representation.
Amazing.
By comparison, I have a blank wall. So, it all works.
I have a ninja cat that sometimes jumps around.
You do.
I love
both have
watching the
Nintendo
cat jump from
Switches.
the top.
Yes.
We have our Switches. You have your binger.
I do, but it's not connected to lights. I need to get on your level.
This took some time. Last year's when we hit 100K, we've had some time to dial it in. Can I just bring up real quick that Chanley Painter is tweeting, and somebody said check it out and linked Rakata's tweet and said, actually, the people who watch LawTube are informed, blah, blah, blah. And there were some other things calling it inaccurate. And she said, not inaccurate. When we heard the arguments from the attorneys and heard the judge make the ruling in court this morning regarding whether or not that ruling stands with regard to
vicarious liability.
I think so.
But she was ruling on jury instructions,
and that's what I asked.
So I said ruling on vicarious liability and whether it exists.
I tweeted and said, "Thanks, Chanley."
I was gonna say the same thing. I wanted to wait until folks were on here. We'll get the super chat in a second, but now is a perfect time to talk about it. So that tweet, that decision by the court, is not on whether or not vicarious liability exists. This was on a particular jury instruction. It basically is like. Is the legal framework there so that someone could possibly find vicarious liability, assuming that the facts exist for it, right? That's basically what that position is for. Now, we still are going to have an opportunity once Amber Heard's team rests their case in chief. There will be an opportunity for a motion to strike her counterclaims. And that will be an argument that will be coming up to say, look, we had Adam Waldman's deposition played in front of the jury. There was absolutely zero that came out of that. There's absolutely zero that can come out of that. There is no evidence that can support elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for her counterclaim. So therefore, it should be dismissed.
They're going to talk about independent contractors. They're going to talk about scope of employment. They're going to talk about all these various things. But okay, so people can make mistakes, but it's a little bit erroneous for Chanley Painter to get upset at whatever Nick or me who go out there and say that tweet is written wrong.
Somebody pointed it out and she responded, and it's hard to tell in the thread exactly. So I asked her pointedly under that for clarification. And
I mean, someone in the chat called out that I'm pissed, and yes, I'm pissed because that is a very big mistake there that implies that this is a conclusion that's been made. That's not a conclusion versus been made. And it's not even that jury instruction doesn't get presented if the counterclaim doesn't survive a motion to strike. There's a whole legal hurdle. That entire part of the jury instruction can be just kicked out. See you later. Bye. Because I guarantee you a motion strike is going to come. And if I'm Johnny Depp's team, I'm feeling pretty good about it based on that depo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it at 50-50.
Rocket the Beagle says, did the jury pick up the 2016 video saying that saying the text to Jerry was the day before the TRO, and she said she did it because of TMZ, her slip up, so she knew a day before.
I'm not sure I picked that up. Rocket the Beagle.
I think, she knew more than a day before because it was coming from her.
She also, to be really specific and fair, that clip talked about the divorce, which was filed I've got notes somewhere. The divorce was filed on 5/23 and the TRO was filed 5/27. So when it was like, oh, so you leaked the TRO, and she said, that's not what I was talking about. In the clip, she says the divorce. I wanted to tell him I was filing the divorce. It seems that they gave TMZ the heads up on the divorce. They may have also given the heads up on the TRO. I don't doubt that they would have, but because there were so many paparazzis there, and that courthouse doesn't regularly have paparazzi hanging out. And you have to, the online system takes a while to populate things unless you are actually actively in the media portal, seeing things come across that aren't necessarily filed yet. So her claim that, oh, they got it somehow by the time I was out, I'm like, it's so unlikely.
Somebody got
the testimony is super weird anyway, because it sounds like, oh, they didn't see the divorce, so we better file a TRO. I mean, like it sounds weird when she presents that sequence of events. Yes. We wanted to keep it private, so I went to the courthouse with my publicist and took photos and filed a TRO.
And I've seen the TRO. She not only put his legal name, but she also put AKA Johnny Depp, and she listed herself as Amber Depp on that TRO. Did she include
pictures of Captain Jack Sparrow? I mean, what more could she have done to say, see the TRO, please?
They added his AKA. So and I don't know, I don't think that will come into court, but if you didn't want to add the AKA, if you really wanted to keep it quiet, so that's stuff the jury's not going to know, but it's stuff that's there.
I'm loving the chat updates, by the way, Rob. They're updating me on how soon you will pass me in subscribers. It is apparently imminent. So I do appreciate that.
Well, on that note, I think Rick, I think you're at like what, 93,000?
93.6, 93.7.
Oh my God, less than 7,000. We're going to get to 100.
How many people are in the chat right now? Because I can't see.
17,474.
93.8 is pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yes. If you are not already subscribed to Rick at Hogue Law, you need to be. If you are even remotely interested in video game law or corporate anything, or Elon Musk's tweets, or Elon Musk or streaming about headlines, and seeing him rail against the MSM.
Do I rail against the MSM? Yeah. I like to think I give the benefit of the doubt, but they do a lot of poor writing.
Anytime that there's anything suggestive, period, that's now her thing. She snickers.
You hold the MSM accountable.
Alita does. You rail against the MSM.
Alita's in a mood, all right?
The MSM deserves it. We love sassy Alita on a
We can tell that it's the end of the week. She's in a mood. No, I appreciate it. I really do. I did. Yeah, like I said, I streamed for like 6 hours to start the day, and we had a lot of fun going over the New York Post article. Yes, everybody who sent me the Vox article. Yes, we'll probably cover that very soon.
Please do. I'd love to see you break it down.
Yeah.
So subscribe to Rick Hogue. Let's get him a silver play button. Get in there, guys.
Yep.
I'll do the same like Rick Hogue thing that he did for me. The same, spice up that you want to get in there before he gets to 100,000 subscribers.
So you can
be in the original community before he gets that check mark. You want to be one of the originals, one of the
That's
OGs.
so funny.
One of the OG Hogues.
This is literally what I did on your 100,000 day.
Yep.
Which feels simultaneously 5 years ago and like 2 minutes ago.
I know this has been a weird experience.
That is
but
very
it's been
nice.
Lovely.
I appreciate it. Yeah, no,
Of course.
it's
Very
fun.
weird experience.
It's fun. Yeah, the days are crazy, right? The days are crazy, and then
Absolutely.
we all got other stuff going on at the same time, and it just you're running 2, 3, 5 jobs. It's very fun.
My other stuff has all gotten pushed to the back burner. It's just been, I can only do so.
I can't actually do that about major corporate
can't.
transactions. So it's all very hush hush. It's like I'm in meetings from like 8:30 till like 8:30. Does that work for you? It's like, what are you doing? Meetings? I'm in meetings. Do you watch YouTube? No, I'm in meetings. Yeah.
And so let's get this super chat. Leanne Hoklani says, question James, jury reaction to Alejandro. Yeah. Did you see their reaction to Alejandro by any chance?
No, I'm sorry, I was not there that day. It would have been epic. But I'm
man.
probably a similar reaction to all of us. I'm sure that juror 2 laughed. I'm sure he laughed knowing him. There's no way he didn't at least chuckle at that.
Amazing. Snapple Nose says, question for James. How much background knowledge did you have of the case before you started going into court? That's a good question. Really good question.
So I've seen Pirates of the Caribbean.
Good start,
Have you seen Aquaman?
No.
Okay.
Aquaman,
Biased, obviously.
right?
I'm just kidding.
No, and I haven't seen Justice League either. I actually didn't. So
She's not in Justice League. It's okay.
Do you know if Justice League is the #1 greatest movie, most successful movie
Okay, hold on.
Of all time?
It's Aquaman. Okay, sorry.
Who says that?
Aquaman is one of the highest grossing movies that Warner Brothers has ever put out. It is one of their only $1 billion movies.
It's not the highest grossing movie of all time ever.
Okay,
which is what that agent
it's the highest
said.
DC comic book movie.
That's not what she said.
No, she said it was.
She's a talent agent.
Thank you, James. Tell him, James. What did she say? Tell him what she said.
Hold on, I have my notepad. It was the most successful film ever released. The most successful film. Forget Lord of the Rings. Forget
Avatar.
Harry
It made
Potter,
more money than
All the Harry
Lord of the Rings.
Potters.
Citizen Kane, Godfather.
Yeah, I mean, like even all these other directors who are like the most successful film ever released.
Look, I think we could all agree it's no Avatar, obviously, but it's an one-word movie that made $1 billion.
Wait, what's a one word?
One word that starts with an A.
Oh.
I'm not swearing at you, Emily.
Oh.
No, I thought it was a fancy term that I didn't know, which is
No.
is
Just
often.
Avatar and Aquaman. You see how they make their billions.
Okay, it's
the audience.
I see,
It's the
I
first
see,
one
I
they
see.
look at when they're going
Madonna,
down their movie
Cher.
listings.
I didn't
I
follow
get it.
any of that, so I need it spelled out. So yeah, appreciate
Can we
it.
I always feel
Can
dumb when
we
I don't
start
get
an-
things, but now I just ask.
Can we start an auction site for James's notepad and we'll make it final the day
Oh.
before closing arguments?
Oh, that would be awesome.
You can,
James doesn't want to
You
sell
want
it.
to pay for you want to pay for some stuff?
Pay for law school?
James, is law school in the cards? Is it a consideration?
Better
actually
be.
kind of now. I mean, I have an economics background, so my degree's in economics, but I never thought I could do like law and stuff, but maybe, I mean, economics law, like there's all sorts of stuff.
Hey, I'll chat with you,
Economics
James, whenever
majors,
you like.
best of the
Economics
years.
major.
Okay.
Economics major, law and economics paper, commercial transactions lawyer. It's where I
Awesome.
live.
Very
Did you know he works with video games?
I do.
Ooh, very nice. I love video games.
You're not selling it right, Hogue. You're not selling it right when you talk about transactions. Transactions make everybody go, ugh. But if you say I work with legal
Transactions
and
are
video
cool.
games,
Oh yeah.
you've got
Transactions
to
are cool.
you've got to sell the cool shit and then explain why the other shit's cool. Nobody thinks transactions sound cool.
I do venture capital
Rick
work. I
does.
see what I call James Bond technology. I work
Video
with video
games.
game companies. We see all sorts of cool stuff.
There, sell it better, Hogue.
There you go.
Damn it, Emily.
You need better marketing.
Hey,
on what you
Christ.
do. Sell it better. I work with video games and all the cool shit that makes them happen.
Diana Davis says, do the jurors see the pro JD crowd when coming and leaving? I would say yes. Not even being in the courtroom.
It's a very good question, though. I don't know if James heard you.
Sorry, yeah,
James. Okay.
they do. I mean, they come into this same entrance that we all come through. So because they come later, they come at the point where the line is still there going through the wristband. So they see, and so also more people show up. A lot of people show up who don't even bother with the wristbands, but they just show up for like the fanfare to see the lawyers come in, because the lawyers come in the same front entrance of the courthouse too. So when the lawyers walk in, there's people outside cheering for them as they walk into the building. And I know
alpacas.
Yes, with alpacas, all of that. And I've said this before, but I'll say it again. The sheriff inside actually had to tell the people to stop, because inside the building, out front of the courtroom where we're all lined up, when the legal team walks by, everyone starts screaming and cheering and clapping inside of the courthouse. So the jury definitely notices. There's no way that they don't notice everyone outside and in the courtrooms and in the hallways. And yeah.
James, you've made such an important point, because this makes it an even bigger self-own that they introduce the hashtag justice for Johnny Depp.
Yes, absolutely.
Nice. Nice.
Makes no sense.
They told the world, Johnny. They just also told the
Tell
jury.
the world. Tell the world.
Yeah, seriously.
Tell the world,
Well,
Bredehoft. Tell the world how everyone believes
That didn't pan
hashtag
out.
Amber is an abuser and hashtag justice for Johnny Depp.
Oh, man. Luke Mallet wants to know, if AH's team runs out of time, could JD's team recall AH for a day with Camille? Yeah, but I don't think they want to.
Just more dunking. Dunking is always fun.
She's cooked. She's fully cooked.
That's fair.
Sorry if answered already. How can the judge in the JD trial decide that the jury should consider Waldman's statements as Depp's? What evidence?
That's the judge didn't decide that. I did a video. Alita did it. She might have sworn during it. I've really forgotten when she swore in this particular video. But no, it's yes.
But it seems
was
like
wrongly
Channing Painter
reported.
is doubling down.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't know what to tell you.
She
She's
said,
wrong.
wait. She tweeted again. For more context, this was 15 minutes ago. For more context, today's Depp V Heard jury instruction conference was open to the public. On the issue, the judge made clear that Waldman's statements in the shoes of Johnny Depp. During argument of counsel, Depp's team pointed to some case law suggesting the jury would have to find mens rea on the part of Waldman only, but the judge didn't buy it. Thus, Waldman's statements will be considered Depp's statements. However, the Depp team wants to fashion an instruction around client privilege, which will come later. This is important to Amber Heard's countersuit for defamation because she sued Depp, not Waldman, and who made the statements in the media.
That's still jury instruction.
That's still a jury instruction. I agree with you.
Will be
I agree
considered.
with you.
No.
Hello, House Urban Homestead says, James, how is it sitting next to Amber's sister? Sorry, I totally just cut.
No. We're just gonna say the same thing. Go nuts, Alita.
How was it sitting next to Amber's sister?
Yeah. Well, she was not expecting to sit with us. I think she thought that she would go back and sit up in front. So she sat down. She was kind of nervous. The sheriffs came over, were like, don't worry, like, you'll be fine. We'll be right here if anything happens. So I think she had that like impression, they know the audience, they know that it's a lot of Depp fans there. I think they see the stuff online, they know there's a lot of animosity towards them. So I think, she was kind of on edge. She felt a little nervous to be in the audience.
Who wouldn't be?
Yeah, exactly. And I feel for her, even, regardless if they're telling the truth or not, it has to be hard to be in a situation where, majority of people dislike you or against you, no matter who you are. That's got to be hard. And that's why, like, when she sat next to me, I tried to smile at her, and stuff, and make her feel like, I was not an enemy sitting next to her and things like that. But it was uncomfortable. She obviously didn't feel comfortable there. She would put her hands underneath her legs and like slouch forward, and then she would take her hands and press them very closely together and keep them in her lap. And obviously that picture of the face she was making, she was kind of just sitting very uncomfortable.
Yeah,
That's
I can And I can imagine someone in her position that she's like, well, I thought I was going to be in this one place. Now I'm like, I'm damned if I stay here. I'm damned if I go, because it's like, it looks like she's not supporting, like she's not supporting her sister or something if she leaves because she was supposed to be there, but then she's not. It's like, I can totally see her mental calculus being like, what the F do I do? And what is going to happen to me?
She's in an impossible position.
Yeah, absolutely. She can't leave because it looks like then she doesn't support her. And there was times, where they would look at each other and things like that. But it's got to be hard to be that. And then you have to hear the other testimonies afterwards. I will notice though, I mean, she didn't make the emotional responses to some of the, the people in the testimonies who were talking about the violence done to Amber. She would kind of like, maybe her face, like, she would scrunch a little bit, but you would think like someone like that would be like sad. Like if I was listening to, someone retell the story of a sibling of mine who was violently assaulted and things, like I would be angry or sad, or, I would be, and especially if I was around in a situation like that, I'd probably be looking around like, how are you people like not even believing any of this? Like, don't you know, like you should be like, this is a real situation and you're not even believing her and all these things. Like I didn't see any of that kind of emotion, but it's hard everyone's different. You know what I mean? But it's just not what I had expected. But I don't know.
Yeah. MF wants to know, how did the jury judge everyone react when Amber walked out of the courtroom?
That was so fast. It was like kind of an after reaction. I think the legal team noticed more at first. I think the jury, who maybe is less, they're looking less at those kinds of things necessarily. But I'm sure that is something that they will make notice of after, but I don't think it changes, like, to them. Again, it doesn't change any of what their decision is based on. It's just kind of like okay, well, she's kind of like entitled. Or
was the bailiff the next day sitting between counsel table and the hallway? Because I saw clips on social media where it looked like the bailiff was in a chair planted where they would exit that hallway by her counsel table.
Yeah, he sits over there now. That is true. Yes.
And that's the response to it, that he sits over there now so nobody can walk past the bailiff out of the hallway.
Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't noticed that. You're right. He sits now right over to the right because he sees and he's watching everyone from over there, but he wasn't always there before. Okay. Yep.
I think that's so she can't leave. I think that was a subtle, you will sit down at counsel table when I tell you to sit down at counsel table.
Not like a supportive, like we're gonna like. Oh,
that's how I interpreted it, because it was the next day that he was there, and I was like, huh.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Sorry, I'm trying to like readjust myself here. Heather the Blair Witch said 5
hours.
I know. Heather the Blair Witch says, was it ever discovered that JD's bodyguard was caught laughing about what he was caught laughing about for a minute straight that made him get up and walk out of the— I can't remember. Someone was testifying and there was something that he just found particularly funny. I don't remember what it was.
It was the objections over and over and over on redirect. It was the redirect when it was so awkward and so tense, and then Elaine was like, done. It was during that.
Okay, cool.
Poor Elaine. I felt for her in that moment a little bit, even though I was laughing pretty hard.
I felt for her too. She was like, when she held the podium and was like, I'm trying, Your Honor. I was like,
yeah.
Oh, Hogue and Runkle and others softened me to this might be client control. This might be
it's definitely the client.
This is a client issue. And now I have a little bit more empathy, but I can also, Runkle and I were talking about this when he was talking about Dr. Curry's testimony about the charming personality type that can bring you in. And now we're in trial. So this might have been a very smooth relationship until litigation. And now we're in trial and it is a whole different ballgame. And they might have just been caught.
She was love bombing her own counsel. Maybe that's
I don't think funny. You can, I think they looked fine together for all of Johnny Depp's case, basically. So, I mean, I think it just crashed and burned after Amber Heard's case started. And then once Amber Heard, who seems very self-confident as a person, loses faith in her direct questioner, all hell breaks loose.
Yep.
Dana Ilias says, sorry if answered already. How can the judge in the JD trial decide that the jury should consider Waldman's statement as Depp's? What evidence?
I'm tweeting out about this right now. I put a DM in the law tube. I looked
Oh,
at her tweets.
Did I already
Yeah, you did.
get this one before?
You
Okay,
did.
sorry.
I looked at
Yeah.
her follow-up tweets. I think she's overreading what she saw.
Got it. Okay. Whitney Pickle says the rum diary, Paul Kemp, JD. Why did she have to happen? Just when I was doing so good without her. Quote from the rum diary. I LOL'd. I mean, it feels a little prophetic, doesn't it?
Yeah.
All right, next one. Julia Zaleski says, I love how CV held her composure and her voice and tone mostly stayed the same during cross, unlike EB, who huffed and puffed. She has a pleasant voice, and even when she was stern, it wasn't too harsh.
Calling
I thought so
Elaine
too.
Bredehoft EB triggers me.
Ooh,
That's fine. I'm EDB. I realize I'm EDB, but hearing EB, I'm just like,
I was like, wait, what?
It's
I'm
funny
really
because
big
every
on it.
time they say
EDB.
hoax, I think they're saying hogue. So, you know, I get a lot of that in the court case myself.
The
We're all
hoax claim. The
Not
hoax.
me.
Well, there was somebody that was saying it might have been Waldman, and he was saying it like hoax.
He
And
was.
I was like, what would I do?
I love that. Sorry to interrupt, Alita.
No?
Oh my gosh. No, I think there were some people that found Camille's cross-examination a little harsh at times. I personally didn't. Maybe it's just being
I didn't like some of this. So I thought she was almost perfect.
She had some comments.
But
You're
she
right.
had like those, oh, well, that's convenient. Like, you don't need that. You don't need that.
She was
Yeah,
firm and in
yeah.
control. She knew the questions. She was able to. She did just about as perfectly as one could ever dream.
Yeah.
She was great.
He put us all to
Chuck
shame.
Blask.
As I said once already, she makes me ashamed to call myself a lawyer by comparison.
Yeah.
It's like I can't perform at that level.
Yeah. This is a funny super chat. Doug Bless. Hi, can I take your order? What if any McRibs do you have? Oh, hi, Elaine.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Hi, Mark. Curtis Adams said, found your channel and he can't stop tuning in. Question, what do you believe is JD's biggest hurdle for the jury to side with him / his case?
Just the really technical shit. There's always that there's always a technical win out there for Amber Heard.
I'd be worried about a juror with a history of some kind of alcoholic relationship or other kind of addiction relationship that also doesn't like the cops. Like if there's a juror that matches up there, you could go one direction. And I still think there's a material chance that this gets hung because it is such of a closed door, he said, she said, even if we think the evidence lines up in one way.
Royal Sig 299 says hi from UK. Win for JD, award 7 emotional damage plus 22 million damages and legal cost. Thoughts?
My roulette ball is still on 7 million. Johnny Depp wins exactly $7 million.
All right.
I think he should win more. I mean, I think the numbers are there to support his original ask.
I put my roulette ball down. It's 7 million. No, I
think
think
we'll let that ball down on the fact that they finished deliberations the day they get the case.
I know you have said that. I don't think that's happening. We'll see.
Here's a question for James. He says, does the AH team seem to be watching the jury? Do you think they are picking up what you guys are?
You know, if they were smart, they would have a PR person watching the jury and sitting there. And maybe not, because maybe it's not going to change their legal perspective at all. But, you know, I would think that there would be things that they would look, okay, well, this kind of questioning bothers them. Okay, when Elaine does this, it bothers them. Okay, you know, just to maybe tailor their case. I don't know if that's legally you're supposed to do that or not. I don't know. But I would just think they would be. But no, there's no one. There's a personal assistant. She kind of watches to an extent, but she's not always there. So as far as I know, unless there's someone secret in the audience, but.
Dog Lover Forever says, James, was there any reaction from anyone in the court when AH walked out of the courtroom after the judge told her to have a seat with her counsel?
Well, the counsels did. They definitely kind of were a little shocked. The judge, of course, noticed. She tries to remain pretty composed, but there's times where she makes facial expressions. Again, the jury, I think some of them will have noticed and some of them will make a point of it. Some of them are kind of, they're not really, just like me, not really used to the whole system. So, I mean, yes, it was different, but I don't think it was like, oh, it was hard to recognize that was like, you know, because then it was a break right after. So it kind of all just happened so fast.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. And just a fair warning, in a couple minutes, I'm gonna switch over with. I'm gonna get up for a second, and the Muffin Man is gonna pull up some super chats for questions and stuff. Or would you guys be okay with that?
And I don't know how much time you have. I have to go.
I've got to go too. It's late. No, thank you for mentioning, Alita. Go get the chats.
Oh, no, yeah. I was going to ask you if you did have any questions you wanted to make sure I answered.
Yes.
I have to go in 5 minutes.
Okay, in 5 minutes. Then you know what? Let me share my screen for those old super chats from
Sorry
before.
about that.
Yeah, no. Thank you for
I've made things difficult. I will now cut through the awkward silence.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so we got this one from before. Let me see. I will pull this one up. Disco Bebath says, Hogue, have you seen the trailer for She-Hulk Attorney at Law?
I have. I'm interested in seeing what it'll be like. We definitely got reports from while they were making it that suggested it was in trouble. So I hopefully they fix it.
Oh, all right. Gecko Gamer says, Hogue, will you do a vid on the Musk meltdown on Twitter?
Yes, almost certainly. I just wind up with running out of time before I collapse and fall asleep. So we'll get to it.
I saw that there was an allegation made against him about some kind of a $250,000 settlement, which seems low for.
Yes, I don't know whether I'll do Muskgate, but I will do the absolute collapse of various aspects of the Twitter deal as Elon Musk's around the internet.
Awesome.
A very fair way to put that.
Lethal 5 String says, found Hogue first, then everyone else here, subbing to everyone, but his deep dives are as unbiased as they come, full of context and occasionally hilarious. Into games, sub to Hogue. I 100% agree.
By the way, Alita, your call to action put us over 94,000 subscribers already. Yes, so you're an amazing person.
Let's get another 6. Let's do it. Let's do it.
No, that's I appreciate you. That is very nice. But I was just telling you that we had updated. You always do this to me. Okay.
Don Lionheart says, Hogue, I think we need to throw Alita into the video game deep end, immerse her fully. How does Kingdom Hearts sound? Or do you have a better suggestion?
I don't know. I think Hogue and Alita play through Kingdom Hearts could work. Alita, if you're not familiar with that franchise, all Disney characters in an RPG setting, you explore Disney movies and Disney World type things, Disneyland type things in an RPG. So
I mean, everyone knows that I obviously hate Disney movies.
That's what I know about you. I know that about you. Mm-hmm.
I heard that sarcasm.
So yes, Kingdom Hearts would be great.
Awesome.
Look, after the trial, I'm still planning on setting up LawTube game night because I think it'd be awesome. But that's after the trial.
I want to do LawTube game night.
We're gonna do it. I'm gonna set it up. We're gonna come over virtual reality. We're gonna play Among Us. We're gonna play social relationship games. We're gonna have a blast.
Among Us is fun.
LawTube karaoke too.
You can do that on your channel, Rob. I'm not singing on my channel.
I would do LawTube karaoke cameras down though.
All right.
I'll do LawTube karaoke. I'm in favor.
Rob, you have to accept that the songs are going to be so well performed, you're going to get demonetized instantly.
I mean, yeah, probably. And the chat gets to pick the songs.
So perfect. They're going to be automatically content ID'd.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
All right,
hey guys.
Why am I getting work emails? It's 9 p.m. What is happening?
On a Friday.
It's life. You want to know people that are looking at this saying, LawTube, I got to get into law, got to do some transactions. Emily's already pointed out transactions are where all the cool people hang out, and that's what everybody's interested in.
It is.
This is the life. This is the life right here. 9 p.m. Friday. Here are the docs we promised you 4 days ago. Good luck.
That's the part that I loved about Criminal is that you didn't have the large portion of emailing. Yeah.
It's absolutely the truth. Absolutely truth. Oh, so I'm all set. That was it.
I think so. I've got to verify that my number is the correct number. Oh, okay. Nope.
Oh.
Okay, we've got one more. Hannah Mall says, Hogue, does the Vogue and Times piece give you slight Gamergate vibes?
So I talked about the Vogue and Times pieces. It's Time to Believe Amber Heard. And if you don't believe Amber Heard, it's the Death of Me Too pieces from those. I have to be honest with people. I was not streaming and I was doing Big Law. I was billing 3,000 plus hours a year when Gamergate happened. So I don't I don't have that great cognizance of that. I recognize it as a gaming movement that was angry at journalists on one hand, if you describe it one way, and or was a harassment campaign against women in gaming. On the other, never the twain shall meet, depending on who you talk to on those things. So for the most part, I stay out of it because I just wasn't involved there. So I will say the headline stuff that I do is definitely trying to talk about rhetoric and talking about how shortcuts are made in terms of describing facts and arriving at logical conclusions. I can't speak to whether or not that actually talks about GG. So I apologize for that, but headlines will continue.
Ricky says, Hogue, when are you giving us Reasonable Minds Can Differ t-shirts? It's your catchphrase as far as I'm concerned. Give it merch.
Literally below every video on my
merch.
channel. Every video on my channel has Reasonable Minds Can Differ merch below it. It's the only thing I've made.
Okay. All right. Thanks for letting me know, because I'm gonna blast it on Twitter.
Yeah, no, I got Reasonable Minds Can Differ. I got people wearing them all over the place. I believe in it wholeheartedly. It doesn't even have a big giant virtual legality or I believe in Hogue on it. People would never know. You believe that Reasonable Minds Can Differ.
Love it. No Tax Good Tax says, Hogue, impress of psych notes. Maybe impression of psych notes.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know either.
I'm sorry, no tax.
I think bringing in the doctor to go through the psych notes. I'm getting
impressions of psych notes. Okay, that makes sense.
That doctor testifying.
Yeah, I thought, my initial impressions was that's Tom Selleck, and that didn't really change as he started speaking. But in terms of the psych notes as they were, I thought that it felt uncomfortable throughout the entirety of the deposition. And that might have worked to Johnny's benefit. I know that James and I think Ian have talked about the jury reacting to that testimony. So I'm polluted a little bit that way because I got the inside man knowledge. But I felt uncomfortable. It's invasive. It's an invasive thing, right?
And I think a lot of people felt uncomfortable, but I think that's kind of the strategy of having the treating psychiatrist testify instead of a clinical forensic psych testifying, because when you have the clinical forensics, they don't have that emotional connection to the person they're testifying about. You could see him feel torn and icky and not liking having to drag out what he was doing. And then Depp's team came in with the no cross-examination at all. And I think if they wanted to get into it, Depp's team was like, fine, you can depose the treating psychiatrist. We're not doing a clinical forensic evaluation. And that's it. And I think that was a strategic win.
Yeah. I mean, Emily, just out of curiosity, because people brought this up when I was talking about this earlier. How do you think that they were going to get a forensic examination of Johnny Depp in there when he didn't claim PTSD or any kind of mental issue?
I think that they were trying. I mean, how did they get to his treating psychiatrist? I mean, if they're saying this pattern of behavior, the reason I thought that is because whatever caused them to waive privilege to allow that to happen, there had to be a strategic choice to do that. And I don't know what the ruling was that allowed for that strategic choice to happen.
Okay.
How does he waive? Why do you waive privilege unless you absolutely have to? And I can't see why you absolutely have to. He didn't put PTSD at issue, but they're saying that he has, memory issues from drug use.
Yeah.
And I think that's where it comes in, because they did ask the doc about that. Could you have memory problems from long-term drug use and stuff like that? So
interesting.
That's fair. That's fair, because my working assumption had been that there was essentially just an open book stipulation on medical records that allowed the marriage counselor, that allowed everybody else in, all the stuff that the forensic person based their stuff on. We got Cowan's notes, we got the nurse's notes, we got Dr. Kipper's notes, we got everybody's notes. And it reminded me, I thought, of the audio stipulation, which is just like, we're not going to fight about any of this as long as one of you is talking.
And it could have been, because they did get the other treating docs. It absolutely could have been.
All right. I'm just curious. People were bringing you up. People were saying, no, Emily D. Baker says it's this. I was like, no, yeah, cool.
Emily didn't say it was that. Emily suspected that was a possibility, which is a difference. I said it could be this. There is a reason that this happened. This could be one of the reasons that it happened. Because I heard people were Google brigading that doctor and being like, how do you do this? And I'm like, no, this doctor didn't have a choice but to do this. But why that choice was made is a legal distinction. And there are reasons why this choice could have been made. It could have been to avoid a forensic eval, because they really did talk about his memory and drug use and memory. So, but it could have been a blanket stipulation. Absolutely could have been.
So,
Your people were
Okay.
vociferous. I loved it. I was like, yeah, no, okay, cool.
Emily generally, unless I know something from a legal document, Emily generally says it could be this. This is a possibility. There
From
is
what I know of you,
that
that sounds right. Need some primary source material before you commit. That's the same with me.
Exactly. Just really quick for
Yes.
Rob, Nurse Liz is trying to get
Yep.
your attention.
Yep.
So
Okay.
okay, so long as you got that chat, just want to make
I
sure.
saw the chat.
And then
Nurse Liz, send me a DM on Twitter, please. Because I don't know how to get in touch with you. I can't go Monday. I've got trial on Tuesday morning. Yes.
That's a bummer.
So C4 VR says, "Hey Hogue, by the time this trial ends, do you think you will have put more hours into this or the Epic v Apple playlist? Great job and congratulations on the YouTube growth. Hope most stick around."
So Epic v
Good
Apple's
question.
Epic v Apple's like 65 videos with a number of them going 2 or 3 hours. I think this wins easily. But I think I was counting it up for just this week, right? And I think Alita, on your channel, we've streamed like 55 hours this week, something like that.
Probably.
And so, you know, I think on this stuff, this is week 5. I've been here 95% of the time. So that number frightens and confuses me. So I'm not even going to add that up. Joe and Kurt,
Yes.
100 for Captain Jack and Mara, if I'm remembering right. Are Joe and Kurt going to dress up as Captain Jack and Mara?
So I think folks have been assuming that Kurt is. Oh no, Kurt did. I think Kurt did say that he would totally dress up as Mira for 100K. And Joe also said that he would dress up as Captain Jack Sparrow. You know who else has said that is lawyer? You know, Peter has said that he will totally dress up as Captain Jack Sparrow as well.
Peter can pull that off.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Oh man. Yeah.
But I mean,
first in the chat. Yeah.
But regardless, though, I mean, any of these dress ups for a 100K are amazing, and I love it, and I think we need to make them all happen.
I think so.
Yes,
I committed big
yes.
for 100K. I dyed my hair purple and it stuck.
Yeah.
So.
I
Your hair hasn't
wanted
always
to
been
think of
purple?
something, but I figured I would have more time.
Well, you guys need to get another 22,000 in a week to see that happen. So
There you go. We can do
It's
it.
gonna happen, buddy.
Alita,
We're
it
gonna
is
do
8 o'clock. It's great to see you stream. James, it's so nice to meet you on stream.
Likewise.
We are connected on Twitter, so we will chat. I love seeing your insights from court. And Rob, have fun prepping your trial, man.
Yeah, with all the time.
Go back
I
to the
have
real
between
world,
now
you
and
know.
Enjoy that. You guys, it's great to see you all. Have a great
Yes.
night. Bye,
See
Yes.
you,
Jess.
Emily.
Bye, Emily. Thanks for stopping by.
And on that
and
same
then-
note, do I have any more?
There are no more, at least
Okay.
from yesterday. If there are more today, I may have missed them.
No, totally okay. Just got to go.
Yes.
Alita, have fun with Super Chats. Kurt, Rob,
you.
James, like and subscribe to all these wonderful people.
Wait. Before before you go, I got a
Yes.
lovely package today from Mr. and Mrs. Hogue. And
Good.
it was
Yay.
a wonderful, wonderful thing to receive. So I've got snacks upstairs waiting to go. Thank you so much. It was my pleasure to be on that first live stream with you. And thank you for reciprocating. Honestly, I could not have imagined getting through that without you there. So thank you very much.
You sounded yes. I was happy to join, Rob. I was happy to help. And I am so glad that it got to you. I can now check that off of not stolen off of Rob's porch on my little checklist. And you deserved it, man. Rob, if you don't know, my first stream ever where I didn't know the buttons or anything, and Alita's always spinning plates, I can speak, and doing amazing stuff here and making it look so damn easy. You should like and subscribe just for how easy she makes it look. It is freaking panic inducing. And Rob, my brand new brother from Virginia, comes in and sits there all the way until hour like 12 of that stream. And so, yeah, my co-counsel, Mrs. Hoglaw, me, we got him a little something. Thank you so much, Rob.
That is so wonderful.
See you. I'm out.
All right.
I'm sure you'll see me
See
around.
you, Rick.
Talk to you soon.
Alrighty. See you, Rick.
yeah, so you got about 164 hours left if you want to see me do some Amber Heard sort of cosplay. So
There you
yeah.
go. So are you guys okay with answering some super chats while I get up for a second? I will be
Sure.
back in like a minute. So the Muffin Man will be bringing up some questions for you guys to answer, maybe like lightning round, because we do have a lot. Okay, cool.
Kurt's,
I will.
Kurt's
I will
really
be
good
right
at the
back.
ball lightning round. Yep.
Yes. Okay, I will be right back.
We'll alternate. Why don't you go first?
Sorry if asked and answered. Please explain the judge's ruling on Adam Waldman's statements. Which statements? A lot of them were
talking about today with the whole like.
Okay, yeah. So that's talking about the jury instructions, and that's why I think it's kind of misleading. Jury instructions are jury instructions. That's if it gets to the jury. So we're not there yet. I think it's premature to make any conclusion based on what you saw today on Twitter.
Yeah.
Next.
JMM says AH account of being pummeled and the bowel incident are suspect, as alcohol inhibits clotting. Would have expected more bruising and head trauma as AH consumes so much wine. Nurse Liz input sometimes. These are valid considerations. Yeah, we'll try to see if we can remember to ask Nurse Liz next time she's on. Next question.
Fable, are jury members allowed to talk to their lawyers as long as they don't talk about the case? To their own private attorneys, I can't see anything that would restrict them. I don't know why any of the jury members would have private attorneys. I mean, I always say it's better to have a private attorney, but yeah, they can talk about anything with their own attorney. That's fine. That's protected. Next.
Virginia Coles, at the end of the testimony on day 16, AH said she never wanted to be seen as a victim. She's never called herself one. Could this be used in closing? What impact would it have? It's probably a mistake for Johnny Depp's team to bring it up one way or another, so I wouldn't. Next question.
Rachel Shuda, will the Warner Brothers statement make it into rebuttal evidence? I'm not sure. A lot of stuff is set up for rebuttal. Johnny Depp's team has 18 hours compared to Amber Heard's 8, so we could see a lot from JD's team and a little from AH, but we'll just kind of have to take that as it comes.
Jennifer Stock says, Miss Jury's instruction leak. What's going on? Yeah, so we're not really sure. Well, what's going on really is that I'm not even sure technically they finalized jury instructions. I'm not even willing to take that as a given. They had arguments today during jury instructions. They've gotten to the judge, but I'm not willing to say there's actually at this point a set of jury instructions that actually exist. I'm not sure it actually exists. There was one aspect dealing with vicarious liability that says, yes, this aspect can come into the jury instructions, but I don't think there's a finalized list that exists at this point, not for at least the reasons that the judge will have to delete instructions if they move to dismiss and they choose to go that way. So we'll see.
Alita, you want us to keep going? You want to take a break, keep drinking some water?
No, I can take over. Sorry. Bronxkeys says, I tried asking before, but maybe my question was taken the wrong way. Somebody asked about the ethnic makeup of the jury, and I was genuinely curious about the significance behind it, i.e. Indians. Oh, no. We didn't take it the wrong way. We understood what you meant because there's a significant proportion of South Asians, like Indians, part of South, or sorry, not sorry, significant portion of Asians. So I interpreted that as you're asking about Indians, South Asians, that kind of thing. But no, we did respond to it. Sorry, I just want to make sure that I get this one. Elizabeth Mixon Shoemaker says Exhibit DEF 512 and Exhibit DEF 723 are the same, just different angle, label, and same position, and wheel of cart can be seen. Is that referring to the photos of Amber's face with a different lighting? Maybe I don't know. I don't have these exhibits
face with the
memorized.
Different lighting was 712 and 713.
I don't have them memorized, so I don't know.
What did you do? Memorize 1600 exhibit numbers?
No, just 712 and 713 because they're the same photo.
Okay.
But sure, Elizabeth. Mama Melchimus said, can both JD and AH be ordered by the judge and jury to sign NDAs for a determined amount of time moving forward? No. Fiery Fairy says, isn't it a bit too sus that the one day she doesn't wear makeup that covers everything is when she knows she will be photographed equals TMZ?
Or a little sus, yes.
A bit. Tira's Media House says, lawyer here, not trial contracts, but this is crazy. First time watching a defamation trial, what do you think about jury saying 50-50 to deny both claims or agreed to both claims and 0 for damages? It could happen. It's in the realm of possibilities. It would be very unsatisfying for a lot of people, for everyone, probably. But yeah, it's like watching a soccer game and seeing it end in a tie. Jacinta Acero. Okay, took me a second. Jacinta Azaro says, thank you for your dedication. Can lawyers watch and look at media while trial is ongoing? Example, watching for materials for close/rebut. Love from England.
Yes, and we know that they are.
There you go. Cass 1954 says, what about JD's team bringing in the officer from Washington who arrested her for DV? They could, on rebuttal. She would be better than Tassia Van Ree from what I've heard, because I don't think Tassia Van Ree would be a very willing witness for Johnny's team.
Even better.
Yeah. Kilt Chasing Girl says, I've heard speculation that Stevie's hugging and touchy-feely approach to JD is a psychology power move to assure jurors that here's a smart, professional, attractive woman who is not afraid of JD. Thoughts? That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
it could also just be that it's just natural friendship between them.
Yeah, I disagree with that assessment, like the previous assessment. Like, I think it's honestly just a good attorney-client relationship.
Yeah. Natalie Locke says, well, yeah. What's that?
I was just going to say real quick, and I know I said this the other day, and it does seem like that's specific to like Johnny and her, but the whole team have that kind of relationship. Like after Camille ended her cross, like everyone on the team hugged her. Like they all embraced her. Like they all share like candy together. Like Ben puts his hand on Johnny's back like a lot and like rubs his shoulder and like gives him encouragement. Like they're all very, very friendly with each other. So yeah.
Yeah. And I've said this before too, that like it just seems like they have a real team vibe. Like I would love to be on their legal team because I feel like they all get along very well, and like they actually seem like the like I don't know, like those firms that actually have like a family kind of environment.
That's what it seems like from court. Absolutely.
Natalie Locke says, question, what could lead to a full jury sequestration?
Nothing
really. Yeah.
That MF Wolf says, thought that Drew didn't seem right. They went in to check on AH, saw, then he goes back home and wait before checking to see if JD was there and everything was safe. Basically, his testimony didn't seem right, seems like. Am I misinterpreting this? If you guys,
I mean, I thought his testimony was fine. I didn't see a problem with it. I mean, he also left that window open where Rocky could have done stuff we don't know about. I don't know. I don't know that it weighs one way or the other, and that's really that significant.
All right. Caitlin K says, do you think it's possible that Camille and JD are being so obviously chummy could be to annoy AH to pull her off center during cross?
Possible.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry here. Oh no, that was that last one.
Can I yell at the chat for yell at the chat for 1 second? Yes, I have DM'd Nurse Liz on Instagram. Please, I have DM'd her on Instagram. Nurse Liz, if you're in the chat, Instagram, check your DMs. My contact info, I gave it to you.
There you go. KK says AHCS irks me. Amber Heard CS. I'm not sure.
Will you DM me your information as well, Rob?
Insta or Twitter?
Take your pick.
I'm going to go Insta.
AHCS irks me. If I was on the jury, since she claimed didn't want anything from JD, do you think jury might be irked as well? Yeah, they might see through that. I mean, especially the fact that she has doubled his damages for her counterclaims and seemingly for nothing. Like we so far have not gotten much of anything as to what would support her counterclaim damages assessment. Other than I just want twice of what you were asking for. Tracy 3 says Court TV said that they will be calling Jennifer Howell for a rebuttal. Not sure if in person. I know she has a tape deposition. All right. Could be then. Marina L says, when questioning the makeup artist, did any side ask if AH flinched at all when she was applying makeup as if she was in pain? 14-year makeup artist and legal secretary, but you used yellow, not peach, like the makeup artist did. Could be. Nightbird says, I don't hate people who still support Heard. Most are not watching the case live, and the way media has over-exaggerated how things have been said and what happened. There's a lot of media over what Heard says, not about Depp. I agree. Dakota St. Clair says, Alita, sorry, still talking about Monica Liu. Song is sentimental. Sentimentally. She called it as a spooky disco groove, was besties with everyone, and her song is in the first 100% Lithuanian since the 90s. That's right. I remembered hearing something about this, that this is the first time that the Lithuanian in Eurovision was like in the top whatever and was actually singing a song that's in Lithuanian, because there's a lot of there's a lot of stuff about that, it being such a tiny country, no one understands the language.
Do you know any songs in Lithuanian?
Yeah.
Can you sing us a song in Lithuanian?
Yes. Yes.
I know. I sing. Yes, I grew up singing a lot of like folk songs that in Lithuanian Scouts.
We're gonna do this. Someone drop a big super chat for a song in Lithuanian,
please sing a song
and she'll
to us in
give her some chance
Lithuanian.
to think about it.
Oh, so this is one of my favorite ones. Actually, I'll sing a little bit of it. But it's about a conversation that a daughter is overhearing between her mom and dad, like in another room, about like her suitors. Her dad wants her to marry this like old man for money. Her mom wants to marry the young man for love. And so she's like kind of dancing around about how she wants to obviously not marry the old man, wants to marry the young man. And then she wants to go so far, or she would go so far as to trick him and then poison the old man and then marry the young guy. But basically it goes, dar ne yok, dar sustak, dar menolistaka, dar ne yok, dar sustak, dar menolistaka, ashkirdeo, katevelishnaka, ashkirdeo, katevelishnaka, jadamani, užsa senio leisti, jadamani, užsa senio leisti, aš to senio nemylėsiu, už jo netikėsiu, aš to senio nemylėsiu, anyway, it goes on forever, but so I won't do the whole thing.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, we can't do karaoke. We can't do karaoke. Alita's gonna win.
so yeah,
I do like the message of the song. Yeah, marry the old, trick the old guy, marry him, then poison him, and then dates marry him. Okay, great.
I mean, because she's like, what are my options?
Message.
She's like, what are my options here? Like I'm a young woman. This is an old folk song. Like it's been around for a long time. So it's like, but yeah, it's funny because it sounds really upbeat, but she's like, God damn it, am I going to have to kill this old man?
Wow. Okay, then
yeah.
the Lithuanians are cold. Not only do they plot the murder with a poison, but they're cheery while they're doing it.
But yeah, and then there's a lot of like old sad war songs too, about like, there's a song called which means for you, my sister, like perfect flowers. And it's all about like, here are some perfect flowers for you. I want you to plant them. I want you to take care of them so that when my body comes back from war, you can put them on my grave. Like it's like really sad. There's a lot of like really sad war songs. Well, because there's a lot of songs that came out of the there's in Lithuanian history, when they were occupied by the Soviet Union, there was around World War II, the Forest Brothers. In Lithuanian, we call them partizanai, which it sounds like it's like partisans, but that's in other cultures that's has a slightly different meaning. But they also called them miško broliai, which translates to the Forest Brothers, because they went out into the forest as brothers to fight off the occupation. Because they just essentially like bunkered down and like tried to like pick off Soviets that had invaded and whatnot. So there's a lot of like really sad, tragic songs about that, because it's like they ended up being occupied for so many decades and whatnot. But it's like it's a very like sad but soulful kind of like part of like traditional culture and stuff like that. So there's a lot of songs.
Just out of raw curiosity, are there any songs about people being happy and like living good lives and
yeah
getting old
there's
and
another
married
one,
and having kids and living great lives and stuff?
Oh, Alita, you just got a big shout out for the singing in the
Aww.
supers.
Oh shoot, usually grumpy. Thank you so much for this very generous super chat. It says, just got chills hearing my grandmother as a child. Sadly never taught Lithuanian, so never knew the meaning. Aw, Oh my gosh, thank you. This is very, very, very kind of you. And I'm very glad that you were able to get to get some connection to that. So anyhow, but yeah, there's a lot of really great Lithuanian songs. There are also some just straight up fun songs. Like there's one about a little girl that wants to buy like red shoes and she wants to dance around in them, and so she's like, you know, getting fitted for them. So it's like kind of a silly little like kid song and stuff too. So, but anyhow, yeah. So fun times. So all of that coming from that one super chat about Lithuanian Eurovision. So, alrighty. Can you all smile for the screenshot for? Ashley, aka Ashley's Phil, says, "Can you all smile for the screenshot for James? The ones people have gotten have y'all in various stages of WTF." Aw, nice. That's very funny. Okay, let's get some more questions here. Brandon Chad Boras says, Court TV tweeted judge ruled today that Waldman's statements to be linked to JD being left to jury to decide final outcome.
Yep, we handled that one.
Got it. Jas A says, not sure if asked, but I am confused. AH's agent said AH lost job opportunities due to online backlash, but isn't that Depp's whole argument? Why different?
Kinda.
Yeah. Okay.
Kinda,
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it basically is a very similar, argument, really. Dakota St. Clair says, okay, I'll stop talking about Eurovision now. Would y'all want a professional makeup artist on to talk about how her makeup day to day has been super manipulative and why her testimony doesn't add up? Yeah, email me. Alrighty. Bonkers B says, is evidence labeled plaintiff or defendant based on who enters it into evidence first? The throw up sound audio is labeled as plaintiff, but thought it was AH evidence.
Yep, that's exactly right. Whoever puts it up first. That's it.
Yep.
Matthew Loney says, can you talk about Court TV tweeting today? Judge ruled Adam Waldman statements can be considered statements by JD. We talked about it.
Yep.
Jessica P says, question, if you are a juror and are struggling with coping a case, are you allowed to see a social worker / psychologist during the case, or do you need to stand down immediately?
Nope,
Sure,
you're allowed to see them. Yep.
Okay. I didn't know. I had never been presented with that question before, but that makes sense. Just here to comment says, question about AH's experts. My theory is that they chose based on resume rather than credibility. Thoughts? Hi from Dominican Republic.
I mean, they went for the moon with Internet Jesus, like the dude that basically created Linux, and yeah, but I don't think that the relevance of his testimony was that accurate. I mean, not that narrowly tailored. So yeah.
All right. Yeah. Fair point. Sarah says, feeling like Kate Moss won't be testifying. Thoughts? I'm not sure why you feel that way. I feel like she will. I feel pretty good about it, but I don't know. I mean, it's literally just based on instinct and Ben Chu's reaction. Joy Daily Gaming says, I have to say the panel always makes things so great. Thank you to Alita for her stability, Hogue for his humor, Kurt for his analytical thinking and singing, Rob, Ian, and DUI for their jury coverage. Yes, thank you.
And James
as well. Vicaro says, I tagged you guys in something on Twitter. It's a clip of someone, Amber's PR, looking at her and pointing up while she is testifying. What is this? I don't know.
That's speculation. We don't know.
Yeah, no idea. Bridget says, do you think JD's team will bring up Amber's injuries being on the right side of her head / face, but Johnny B is being right-handed? I've been weirdly obsessed with that detail, probably because I'm a lefty.
I wouldn't bring it up because there's also testimony about rings on the right hand, and a backhand is pretty strong with rings on it. So I wouldn't do that.
Sarah says, real DV survivors do not have inconsistencies.
I need to address this. That's not actually true. The more times that you make a statement and when people aren't believing you, the more times people end up trying to change the statement to make it more believable. So a rule of thumb, if you are a victim of domestic violence, go talk to an attorney. Don't go and try and sell the story more in different ways. What you experienced, if it was true domestic violence, is and what you remember is enough in that very moment. So yeah.
There you go. Freddie Michael Voorhees says, this super chat is 4 parts. 1/4 because I saw Indy and Indy needs treats. She does. 1/4 for your Cheez-Its. 1/4 for your school debt. 1/4 for OMG, get some sleep and spend some time with Mr. Bites. Yes, we will. I may have finally convinced him to watch Gone Girl with me this weekend. So hopefully we can live tweet that at some point. Emily Hart says, am I the only one that noticed that talent coach said a bottle messed up JD's finger, but Amber said it was a phone? No, you're not the only one. You're not the only one. I noticed that too. It definitely is much more consistent with Johnny's version of events than Amber's currently. Hey James, do you know if the jury picked up on that by any chance?
Sorry, say that again.
Do you know if the jury picked up on the bottle situation with the acting coach when she said that the bottle that Amber had said that he had injured himself in Australia by cutting his finger with a bottle?
Well, yeah, I mean, so it's hard again because 3 of them wear masks, and those are the ones that I really want to know about what they're thinking and things like that. Because I see like a few of them, like Juror 9. That was one of the parts that he, you know, he leans in and he'll like look up kind of when he's thinking about something that's like, is this consistent with what's going on, or like, is this believable? You know what I mean? He'll be like, and you can tell like he'll kind of look like. He'll do the thing where if you move your eyes to like the top one of the corners, you know, like looking backwards and kind of a memory or looking into your own thoughts. So, I mean, without reading into it too much, which I already did, I would say that, yeah, that's something that he's probably, one of them at least is going to bring back and circle back on and be like, wait, remember when, you know, she said this and now they're saying this. So.
Yeah. I feel like someone would have noticed it because to me, it stuck out. That was one of the biggest things that stuck out to me from her testimony, actually.
Yeah.
Sister Cellophane says, thank you, James, for your invaluable insights. And that is perfect. Just following that up. Terry Zaleski says, let's get Hogue to 100K. He's so close and so generous to yours and other channels. I completely agree. If we can get him to 100,000, even though he's not here, like let's do it. Let's do it while he's not even on here. Make him come back with a notification that he has reached 100,000. That would be awesome.
He's at 94.2 based on what outward facing is showing. Let's
get him there. Gio Rio says, yes, that was exactly why she said in the middle. I think why she was sitting in the middle between those between the 2 attorneys. Interesting. John D says, question, please refer me to timestamp of A&A, but what is going on with Court and House and Habit and Rocket Man?
Streams are back online. Like they're coming back up. They're saying it was a glitch. You can speculate, but they're coming back online.
I don't know about House and Habit. I know that she emailed. I got an email from her saying that she had posted something. It was a video about Courtney Love that had been sent, I guess by Courtney Love's friend, that was talking about some really, really nice things that Johnny Depp did for her when she was really struggling, I think with alcoholism or something, and how he really treated her daughter beautifully. And so she had posted it hoping to encourage other celebrities to come forward with similar stories. And then all of a sudden it got taken down. So she said that she was interacting with Instagram, and it sounds like it's probably going to be, it probably was a similar kind of glitch thing. Maybe conspiracy, maybe not. I don't know. Pato Amador says, thank you for your very generous super chat. Says, I need to see you guys hydrating a little more. Okay. Thanks for the coverage. Enjoying tremendously. Well, thank you for the reminder.
I have this big bottle, and I've already gone through 2 of these today. This is
I always have these fizzy waters here. And then also a lot of coffee.
Yeah, I already drank my water for the day.
There you go.
That's what your water looks like. No, I know.
No, other stuff was water.
I understand.
John D says, please refer me to timestamp. Oh, sorry. I already got that one. Whoops. X Rock Mantic X says, do you think AH's team having only 8 hours is a result of them making a mistake? Any idea how they can still fix it, and come out on top with that 10-hour difference? That's a huge difference to overcome at this point. They would basically have to like not really direct anyone and then require Johnny Depp's side to have very long cross examinations. I don't know how you do that at this point. But yes, it was a big mistake. It was strategic errors in how they chose to use their time with cross examinations during Johnny's case in chief. I think I really think that was where they made their big mistakes. And the problem with that too is that if you go too long on cross examinations, you're going to lose the attention of the jury. So it's a lose situation all the way across the board by not being on top of that kind of sort of timing issues. Muffins and Becca Pine says, can Johnny give his drawings to the jury? I think he's going to. Not until after there's a verdict. Like he can't give them anything before a verdict. Maybe.
And I would still advise him not to.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't do anything. I wouldn't have anything to do with any of those jurors afterwards.
I would love though if the whole time he was just doing like character sketches of like the jury, and now you have like a whole thing of all of them making like, you know, like the things you get in like New York City where someone sits and they, you know, so you have like a whole thing and he gives it to them. It's like all the jurors like sitting making goofy faces like by Johnny Depp. I think that would be hilarious.
Nick Whalen said, wondering your thoughts on the pledge/donation debacle. How would you deal with someone saying they use words synonymously when they know they have different meanings? Are push/punch synonymous? Lack of understanding of English language. If she were my client, I would have
speak for itself.
Yeah.
I mean, I would repeat it in closing argument, basically saying like the whole, if you render a judgment, is Amber Heard pledging to satisfy that judgment versus her actually satisfying that judgment a different thing?
Yeah. I mean, and if I were her attorney, I would have advised her ahead of time to say like, don't do that. You're gonna look stupid. Soldier Girl says, did you answer my chat yet? Love your channel. Just wondering what the money for the super chat goes towards. The money for the super chat goes towards mostly reinvestment into the channel. So things like I've got a super editor over here. So I compensate him for his time. There's all kinds of equipment and stuff that we get. And at some point, hopefully it'll finish paying off student loans and stuff. So that would be particularly helpful. Kuya G68 says, who/what determines how much court time is allocated? Judge, agreement between legal teams, or is that a standard? No. Oh, sorry, a standard number of hours. I think kind of all of the above. I think that the court is going to determine the overall framework of like, this is how much time I'm going to allow for this case. Usually they'll do that. If you can ask for, so when you originally file a lawsuit, then you have a status conference at the very beginning. This is my experience in California anyway. You have a status conference at the beginning, where you end up scheduling with the court like your trial date. It's usually in California, again, in my experience, it's going to be a year out for a civil case. So, and then you say, Your Honor, I expect this to take 3 days, 4 days for a trial or something like that, however long you think. And then if it's like longer than that, you kind of have to explain to the judge, like, what is so complicated about your case that you can't get it done within a couple days there. So with this kind of a case, they probably had a lot of discussions about the complexities of this case and determining like, no, like we really do need a full 6 weeks for this because of this and that and this and that and this and that. So that
I'm still amazed they let 6 weeks for this trial, even where we're at. I'm still amazed.
Yeah, my law partner was like, "How did this happen?" And I was like, yeah."
Hey,
Sarah says, "Oh yeah,
sorry if it's cool. I'm gonna jump off. Go grab some food, but I'm gonna be back next week in court. I know Larry will be there too, but happy to take notes or do anything. So I'll jump on anytime you guys want to chat with me.
Hey James, shoot me your number on Twitter. Send me a DM.
Yeah, definitely. I'll do that now.
Awesome. Yes. James, thanks so much for joining us. Come back whenever next week. I will, if I don't give you a daily link to the StreamYard, just poke me for it. Cause I've got a number of people that I'm trying to send it to. And if for some reason you fall through the cracks, it's not intentional at all. You are more than welcome to join every single day if you want to.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So just, throw me a DM like, hey, what's up? And then I'll try to send it to you, but I'll try to remember to keep you on the list as well.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, I'll look out for that and send you a message if I don't see it. But again, have a great night and a great weekend, everyone. And 1 week to go. So it'll be exciting.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you,
Excellent.
James.
Thank you. Later. Bye.
See ya. And
Oh my,
gosh,
oh my,
every
oh
time
my,
that
oh my.
happens,
I don't like this. I don't like this.
Thank
Okay,
you.
that's better.
every time we go to 3 people that happens, and I'm so sorry, guys. I always forget
was-
about it.
I feel attacked.
Yeah. So I'm also dropping into the chat the merch store link for Rick Hogue. If you guys want a and I'm pinning it also. If you guys want his Reasonable Minds Can Differ t-shirt, get at it because it is wonderful. So, okay. Sarah says, my husband is an ER MD, 25 plus years. So if you have questions this trial or future, when Nurse Liz is unavailable, he would be happy to help. My pre-law babysitter introduced me to your channel. Amazing. 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 Yeah. Email me. Lynn J says, please have Dr. Honda on again. He had an excellent explanation on his channel for what someone with BPD might mean when they say monster. Yeah. Oh, of course. Every day he's on my list of everyday StreamYard links. So if he has time, and I don't expect him to show up every single day because I understand that other people have lives. So
I'm sorry, what now?
I mean, like he's got stuff going on outside of this trial. Is my assumption anyway. So but yeah, he's on the list. So if he's available, he's always invited to come back. Acratic says, can jury award more than amount?
He asked for 50 million plus, so yes.
Yeah, it depends on the language in the complaint. My guess is that he probably said at least 50 million. So that's the number that we kind of shoot for, but it's not necessarily the
Award
cap.
him $100 million just to, for the meme.
Yeah, that would be wild. Brian Scaccheri says, was James there when Dr. Curry / Hughes testified? If so, how did the jury react? Oh, we did get this one. We just didn't unstar it. Pause of friendship. Please address the Warner Brothers press release. Chris Melcher. Warner Brothers press release.
Warner Brothers said something along the lines of the article had nothing to do with Warner Brothers decisions of blah, blah, blah. And it's just self-serving. It means nothing to me.
Okay. Well, the jury's not going to see that anyway. The British Brooklynite says, DM'd / email regarding UK trial. Would love to help out. Okay. Awesome. I will keep an eye out for that. Thank you. Pat Sinatra says, can we push Kurt's Uncivil Law channel over 100K tonight?
You are more than welcome to try. I would be more than happy
Where
for
are
you
you
guys
at
to be
right
able
now?
to do that. I mean, I'm all about that. So yeah, if you guys want to go over and subscribe to Uncivil Law so I can do my best Amber Heard cosplay thing and do my best Amber Heard voice for like an hour straight or something, I'm all about it. I'll go back. I'll go back and study the original source material, and I'll work on it like an actual actor. I'll go back and watch the original source material and work on my craft a little bit. It'll be fun.
Yes. Yes, let's do it. And also, Kurt is another one of those channels that is a big brain channel. If you go there, you will get some really, really, really good information on the Supreme Court, on all kinds of different cases, because this guy is a legal encyclopedia and walking around every single day. So, I mean, that is one of the best channels that you can possibly follow and actually learn some things.
The best con law, constitutional law, and an analyst I've seen on the internet, period. So yeah, go there.
I really appreciate that. That's something I work really hard at, and I really appreciate that you honor me for that. That's nice.
Yeah.
And Diana Rose, thank you. That's very kind of you to say. Got another question here. Pat Sinatra says, can we push credit? So we got that one. Yes. Let's do it again. Push him to 100K. Let's do it. Liz M says, what is a super lawyer and does it help in any way?
A super lawyer is some marketing bullshit. And that's what it is.
Yep.
That's but to elaborate a little bit on that, it basically is where you can end up paying money to a subscriber folks.
Well, if you give them $500, they'll call you a super lawyer.
Yeah, like, and then they give you like
for
these
that
little
matter,
labels that you can put on your.
I'll call you a super lawyer.
Yeah, it's like someone nominates you so that you can pay them money so that you can have the honor of calling yourself a super lawyer, and you can put stuff on your website saying I'm a super lawyer. It means nothing as far as like actual credentials or anything, but it looks nice in terms of marketing for any kind of clients that walk through the door to be like, "Ooh, this isn't just a lawyer, this is a super lawyer." So
anyone who falls for that deserves what they get.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Folks that aren't actually lawyers don't know that. So they wouldn't have any reason to know that necessarily unless they watch this channel. And Fabian says, can you also review A Scientist is Canceled by the Me Too case of Dr. David Sabatini? Huh. I don't know anything. I have never heard of this one. I'll screenshot it and see if I have some time to check it out. Thank you. Tom Stark says, Incredibly Average has the audio of Rocky making the second 911 call on the same night Io called 911. In body cam footage of the second cop, they act like they don't know why the cops showed up again. I am curious to hear that. I have heard that Rocky supposedly made at least one of the phone calls. However, at the same time, I do also know that the cops' testimony that came out at trial, they addressed the two different 911 calls, and they said that both of them were transferred to LAPD from NYPD, and Io Tillett Wright was supposed to be in New York at the time. So that's what led me to believe. But honestly, like I don't see what the significance is of who called 911 that night. I just don't see it because I don't know. It's not that big of an issue for me. As is the other stuff, like the fact that the cops didn't see any injuries and they also didn't see the apartment as at all roughed up. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Same.
Okay. Shannon Jackson says, will JD's team bring up that she changed her testimony after the 10-day break?
They should. They should at very least point to her posture.
Yep. Jade says, did you guys hear the judge ruled today that the jury will consider Waldman's statements as JD's only for jury instructions? Yes, we did.
If it gets to the jury, yep.
Assuming it even gets to the jury. Leanne G says, I couldn't stop laughing yesterday. A lot of the depots were, maybe it's supposed to be IMO, surprising. If any of you laughed, what was your funniest moment from yesterday?
Hashtag Amber Turd being repeated in open court several times.
Yes, by far.
Yes. Yep. So super lawyer is basically the lawyer equivalent of an A rating from the BBB.
Yes.
I guess. Yeah.
Good analogy. Very
Even
good analogy.
the BBB has more cred.
Yep.
The BBB has some sort of legitimacy. They're not a governmental agency, but they're respected.
Yeah.
Super lawyer, not so much.
Yeah. Annie Charles says, confused about Oz tape. Those voices testified. Yeah, there's a lot of confusion around that, and I think that we will be listening to those tapes after the jury starts to go into deliberations. Rosie Allen says, question, photo shoot pics on the island with makeup versus the bruises pic. Could the comparison be shown at closing? IMO photo shoot pics seem to depict much darker under eyes. Thanks to all the law tubers. Absolutely. They both were shown in cross-examination, so they are both ripe for being shown in the closing argument. Does she really have super lawyer tags? Oh no.
You guys, okay, so you guys got to chill out. Super lawyers, they're nominated. It's a marketing stunt. You do it to gain clients. Like, for example,
even Vasquez had super lawyer on her.
I am super lawyer. Vasquez is super lawyer. I'm super lawyer. It's there. It just people nominate you, and you don't have to pay for it.
Having it on your profile doesn't mean that you are a less than attorney, but having it on there also doesn't mean that you are a superior attorney. Basically, it means nothing.
Yes, correct. Thank you, Alita.
Yeah. So we're just
Alita,
making fun of the whole
You
process.
didn't answer that last one. Go back.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
No, you answered Rosie Allen, but you were going forward from there.
No, I that was pulled up by the Muffin Man, and it wasn't a question.
Okay.
That's what he's telling me. So we're okay. Okay. Rosie Allen says, photo shoot pics on the island. Oh, we got that one.
You answered that.
Gabriel Molina says, what was the point of Camille asking AH if she got a movie role because of her connection to JD? AH got pretty indignant and Camille just moved on. Oh yeah, she did get indignant about that. I think the point was to say that Amber's trying to say that Johnny didn't want her to work. Johnny didn't want her to work. Johnny didn't want her to work. And yet if he is responsible for getting her the biggest role of her life, how does that play? Not well for her. Naughty Boffin says, loving the bountiful insight from all involved as this channel helps me make sense of this case. Kurt, hope you're feeling more rested today.
I am. I got some serious Z's last night. I'll tell you what, man.
Good. I hope that I can get some serious Z's after this. Kaidos says, question, do you guys wonder who her enablers are for keeping up this narrative? I don't know where AH finds the money to fund her PR campaign against JD. What will the MSM gain here painting JD as the bad guy? I don't know what they honestly have to gain other than like consistency. Like they have this inability to pivot. I don't understand.
I think they're just holding on to Me Too.
Yeah.
Because it's been so effective for them.
But they could do that. They could there's room for them to do that even within the confines of this case.
No, they see where the trial is going, and they've actually pivoted to make this more of a PR thing than actually try to actually win the case. I mean, yesterday was a dumpster fire, but the goal they got was to basically say Johnny's hiding behind privilege.
But that's the PR team. That's Amber Heard's team. But I'm talking about MSM. Like they could totally run this and say, yes, Me Too is important, and she's not a part of it. That's like what so many people in the J for JD community say. Margaret Language says, hopped in here from the Umbrella Guys live. He showed the pictures of Amber's bruises, and if you zoom in, you can see the makeup runs. Interesting. Kaidos. Oh, you got that one. Zach Frisch, I pledge 1 million if JD closing has, I guess you could say she really shit the bed. Cute E says, if proof is found later that AH is lying, can they then go after her for perjury, or would it be too late?
It's not happening.
Perjury. Yeah, perjury's not. It's fetch.
Happen.
Yeah, it's fetch. We're not going to make fetch happen. Fat Boy Horror says, have been watching all week from the UK, and thanks to Hogue, I now follow a lot of US lawyers. Loving the show. Awesome. Wonderful. Welcome. Glad to have you here. Gould Yusuf says, isn't what JD is asking for is 50 million for each count? So 150 million? No, 50 million total. Or he said at least 50 million total, but that's basically the what he's getting for. Shazabel Color says, not case related, but how important do you think a T14 law school is? It's not really that important. Well, it depends on what you want to do.
Vasquez is T3, right? She was third tier.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So that is proof right there that you can be a phenomenal lawyer and go to a lower ranked law school. Yep. It depends on what your goals are. If your goal is just to become an attorney and become a good attorney, go to a law school and learn your butt off about the law. Try to get as much experience as you can at any of these schools. If your goal is to work in big law in any of these big law firms, a T14 school is going to be very, very helpful. If your goal is to become a clerk for the Supreme Court, for the United States Supreme Court, go to a T14 law school, because it's very difficult to get a job as a clerk for the Supreme Court if you are not from a top law school that is ranked that way. It's kind of dumb because it's kind of meaningless, but that's the way that things are with that. So Lisa says, at this point in the trial, what, if anything, can drastically sway the jurors one way or another? Maybe stopping saying what, if anything, from Amber Heard's team. That might be helpful. Because it is like, for me, it is so grating at this point that it's physically painful every time I hear her say it. So like she says the phrase, and I want to gouge my eyes out, and I don't want to listen to anything that she has to say. Maybe it's just me. Maybe there are jurors who feel like me. Maybe I'm alone on that. I don't know, but this is just like my personal experience with it.
The fact that every single depo, every single testimony that we heard yesterday was Elaine, like switch it up. Sorry.
Oh God. Yes. And every single time it was, what if anything? What if anything? What if anything? Awful. 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 All right. Next one. Soul D997. Hi. Can they show videos and pictures again during closing argument? Love the live streams. Hugs from Mexico.
Sure.
Yes, absolutely. That is the time to bring everything out. This is where you get the show where they bring everything in that they have taken out in pieces in front of the jury. They've laid out all of the pieces for the IKEA furniture, and then they build it into the wardrobe or the wardrobe into the okay, whatever. I messed it up, but okay. Okay, Tempura says, I don't want this trial to be over. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, there will be others. There will be others. Dakota Taylor says, IDK, if you saw, but heavy spoilers, a YouTube channel with 1 million subs said in his trial breakdown vid to come to LB to get real lawyers' opinions and views. Oh, shoot. That is really nice. I don't know who heavy spoilers is, and I feel like that's disrespectful given the number of subscribers that they have. But I'm gonna have to check them out. That is very, very kind. I'm very honored to be referred by anyone. So I thank you. Kathy at 40 says, Alita, on James from Court's Twitter page, you can see a video of James smiling when he hears Amber Heard in court. It was posted yesterday. I'm gonna have to go check that out.
He's made it onto TikTok too. There's several videos of him responding. It's kind of funny.
Oh no. It's me, Tiff says, question, isn't JD suing for $50 million on each count? I'm gonna
apparently Peter is saying that underneath each identified count he has said for not fewer than 50 million. I don't know if they're going to cap that at a consolidated 50 or if they're going to allow him to ask for 150. I think 150 is a super overreach, and I don't see his attorneys doing anything near that.
Yeah, and there hasn't been enough in evidence for them to reasonably fine for 150. I can see 50 because Pirates of the Caribbean was 25. There's other work in there, and then you could say emotional harm, like all this kind of stuff.
This one right here, I'm looking at Uncivil Law's page, and I'm seeing amateur numbers. I'm seeing amateur numbers from the chat. You guys are not showing up. So hit an open a new tab, go to his channel and subscribe. You can still listen to us in the background as you're doing it. It's not hard.
They just don't love me like they love you, Rob. That's just the bottom line.
13,000 people here, and unless all 13,447 of you are subscribed to Kurt, then go hit that freaking subscribe button. Do it now.
Yes. Agreed. Yeah, 78.4. Let's I mean, at the very least, 80,000 tonight. Like that's like we should be able to do that for sure. At the very least tonight. Jazz A says, Lawn Lumber, do you have a site for the stuff you make?
I don't have time to make enough stuff to sell right now. I will eventually, maybe.
Why not? Why are you busy or something?
Am I busy? Yeah, geez.
Carrie Griffin says, did you see the videos of Chu flipping AH the bird while she was on the stand? Not sure if it's legit, but I died. I tweeted a few of you with the link. You know, I asked James about that, and he said that based on what he knows about Chu and based on what he has seen of Chu, he does not believe that was a legitimate thing. He was like, this is like kind of like like that generation of men have a tendency to use the middle finger as like to point. You know, as
there's a video of Mr. Rogers doing that too, like before school children. It's kind of funny where he's doing that too. He uses the middle finger as a single counter. It's like that's kind of funny. Yeah,
so I know James, when I talked to him the other day about that, I remember asking him about that, or it came up in a super chat, and he said, no, I really don't think that was the case, because he's such a respectful person in the courtroom that I just don't see him doing that intentionally for, you know, to slight anyone. Alrighty. Edgar Allan Toe says, tapping into War of the Worlds and Blair Witch Project, could Amber and Johnny be pulling off the coolest piece of art in 2022? Oh God, no. That would just devastate me after all of this emotional investment if that was the case. Vols Fund Alfmal says, Vols or Vol? I'm sorry if I butchered that. Do you think the press is pro AH because they're afraid of a precedent if JD wins and they get sued over and over? Much love from Germany. Well, it's different for the press because you have it's a lot harder to prove a defamation case against the press than it is to prove it against the individual themselves that alleges that something happened to them. And it's because of the actual malice standard, because you have to show, like, if Johnny Depp were to sue someone else in the press for these claims, they would have to show that Washington Post for all of this stuff. Johnny would have to show that the Washington Post lied about him and all this other stuff, but also with actual malice, meaning that the Washington Post knew that what they were publishing was false, or they were reckless as to whether or not they were true or false. So, but they could easily argue, they could say the author right here is the one who said that the things happened to her. That's plenty for us to hang our hat on and to rely on her. So I think that on its own would be enough for Washington Post to win that case. So yeah.
Uncivil Law is the channel name for those of you guys asking. It's right there in the Uncivil Law.
There you go.
We can probably pin it
yes,
in the chat.
linked in the description below. Gio Rio says, I question if the biggest problem for Amber is having BS, not wanting to accept it, and having PTSD at the same time, and told several stories multiple times, and so without emotion and for court act. I question if the biggest problem for Amber is having BS, not wanting to accept it, and having PTSD at the same time, and told, I mean, she could have a lot of things going on for her that are complicating the way that she's telling her narrative. But to me, I see this case as someone who has told the story many times, and every time it has gotten a little bit more complicated. And so then she's kind of stuck with the most complicated version of it. Ethan Bolton says, I've been loving everyone during these daily streams throughout the case. What was the LawTube community like before this trial? We were doing all the same stuff, just chit-chatting and occasionally doing hearings. Yeah, minus Rob. But now it's better for it. And Mike was kind of on his own. He was on YouTube, but it was more on his own. Same thing with lawyer, Peter. But otherwise, a lot of us collaborate on a regular basis. We're showing up on each other's channels with fair regularity, and hopefully that continues. And with the new faces that we've got here, because it's been wonderful. Natalie O says, AH and sister top of stair story don't match up. I agree. Yasmin Schultz, thank you. Welcome. Maria Raya says, Hoagie, Kurt, Rob, Emily, Alita. I've been watching y'all since the beginning. Now my 9-year-old gets home from school and asks who is streaming. Oh my gosh. I love it. Zach Fresh says, Amber to jury, look me in the eyes so I can. Oh no. Allison Laurie says, James, were you there for Isaac's testimony? I need to know how they reacted to his crying. I'm so sorry that we missed this one. I will try to screenshot and remember for next time he's on. ASIM1 says, Jen Howell, hearsay proper foundation with Whitcross.
Oh, I think this is about the Jen Howell. Yes, it's going in for impeachment. It's not going in to say that what Jen Howell heard was truth. It's going in to impeach witnesses' statement.
That's exactly.
Yeah. Yep. Gubis says, I am rewatching Aquaman. Jason Momoa is good, but now I can't unsee Amber's bad acting. This trial has biased my brain. I am sure it isn't this bad. Could be. JJ Schmiel 78 says, what, if anything, did AH team do well?
They started the trial relatively well, all things considered. I stand by my initial opinions that I thought they did a very good job extracting what they needed to win the case out of Johnny Depp and out of Johnny Depp's psychiatrist, Dr. Curry. They had a winnable case at that point. And then Amber Turd came along, just shit all over their case. And now not so much.
Yeah, I think they could have. Taylor Davis says, LawTube University merch, please. Emily knows my husband is currently a 2L, former 1L, and now I am taking the LSAT this September. LawTube merch would be the first merch I'd actually buy. Alrighty.
We do need some LawTube merch, but we're going to need like an official crest, and we're going to need an official saying in Latin that's like funny and stuff. So
Yeah,
maybe
although
we could have a contest design for official LawTube University crest colors, all
I
that
like
whole
that
thing,
one too.
regalia.
I think that would be awesome
Yeah.
to have some kind
Yeah.
of like LawTube University merch. But the difficulty would be with that would be like revenue sharing and like all that kind of stuff. But I would be happy to just go ahead and make it, but then it would be like with my stuff.
See,
You know, like
if you're gonna make LawTube University stuff, I feel like you got to share, and then we got to figure out that. So that's a pain in the ass. Yeah, this is the big problem with us trying to figure out a more united, because we've talked about this a little bit in sort of privately about trying to have some sort of more formalized united relationship. And the big problem with that, as with most things, is just money. Like how do you deal with the money? Okay, so we have so many people come onto the stream. How do you split it? Do you split it based evenly? Do you split it based on time? Do you have to worry about their subscriber count? Do you how do you adjudicate this in a way that's fair, that won't lead to hurt feelings? So because none of us have been able to figure that out for the moment, none of us are sharing money, because we're like, oh, once we share money, it's not going to end well. So if anyone has an idea of how to split money fairly among multiple different lawyers, let us know.
Appy says, hi to Emily fluffing her aura, James with the fluffy hair, Hogue with game chat, Cowboy Kurt, Wood Daddy now, I guess, and to Alita for hosting. Of course. Mostly Dead. Mostly Dead says, I'm glad that I like that he's not even making eye contact. He's like, let's just move on.
I'm chatting Nurse Liz.
Okay. I'm glad that AH and JD don't have to be in court for verdicts. No doubt emotions will be high for everyone. Any advice for handling them? No, they will be there for it. I think so. They should be. Usually they are.
Rob, that image you just sent me really is not appropriate for our stage of our relationship.
Oh God, Kurt, I'm gonna kill you.
But any advice for handling emotions? You know what? Come hang out with us. We're all going to be dealing with emotions, and we will at least be dealing with them together. So come on and join up with us. Bronxies, greetings everyone. I was wondering what the significance behind the questions about Indians and Southeast Asians was. I thought it was a curious question that I might not know out of context. LOL. I think that it's just because there have been a lot of it's been reported that there's a lot of Asians on the jury, basically. So it's how many, we didn't know like what part of Asia that folks were from, ethnically speaking. So I think somebody just had a question about that, which is fair. Would you guys be Amber's lawyer? I would have considered it before she filed her counterclaims, but post counterclaims, hell no. Post trial mega pint together. You've earned it. We've got some opportunities for some mega pints together coming up in the future.
The Friday after the jury gets the case will involve some drinking.
Lots of drinking.
Yes. Chelsea D says, your JD's team, AH's team has used their remaining time. You have whatever ample time is left. Who are you calling now that they can't cross anyone? Kate Moss.
Maybe Johnny Depp to just ask 10 hours worth of leading questions.
I love that idea. Oh, that's so great. And with
that actually would be great. Carrie Emmett, all my favorite law people in one place. Aw, nice. Let me get some questions here. Stephen Murphy says she had video on her phone. Why all photos? She proved she could do video. She could video things, yet no video of the penthouse or mirrors in Australia where you see her. I always want to caution that you don't want to impose a standard for DV cases that like there has to be evidence of the actual thing right there, because there are a number of reasons why someone might not want to take evidence or might not catch photo or video evidence. But I will say, I said this earlier in this live stream, that her video and photo evidence matches her testimony in terms of detail. Her testimony is very, very detailed about superfluous things that don't matter. It tends to be much more vague when it comes to the parts that actually do matter, the parts that would be impeachable, the parts that would be corroborated by other people. She tends to be much more vague about those kind of details. Same thing has kind of been true of her photo and video evidence. She's got a lot of like random photos and videos of other stuff that kind of sort of matters, but maybe not.
She doesn't have a photo of the bee. So
That's
it's
true.
right out.
Fair point. But she does, like she doesn't have photos of her feet, her cut up feet. She doesn't have photos of like, bloody footprints. She doesn't have photos of like a lot of things. Like when she says like, hey, I was smacked in the face, I was backhanded and I felt my teeth go through my lip. And let me show you a photo of my injuries. And she shows a bruise on her arm. It's one of those things where it's like you've got details, but not that many of the details that really matter. And you've got a lot of details of things that don't matter. Does that make sense? Am I making sense with that, or does it seem like I'm reaching?
Yep, you have photographed everything except the things you need to photograph.
Yeah, it's just like her testimony.
Look at this photograph. Every time we see it, makes me laugh.
Kurt, you
which is
did that
kinda
to
true
me.
in this case.
Oh.
Last time it was my fault, but I didn't
Yes,
sing it.
now it's
I just
my
referred
fault.
to Nick.
I have photographic evidence to introduce on Tuesday. I'm going to kill both of you if I stand up there and I start thinking that in my head.
Oh man. Rachel Shuda says, OMG, did we see the Warner Brothers statement? Will this be used in court? No, it will not be used in court. It is not evidence. Leah says, how do you all split your money on streams, if any split? Maybe TMI, but super interested in this if you're willing to share. Love you all. Whoever is hosting the live stream gets the revenues from AdSense, from super chats and all that kind of stuff. This is why we like to try to share the love by hopping onto each other's live streams and onto each other's channels as much as possible, is because we like to give back to one another from time to time, because there are certain responsibilities that are involved with actually hosting it. There's a lot more that gets involved. Like if you hop onto someone else's, like for me, I always feel so relaxed when I'm like on someone else's live stream, because I'm like, oh yeah, I can just turn off my camera, I can walk away for a minute, I can go to the bathroom, get some food, come back, and like I don't have to worry about anything. I don't have to worry about setting anything up or like volume levels or anything. But it's basically that's my whole spiel on that. Kayvon says, is it common for one side to run out of time?
No, not really.
I mean,
but then again, it's
not
not common to
really.
really have
Usually-
these strict time limits.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we've seen other cases before where the time limits, there were time limits, but they weren't really enforced that strong. I mean, that's I feel like more common than having a case like this with Judge Azcarate, which is one of the reasons why I really love Judge Azcarate, honestly.
Mhm.
Barbara Escobar says, JD says he hasn't told anyone about her stripper past, yet there's no other evidence about this, is there? Emily, you were the start. Rob, Legal Bites, Runkle, DUI, Uncivil. Love your rap idea. He says he hasn't told anyone about hers. Did he even testify to that? I don't recall him
I didn't know that she
testifying.
had a stripper pass.
Yeah. I don't remember him saying that when he testified. I don't know if he said that to anyone else
What's her stripper name?
otherwise. I
Oh,
have no
God.
idea. I don't
Amber
know.
Turd.
I don't want to know.
Amber Turd.
I don't even want to know.
She strips in Cleveland.
Nice. Very.
Okay. Anyway, moving
Yes.
on. Lori Liani says, have you group thought of having one joint webpage just with link to everyone's info on it? Cheap and everyone in one place to go for contact info and links.
There's a website that does that. We should probably do that.
Is there?
Yeah, someone mentioned in one of the chats one time where there's some sort of thing where you can have links to like all the social medias and stuff.
Yeah,
and
like
all
we
share
could
the
put
name.
a link tree, like
Link
we
tree
do
was
on
what I was going
profile.
for. Thank you.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Then we could
that's
all
a good
like, have
idea.
in
That's
our
a really
So
good
we should
idea.
have set up a link tree for all of the LawTube and then put it in all of our descriptions. That'd be good.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
So long as we know how to update it when we like add people to LawTube.
Then
over
we have to
time
have a
as well.
discussion about who gets to decide that issue, which is always fun too.
Yeah, that's see. This is always the complication of doing anything centralized in LawTube. What happened to Rob and Runkle's live stream from yesterday? I started it but had to leave early and now can't find
I
it.
distinctly not remember there being any kind of vote about Rob being a member of LawTube. Is all I have to say. No one bothered asking me.
There wasn't. No one asked Kurt. I'm sorry, Kurt. Kurt, do you want to vote now?
Yeah,
Who
could
wants
you
to
go
vote
away
you off,
to
Galen?
Legal Bites and I can discuss it privately.
I
I want to be open-minded.
no.
So let's kick Rob out of
No.
LawTube. Oh, I'm sorry, you're back.
So the live stream I think got interrupted halfway through and was privated, right? There were a bunch of live streams that happened to last night.
Yeah, sketchy. We're not going to talk about how sketchy it was because we ranted about it on Ricada's stream last night. There's a lot of spicy language. If you want to go check that out, you can after this one's done. But it's back up now, so you can go take a look at it.
Boom. Chelsea L says, did anyone notice during Camille's cross, she said the doorman looked at her in the face because he was taught respect by his parents, something along those lines. I thought it was a jab at Amber. I don't remember that. I don't remember hearing that. And I don't know like if we don't have context with it, or her delivery. I'm not sure. Marie Stopa says, I just found out on this live, Runkle went back to Canada and his YouTube was pulled. True, I just really liked him. Yes, so he did go back to Canada. And he said his live stream had been taken down, but I think it's back up at this point. This is what somebody said earlier. That his has been restored, but Good Logic's live stream has yet to be restored. Or am I just making that up? I don't know. Hopefully it's restored soon if it's not. Daniel Fjord says, who will stay for the verdict? A, J, both or neither? I think they both do. They both should. Kathy at 40 is a 61-year-old here. You don't have to be young to understand that the experts hashtag testimony highlighted correlation, not causation. Also, Boomer's tweet. Very good point. Thank you very much for making this point as well. Yeah, you've got plenty of people that are above a certain age that are very well versed in social media, including Twitter and Instagram and all these other ones. And you've got plenty of 20-somethings that don't use Twitter, don't use, well, I guess Instagram. They're statistically more likely, but that also statistically more likely doesn't mean everyone, across the board. So Kathy at 40, thank you so much for pointing that out. That is a very good point. Hedgehog in Space says, can they label Elaine's microphone the what if any button? Oh my God. E-Watching says, anyone, what about Court TV report that Adam Waldman's statements can be considered against Depp?
We already talked about that one. Jury instruction.
Yeah. Okay. We talked about that. Yep. Him. Thank you so much. Dr. Anya Ryanerzewska. I am doing a cool study about this case. Check out your email / Twitter DM. Thanks. I think I remember seeing an email from you. I haven't had a chance to check it. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit backlogged on emails and DMs, but yes. Thank you. Thank you. Issa Mello says, how many objections are there? Types.
Oh, 9 million.
Sure. Give or take. No way says, any worries about Jennifer Howell coming in? Not really. Ashley Hamill says, I'm so pissed off YouTube took down the stream / with Twitter removing content. So biased, it's disgusting. I'm sorry y'all are dealing with this. Been sharing and calling out YouTube and Twitter. We love you all and support you. Thank you. Very kind of you. Remote Abduction Arm says, if Dr. Curry is called again, will she be able to use what she's learned about Amber during the trial? I.e., I think she would probably add malignant narcissist or even antisocial personality disorder.
I wouldn't add new diagnoses. I wouldn't do that, but I definitely talk about the things that I observed that fell into diagnoses I've already made. Do that.
Lauren B says, question, if you were AH team, how would you spend the time left? Did we answer this? I think we did. I would keep everything as short and snappy as possible. Laura Baird says, did Depp's team manage to correlate the op-ed with the loss of the Pirates movie? Either way, how would this affect the award that is given by the jury, if any? I think that the jury can still find, even without Pirates, they can still find in his favor, and they can still award him $50 million, I think. Yeah, F-bombs. But I think, but yeah, I think that they did. I at least saw dots that were connected for the op-ed and the loss of the Pirates movie. Whether or not that's convincing to the jury is maybe another matter. But I at least saw dots that were successfully connected. What are Tater's precious? Says Rob, breaking hearts and breaking beds.
Put him in a stew. Boil them, mash them, put him in a stew. Boil them, mash them, boil them, mash them, boil them, mash them, put them in the stew.
There you go. Laura Mousehart says, can AH testifying she repeatedly punched herself be brought up to jury since it's on the record, or would she have to be on the stand? What was that from? Somebody has mentioned this before, and I don't remember hearing her say that she repeatedly punched herself. Do you guys remember?
I really know.
I don't remember any of that testimony.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't either. We'll get the next question here as soon as we can read that. All right. MF says, I'm confused why a judge wouldn't let all evidence be presented. For instance, she literally admits she didn't mean to hurt him. It seems so backwards to me. Thanks for everything. Y'all are amazing. You're referring to the Australia tapes. And we've gone through it. I'm not going to go through the whole list of how that's excluded. Check the asked and answered videos, because that is where I go through it. But I appreciate your super chat. Katrine says, what happened with the instructions today? We discussed it. The judge, if assuming that the issue of vicarious liability comes before the jury, the judge has decided that they are to be instructed that Adam Waldman's statements count for Johnny Depp. But there's still a question of whether or not that will even reach that point. What, if anything, says, what do you all bet AH ties to go after her lawyers for losing her case if in fact she loses? Or tries to go after her lawyers? What do you think? I think publicity. I think in terms of publicity, yes. In terms of like actually going forward and suing them, I don't know. That seems a little less likely.
I mean, what attorney would take that case? Because those attorneys get sued for malpractice and so forth and so on, right?
Yeah. And I do agree with the super chat that people can be compassionate and caring without romantic intentions. 100%, right? Absolutely. No way says, can someone explain what happened with the countersuit today? Love this channel. Yeah, we just touched on it. Delicious Treats says, jury instruction leak, dismiss counterclaim. So there's still an opportunity to dismiss the counterclaim, but we did discuss the jury instruction leak. Jade says, is it true the judge ruled today that the jury will adopt Waldman's statements as JD's only for jury instructions? X-Files Inc. says, sorry, I missed it. What was that like about the leaked jury instruction? Yep. So P.S. You all rock. Thank you. Yeah, we covered that with the jury instruction. Yuki Hatake says, I'm 1 hour 32 minutes behind because I was late, but thank you Legal for saying my name right. I'm watching your show while at work. Thank all of you for covering all of this and explaining things throughout. Of course, you're welcome.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, having a non normal name or a non-common name, I understand that. Wanting to have people pronounce it right. K Jean says, why don't witnesses testify on Zoom like Travis? I don't know how they decided that. The practical
answer to that question is just because the rules haven't been written yet. The whole idea of people testifying Zoom is just something really COVID did. And the court's been operating kind of on emergency rules, basically. So Fairfax, to extend that out hasn't really been fully contemplated yet.
Yeah. And Fairfax I see a question in the
adopted it, but yeah.
Oh, okay. I see a question in the chat. Is Muffin Man Mr. Bites? Muffin Man is the editor. Mr. Bites is Mr. Bites. MS says, who do you think is paying AH's legal fees? A quick search revealed her net value at $2.5 million. I have no idea. I don't have any. I don't even want to speculate on that. Simple Old Soldier says, if AH team runs out of time, will they still be able to object to JD witnesses, or if they of line by line to destroy AH case, or will they have to be silent and not be able to challenge at all? I think they can still object.
They can still object.
Maddie00 question, please consider inviting this creator on to give her a boost. Best AH parody video I've watched. Search YouTube Amber Heard Lie 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 by Parody Whitney. Okay, we'll have to check it out. So plus 6 years, why haven't AH plus sis got stories straight? Because there are inconsistencies, and oftentimes that means someone's not being totally truthful. Aaron Lowy says, why has JD's team not really mentioned Amber Heard's prior domestic violence charge? Because it's not exactly probative in this case, or at least it's more prejudicial than probative. Evidence reasons. What, if anything, says question, if JD wins, do y'all think he might give money to charities he supports? He might. M. Gravetti says, Emily, you are the best. Thanks for all you do in explaining JD's psych giving that info up yesterday. I forwarded your wisdom to as many people as I could. Law and Lumber, you rock. Thanks for the bed debunking. Yes, they all rock. Awesome. Ashley Scott says, I start my dream job on Monday, so I won't be able to line sit this go round. I send you guys good vibes and luck. Wish I could have met Rob and Ian, but I had to leave at 1 a.m. for my job interview. Well, good luck with your first day of work. That is absolutely a fantastic reason to not be able to volunteer for
Ashley,
thank you
for standing for Ian and I. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Belikov says, do you guys think maybe Whitney's cross was so light because JD maybe didn't want her to get drugged? Since she is also a victim of age. Could very well be. Amy Ashton says, would justice for JD go against JD's case?
No, I think Dennison did a good job with that one at the end.
Yeah. The Mucker says, why didn't Johnny's team make a bigger deal of Amber's drug use? Amber's team spent so much time painting Johnny as an addict, but it seems to me Amber was also partaking. They don't need to hit it hard. They just need to say she was also doing it. They've severely overdone it on Amber Heard's side against Johnny Depp, in my opinion. Freaky Dog, Emily, as a licensed therapist, even in the field, the gendered terms is considered super old school. It still exists, but it's very much frowned upon and was extremely upsetting to listen to myself. Yeah.
It's nice to know that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nate the lawyer, it is total bullshit. Yeah, that was he probably sent that in when I was dropping F-bombs.
Yep.
Rena Fagel says, for each panel member, what is the one thing you want to see in the time that remains in the trial?
Amber Heard's full confession in open court.
Just let the dumpster fire just continue burning.
I want to see Amber Heard's team run out of time and then see what that looks like with a rebuttal with zero cross-examination and then therefore zero redirect. So you can just line up witness after witness after witness and they cannot respond.
And watch Amber Heard's face as Judge Azcarate says, no, I said the time limit was the time limit.
I said what I said. Did I stutter? I'm Maddie00. I've subscribed since before this trial. Appreciate you and your work. FYI, I've had much trouble sending last super chat because of errors. Are promos excluded? Promos excluded. I'm not sure what they mean by that.
I think she means your restrictions. Like, do you have links blocked? Like, because if you have links blocked, if they
think so, I don't know. I'll double check what my stuff is because I'll double check after the stream.
You can't necessarily. YouTube does censor super chats differently than they censor regular chats. So it might be a YouTube thing.
Yeah. It could be. All right. Purple Pineapple says the dating and childish accusations are just another example of how age is using this whole thing as another way to continue abusing and humiliating JD. Yeah, I think so. Christina Gensch says, thought y'all might appreciate the humor. I was inspired by Ben Chew, and now my new coffee Yeti is being etched. Same grounds, same instructions. I love it. Cynthia says, when all this is over, can M and Alita do a drunk live stream laughing at all the male law tubers' non-intentional sexism? I promise a $100 super chat.
What are they talking about?
I don't know about non-intentional sexism.
What non-intentional? What sexism of? What are they talking about?
I think that some people, when they see a man making statements about a woman, sometimes get a little bit sensitive. I know Natalie said this, the other day, that she was like, guys, just because a man says it, if the same thing could be said by a woman.
Comments about breaking beds with Rob.
Yeah.
But I make a comment and suddenly it's misogynistic.
Well, so I will say that when it comes to humor on this channel, I want to be equal opportunity on both sides, right? Like if we can handle Rob breaking beds and breaking hearts, if we can, handle, having a pseudo Elaine Bredehoft account super chatting Mike and talking about, bringing Amica cream and muffins, on a date with him, like that kind of stuff. Like we can keep that as humor. And we can also keep, humor with women as well. Like other than like a couple comments here and there, which have been addressed, like by and large, I think that people have been very complimentary of the women that have shown up, in this trial. I mean, other than critiquing Elaine Bredehoft. That's the one that has come up many times. We are talking about Amber Heard's outfits, and we are talking about that as far as a legal analysis is concerned. So like that kind of stuff is not sexist, because I am the one that is also bringing up a lot of this stuff. I'm the one that is commenting on how she needs to look more feminine. She needs to look softer. It's not to say that this is something that is required.
By the patriarchy.
No, but it's because of the fact that it has to be drawn, like her outfit should be drawn to the most mainstream sort of like the mainstream sort of taste, because it is about risk. It is not about what should a woman be wearing in any kind of a situation. It is about minimizing the risk that someone is going to check you off and or check out of listening to you because of something that you are wearing or the way that you are presenting yourself. You don't want to run the risk that someone is going to not listen to you before you open your mouth. So anyhow, all of that kind of stuff. Anyhow, but with all that said, I absolutely would love to have a drunk live stream with Emily D. Baker where we laugh about stuff in general. For sure. John Palermo says, I love Dr. Curry, but how awesome would it have been if JD had Dr. Jordan Peterson as his psych expert witness? He might have done it for free.
Nice.
I would have been interested to see that. I think that would have been interesting. Lauren H says, any updates? Lawyer just posted judge ruled not to throw out AH claim today, and judge likely to be called back to stand on Monday. It's not exactly that. It's about jury instructions. It's not a motion to strike. We haven't gotten to that point in trial. They will have that discussion, and hopefully the judge will throw him out at that point. I think that there's a good argument to be made. Sandra Elmerico says, my daughter is in law school in New Orleans at Loyola, just finished exams, scored highest in I think that's supposed to say Indigenous law class. Yeah, probably Indigenous law class. Proud mom moment, told her to follow all of you immediately.
Excellent.
Oh, thank you so much. And congratulations to your daughter on finishing her exams. And scoring the highest in the class. That's amazing. Absolutely. You should be proud. She should be proud. Even just finishing the year, she should be proud. So, because it's a huge accomplishment, a huge effort. And welcome her to all of our viewers. West Texas Zombie Slayer says, question, can you explain how impeachment doesn't lead to perjury since impeachment is lying under oath? Thank you. Love y'all.
Impeachment is implication. Perjury is proof. Impeachment means that you are implying by a prior statement that what they have said is not truthful, or at least wholly truthful. Perjury is that you have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that what they have said is a absolute falsity.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Exactly. Excellent point. Alita, do an impression of Elaine.
What, if any, amica cream did you see on the document that she put in front of you?
Was that good enough?
Pretty good.
You needed to make multiple compound questions and leading in there, but otherwise it is fine.
Yeah.
What is any amica cream and red lipstick did you see on the bruising under the makeup? And also, why is he abusing you all the time?
Like, what, if any, amica cream did you see on her face before she put on her makeup, before she put on the lipstick, before she put on the outfit, before she did this and that, and then walked out the door? Do you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just every and the thing is, she doesn't always talk with that throaty style. But I hear it in the depositions, and every time she gets into the throaty style, I hear it, and my brain kind of focuses on it. Maybe because I've been doing a couple impressions here and there, but I hear it every single time when she gets into her throaty voice in depositions, and I don't know, it's weird. It's interesting. I've hyper focused on it maybe.
Oh, dude, chat just trolled you really great. They said your mic was off.
Oh, very good. Nice.
But it wasn't. I know, because you guys were reacting. Another one would be,
I'm trying, Your Honor.
Anyway, that was a good. Yeah, somebody in the chat said that.
My client sucks ass. If you don't like it, you can represent yourself.
Yeah.
It's not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
Or just say the C word as many times as you can and as aggressively as you can.
I have not. I think I've used the C word once against a woman, and this is like the second time in my life I've wanted to use the C word. And I've thought about saying it on stream, and I've like, it's only because I know how much trouble I'm going to get in for using it.
Yep.
But
So we're not going to do it.
Amber Heard.
Yeah, that I will say. The chat. There's a couple of people in the chat saying that last one sounded like Kermit. Yeah, it did start to transition into Kermit a little bit. I've got to I've got to get a little bit better at that one. But so it's fine. I'm working on it. We have a little bit of I have a little bit of time to work on this. Anyhow. Brooks SS says Amber's Twitter expert was a child genius. Yeah, he was like a child wunderkind. He didn't even go to college. Like, that was kind of cool.
Yeah. He skipped undergrad and went straight to master's. I didn't know that was possible.
Allie LB says, will the jury be confused by JD's attorney-client privilege when medical cultural equivalent has been waived? Is that a reason to dismiss the counter? They shouldn't be confused because they would be getting instructions on that. So no. ASMR gives me brain tingles. Shout out to Jolene Lunzer, YouTuber with hilarious sketches of Elaine in the trial. Oh,
something else to check out.
Cool. JC says, has there been a civil trial in recent memory that has garnered this much public attention, or is this unprecedented? It's unprecedented because you don't normally get jury trials for civil cases. The vast majority of them settle. And so to get one, A, that is going to trial, B, that is getting publicized with cameras in the courtroom, and C, that has this level of interest by the public because of celebrities, because of Me Too, because of everything else in this trial, it's incredible. It's incredible for a civil trial. Watching says, can the overflow group see the jury? Ooh.
Nope.
No? Okay. What if anything, says, question, if I was dressing AH for trial, I'd have her wear a flowy blush blouse tucked into a soft gray pencil skirt and nude pumps and an updo that Alfred Hitchcock had his leading ladies wear. Thoughts? By the way, hi, Emily, love you. 100%.
Yes.
100%. This is how I would have dressed her, starting from day one. Day one.
Soft.
Yes, exactly. Next one. The Free Hawaiian says, panel, please address possible AHPR involvement in YouTube videos flagged and Twitter accounts posting AH contradictions on the stand suspended. Could AHPR be responsible for 1A censorship, free use?
Yep.
Well, 1A is not a thing that you can allege against a social media platform. There's Section 230 that gets involved in that, and we can have a whole conversation about Section 230. It's not going to happen in this live stream, though. But I understand what you mean. It offends our sense of free speech, right? To see that kind of stuff happening. But it is entirely possible that there could be some working together on all of that. Karen W. Emily D. Baker Salty just tweeted complete dismissal in Washington for Toddy. I'm sorry she's not here to see that, but that is pretty cool.
That's cool.
Kurt,
good for her.
Kurt knows about that case.
A little bit, yeah.
The Heavy says, sorry if I missed a given answer on this, but regarding the leak about Waldman's comments representing Depp, how will that sway things, or won't it? It won't. Leak.
It won't.
Yeah. Emily says, is AH assist the one older woman with blonde hair that leaves with her? She was really giving the stink eye to Camille during cross. Oh, is that her assistant? I don't know exactly who she is, but I actually saw her looking at Camille. Like, it looked like she had some expressions looking at Camille, like she was like impressed by her actually a couple times. I don't know. Maybe those are just different moments than when you caught it. I don't know. Renata McAllister says, but what do you actually think happened to create the redness and light marks on her photos? Do you think she was self-harming? Would love to know what you all think actually happened.
Someone said that she could be sleeping on a hard object gives you that redness. Smacking your face a little bit gives you that redness.
Ice could do that too. a big old ice pack on your face.
Yeah.
Lindsay says, can JD get future AH earnings as part of a decision beyond her net worth, i.e. a portion of the proceeds of any books she inevitably writes?
Yep.
Jessica says, what is structure of closing arguments? JD, then AH, and that's it? Or does JD have a rebuttal after that? Yes, exactly. First super chat. Thanks for the great coverage. Hey, thanks for the super chat. So yeah, they have the same amount of time, but he breaks up his time into closing and then rebuttal at the end.
Yep.
Yes, we are still streaming. Gio Rio, Camille Vasquez is Melania in a good way. Ask Hogue. Peggy Wolf says, the lawyer you know is dressing up as Captain Jack at 100. He's over 90 now. Please help us get him there. It's going to be fun. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. He's been on the channel too. Mallory Johnson says, is it a practice to save a potential great witness for rebuttal, or are all of the best witnesses put up before resting case? It depends on the witness. It depends on the case. It depends on what you expect to come out on the other side. Yeah, there's a lot of factors that go into it. LALB says, has JD's side made any differences? Made any mistakes so far? Ian doesn't like the cross on the SM expert. I think they just saved the time for their own credible expert. Yeah, I agree. That's my take as well. They just saved time on that one.
I personally wasn't really impressed by the opening arguments.
Not having a timeline with a visible timeline for them to follow. I think that was the biggest mistake by both sides.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know that was the biggest mistake by Amber Heard's team, but that was a big mistake by both sides.
Q guy
was the biggest mistake.
Q guy was a mistake.
Yeah, that was a mistake. Yeah. Who do each of you think is going to win? My money's on Johnny.
I was like Amber until the dumpster fire that was yesterday.
Really? You still thought she was going to win?
I was maybe 60% Johnny. Like I was like, because that legal burden is really high. That's really high. People don't really appreciate it that much. And you have to not just believe that she's lying. You have to really believe that she knowingly told that statement lie. Yesterday was a dumpster fire.
It was a dumpster fire. Kelly Graham, thank you so much for this very generous super chat. It says, do you know why Walden got banned on Twitter? And if JD wins a judgment against AH, can AH declare bankruptcy?
Yes.
I'm going to do a video. Actually, that's not true, Kurt. I'm going to do a video on that this weekend. I looked it up. There's a specific way that it has to be a very specific finding, and I have to look at the jury instructions because the verbiage in the jury instructions is going to determine whether it's dischargeable or not.
And also, we don't know why he got banned. He was asked
if there's something that hyper specific, then because my understanding, and I'm looking forward to the correction, was that the compensatory damages could be discharged, but not punitives. But there's no real punitives here.
There's a very clear distinction between this willful and malicious conduct, and there has to be specific language in the jury instructions to make it rise above the level that would fall under 362 AC2. I have to look at the code section again, but I'm going to pull the case law up. I want the final jury instructions because I want to compare them and see if it would or would not be dischargeable.
Excellent. I look forward to that. I'm going to learn something.
Awesome. Abby Neal says, do we know why court started late / why Johnny and his team left the courtroom yesterday morning? Also, thank you for all of this. We don't know why they left the courtroom during that time, but we know that it was late because a juror was running late. The Jaded says, one by one, guys, how do y'all feel about people seeking out lawyers for understanding and facts instead of correspondence for traditional media? Well, I love it.
Do it. We're smarter. We're better. We know more about the inside, and we actually care more about the facts.
Yeah. And also, we're not tied to any corporate BS that is going to tell us how to think and what to say. Brianna Ellis says, where did you get your subscriber counter, Emily? I'm sorry she's not here, but I have the same one because I asked her where she got hers. It's the La Metric counter. I think you can get on Amazon.
It's surprisingly expensive though. It's like $250 or something though.
Yeah, it's a bit expensive, but it connects through Bluetooth to your phone, and that's, I mean, it is relatively high tech considering all things. Oh, you file a 523 motion. It's about the language in the award and the judgment. It says conclusions of law. He's a bankruptcy lawyer.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Cool. Joe says
Same,
during closing
dude.
argument, do you think Johnny's lawyers will urge the jury to compare the handwriting on the mirror and from the love diary? It is exact. I think that they might in closing. And I think, I mean, I noticed the similarities between them as we were watching, and because they were shown close enough in time that you can look at those and be like, interesting. But yeah, I would expect them at some point to like just mention something. Maybe not like spend a lot of time, but just mention that they look similar. Evie Warner says, do we have a transcript / leg filing that we can obtain showing what happened in court today regarding jury instructions? I
have been
get
tweeting asking for it. Yeah, I've been tweeting asking for it. I've been tweeting at Court TV, and I've been tweeting at what's her name to try and say I need a written order. Please send it to me. Please let me know.
Yeah. Jennifer Lynn says, I likely missed your answer to my previous super chat, so asking again, why can't the jury get a copy of the court transcripts during deliberations? The jury doesn't get any transcripts at all because they rely on their notes and they rely on the evidence that they get to take with them, and that's it. So that's I don't know why don't they get transcripts?
Because transcripts are not an accurate representation of what they saw in court. What they saw in court was a person that was talking and actually expressing, and they have to remember what they experienced. If you see a transcript and just read the words, it's a mischaracterization of what you saw on the stand.
And that can affect your memory. That can impact your memory of that. That makes so much sense. Okay, yeah. The John Beck says, 1, who's coughing, James? 2, AH would not. Why would 2, AH. Why would anyone not turn on mic to get attention? 3, prayers for Photo Chad tweeted he's in the ER and a bit worried. Holy crap! I did not know that. I actually just happened to put on my T-shirt that he gave me, Photos by Nate. When I saw him in person back in December. I did not know that he's in the ER. Thank you for letting us know. Crap. Yeah. Well, I'll have to reach out to him to find out if he's okay. And we don't know who's coughing. We got to ask that. We asked that and we didn't find out. Angeli says TikTok viral clip shows Chu giving Turd the finger when she was being examined. Y'all saw that. Yeah. James said that he doesn't think that was intentional. SNK fan 01 says, are you guys fans of justice? Of course we are. That was kind of a funny answer. Aubrey Baker says, question, when you're concerned about JD being a monster when not sober, why drink and do drugs with all your friends all around him? Doesn't make sense. Interesting logic you have there. It sounds very logical. Joe says, Warner Brothers executive producer Juliet Lauren Fisher posted on IG that JD's allegation wasn't a factor in AH's employment. Will this come up? Devotedly yours on TikTok or ticked? I think TikTok. I don't think it'll come up. This is in the court of public opinion, and it's not going to come in at trial. Seps had a grumpy of a week this week, and you guys are the light in some darkness. Thank you for all that you do. Question, what is this about jury instruction leak? I am confused. Help. Well, thank you so much. And I'm so happy that we are able to provide a little bit of light in an otherwise dark week. And I hope that we can continue to do that for you. The jury instruction leak is that there are jury instructions that show that talk about how they can attribute Adam Waldman's statements to Johnny Depp through vicarious liability. We don't even know if it's going to get to that because Johnny Depp's team is going to be able to file a motion to strike the counterclaims based on the evidence at court to say that it shouldn't even reach the jury in the first place. So, yep.
I'm going to sign off for now. I'll see you guys later.
Okay. All righty. See ya, Kurt. And Rob, if you want to head out at some point too, you're more than welcome. I know that this is like
I'm going to work with you. I'm going to work with you for a while. What's your plan for the evening? Are you really going to get through all of these tonight?
That's my plan. I might have to turn off Super Chat soon.
I think that's going to be pretty soon.
Yeah. Fair warning, guys. I'll give a 5-minute warning when I make that decision. But let's see how many we can go through in a lightning round. Tiho1927 says, can we talk about how hot Rob and Peter are? Would they do a shirtless calendar for charity?
That is not fair. No, that's terrible idea.
No.
How much are you donating? How much are you donating and to what charity?
Yeah,
then we can talk.
We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Jewel says, could you please update us on the jury and WB statement on age? Thank you. Love y'all so much. Lawnerd forever, or forever. On the jury, there hasn't been anything new on the jury. WB statement on Amber Heard. We did talk about that. We discussed it. I hope that you caught that like a few minutes ago when we were talking about that. My IDEA says, if AH's team runs out of time, will they still be able to object during remainder of rebuttal? Yes.
Yes.
Gabby P, do you guys think AH team have enough time to prove their case? Love you all. Yes, but only if they're very quick, if they're very economically judicious, or judiciously economic. Allison Becca says, Emily is fantastic on your podcast. First time I've seen her, though. You have all rung her praises. Now I know why. You are all great, and I'm now a LawTube addict. Wonderful. Chloe Young says, what do you think the court will do about the motion to sanction? And do you think it will be a jury instruction? So those are two separate things. Jury instructions were addressed today through those tweets through Court TV. Motion for sanction is okay.
That's been partially addressed with Whitney's testimony. Whitney's testimony in the UK was 27 pages long. In this particular trial, she was able to testify to one incident alone, which I think resolved that part of the motion for sanctions. The other part of the motion for sanctions, we don't know how it was resolved yet. We're still going to wait for the metadata on the pictures. Perfect.
Thank you. Gio Rio says, Chanley, on this issue, the judge made clear Adam Waldman made the statements in the shoes of Johnny Depp. Please explain. It's only in jury instructions. It doesn't mean that the judge has determined that is a case closed kind of thing. That it has nothing to do with the facts in the case. Pro Ambler says, what is it about this case that keeps you also interested in talking about it? Is there a legal slant that captures you as lawyers? It's, for me, a lot of it has to do with the sociological stuff around it. The Me Too thing, the cultural thing, but no, I mean, the law is very interesting too. It's a very weird gray area. The fact that abuse is a term that the jury is going to kind of be able to determine on their own with outside of jury instructions. It's a very unique case in a lot of ways. Scott Hansen says, what's the difference between a vacuum cleaner and a lawyer riding a motorcycle? The vacuum cleaner has the dirt bag on the inside. Joking. You guys are the best. Thank you for the insight and dedication. I appreciate the joke.
I like that one.
Dean Irving says, is in the super chat off chance that Amber confesses to her lies, what would the ramifications be? Mom of Northwestern law grad.
It's not even an off chance. It's never going to happen.
It's never going to happen. But even if she did, that means she loses, I guess. The MF Wolf says, who do you think Amber's best witness is?
Josh Drew.
Yeah. Lisa Mao. So if AH team calls JD to the stand, can they ask him if he instructed Waldman to release those statements and make him plead the fifth?
Nope. Attorney-client privilege.
Yeah, it's super strong. Blurry Lights. Do you know if they have evidence of Amber having rhinoplasty, since that would result in scar tissue and similar bruising on DVRO? They don't have evidence. Otherwise, they would have brought it up. Lexi Unicorn says, not sure if it's been asked, but what, if any, reaction was there to the knife?
James, I think he said they reacted to it. They stared at it. I don't know that there was much to it, though.
Got it. Does Alita have an emoji? Yeah, mine's a blue heart. Angie Cordero says, do you think Johnny Depp is going to sell his court drawings?
I doubt it. They're very personal.
Yeah. EM says, will agent and principal apply to releases to TMZ? I don't.
I doubt it.
Think so.
It's not relevant for these purposes.
Yeah. Emil Y says, love ya, Hogue. Thanks for always giving a sound and objective perspective. What we all need. Yes, 100%. Printer God says, Johnny Depp asked for $50 million plus for defamation. Per defamation, that's a lot to ask of $150 million, $350K in punitive per claim. Everyone keeps saying $50 million, but that's not exactly accurate. I think that the point of the $50 million per statement is if they win on only one statement, they still get $50 million. If they win on all three statements, they still get $50 million. I think that that's the point there, rather than 150 times 3. And also 350,000 in punitive is not the case, because there is a statutory cap on it that is much lower. Or actually, 350K. That is the cap. Sorry. Don K says, question to all, what is the biggest hurdle for JD next week?
I mean, just keep on keeping on.
Don't
I don't know.
the biggest hurdle is don't snatch victory or
Yeah.
don't snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, I think. Honestly. Inma, it says addicted to law tube channel is 48 years old, too late to start law school. I don't
No.
necessarily think so.
I've known lawyers that have started at 50.
There you go. Law Tube University grad super lawyer. I love the name. Says James from Course Emoji.
Ooh, that's a good one. We got to think of that.
We should. Yeah, we should.
Chat, think about that for the next stream.
I wonder if it's like a notepad or something. I feel like
That's
it
a good
should
one.
be a notepad.
Yeah.
Kayla Rose says, sorry if this was asked and answered, but could there be any issues with Court TV sharing info about next week after the judge said no talking to anyone?
No,
they were there in person themselves.
They were there. Yep. So they have that access. That's public information. They can write about it.
Yep. Most meme-worthy trial ever. Faves, Amica Cream, Muffins, JD peeing story, Grumpy Gate. What, if any, stepped on a beat to no tears, objection unintelligible, hashtag Amber Turd. I agree. So many great memes. Kimberly Elegado. Is JD paying Pendente Light to AH as agreed?
Pendente Lite temporary support. No, that's been satisfied by the permanent support obligation.
Oh, I definitely read that as light. Sorry. Emily Green says lumbar is the part of your back as opposed to lumber is in like wood for woodworking. Do you think Depp might commission a new bed frame after the trial ends?
If anyone's listening, I am available for that commission.
That would be freaking amazing. What, if anything, says, where are my chats? We got them.
We've been reading them. We've been getting them. We have been. We're far behind, but yes, we've been getting them.
Just Know says people want / need facts. News media sells biases. Lawyers want / need / speak facts. Nowadays, people relate more to YouTubers than those who hide behind a company. Yeah.
Thank you.
Marie Sopa says, could we get turn on your mic Elaine merch?
Oh, that's good. I kind of like that one.
Vikas Kumar says, do you think a photographer / editor can be brought? I was almost going to say bought. Can be brought during rebuttal as an expert witness to assess staged photos, even if one is not in the witness list. So rebuttal witnesses do not have to be on the witness list to be brought in for rebuttal. But I don't think that I don't think they would do that. I don't think they would bring a photographer expert. Emily Green says thoughts on Jennifer. Oh, well, the one that they would do is their metadata expert. They actually have one.
That's who
they would bring in.
Yeah. And then Jennifer Howell is coming in next week as a witness. She's going to impeach Whitney Heard's testimony or Whitney Hernandez's testimony from the previous day.
Who do you think is left for Amber Heard's witnesses? I honestly don't know. Maybe one more expert on damages or something.
I don't know.
Because they really haven't proven anything on damages. The dentist says, James, have you caught up on sleep yet? Thanks for cat butt on stream. I think the cat butt was my cat butt.
Yep, that was Holmes.
Yeah, Holmesy. I think he did say that he caught up on sleep. Maddie Olson says, if Waldman's deposition is switched, will the allotted time be changed in any way?
Switched?
If it's switched, I don't know what you mean by switching deposition. He's
finished.
I think
that's their time. Yeah.
Kimberly Alberding says AH's MUA testified her injuries looked like a light headbutt. JD admitted that happened accidentally. Are there any other credible injury photos?
It depends on what you consider to be credible. You've seen the photos. That's what the jury sees. Joseph Baca says, for each of you, how long would your closing argument be? I think they each get 2 hours. I would use all of that
2
time.
hours. Yep.
Anthony 2, 1993. During AB's testimony, as soon as CV brought out her true character after the crocodile tears from Elaine's questioning, and would the jury notice this? The jury will notice the changes in emotions from the witness. Marie Tree says, isn't it risky to have jury out for 3 days over Memorial Day weekend? If they don't decide on Friday, thanks for all your hard work. That might be incentive for them to decide in that day, but I don't think it's going to happen. That's just not enough time.
I originally thought so. I think this jury is, I don't give a F jury. They don't care. You're not going to sway them one way or the other.
Andy Makes Things says Elaine's firm bio says her extensive trial experience and history has led to most of her cases now settling before trial. Do you need to practice trial skills? Could this be why she's doing badly? I think it could be. She might not have very much experience in trials.
Yep.
Aaron Alba says, lawyer, posted a vid today saying Johnny's claim has $50 million per claim, making it $150 million. Thoughts? We talked about that. Chasing Pixels says, thoughts on JD's lawyers using AH witness testimony in closing. Seems like they largely worked more for JD than AH, particularly per lost work.
Too.
That would be incredibly compelling if they were able to turn her witnesses against her, essentially. Kimberly Kerr says, why do you think it is more of a younger jury? Not so much history of JD for fandom, law and lumber, like the mix of DeWalt and Makita.
Thank you.
Reasons. I don't know. We weren't in there for the jury selection. So I wish we could have known. Sometimes it's just kind of by chance that the people that are pooled that get brought in are just of a particular demographic. Angela Yang says AH claimed that she didn't want anything from JD during her divorce because she was already dating EM that has more money. Thoughts?
Bullshit.
Yeah. Natalie 84 says, was Amber's countersuit filing a mistake for her? Yes. 100%. Her biggest mistake. By far her biggest mistake in this case. Mr. Moof says, what are the chances jury is abstaining from research out of court? The case is trending everywhere. Would it be difficult to evade thoughts? It would be difficult to evade. I think that there's my hope is that there's a decent chance that they are trying to avoid it at using their best efforts. Jay Schulberg says, strange that Rocky's husband says they rushed to the apartment fearing for Amber, but then he stayed outside for 15 minutes and let Rocky go in to check. Sus, the husband left his wife to go into danger without him. Yeah, it's a little interesting, huh? Mark Ashman says, who is Rob dressing up as when he hits 100K? Who are you dressing up as?
I don't know how far.
You'll dress up as a tree.
Sure, I'll be a tree.
Scott Anderson says, who is Kate Moss and why would she be involved? She is Johnny Depp's former girlfriend. Amber Heard brought in her name, suggesting that she had been previously hurt by Johnny by getting thrown down the stairs or something like that. So she has opened the door for Kate Moss to come in and tell the story and say that she is 100% wrong and Johnny Depp has always been wonderful to her. Nishant Barwaj says, TMZ video, Johnny is drunk, high, breaks things. Notices being recorded, but doesn't touch Amber at all, as opposed to her claim when she sent the photo to Rocky. Opinion? Yep.
Pretty much.
Juliana Smith says, is it true there's audio of Amber Heard admitting to cutting off Johnny's finger, but they can't use it for some reason? And if so, why not? Well, I don't know about admitting, but apologizing for it, which sounds a lot like admitting. The reason for it is because of asked and answered. Just go to my asked and answered videos. I explain all of that in detail. Lolly Rossi says, forgive me for asking if you've answered already, but I just read the judge allowed Waldman's statements as JD's maybe just gave jury instruction that they can infer. They gave the jury instructions. Yep. We already talked about it. Rewinded a little bit and we talked about it. Kristen says, does Drew testimony contradict the police at penthouses? Yes.
I would say vice versa. The cops contradict him, but yeah.
Either way, there's a contradiction there. Yep. This is just a test. Says, if you watch the police cans closely, you can see the wine stain in the hallway. Does that change your opinion on Drew and Copp's testimony? I have watched that footage many times and I have not seen it. I can look one more time, but I have not seen that anywhere. Crazy Cat Queen says, Alita, did I hear you say a few days ago that your YouTube channel helps pay off your law school loans? Not a few days ago, but hopefully that's like my grand hope is to pay off my law school loans with the channel at some point. That's my dream. Apple Jam PB says, could JD teams mash AH's submitted Photoshop pics together to make it obvious that they're the exact same images, just edited? And if Dr. Hughes changed mind during trial, can she be recalled for JD? She's not going to change her mind about what she testified in favor of Amber Heard. She's not going to change her mind. Yep. But they can put them side by side 100%, and you can see very clearly that they are the same photo. Maribel Guerrero says, did Amber Heard accuse Johnny of SA before or after the trial? If it was after, is she just claiming SA because the title suggested it?
I think the title makes the claim, then she retweets it to embrace it / republish it. That was the argument.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Colin Kuhn. Sorry, my brain was just like, does not compute. Colin Kuhn says, how can the testimonies for AH team paint a JD so different than the JD and AH recordings? Is there a time gap? They don't sound like the same guy. Oh, I don't know what
I
happened. there.
mean, Johnny Depp yells, he screams, but you don't really see a lot of the violence, and that's what she's trying to get to. Like, you hear the violence in the tapes, but you don't see it from any of the witness testimony. Like, there's no physical acts that you see. You hear the yelling, but you don't see the acts.
Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly. Maribel Guerrero, sorry, I meant before the op-ed. Oh,
Yep, we got that one.
Okay, yeah. Pixie83, stuttering is verbal diversity regarding got you that role. Question, Camille modeled good strategies for people who stutter to use when repeating. Actually, SLP. Was she stuttering?
No, she wasn't. What she was repeating, she was trying to. This is a kind of a misunderstanding. When Camille was repeating, it was because Amber didn't actually answer the question that was being asked, and Camille repeated it because it was instructing her to answer the exact question that she asked, not what she wanted to say.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. She was definitely doing that. Raven Keith said, I know they're not supposed to, but do you think the jury would consider their decision based defaming JD, not only in the op-ed, but for obviously lying so much on the stand publicly these last few weeks? That would not be according to the rules, like the way that they're supposed to do it, but they could do that on an emotional level too. They could just say, like, I really think you've been lying this whole time. So yeah. Bianca says, thanks to Emily for asking about the coughing. I can't. It's so obnoxious. James, who is dying? The couch is so loud. This person must be dying. James Hunsinger, what was the jury's reaction to AH's claim that a pledge is a donation?
James spoke about that one.
Did. Sergio Garcia says, when is Lumber going to debunk makeup?
I don't do makeup.
It's me, Tiff, says, question. Lawyer, said that JD is going after $50 million for each count, a total of the $350,000 for Peanut of Thoughts. We talked about this. Nintendo Gaming Channel says, do you think Jennifer Howell will testify? Yes. Venray LOL, if AH team runs out of time, will they not be allowed to cross any further witnesses? If so, could that be grounds for appeal? They will not be allowed to cross any further witnesses, and no, that will not be grounds for appeal. Well, they could try, but that would not be successful. G says, is the jury allowed to instruct how the money allocated is spent, i.e. JD $7 million, but to the nonprofits AH stiffed? Nope. John D says, regarding Exhibit 512, dated December 15, 2015, and Exhibit 723 and 725 dated May 21st, 2016. Wine bottle pics are the same, attributed to two different dates, verified by Fairfax County Files. Tagged y'all on Twitter. Yeah, Andrea Burkhart showed us this, and I hope that they point this out on closing. Ong G says, if Waldman Depot goes to JD's team, is that time deducted from their remaining court hours?
This is confusing. So the deposition, the testimony that was elicited by the specific sides, there was part of it that was Elaine, part of it that was Johnny Depp's team. Johnny Depp's team took like 2 minutes. Elaine's team took like the full hour. That's Amber's time that was consumed.
Yes, exactly. SoCal Chris says, could Amber Heard's team be bringing up Tug and others to use in reason for appeal, since they probably know this is over? Thank you, guys. No, I mean that was already decided in that when they deposed him by bringing him up, and I think they're still trying to win their case. They're still trying to do all of that, but it was a weird thing to bring up in the first place. They've had a lot of weird arguments coming from Amber Heard's side.
Alita, you okay if I jump off for 2 seconds?
Sure.
Right back.
Ashley 2733 says, question, am I the only one who thinks that you can see AH's busted lip on James Corden's show? Right side of her bottom lip is larger than the left side. Also spoke differently in the interview, not claiming to know exactly what happened, but I see it. I agree. That's the one thing from the James Corden interview that I look at that I say, okay, that there could be something there about the busted lip, but that is it. There's no broken nose. There's no black eyes. There's no anything else. However, at the same time, I have seen other people tag me on Twitter with side-by-side photos of Amber Heard at a completely different time wearing zero lipstick, where she actually has like a little bit of like a little bit of swelling, or not swelling, but like the right side of her lip is just a little bit thicker. So it could be that her bottom lip is just not symmetrical, possibly, but I haven't compared that to other photos or like her being on the stand during trial. So not entirely sure. Nikki Conway says, question, did you guys pick up on AH saying that she wouldn't even know how to leak to TMZ, but then saying if she was going to, she would have done it much better? Yeah, it was a very strange thing to say. I would not have advised her to say any of that. Christine Moore says, if the testimony of Waldman is attributed to JD, does that mean the AH team gets that time put back on their books and JD loses the time from that depot? No, it's not going to be like attributed after the fact. The timestamps right now, as far as like who has how much time left, that is including that it's taken into consideration all of the depositions, including Waldman's. So yeah, that's everybody. Francis Greco says, AH testified to covering bruising by applying color correction after foundation and concealer, and practices this is sequence for creating bruises, opposite for covering. Will this be raised in rebuttal? I don't. Maybe in rebuttal, because then they could argue it in closing. That would be a very interesting rebuttal if they could have some kind of an expert testify to that. Shiloh Quinn says, please make a reaction video after Gone Girl. Maybe I might just live tweet it. We'll see. Beauty and Her Brain says, BMs sent asking your, or DMs, I guess, sent asking your opinion on the biggest crypto scam in U.S. history committed by my ex. I will keep an eye out for it. Raquel McClure says, thanks for all you guys do. Watching the trial and you guys is like my football. So is a super lawyer a scam like the old Who's Who books? I wouldn't say that it's a scam, but it doesn't have the same meaning that some people would like it to have. Todd S says, love your channel. Can you please explain the truth of the matter response that Elaine often says to the judge in response to the objections? So the truth of the matter asserted means that the statement is saying something like, let's say that the statement that they are trying to get into trial or into evidence is Amber said, Johnny hit me. The matter asserted in that statement is Johnny hit me. So if the reason why they want that statement to be brought up in front of the jury is to prove that Johnny in fact did hit Amber, that is it's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. The matter asserted being Johnny hit Amber. So the truth of the matter asserted meaning that it is true that Johnny hit Amber. I hope that makes sense. I hope that has been clear enough. So yeah, that's basically what she means is the reasoning for why it's been admitted, or why they're trying to admit it. River Six says, hi, can you explain, deep dive the Ukraine-Russia war crime trials at some stage? Love the fascinating coverage of this trial so far. I don't do international law. I've at times touched on some international subjects like the Australian Open and what's his name? Who was trying to get in, but the vaccination standards, just because it was a very interesting thing. But I was really looking at it from the perspective of someone like what if this were the United States? Anyhow, but those kind of like war crime trials are way outside my scope of familiarity. So it's interesting stuff, very tragic stuff, of course, as well. No Way says, can they find for both? $50 million for Johnny, $1 for Amber. They could. Conclusions of Law says, have you checked our Elaine's firm bio? She's got all super lawyer and top lawyer stuff on there. Kind of cringe, no offense. I mean, it doesn't mean that she is any less of a lawyer or less credentialed of a lawyer, but it also doesn't mean that she's more credentialed. That's all. Casey Langford says, what does that mean for jury instructions? Ian and Rob discussed yesterday. The questions were shady. As far as jury instructions are concerned, it doesn't mean that the evidence is there to prove the vicarious liability. It just means that they are setting the table for the jury to determine whether or not there's enough evidence there, if that makes sense. Airborne Oreo says, y'all think AH is making her team do unwise stuff? That is what it is starting to look like, or what it has been starting to look like for some time now. Paula Ursino says, what is jury instruction? Jurors can't unhear and unsee something. So what's the point in saying to disregard? If I understand jury instruction correctly, well, there are multiple instructions that we were talking about. So Gina Juders, for example, when they decided to exclude all of her testimony, the judge said, you are instructed to ignore all of the testimony that you have heard from this witness. That is a bell that cannot be unrung, right? Because they're not just going to forget it. They might even extra remember it because of the fact that they've told not to think about purple elephants, right? You think about purple elephants. But jury instructions that we are talking about are specific jury instructions for how to go about methodically determining whether or not defamation has been proven on each side. So there are certain elements that have to be met. So there are instructions for how they are supposed to go through each element of defamation on each side. So there are all kinds of instructions that they needed to hash out on both sides to make sure that they are fair in the way that they instruct the jury. So that's what we mean by jury instructions. ACA says, will Jennifer Howell's letter to Whitney describing Amber's abuse of Whitney and Johnny be coming forth into evidence, or will Howell herself be called as a rebuttal witness by Depp's team? Rebuttal witness. Ghoulie Girl says, can you please explain how Amber Heard changed testimony after the break? Missed that. My BF and I love you guys and have watched nonstop. Love from Canada. So she changed her demeanor after the break. She definitely calmed down the emotional stuff, right? So that's the thing that they really changed there. And the jury might have noticed. I would venture to guess that they probably did. Rhonda Ernst says, when Amber was talking about the bruise, oh, by the way, thank you for this very generous super chat. Very, very generous. When Amber was talking about the bruise on her temples, she accidentally said she got it because I repeatedly punched myself in the head. That's what people are referring to. Very Freudian. I don't know why I missed that. Really interesting. Patricia Christovau, thank you for this very generous super chat. Says, if JD was such an abuser, why was he concerned about her feet being scraped? I'm DV survivor, and this whole thing makes me sad. Hashtag I stand with Johnny. I pray both JD and H find healing and peace. I pray the same. I really want them both to find healing and peace as well. Yeah. So why was he concerned about her feet being scraped? No, I do agree. Although keep in mind that was his testimony, so he's going to frame it as as favorably as possible to himself. That's just looking at it from like a very, I don't know, you could say from a jaded perspective, but that is how we would expect someone to frame it if he's testifying on his own behalf. But if you do believe that he was sincere with what he said there, yeah, that is somebody that genuinely cares about the well-being of their spouse, it sounds like. Rita says, what is the thing you are most waiting for in the closing speeches to come up? I'm kind of looking for, I'm looking for some fire coming from Ben Chu. I think that's my the thing that I'm most looking forward to, I think. Red Queen 0324 says, lawyers have certain skill sets depending on the type of law they practice. Defense attorneys are excellent cross-examiners. DAs are great at direct. Elaine is a depo expert. It's where she's comfortable.
Good. Yep. Good take. I think this is a good take.
I mean, yes, her being a deposition expert, yes, that is where she's most comfortable. But I think you could also be a DA and be really good at cross-examining. And I think you can also be a defense attorney that is really good at direct. I don't know. Do you think otherwise?
I mean, Elaine doesn't have a lot of recent trial experience. Like, I know that she settles a lot. It's kind of shows her questions.
Well, yeah, no. I definitely agree with that part. It was the DAs and the defense attorneys that I was thinking about. That I think that both sides have experience with putting on witnesses and cross-examining witnesses on both sides. So I think that criminal defense attorneys and DAs, generally speaking, have a lot of trial experience, and so they tend to be very good at both of those. Matt says, thoughts on makeup artist slipping and saying she has experience creating bruises, and the order she described to cover it was how to create one. That was very interesting. You caught that too. Yep, a lot of people caught that. Bronx Keys says, what cases are you looking forward to covering once this one is over? Also, love the cat and the little red collar. He is wonderful. He's an absolute delight. There is no cat that I've ever had like him, and he is absolutely precious. Thank you. And his name is Holmes. I'm looking forward to the Marilyn Manson case. There's a lot going on there, and there's a lot of similarity, and it's been brought up so many times here that I am very interested in digging into it. And I've also done the complaint. So if you guys are interested in looking into it, I did a live stream going through the complaint that he filed back in like March or something like that. It was very, very interesting. LawTube merch can be personalized like sorority and frats based on individual channels, but all united under LT Crest. Then do a basic one for charity.
That'd be
That's
fun.
not a bad idea. That's really not a bad idea.
So Ronco and I had a really good idea about charity. Every time one of us hits a 50,000 mark, we have to do a live stream and donate the proceeds to charity. Whoever hits it.
I think that's a fantastic idea. I think that's a fantastic. I definitely would like to do a charity stream after this for sure.
Yep.
Just need to find the right organization to do it for. Cynthia Roberts says, why do you think Whitney wasn't in court Thursday to support Amber? Because she knew that she was going to have to sit next to a bunch of Justice for Johnny Depp people. And that made her very physically uncomfortable, made her feel uncomfortable for her own safety, probably. And I honestly don't blame her. I don't like her testimony, but I don't blame her for that. Ellie Bum says, why isn't the recordings from Australia coming into court? Can't they just block out Jerry Judge? I've got it in Asked and Answered. Sorry, I talk all about it in Asked and Answered. Either my first one or my second one. I can't remember which one. I think it might have been my second one. There's timestamps in there, by the way, so you can find that exact question in each one. You don't have to watch the entire Asked and Answered. Sue Jassa says, the lawyer said today while reading the court papers that 50 million for each one.
Covered that one.
Yes, we did. Jillian Smagnoto says Tragos is parroting Chanley's reporting as true. He really needs to correct that since people are citing to him as confirming Chanley's reporting. Interesting point. Stephen McDade says if JD wins, will he ever see anywhere close to 50 million from AH? I can't imagine she will ever have close to that. Also, heavy spoilers is great. Wage garnishment.
He's never going to see the 50 million.
Probably, but also wage garnishment is all I can say about that. Sandra Svetkovich. What traits should one possess to be a good attorney? Open-mindedness and the willingness to see things from the opposite perspective.
Absolutely.
KW New York Upstate says, doesn't all Amber need to prove to rebut JD's claims that her Washington Post article was defamation is that JD did some kind of abuse, even mental or emotional? That would have been the case, but there's no muddy middle in between now. That would have been the case, but I think that her claims are so diametrically opposed that they're living in a completely different universe from what Johnny Depp's facts are living on. In that, like, you either have to be 100% over here or 100% over there. There's no, like, if he maybe hit her once, like, that's what we were saying in the beginning before Amber testified. But after that, nah. Sarah Smith says, aren't the headlines veiled misogyny? Real victims will suffer equals assumes all women are the same. Pearl clutched at a woman doing something wrong equals assumes women have no real agency. I would say so. And it also assumes that domestic violence victims cannot be men, which is harmful to everyone. Josephine Doris says, please check out Lawyer last video. What judge allowing Walden attributed to JD and counterclaim will go on? It's only 52 seconds long. Yeah, we talked about it. Elena Elise, Robin Kurt, are y'all still doing a joint stream for logo and banner after trial? Dying to see what everyone came up with, especially the kiddos you mentioned.
Yep. He texted me. I now have his number. We're going to coordinate that.
Yay. Gabby P says, do you guys think 8 hours is enough time for AH team to prove their case? Also, was the time spent direct on Amber Heard a waste of time? Thank you for all the explaining. I don't think it was the wasted time on Amber Heard's direct. I think it was the wasted time on Johnny Depp's cross-examination. There was so much wasted time there for them. And then there was a lot of other wasted cross-examination time on minor witnesses too. Starting with Christy Dombrowski, Isaac Baruch. Oh yeah. Lots of bad time wasters. Hey, it's Kiki says, besides run out age time and smoking gun rebuttal, do you think they could play the full audio from the clips we've heard? I mean, all the audio Amber recorded from start to finish thrown back at her.
So that's going on the laptop that's going to be back for the jury to watch.
Perfect. Don't be afraid to shout out. Wait, what? Oh, sorry. The Muffin Man put that on the screen and then took it off.
Yep.
Okay, when a super chat deserves it. Okay, yeah. Hey, it's Kiki. Oh, sorry, got that one. Paul Simon says, a question AH to file DVR row after blackmail failed to keep 3 penthouse and then friends split. Would you use it in closing to show bias?
Possibly.
Disco Direct said, if Dr. Curry is brought back for rebuttal, what points do you think JD's team will try to focus in on?
That's a lot. That's a whole video to break that down.
Mm-hmm.
It's a ton.
Sorter Bellavile says, isn't part of AH's defense an affirmative defense that even if she said this is not defamatory because it's true, who has the burden of proof for what? She has a burden of proving her counterclaims. And then also in affirmative defense, she also would have the burden to prove that. Joyce Stoffer says, can we get EB a thesaurus? Perhaps she can ruin more words. Oh no, don't do that to us. Don't do that to us. Ladybug 82 SW, the attorney I worked would have totally flipped off someone as a joke, and he was super respectful in court. I was a clerk, and he asked me to work for him after court one day. I would not have hopped jobs for a lot of the other attorneys.
I've done it to a witness once.
All right. Freak Dog says, LB, I'm a California therapist that's available to offer perspective. I emailed you in case you're interested. I think I remembered seeing that. I'm gonna look through my emails this weekend. Thank you. VYN says, what type of audio video files will be on the laptop the jury gets for the deliberation? Will it just be evidence that has been shared in court?
It's not the snippets. It's the full version of the actual audio. And it's just one copy of each one of those audios that's on one laptop that goes back.
Officer Squarehead says, what are the chances jurors all agree on last day? Do they have to deliberate still to prove they went over evidence or just hand down their decision? They could just sit down and have a tea party and decide that they are all concluding. There's no process that they really actually have to go through before they decide that they all agree, so long as they all agree.
I need to hijack your chat for 1 minute.
Sure.
Okay, so my video, the bed breaking video, is at 991,000 views on the back end, and Spidey is he is messaging me that his video that we released together is at like 970, and we're trying to race to see who gets to 1 million. Mine within 2 weeks and his within 1 day. If you can throw that on in another tab and just let it run, that would be wonderful, because I really want to beat Spidey on this one.
Just run it several times.
Yep, just let it run.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that right now. Law and Lumber. There we go. Cool. Okay. Yep. Cynthia Roberts. Only because you're here. Sorry, Spidey. Cynthia Roberts says, Johnny talks about her being a stripper on audio when AH laughing like a crazy person taunting him. That also, okay, so that also could be
I'm playing that in close.
But that also could be him being metaphorical. Like he also does that a lot where he is not being serious. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Brianna L says, Alita, where did you get your subscriber counter? Like I said before, it's the La Metric something or other. I think Mr. Bites bought it for me as a gift when I got to 10K subscribers. He was very excited. And so he got it. I think he got it from Amazon. Megan Wright says, will you be covering the Daybell Vallow case when it finally happens? That's all Kurt. Subscribe to Kurt. Get him to 100K.
Yes, get him to 100K. Please get him to 100K.
Mark Ashman says, is it just me or does Kurt remind you of Marvin, the depressed robot from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? He just needs a British accent.
Come on.
No. He's wonderful though. Daniela Case is just subscribed to Kurt. He's my new spirit animal.
Yes,
there you go.
yes, he is. When you will listen to him, if you listen to him on those audio of the Supreme Court analysis, he is my spirit animal. I love that man because of how he breaks those cases down.
Exactly. Brian Scaccieri says, if they run out of time, are they still allowed to make objections? Yes.
Yes.
Scamber Turd says, if Kurt's channel hits 100K, he will dress as Runkle for a day. Sure. He'll probably dress as just about anything. Leaf Ninja says, morning, 3 a.m. UK insomnia. Yay. Glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. Muse 0042 says, is there any circumstance that attorney-client privilege must be broken? Seems like there must be an extremely fringe case. If so, thanks for all you guys do. It's a case of professional responsibility lawsuit by the client against the attorney. That's the kind of case where that would come in. The attorney the client has to waive it, and they would be waiving it by filing the lawsuit against the attorney. Can you think of any other examples, Rob? Other than like where the attorney-client privilege would be broken, waived in some way.
Waiving that privilege is very difficult. You have to do so knowingly, and you have to, like, you are oftentimes made aware. Like, please be aware you are waiving this privilege. It is not easy to waive that privilege. It's an iron curtain.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
Oh my. Okay.
NBGS TV says, Alita, please run a sidebar donation space for Ukraine. Genocide is bad for all of us. It is definitely bad for all of us. Kimberly Kurz says, why do you think majority younger jury? Chance. I think just chance, really. Daniela K says, do Wood Daddy and Cowboy Kurt have merged? If not, how do we make that happen? I can explain to them the wonders of Teespring. Jenny Hatton says, late, but as an account for a nonprofit donated versus pledged is not the same, but pledge is not a legal obligation. My question for CHLA and ACLU, when do the write-off no longer expect? My experience 3 years, wonder if AH donation is still on their books. I don't know. I don't know how long they keep it on their books. What, if anything, says, what are your percentages on a JD win? I'm around 80. I'm back up to 85%. Amanda Lucero Serenity says, Rob, can you bring an Excel spreadsheet to court that has the hours, juries, lawyers, etc. in each column to make it easier to take notes?
I have a method of taking notes where I try to keep everything as organized as I can.
Behavioralize that you're cheating.
He just texted me. He's like, cheater. He's like, he's so mad.
Yeah, I see him in the chat. Rob, this isn't the way.
He's texting me. He's like, I'm in the chat. LOL. I'm like, yeah, okay, come on. We both win.
Yeah.
There's no losers in this. There's no losers in this battle.
Here it is. Rob, this isn't the way. I love it. I love the friendships that have developed.
Spidey, you're about to get 1 million views in 24 hours, buddy. I think, and not even 24 hours. I think it's going to be 1 million views in 18 hours. So come on, dude.
Let him have his fun. Michael Solis says, in my opinion, the deposition vid where she slips up about TMZ completely exposes her. I agree. That alone shows the average person equals jury, that all her claims were a plot to gain leverage to extort JD. I mean, I don't know if for me it means for everything, but it definitely revealed a lot about her level of honesty, or rather dishonesty. Dakota St. Clair says, hey, Alita, I emailed you about giving expert testimony on how AH's makeup has been used to manipulate the jury, her and her MUA's testimonies, etc. Okay, awesome. Thank you. I will definitely check it out. Anna Namus says, question, in Virginia, do the alternates have to stick around while the jury deliberates? I think so, because in case something happens to one of them during deliberations, they want to bring them in.
Nope. She said
really?
she's going to release the 2 alternates. Once they go into the deliberation room, the 2 alternates are released.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. At my jury duty in California, 2 jurors were dismissed during deliberations, and we had to restart deliberations twice. Ooh, that sucks.
Woof.
Sean Hayes says, early in this case, there was a lot of discussion on photo metadata. Why haven't we seen any testimony about it? That might be on rebuttal. Elena Elise says, LawTube merch, maybe one shop you all link to with separate crests for everyone's channel. So if I get LB merch, Alita gets that. UL merch to Kurt and so on. Those breakdowns are given on backend. It wouldn't, that would be very complicated. Teespring doesn't work that way. It all goes to one account. That would be very complicated. Laura Sasser says, but I appreciate your creativity. You're thinking outside the box on this. Laura Sasser says, would it be an effective strategy in closing arguments for JD's team to read the audio "I didn't punch you" to the jury with the gender swapped? No, just play the audio. Just play the damn audio. Because it sounds bad. It just sounds so bad hearing it in her voice. David Message says, for someone who has consistently documented their abuse with photos, how do they not have incriminating photos showing injuries from the abuse? Yeah, we talked about that. We did talk about that. E-Watching says, can we not just be super happy that James from court is now part of LawTube? Of course. I love it. I'm so happy. Beth Tyranny says, maybe LT Uni merch money can be donated to a victim's charity if you can't figure out how to divide it. Also, I vote for purple and blue school colors. I like that because blue is blue hearts, like Legal Bites blue hearts, but I'm a little bit biased. And that's not a bad idea. To do a potential like a charity, like a thing that like if for a specific LawTube merch, we all just decide that is going to charity. I wouldn't mind that. It's an idea. Denny says, Rob, how was Runkle as a house guest? Ooh, yeah, give us the tea now that he's gone.
Well, we didn't see each other a whole lot because he was not sleeping. There was that Thursday when he did, Thursday. The days are now like just one big week. Wednesday, I came down here to film with Spidey and film with Popcorn to Planet, and he was upstairs live streaming, and he texted me like, I'm ordering ramen, and I was like, awesome, thank you. And then I was like, I'm streaming, and he said, okay, I just finished, I'm going to bed. And I was like, okay. And I walked upstairs, he was asleep, and he texted me, waking up at 4 a.m. Like, we didn't see each other for a lot of that time, but he was a great house guest. I did take him out for his 100K celebration. We had a fantastic time and filmed an awesome stream, which you need to go check out on his channel because it is effing hilarious.
Awesome. Also, I just got caught up on ramen. The ramen in the DMV area. I miss that.
So good.
It is so freaking good. Corn Pop, I see your chat over there. Not that you will ever read this Legal Bites, but you are an animal. 7 hours. Thank you. I appreciate that.
She's a beast. She's got it.
I can't stop, won't stop. I live here now. Sil Brazil says, who's delivering closing arguments first? Johnny Depp. And less because of rebuttal. Mackie says, have you all seen the Bruise Kit TikTok? Have not. Unless someone has tagged me in it. I haven't been able to go through any of my notifications on anything in the last like 4 days, except for like a few things here and there. So I apologize if someone has tagged me. Gleister Legal Solicitors and Advisors says, if there's currently no formal admission process, can I get into LT before democracy brings in the red tape? Would love to add member of LawTube to my website. Don't have a channel, just love the community. So shoot me an email.
I love it. Yeah, I love it. Great.
Yeah, shoot me an email. Emily Duff. Actually, you're in Australia, right? Let's talk about some Australia America stuff. I don't know. You talk about Australian law. We could talk about the Johnny Depp, the possible like investigations that people keep telling us about, perjury investigations, or the thing about the dogs being brought in. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Also, Michael Gaunt, thank you again for another generous super chat. It's 4:30 a.m. for me, and you're still up? What is sleep? Have you guys covered what happened in court today, hearing rumors about AH's case and JD being recalled, etc.? If recalled, can JD's team then ask him leading questions? If he is recalled by Amber Heard's team, yes, they can ask him leading questions because he will technically be on cross by his own attorneys. So that'll be a very interesting, weird, strange thing. And yes, we have covered the what happened in court today with the court TV stuff. Yeah. So, and oh shoot, I was supposed to be starring these because the Muffin Man walked out. Oh, but I guess we're fine. We're fine. There haven't been too many super chats since then. Okay. I'm just going to talk to myself out loud. But yes, Michael Gaunt, thank you so much for these super chats. Okay. Yeah, he said he got them. Sorry, Muffin Man. Okay, Mackie, have you seen? Okay, the Bruce Kit. We talked about that. Glacier Legal Solicitors. Yes, we've got that. Emily Duff, Rob, how pissed would Judge A be if you started with "What if anything" the next time you question someone in her court?
I think she would probably be a mixture of laughter / looking at me very harshly, depending on what question I chose to ask.
Speaking of people looking at you harshly,
Wonder how he got the wonder how he got the link, huh? Wonder how he got the link.
Actually, come to think of it, I haven't given you the. How did you get the link?
It's a Jedi mind trick. He used it on the chat, and the chat somehow figured it out.
I told you guys I am a mentalist. Okay, now listen.
Someone in LawTube gave it to you, didn't they?
Now listen to me. There are YouTubers who spend a lifetime to get.
Oh, come on! Don't do this to me.
I haven't gotten a million in a video yet, and I've been doing how much work for this trial? I'm getting close. I'm getting close. Don't pity me.
Along comes Rob with his fancy wood skills and his genius. He knows as much about law as you do, and he knows as much about behavior analysis as I do. So he comes on my stream, he puts me to shame with his knowledge. And within hours of each other, and I want to show you guys this because some people in the chat don't believe me, because when a video goes viral, the numbers are faster on the back end than what you see on YouTube. Rob, we are at 995.8.
Oh yeah, see, you guys, there was no way.
But I love that. I love that even that it's 2 out of 10. 2 out of the last 10. That means that there is another video in your last 10 videos that was faster than that.
Yeah, apparently people. Yeah, well, that's a Will Smith thing. It's not even a Johnny Depp thing. So.
Oh yeah, that's the thing that got you from 2,000 subscribers to 200,000 in a day.
Yeah, back when I was.
I'm not even exaggerating, guys.
Yeah, now. I'm so excited for you, Rob. It's so well deserved. I was looking at our video, editing our video. Alita, I don't know if you saw it, but I wouldn't want you to because you're too busy doing your stuff, as you should be. But Rob just came in and gave a freaking incredible analysis of some of this stuff. And I think my fans turned on me because they're like, well, what do we need you for? This guy knows the behavior analysis.
Oh, no.
He knows the law. And there was a couple of, now the overwhelming majority of comments were like, this is amazing. But there was a few comments who were like, Spidey, shut up and let the competent guy talk.
Oh, no.
So, yeah,
we had Alita, we had so much fun. And there were times when we were both talking and I would be saying something and he would be like, and I was like, yeah, that's where, you see where I'm going. He's like, I see where you're going. And then he would make a comment. I'd be like, yep, you got it exactly. Yeah. It's bam, back and forth.
Okay. This super chat right here. How great of a troll would that be if we did a charity stream for the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles?
That'd be pretty good.
So in. Oh my God. Yes.
Yep.
I would freaking love that. I would do a 12-hour live stream for that too. Be like, okay, we are committed to doing this for 12 hours. Come at us.
Yep.
Let's go.
Oh my God. How much money could we get? Could we get for that? That would be the greatest troll ever. To be like, well, you wouldn't donate, but here's a donation from us.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah, man. That would be.
And now it has to happen. We have to do it. We're doing
Spidey,
it.
did you beat me yet? I think you did. You had to have.
What are you at?
993.8.
No, I'm probably not there yet. When I get there, you'll hear a very high-pitched girlish scream.
Did you get it?
No.
Oh.
Almost.
This is so exciting, Rob.
I'm gonna get some more super chats here.
Yep, let it rip.
let's see. Okay, we got that one. Elton Holland says, make sense of Melanie and Gleison's testimony to having helped cover bruises on Age before her appearance on the Corden show, and Samantha McMillan's testimony that Age, without makeup, did not have bruises before the show.
You cannot make sense of that testimony because those two things can't exist in the same world.
Two different universes, remember? JJ Schmiel 78 says, time isn't adding up for me. 8-hour days for 4 days minus 1.5 hours each day is only 26 hours with no time for sidebars. Depp equals 18.5. Heard equals to 8.25. Closing part of that time. Friday?
Closing
I'm sorry.
is not part of that time. Closing is 2 hours to each side on Friday. Basically,
yeah. Okay,
your calculation is otherwise correct, and they have a very big advantage for Johnny Depp's side.
I'm glad you were able to figure out that calculation because I was just about to say math is magic and science is sorcery.
You've been streaming for a long time. I'm here for it.
Thank you. Justin Watkins is for Uncivil. What are the odds after all is said and done? AH starts in only. Oh gosh, I hope not.
Yep, that's no.
Daisy says, not sure if you saw this already, but can you make a video on jury system? Thanks everyone for making this very insightful.
Yep.
Somebody asked about the jury selection process.
We made a video on jury analysis, which is at the Behavioral Arts' channel, which you can go check out. I'm sure Alita's going to tag the description in the bio.
Amazing. Yes. Just shoot me the link in the private chat. Gouda Cheese says, regarding JD CV dating, I agree with all of you 100%. That pic of CV hugging JD after her cross is not romantic at all. That is a sister giving her brother some love after giving a good ass kicking to the bully that hurt him. 100%.
Yep,
Could not agree more.
Yes, exactly.
Could not agree more. Spidey, you missed an epic rant that Emily and I just kind of like fueled off of each other on like the misogyny that is claiming that Camille is somehow romantically involved with Johnny Depp just because she's been doing such a fantastic job. And it's just like it just opened up a door of fiery flames from the depths of hell in me. And I dropped some F-bombs. So yeah, no, I know.
She said, fuck the mainstream. She's like, fuck you for thinking that is that like, for thinking anything other than
multiple
Camille was
F-bombs.
a badass. Yeah, it was awesome.
No, I haven't seen any evidence of there being anything other than enormous platonic love and mutual respect. And I think, I said this to Rob, I think there's a little bit of like them kind of playing that up a little to get Amber kind of poke at that sort of, but no, there's no, no, come on, no.
Yeah. No. Standings Vox Services says, love you guys. Please bring muffins, flowers for Lily Rose's birthday, plus Amica cream next Friday. Oh, Lily Rose's birthday.
Not a bad idea.
Can I don't know if this has been asked, but Rob, I wanted to talk about this with you and then we didn't, but maybe you mentioned it on this stream. What was happening during the whole pledge versus donate thing? Was any of the jury buying that?
They listened to the first few exchanges and there was a couple of skeptical looks on the faces. Like they were like, why are you still fighting this? That's the feeling you get. Why are you still fighting this? And it's the same feeling you got from the gallery and from the judge and from everybody in the room. It's why are you still fighting something that everyone can obviously see?
Joe Cool 2501 says, has anything occurred yet that could be the basis of an appeal for either side?
Guys,
not that I've seen. 1 million.
You did it?
Awesome. Awesome.
I want everyone to see this because some people in the chat are saying that I'm not actually at 1 million because YouTube is showing like 900 something. But this, like I said, the studios is more up to date than
18 hours, buddy.
Let me switch you with me, and then we're gonna do.
Yep,
this.
there you go. 1 million.
Boom. That's
under
amazing.
24 hours.
Awesome.
Spidey wins.
We did it, guys. We did it.
Yes.
This case is like such a life changer for all of us. Don't congratulate me. Everybody congratulate Rob. Don't congratulate.
No, that's just honestly what that is that's a set of facts that sets itself up, and you have two people that somehow get put together by Alita. To be honest, I would not have ever thought to collaborate with Spidey if it was not for Alita. I wouldn't have known who Spidey was. No, that's a legitimate statement. Spidey shows up on Alita's channel. he and I kind of start going back and forth on some of the earlier streams, and I start pointing stuff out to him to look at. For example, Amber Heard when she goes blank during the objection, and it was like, hey, pull some clips, let's do something together. And then we sat down. I was down here, he was in his house for 2 hours, and we walked through everything, and we went back and forth of each other. And for those of you on his channel that are trying to like shade him like he was cutting me off, no, that was all night long. We were cutting each other off because we were that much focused on the actual videos. And it was like, no, I see this, yeah, I see where you're going, dude. That was 100%.
Yeah, I just edited to like, I guess a lot of people didn't realize I edited to give you your speech. And then for me to come in, I just cut towards the end of your speech. So it kind of looks like I'm constantly just cutting you off, but I was just trying to cut around like us, first of all, goofing off a lot, and then sort of just kind of derailing a lot. So I was just trying to edit around that. It's really not a lot. Just a few people were like, and I think a lot of people also like misunderstand the difference between an interview and a collaboration. Like this was for me conversational. Like if I come on your guys' stream, I don't want a monologue. So anyways, it is what it is. But I agree that, Rob, you were the expert on that video, and there was so much value. So, but yeah, sorry if anybody felt like I was taking a little too much space. Sorry about that, but
never with a group of lawyers that are used to like jumping all over each other to get their word in edgewise. Yeah, donate in honor of Amber Turd. No, I would donate in honor of Johnny Depp. That's what I would do. Or donate in honor of Jack Sparrow or something like that. Like that's how that would be. That's how that would be done to really do it well. Question for behavioral arts. I follow you and study in those areas. Have you noticed that after the break, AH was more guarded and restrictive with her movements? Have you noticed change?
Love this comment. So I am talking about that in self-promotion, tomorrow's video. I'm dropping another video tomorrow morning. It's my full analysis. I've been up all day. I talk about that. So after the break, actually, once the cross starts, because even there's still some direct when we come back, she's still sort of emotional and very engaged. Once the cross starts, we see a lot less clusters of deception. There's still some, but she's calmer and she's answering more directly, and her behavior is a little bit more sort of calm. And the reason for that is, and I came up with a metaphor. I feel like during cross-examination, Amber Heard is like Mario in Super Mario Brothers, and Camille is like the level. Like she's just throwing fireballs and monsters, and Amber is just dodging each one. So she's not acting, she's reacting. It's very reactive. So she doesn't have time to get into that character and channel this thing and try to get all worked up. She's just dodging bullets as they come. And there are times where she is not doing a good job. So yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to that video coming out tomorrow. It's going to be great.
Do you guys want one or two? Like, do you have a lot of super chats, or do you want one or two little teaser bits that are really good?
I have quite a few super chats still to go through.
Do it. Do super chats.
Okay. Unless how long are your teaser bits?
Releasing it tomorrow?
10 a.m.
Okay, I can't get you before then because she has 104. I'm looking at 105 in the queue. She's probably got more than that.
No, that is correct. That is accurate.
Go.
Okay. Laura Sasser says, as jury deliberates, will you please do a live chat of all audio, text, etc. out there that didn't make it into evidence? That'd be so interesting. Yes. And I'm gonna have a barrister on to talk about the UK trial as well. So depending on how long all of this stuff takes, we could fill all of that time before the jury comes out with something. So hopefully they don't take too long, right? We want an opportunity for some really interesting stuff. It's G. Gabe says, how long does it take a jury to make a decision? It could be 10 minutes. It could be 10 days. It could be a long time. Janet Dick says, Ashley is a real trooper waiting in that line before her job interview. Best part of line sitting for LawTube. The friends I made. 100%. Awesome. Yes. Janet, it sounds like you were part of that line volunteer crew as well. Thank you. Anna Marie NYC says, Alita, I'd love to come talk to your viewers. I'm completing a PhD in gaslighting at NYU, and I dated a borderline woman for 3 years who was brutally abusive. I've got a complex take on the case, and I'd love to discuss with you. Yes. Oh my God. Please do email me. Yes. Email me. I would love to have you on. Michael Drum says, did the video depots time count against count all against the team they were presented by. Don't see how IH's team is so low on time. They counted against each probably, depending on what portions they wanted in on that depo testimony. Oh, thank you. Betty Hoffman says, as a psych NP, I have to say that nothing will help AH get any better unless she is held accountable for her behavior. Is there anything that you have seen in this trial that she could be prosecuted for?
We're not going to talk about the prosecutions. What I will say about the held accountable for is they actually one step further. I love the analysis here. They actually have to embrace, they have to actually accept that they are accountable for their behavior before they can make a change. It's not possible to change if you are just told you are accountable. You have to actually accept that accountability with that behavioral disposition.
Yes. Agreed.
Guys, I'm going to go finish my editing. Rob,
Okay.
text me when yours hits 1 million. Love you both, and I will talk
It'll be
to you
soon.
See you, big guy. Later.
See ya. PDF Photography says, I know it was a jury instruction, but how can judge rule that the jury be instructed that Walderman's statement be taken as JD's without proof in court? They're not instructing that is the case.
They can take it. They are allowed to take it. They don't have to. They are allowed to.
Yes. Very important distinction. Terry Lee says, what is this membership people are talking about?
Let me do this one. You can actually subscribe to become a member of Alita's channel. Alita puts out content that is exclusively for members. And if you're a member, you get access to that content before anybody else does. So it's a small monthly amount that you pay to become that exclusive member, and you can join her channel and you get the benefits of that content before anybody else does.
Thank you. And by the way, I am in the process of trying to figure out what more specific content that I will be making that is exclusive for people that are, and it's across the board, whether you are a member on a YouTube member or a supporter on Locals or a supporter on Patreon, you will have access to exclusive content by being a member on any of those three panels or 3 platforms. I think I'm probably going to I'm leaning towards doing maybe a once a month live stream that's exclusive for those folks. And then possibly other exclusive stuff as well, like particular topics that you guys want to hear about. So I've got some posts in the membership tab. I've got one there. I've got some elsewhere, but I'm trying to figure out exactly how I'm going to do that. But yes. LR Las Vegas says, how about using Kurt's idea to design Law to be University merch, but donating all proceeds to a charity you all collectively decide upon? That probably is honestly the simplest idea that I've heard. And I kind of like that idea a lot. Alan Heredia says, what was your guys' thought on when Elaine mocked the way Johnny Depp spoke to Amber when it was her turn to do redirect for Amber? As an officer of the court, I think it is absolutely disrespectful to everyone in the courthouse. Another judge would have openly reprimanded her in front of the jury for that and just chewed her out entirely. I have seen judges chew out people for much less than that.
And you know what's funny? Azcarate didn't do that because she knew the impact on the jury would be the same as we felt in the gallery.
Yeah. Bailey Allison Dubs says, think AH is ignoring her attorney advice on clothing. I think so. I absolutely think so. Aubrey Bunnell says, anyone notice JD eye contact / staring down Whitney? He was making eye contact with her. I don't know exactly what to make of it, to be honest. Yuri Imai says, I was so sad to see Runkle get his live stream shut down. Are you guys scared to have the same thing might happen to you? How can you combat this? It happened to a bunch of people.
Yep.
At the same
time.
time.
Way we combat it is the way we did last night, which is Twitter campaign and every member of LawTube going enraged at the same time, and YouTube can't really respond to that. So within 24 hours, it's back up.
Exactly. Tay Logan, opinion on trial and importance to due process. Thank you. Every trial.
It needs to be viewed by the public. It's an open forum, and this actually exposes a lot of the mainstream media bias against the trial itself.
Yes, exactly. And the lack of due process in a lot of these cancellations that have happened culturally across the board. Nice Mark says, question, legal bias, how much ground do you have to run now? Stay awesome, y'all. I'm sub to y'all. So yeah, I still have I already ran the 20K. I accidentally ran it. I meant to run the 15K and I miscalculated.
When with what?
This was back when I was in California, like right around the beginning of the trial. Not Not like in the last month. I am in terrible running condition right now because I've been sitting right here this whole time. I've not been doing any cardio. So I need to like regain my base and then do up to the 50K again. So
Have you read Born to Run?
No,
Barefoot
I
Runners?
haven't.
Oh, you have to read that book.
Oh, wait, no. Born to Run. Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Yeah,
I have. Yeah.
fantastic
No,
book.
it's really
Love it.
good. It's really good. It's one of those that I would go back and reread.
I've read it 4 times.
Oh, nice. Awesome. Yeah, it's a really good book. Celine Rosara says, how did AH's lawyers let her railroad them like she has?
You have to.
It's obvious she's calling the shots and not them. Does this happen often? Sometimes when you have a very strong-willed client and you just kind of have to roll with it. Kyle Mulkey says, I'm 27 years old and was wondering if it's too late to go to law school. Hell no. I was thinking about paralegal first to get my foot in the door. Thank you. If you want to be a lawyer, go to law school.
Yep. And if you have job experience, it's if you have job experience of any kind, you're good. So go.
Yes. One of my really good friends in law school was 27 when we were going into law school. 27, 28, maybe even. She had 3 children, had a previous career, and she was one of the top people in the class. And she is awesome. She is a badass, and she's doing very well today. And I love her to death. George Freeha, I think Freeha says, do you think Elon bought Twitter to help Amber? I don't think so.
No.
Not for her. Allie H, other reasons. Allie H says, if JD wins an AH in trouble for writing the op-ed, can she later write a tell-all book stating the same as op-ed and what she has been saying on the stand? Would JD have to sue again, or can it be stopped beforehand?
I'd get an injunction beforehand because you've already proven that the statements are false.
Yep. Annie says, as an engineer in big tech, we accidentally write code that downs websites for millions all the time. I swear there's no scheme. We're just not as smart as you think we are. Evil geniuses
I will give you the
taking
benefit
us
of the
down.
doubt. Yep.
Yeah, of course. Nikhil Sharma says, do you think AH would ever work again? I hope so. I don't like the cancellation aspect of that a lot of people are going for. Yvette Cepeda says, now that the jury has been shown a clip of the AH UK depot about the TMZ slip up, does that give them access to her entire UK depot for deliberation?
No, and
no, it's not in evidence. It's been used for impeachment. So it's not in evidence. So it's different than using the audio clips that they're able to listen to in full. But also thank you for the very, very generous super chat. Megan M says, how much to watch the Why is the Rum Gone music video on stream? It is amazing and hilarious, even if it is old. Well, we don't want to be just rewatching and republishing other people's content through our live stream, because that is a great way to get copyright claimed on the live stream. But we can always send people over there so they can watch it. Leaf Ninja says, how do you guys remember so much? Where's the tip? What's the tip? Oh, yeah. It is living the law for a number of years, analyzing stuff, remembering facts, just
Yep. Massive ADHD. Shiny penny syndrome. I remember things.
ASMR gives me brain tingle. Says, who on the jury wouldn't be starstruck by Johnny Depp? I mean, really, not everybody.
None of them actually. They none of them seem to be completely focused on JD.
Keep in mind, they are also from Fairfax, Virginia, which is in the DMV area, which is right around DC. So there are a lot of well-known people that they probably come in contact with from time to time. May not be Hollywood celebrities, but they are well-known politicians, the Supreme Court justices, all kinds of people that are very well-known. So they may not be particularly impressed by celebrity because it's well-known people that they are surrounded by. Carrie Wallace says, question, could AH's team have realized she is lying before trial started and it was just too late to back out?
Possible.
Could be. Montana S says, who sets up the structure for a client's case, senior lawyer or the team collaborating? Johnny's team seems to be on top of time and narrative. If you're talking about the strategy, it depends on the culture of the firm is what I was just going to say.
Yeah, same thing. You could have a strong-willed lead and they take over. Yeah.
Yeah. What, if anything, says thoughts about Kate Moss showing in person? Could be.
That would be a mic drop.
I think she would. Finite essay or finite essay. Sorry, I don't know. One of those. Alita, when will we get some real diversity on the law tube? Missing Maroon. Rob can saw him off. Y'all have a great weekend.
Maroon. Rob can saw him off. You're going to have to explain that one because I'm still lost.
8 hours in to a live stream with little sleep. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But thank you for the
I'm
super
gonna
chat.
think about that one.
Nanner says AH could speak about what JD, but not herself, said verbally, but in text only about what she said. Yes.
I've got this one. This is easy. Yes, that's correct because it's self-bolstering. You can't say what you said in a previous time just to make it sound better the second time you said it.
Okay, there you go. Kelly Graham says spelling correction, Waldman, not Walden. And thank you in advance, Law and Lumber, for the breakdown on bankruptcy and JD judgment. Looking forward to it. Nice. Flower Wand says, do you think it's fair to associate this case with the Me Too movement? This is all about abuse Johnny suffered, and it's being politicized.
Correct.
Yeah, I think to a certain extent you can talk about it within that context because it shows up in the context of the Me Too movement. But I wouldn't say that taking down this case represents taking down the entire Me Too movement. Like that's not something that I would agree with.
Yep.
So associating it with it is one thing, but making it a same situation is I would disagree with. The T says,
I see that. Yep. I'll break it down. Don't worry. It's federal law. I got it.
Okay. And Vid, please cover if it matters where she files for bankruptcy potentially. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Lexi Unicorn says, no question of why Rocky's husband would leave his wife to go confront this monster alone. Sus. Yeah. Jason Lazzotti says, is this time limit specific to this judge or state, or is it because of type of case? Civil? Where would there ever be a limit on a criminal trial? Thank you for your great work. There could be a limit on a criminal trial if it were a case that were complicated and had a lot of massive appeal and were very particularly contentious.
So time limits are set by the judge when they get assigned. The judge basically says, this is my calendar. I have this amount of time to set aside. Then you say, I need 2 weeks. The judge says, nope, you need 1 week. And then you fight back and forth. And the judge says, I can give you this much time. That's how it ends up working out. The judge sets how much time you actually need based on the arguments that you make for how much time you think you need to put your case on.
Yes. Watching says team bringing JD back could really be bad, right?
Yep. Terrible idea.
Another unforced error. Kaido says, question and a morbid one. If JD is awarded $50 million, will pay it for a number of years. In case JD has died and decides to write a tell-all about JD, will JD's kids and family get to have that money? Yes.
Yep. The estate sues.
SMC, does jury even know who TMZ is? Need to clarify.
At least 50%.
Liz says, is it just me, but does the timeline get more confusing the longer the trial goes on?
Yes.
That MF Wolf says, Drew believe that JD is a wife beater, but he still left his girl where JD could be or come back to. That doesn't feel like a safe decision. Yeah, right. Thatic 1SM says, I would love to see members of LawTube have some of the popular Twitch streamer laymen on after the trial. Example, Asmongold, XQC, and the like. If they can provide, if they can provide, good, commentary that would be valuable, that would add value. Sure. Vicky McNamara says, so glad I found your channel. Thanks to your and your guests for all the insight. Greetings from Texas. Hey. Howdy. Grace J says, why would go last during closing arguments? Wouldn't JD get to respond to counterclaim arguments?
He does. He has the final word.
Exactly. Lord Thulu says, Rob, not a trial question, but why is lumber so expensive?
Because it's a lot of COVID stuff. It's a lot of trial or a lot of supply chain issues.
Yep. Betty M says jurors have to avoid talk media and social media, but they have to be seeing fans and haters as they come and go or separate entrances. Any issues? I think they see it.
Yep.
Darth Max says, was wondering if there were any pictures of any blood besides Johnny's presented. Not
Nope.
that I've seen. Zero zilch. John Way says, I've heard the jury doesn't necessarily know why there would be a video depo instead of a live witness. Are the jury made aware why that is, or do they have to ask by themselves?
We are going to see in the final jury instructions. There might be something that clarifies that, but I don't know.
Dark Requiem says, it's not much, but I hope it helps with those law school loans. Oh, shoot. Thank you.
Very sweet.
Oh, very kind of you. Ashley Sisper Cox says, Rob is 20K views from 1 million on his first video. Amazing. Anyway, everyone go give him a view. Still loving the content here. Thanks for all the hard work. 100%. I agree. Go watch his stuff. Nintendo Gaming Channel says, did you hear Jennifer Howell home break-in? Yes, we did. What if anything says, sorry, but who is Jennifer Howell? That is Whitney Heard's former boss, I believe. Carrie Wallace, Weinstein. I too thought I saw them so bib watch. Maybe so I watched many times and compared to picture. Weinstein pick is right outside elevator at an intersection. The knot stain is in middle of a hall outside a door.
Interesting.
Lisa Parker says, was Ellen Barkin helpful at all? I don't think
No.
so. What complete waste of time. Hope NCO4 says, why are there time limits? I was a paralegal for many years and I've never seen this in trial with time limits.
Because the court has a massive docket full of all kinds of cases that are far more significant and important to this because they have murder trials. They have all kinds of things going on. They need to manage time.
Exactly. Nail Bashor, thank you very much for that very generous super chat. Really, really appreciate it. Serious question from Otto Rommel. Craig jig, yes or no?
Yes, depending on the jig. If you want some more info, go ahead and DM me. My Twitter is in the bio.
I am so happy that you are here to answer that because I had no idea what that meant. Mama Otter says, do you think the Depp team will bring in professionals to testify and debunk what the intensity, the physical abuse would actually look like in comparison to what Amber's picture show?
Nope. Dangerous. Way too dangerous because then you start actually admitting abuse occurred by doing that. You don't want to even imply that abuse occurred.
Rachel Cardinal says, won't see you read this, but I'm rewatching you every day, and I'm so glad to have found your channel the first day of the trial. Without all your commentary, this trial would be testing my patience. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so glad that you are watching it and enjoying it. What, if anything, says, am I a bad person that I keep replaying Camille giving AH a whooping on the stand? No, absolutely not, because it is a masterful cross-examination, and anyone who is interested in jury trials that wants to know what a good one looks like should study that multiple times because it is.
I've watched it at least 3 times. Yeah, at least 3 times.
It is beautiful. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to cover that up so quickly. Partial Arts Black Belt says, ideas why day after TRO pick with no bruise not entered.
Questions.
Yeah. Elizabeth H says, Chu may be happy about Amber's stare story because he knew Whitney's didn't match, not because she mentioned Kate Moss. Thank you all for your work. His reaction was very specific right after she said Kate Moss.
Yeah, no, he was happy about all of that because the testimony is so inconsistent.
Exactly. Karen G says, what questions can they ask Jen Howell if she wasn't there? Can she testify what Whitney told her without it being hearsay? Yeah, because it's impeachment.
Yes. And that's one question. What did Whitney tell you?
Danielle Vargas says, Rob, how'd you get into carpentry? Thanks in advance.
My dad always liked working with tools. He passed 2 years ago. I have loved working with woodworking. I got into it when I first bought my house, and then I got back into it and kind of fell into it with a passion, and I started making stuff and haven't stopped since. Yeah.
Nail Bashur, thank you so much for another great, very generous super chat. Says, please tell me you and Rob will be covering another case after JD wins this trial. Pray. Oh yeah. Heck yeah. There's so much, there's so much law to cover. There's going to be so many things. More trials will come up, whether it's live streamed on my channel or on someone else's channel. And then we all go to theirs. Like this is going to switch around from time to time.
You guys are too amazing. I'm not going anywhere.
Likewise. Smiling calm hearts. Thank you. Anna Fusinado says, what are you doing for your 100K, Rob? 94K now.
I don't know. I actually didn't ever think about it. I started at 64K today, and now I think I'm at 94.6.
Wait,
I think.
wait. What?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you are. I didn't realize you were that close to 100,000.
I'm at 94,600. I just passed Hogue, which he actually told me I had to tell him when I passed him. So I think I have to wave.
Okay, you have to stay on this live stream so that I can watch you get to 100K and we can celebrate together.
I'm not leaving it yet. I'm still here, aren't I? I'm so tired.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm still here.
Oh my God. That is insane. I didn't realize that until that super chat. You're gonna wait. So where were you this morning?
64.
You're gonna get there in like 10 minutes.
Popcorn Planet, and then being on Spidey and Spidey's video. And if you haven't gone to watch that video, I mean, I don't, this is not a lot of self-aggrandizement. Like, this is honestly, like, Spidey and I got along so freaking well together, and we really were, like, we were meshing so well with our analysis and how we viewed. And it was so crazy. He would see something in Amber and he'd be like, that was a total this. And I said, and you know why I picked that clip? And he would say, why? And I said, because the jury wasn't doing anything. And he would be like, are you kidding me? And I was like, yeah. So it was this back and forth that was so much fun to do. So yeah.
Oh my gosh. Amazing. Claire, we should all respectfully beg Camille to come on the channel after the trial. Yes. I may or may not have already tried to reach out to her through LinkedIn to become her best friend and to ask if she would be willing to come onto the channel after everything. There's absolutely no way that she has seen that because she has no time for it.
I mean, I can't ask her, although I want to ask her because I know she's seen the video, and it would be creepy for me to ask her.
Her office is in Irvine, California. It's in Orange County. I'm from Orange County. I want to be like, hey, OC girls. same. Anyhow, Nail Bashore. So much. Thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Says one more super chat for all of your hard work. You have all of our support and love. You and Rob in particular. Why are you hiding? Where did you go? Did you hit it? Did you tell me? Does this mean that you got to
hit it? When I have to run to the bathroom, I have to run to the bathroom.
Oh, is that what's going on? Oh, I thought you got embarrassed for some reason.
No. I had to get wine the first time. Now I had the wine, and the wine creates something that requires me to also mute and turn my camera off.
Okay. T in Tennessee says, thank you all for your, sorry, let me start this off. Thank you for this very, very generous super chat. Thank you so much. Says, thank you for all of your time and coverage is hands down the best and most balanced. My hope is women will report abuse, but as a mom and grandmother of boys, I hope it makes someone think twice before false reporting. 100%. I absolutely agree with you on that. I have known men close to me who have been falsely accused before, and thank God had corroborating evidence that proved it false very quickly, but it still has a it can still follow you for a period of time, unfortunately, when you have those kinds of things. So I completely agree. I hope that more women do report it, and I hope that those reports are correct and that they are not some sort of like weird retaliatory report that is not based on facts. So I agree. Thank you for pointing that out. Sorador Bellavile says, regarding 50K charity streams, host branch of legal aid / legal services volunteered for mine for a while. They do great work. That is also a good idea. I think that's a fantastic idea. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Muffin Man, yeah, sorry. LEH says, question from 40 minutes ago, missed. D equals, if JD wins because of what AH wrote, can AH write a tell-all with the same op-ed? Would JD have to sue, or can it be blocked? No, we did cover this. We did cover this a minute ago. But thank you for sending again. We get a long queue of these sometimes. Mike Hatt says, what's the news on Howell's break-in? Was that real? I don't know. I've only heard from what people have been telling me about it. Mary Callan says, you mentioned wage garnishment. What's the likelihood that AH becomes effectively blacklisted in Hollywood after this trial? Okay, yeah. After this question, Muffin Man, bring up the one that you tried to bring up before. I didn't mean to dismiss it so soon. What's the likelihood that age becomes effectively black this season in Hollywood after this trial? Well, that's another reason why I hope that she doesn't, right? That's another reason why we should all hope that she doesn't get canceled, is because if there is wage garnishment, there's got to be some way for her to be able to pay him, is if she has wages. So
Yep.
I don't know what the like. Yeah.
Yep. Keep an eye out for the bankruptcy video.
There you go. Lady Prosecutor says, I was 53 when I started law school, and I was published in Law Review and graduated 9th in my class. It's never too late to follow your dream. Hell yeah.
Yes.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
That is exactly what I'm talking about. There you go. Inspiration for all the folks thinking that it might be too late. It is not too late. It is not too late. Andrew Young says, what do you think is the best evidence on Amber's side? For me, it's Johnny saying, I headbutted you. That doesn't break a nose on tapes. What about Depp's? Mine's, I'm hitting you, not punching you. Yeah, I think that probably is the best evidence on Amber's side.
Yeah.
And then I'm hitting it. No, I think Depp's best evidence is the tell the world Johnny.
Yeah, that one, and that's why Vasquez led with it. Like that, look, that playing that and watching her kind of ease into her cross, not just ease in. She's so nervous at the beginning of that thing. She is so nervous at the beginning of that cross after she plays that video, because she's been waiting for that forever. She plays that video and it's like she goes on full attack mode. That was awesome.
Yep, exactly. Need to see Kurt cosplay as Mara. Make it happen. Seriously.
Me too.
Max Bedford says, what is a voir dire? Dennison did it to the expert.
So a voir dire with an expert goes up and says their qualifications, and they get the opportunity to elicit testimony from the expert. Says, walk me through your experience and credentials. And at the end of that walkthrough, they say, I offer this person as an expert. Well, the defense attorney at that point in time says that I actually don't really buy all of it. So I want to ask him some kind of cross-examining questions to see if that expertise actually does qualify him as an expert in the way that you want him qualified. That's what voir dire is with regard to an expert.
There you go. T in Tennessee, thank you again for another generous super chat. Says, do you think there is any chance this could settle before closing? Zero.
No
Zero,
effing
zero,
way.
zero. Zero, 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 zero. Jonathan Bott says, as a trial lawyer, when a client says something that totally torches the narrative, you began with how to you visually not lose it in front of a jury.
Yep. You, as the attorney, what he's saying is, as the attorney sitting up there, Bredehoft, when Amber goes sideways, as the attorney, you have to project 100% confidence.
Yes. Oh, and I think it's asking, like, how do you do that? You just keep a poker face.
You just
keep a poker face. Yeah. Vicky Lund says, question, what resources would you recommend for legal issues to review when starting a YouTube channel?
I have no clue. Don't ask me that question. I don't know what to do to start a YouTube channel.
What resources would you recommend for legal issues to review when starting a YouTube channel? Actually, I'm thinking of starting an online course for exactly that purpose.
Okay, good. I'll take it.
Like all kinds of stuff about like copyright and defamation and all kinds of fun stuff that can be covered there.
Can I pay you in like time on your channel? Like, can I sign up that way?
Probably.
Okay.
Nate Bashur, thank you for another very generous super chat. Says, isn't a good point to bring up that none of her voice or video recording, AH or JD, mentioned the extreme DV she claims?
Yes, I'm doing that. That's going to be mentioned in closing a million times.
Exactly. Simply Simple says, this is said with respect regarding thank you for your very generous super chat comments. Please consider the parable the widow's offering, Mark 12.
I think it's supposed to mean that it's a meaningless platitude. It's not. Actually, the thing is, we receive these, and actually we do feel a great deal of gratitude as we receive them. And it's very hard to articulate that over and over again. And honestly, when we finish these streams, there's a heck of a lot of emotion that we feel based on how much outreach you guys have given. All of the support, every single one of you are amazing. So
well, actually, it's I pulled that up It's the widow's offering. It's about basically the poor widow came. So I'll just read it so everybody can just. Jesus sat down opposite the place where the offerings were put and watched the crowd putting their money into the temple treasury. Many rich people threw in large amounts, but a poor widow came and put in 2 very small copper coins worth only a few cents. Calling his disciples to him, Jesus said, "Truly I tell you, this poor widow has put more into the treasury than all the others. They all gave out their wealth, but she, out of her poverty, put in everything, all she had to live on." Well, number one, I really hope that people are not giving me everything that they have through these super chats, but I understand what you're saying. And this is why I consciously try to read every single super chat, regardless of whether it's $400 or $2 or 99 cents. To the extent that I can. And sometimes that's why these live streams go insanely long. I mean, we're 8.5 hours in on a super chat catch up stream / hangout. So I completely understand what you mean. And I also am uncomfortable with the idea of like feeling like I'm prioritizing people, but I also want to properly thank people that are donating a lot of money as well, that are throwing a lot of money as well. But I also hope that people are feeling the sincerity of the gratitude that I feel for much smaller super chats as well, to the extent that we possibly can. I don't want people to think that I'm ignoring them in any way for that. Jessica says, if the jury get the full version of the audio files that the court clips came from, does that mean they will have the full Australia recording?
I don't know. That's a question that hasn't actually been answered because we don't know what part of the recording is actually in evidence. We haven't gotten the specific timestamps. We know that some of it's been admitted, but not all of it. So I'm going to be curious. I want to actually go back through the evidence log that's been introduced and see what parts of that tape's in.
Yeah, very good. T in Tennessee, thank you again for another generous one. What is the likelihood that the jury will side with Amber over the verbal abuse? I really feel for both of them in a way because they are toxic to each other. I do too. I think that was not a healthy relationship for either of them. But the likelihood that the jury will side with Amber over the verbal abuse, I don't know. I mean, Rob, you might have an inkling since you've seen the jury.
I don't know. It's hard. This is hard. Like this is a divorce case that's being tried in front of a jury. And I've made the comment several times on this channel. Divorces are always bench trials because juries and individuals are so personal and family dynamics are so individual and personal. It is so hard to try and take what you feel as far as your family dynamic and then ask someone else to feel the same way about it. So I don't know. This case could still go anyway.
Yep. Jasmine, Reza Poor Bishop says, with Elaine's experience in settlements, do you think that was the reason AH hired her? Then JD refused since he wanted it public to recover his reputation. No, I think she was brought in because she was local and because she's a woman or something like that. I mean, not to say that like that's the only reason that she was brought in is because she's a woman, because there's many other reasons that they would have brought her in as well. But truth be told, male female dynamics are important in this case because of the nature of the claims involved. So you can get any civil litigator in the world that has practiced 2 minutes is going to have some settlement experience, that way more settlement experience than jury trial experience. MI 16121 says, how has streaming legal opinions affected you outside of YouTube? Do you feel it gained you recognition and clients? I know, rough question. I feel I would be more inclined to retain a law tuber after following these streams. Interesting. I'm living where I live. I have not been recognized at this point, but I feel like at some point it's going to happen. I've heard of other law tubers getting recognized out in public. It's interesting, but it's so far for me, it hasn't really changed my life much outside of LawTube, but also I haven't really been living outside of LawTube / YouTube over the last like month plus. Kate Kilduff says, Rob, you have a beautiful mind. I was wondering if you noticed any moment where any juror seemed to be buying anything from Amber's side.
Yeah, several times. I mean, some of the jurors, there are times in her testimony where she actually does exude true emotion, where she actually is expressing herself. And there are times when she can connect. It's just not in the critical times. Like, so she begins a story and the jury's with her. And then she goes over the top and she loses the jury. So I would say that's probably about as accurate as I can get.
There you go. Kath Ford says, hey guys, how would you use the hours left on both sides? JD having much more time and AH having way less. Thank you.
Oh, Kurt talked about this one. And I loved what his answer was. It was basically just put on witness after witness, make them burn testimony.
Yeah. Carlos Cepeda says, during Cross, they showed the AH UK depot video about the TMZ slip up. Will the jury get her entire UK depot for deliberation or only that clip? Yeah, it was just used to impeach. So it's not in evidence, actually. T in Tennessee, thank you again, says, do you think this will hurt AH's lawyers in their own practices? Her female lawyer isn't showing as very competent, but I can imagine it is extremely stressful. No, I don't think so. I don't think that this will ultimately hurt them, because this is, at the end of the day, this is a very difficult, high profile case, and that is respectable on its own terms. So yeah, I don't think that their reputations will suffer much. Elaine, maybe because of some of the things that she's done, like mocking Johnny Depp's voice in court, in open court. I think that she's going to have a lot of people looking at her sideways. A lot of other lawyers looking at her sideways that have seen that.
Yeah, I don't think she can do the close. I know she wants to. I don't think she can do the close.
I don't think so either. I really don't.
I'm putting Rottenborn up there any day. Yep. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Okay. Carlos Cepeda. Oh, we did that one, right? About the slip up. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Teresa GV says, how can the motion to dismiss be won if the judge already approved the jury instruction about Waldman?
Very different issues. The motion for to strike basically says there's no evidence in there that would allow the jury to even consider the second question, which is what leads to the jury instructions. So yeah, we don't get to the jury instructions until they actually put on evidence that gets us to the whole connection between Johnny Depp and Adam Waldman.
Perfect. Alicia Peterson says, Rob, how does Johnny Depp look in person? Does he look older or Johnny Depp?
He's Johnny Depp, but older.
Urshi74 just got notice that AH may be facing criminal charges in Australia for lying to government in 2015. Love you guys. You're so appreciative for everything you do. Thank you. Lulu says Amber is lying, so all her lawyers are lying too, right? Because they must know. You have to have at least a reasonable idea that there is at least a chance that she's telling the truth. Drew Bradley says, Drew Bradley says, just logged back into the stream. Can you explain what happens with the judge's ruling on Waldman's statements? Seems to think they wouldn't apply to JD. We just talked about that. Shelby Vago says, who gets to do their closing arguments first? Johnny Depp. JJV says, is J. Howell, Witt, or Depot? L&L on bed is great. I do agree with that last statement. I don't know if it's going to be video depot or in person or what. TJ says, can they add Rob's bed vid into evidence? No.
Nope, but they can call me.
JJV says, can jury decide yes for both sides but differ in money? Yeah, I mean, they would ultimately have to decide on that too. Brianna L says, I made a link tree with everyone's YouTube. I'll DM you the link and login info. Consider me the legal secretary for LawTube. Hey,
love it.
Love it. Lita Randolph says, what did Amber mean when she said she submitted all photographs to her attorneys, but they have not shown them, but wishes they would? She was a lying liar that lied.
To see you next Tuesday.
Yes. Live Long says, why can't I escape the feeling that AH targeted JD extreme activism like Jussie Smollett? Because it probably is the case. Brick Kirby says, hey, Law and Lumber, fellow aspiring woodworker here. What project are you most proud of completing? Much love to Alita for creating such a beautiful space here. Thank you.
The conference room I made for my my law firm. My conference table I made for my law firm.
All right. Justin Krause says, keep hearing people saying that the court TV scene that Kate Moss landed in Virginia. Any info? No, I have no info. I heard it from you first. Nintendo Gaming Channel says, are you planning to cover Daybell case? That's Kurt. Rador says, Rob, could you have a tear out of if your shoe slipped off the edge of the timber since the grain is close to the edge? I have no idea what any of that
people
means.
have fought me. If people have fought me on this one, it really doesn't matter. A shoe is not going to get that. And even if it does tear out at the edge, it tears out an eighth of an inch or a quarter inch sliver. The chunk that you saw in that picture is at least a half inch thick. You're not getting a boot into that to get that much leverage to break off that chip. So I don't care what people are saying about like rounded edge or square edge. You're not getting that half inch chip taking off the edge.
All right. Give me just 1 second. Okay. Kendra Jensen says CVCA. I said in OA, AH would give the performance of a lifetime. I was mistaken for saying so. Her performance in Zombieland was much better as it was short and we got to see realistic bruises.
Oh my God. I still don't even remember that.
Marcella Solano says, hi from Costa Rica. We here do not have jurors, but we have at least 3 judges that make the decision. Excuse my English. I love what you were doing. No need to excuse. That was perfect English.
Perfect. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you. Raid says, what kind of cases can you plead the fifth and why doesn't Amber do that instead of shooting herself in the foot time and time again? Also, does every court give a time limit to both sides? The time limit thing we've talked about. Why don't you talk about the Fifth Amendment?
So the Fifth Amendment, there has to be actually the reasonable probability of a criminal charge, which means you have to be within the statute of limitations for the crime in the jurisdiction where you are asking to plead the fifth. So for example, if you are asked about a simple assault, the statute of limitations is, I believe, 1 year. If you are asked about a simple assault that took place more than a year ago, you cannot plead the fifth because there's no possibility you'd be charged with that assault. That's kind of what the plead the fifth is. There has to be a crime that you would be essentially asking to testify to, and there has to be a reasonable possibility that you could be prosecuted for that crime.
Thank you for allowing me to shut off my brain for a minute while you said that.
It was 12:30 in the morning. That was pretty good, right? For 12:30?
Yeah, that was really good.
Okay, good.
Ibrahim Al-Kabi says, is it me or does Amber do a patronizing nod to the jury confirming herself when she says something silly? She does stuff like that. Melissa Rodriguez says, curious your take on Amber Heard leaving the courtroom before the judge and jury. Why do you think she did this and could she be reprimanded in any way? Reprimand would be a comment from the judge to her or to her attorneys outside of the presence of the jury / cameras. Her leaving the place early, she probably was feeling very emotional and just needed to get out of everyone and didn't want to break down authentically in front of everyone. Or she was just really, really freaking pissed and just needed to get out. I don't know. That was real emotion, basically, is what I'm saying. Lori Liani says, donate half to CH and half to male DV victims.
Or all DV victims, non-discriminatory as to male or female.
Exactly. 31 years says, anyone think Kate Moss will show up in person? I do. I think she would. Johnny has the resources to fly her out. Baseballer Death says, oh, actually, I don't know if he would be able to fly her out. Anyhow, she has the resources to fly out.
Kate Moss can fly out. Yeah.
Yeah. Fundraising stream for CHLA for Verdict Watch. Love everything y'all do. Congrats again to Rob and Spidey. That is an idea. I kind of like having a separate thing? Yeah, I kind of like having a separate stream for it though.
Yeah,
like right afterwards, like, because there's so much tension when waiting for the jury verdict that I don't want that to be possibly connected in some way with charity. I don't know. It's
and
that can get
super
wonky.
Chats get lost because you're waiting for and you're so tense. Yeah, I think the idea of like a post verdict breakdown, like the post verdict summary, great time to just raise money.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Shelby Vago says, will Mr. Bites ever be a guest on the channel? I don't think so. Not anytime soon.
We can get him to do it, guys. We can do it. We can make it happen.
I don't know. He's very strong-willed. He doesn't want to. Emily Green says, the success y'all have comes from firstly how accessible your content is, but mostly how both consumable it is. It's also very jarring for us how blatantly biased mainstream media is. Legit the first time I've ever said that.
That's what brought me to
Welcome to
LawTube,
LawTube.
period. Yep. Thank you.
Welcome to LawTube. You're going to see a lot more of that the more you see us cover cases that are also covered by mainstream media. MI 16121, 6 years with abusive BPD, stole my money, beat me, cheated on me, blamed me. It took me years to understand that I was victimized because many men are raised to blame themselves for weakness. I'm very sorry that you went through that. And I hope that at this point you are in a much better place and that you understand that it was not your fault and that you are not to blame and that you did nothing wrong. And that, someone else has taken advantage of your better nature. T in Tennessee, thank you again. Says, thank you and good night. We need more coverage like this on mainstream media. I hope a station notices and hires both of you. Although, if we were to get hired, then we would have to, maybe change our tune sometimes because of, corporate influences.
Let's keep this platform going the way it is because this allows us to speak and debate as it is. Let's just grow this platform. So let's beat mainstream media at their own game. So keep doing what you're doing, guys.
100%. And you're at 95K. You're at 95K. It's amazing. I love it. I love it. Jillian says, do parties remain in courtroom and twiddle thumbs all days while jury deliberates? What do they do? That is not always. No, they can go back to the office, go home or whatever, and then the judge will inform them when the jury has made a decision. Everybody rushes back into the courtroom and then comes in for the verdict. LawTube University grad super lawyer says, how do I be a lawyer just to debate with you guys and or eviscerate DV fakers on cross? Law school, bar license typically is the way. Avitab Dylan says, please can you clarify out the audio recording where AH confronts JD that he leaked about she had been a stripper. JD denied it. Was she? I don't know if she was.
Yeah, I didn't even hear that audio.
I didn't either. I think my guess is he probably was just like saying things to like make fun of her. But I don't know. Furby Slayer says eye contact is confronting your accuser. Did you make it?
No.
100K? 999,000 views. 1,000 more views is all you need. You'll get there. Here's a question. Are you going to get to 1 million views in that video first, or are you going to get to 100,000 subscribers first?
That's going to be really tough because right now subscribers is 95 to 81. I think the million views is more likely first.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. Furby Slayer, eye contact is confronting your accuser ethically and legally above board. No?
Yes, you actually have to. In the United States system, you have to. Every person who testifies, well, rather, every person who is accused has the right to face their accuser. So,
yes.
Yeah.
Haley Ward says, question, could you guys give your opinion about the media coverage versus the actual happenings in the trial? Oh, yeah.
Shit versus reality.
There you go. Armand Duplessis says, when the jury goes to deliberate their decision, will the evidence be in the sequence of events or at random?
It's however they remember it.
However they decide to go through it. 31 years is we've got COVID in the house. Oh, I'm so sorry. All I'm doing is watching you guys, Emily and trial. My butt is flat now. Hey, you and me both. David A. Hamilton. Also, I hope you feel better. I really hope you do.
Yes.
Sooner rather than later. David A. Hamilton says, what does a paralegal do? They do a lot of the stuff that lawyers don't want to do. So when let's say, for example, a lawyer is going to file a complaint to open up a lawsuit, they will draft the complaint. And then oftentimes, I mean, it depends on the law firm. Some paralegals do almost like borderline lawyer work, and then others are much more limited in what they do for the lawyer. So let's say I draft up a complaint, I put it in the format that it needs to be. I send it over to a paralegal who is very well versed on all of the requirements of the court for formatting and all this other kind of stuff. So they clean up all the stuff that I thought I had right, and they do it exactly the way that the court wants it to be, in terms of like the spacing of the line numbers and the box at the top and like all kinds of that stuff. Then they're the ones that actually file it they have copies that they need to make, and then they get stuff served on people. Like they arrange the process servers. When you have a deposition, they're usually the ones that are arranging the court reporter and the deponent and everybody else, and they're often corresponding with a bunch of people. So there's a lot of stuff that they do that is just different. Mo says, can I get into law school with a low GPA but a high LSAT score to compensate? Is there anything I can do to increase my chances of getting in? That is a good way to compensate.
Yep.
Especially,
I'm case in point. So I went to a tier 4 law school. I came out and I started litigating immediately. So just because you have a low GPA or a mid GPA, I chose the wrong major to start with and ended up doing bad in that major. And then I calibrated, but by the time you end up graduating, when you try to adjust that, it means out and you don't end up at the top of your class. So you don't get into the best law school, but then you do great in law school and you have a chip on your shoulder and you end up like a litigator. Like, I mean, yeah.
There you go.
Sorry.
There you go.
Narrative. Tired.
Kyle Mitchell says, earlier topic of money sharing when streaming. You should look up Clickbait Sports 5 different YouTubers collab, but you can view it from any one of their channels. So each keeps own money, but still work together.
The system we have works great, guys. We jump onto each other's streams, and it's honestly, when you take the money out of the equation, it really does create kind of a family and friend dynamic where we're happy to jump onto each other's streams, and it's not about money. It's about contributing to content, and it's about contributing to the debate. It's the debate, man. We have these debates on these streams that you're not allowed to have in the mainstream media.
Yeah, exactly. CMC says, does the jury understand what impeachment means or does in regards to the trial? They'll have an instruction.
Yep.
Michael Hume, would it be worth aggregating the top 5 counter arguments into a video in the hopes it gets seen by the Depp team for next week? Likelihood they'd see it. There's actually a decent likelihood that they would see it based on the things that we know.
Yeah, we're not going to say anything out loud. There might be a video coming out this weekend that says, if I was Johnny Depp's legal team, here's how I would present rebuttal.
Lucky Lolis is confused about times. Explain why it's problematic.
We don't need to explain why it's problematic. You're confused about times. Therefore, the jury's confused about times, which is why it's problematic.
Oh, this is explaining one of the diversity things. Samantha Fu says, saw him off. Alita, you went to UT Rival School, Texas A&M. School color is maroon. Saw him off is a TAMU saying to saw off the Longhorns. Oh, I get it. That's just shade. Thanks, Samantha Fu. Thank you. I'm just kidding.
I'm all for it. I love the fun.
Of course. That's funny because when I heard maroon, that made me think of Texas A&M, but I didn't think much further than that. So I wasn't sure if that's what was being referred to or whatever.
You think that would do the trick? I think I could probably get at least one horn off with that.
Rude. Hook 'em, guys. Gabriela says, I would not have discovered the lovely culture and honest work of LawTube without Alita. So sick of the media's BS. Thank you all for unveiling this world for the rest of us. Of course. Yep. Thank you so much for joining in with us, because it wouldn't be the same without a community of folks. Beth says, hubby just told me he went to high school with Elaine B in northern Minnesota. She graduated 2 years ahead of him. 6 degrees of separation or what?
Happens.
Yeah, right.
Kevin Bacon. Alita Howell. Wait, let me see. 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. Do you know that reference?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now I feel better.
SSS says, did AH find a legal team with the same personality disorder, or did they take hers on after so much contact?
I would say personality disorder. I said the same. Attorneys and clients find each other based on same moods, personas, the way they handle issues, the way they fight. They're the same persona, not same personality disorder. Very, very different things.
Yeah, and I also caution from over diagnosing folks with these kinds of things, BPD, all this kind of stuff. I know that when we have a new buzzword that's like a medical buzzword that comes about, it's very easy to toss that around and think that it applies to more situations than it does. And I also don't want to be stigmatizing people in a way that is problematic for a personality disorder that already has a lot of stigma attached to begin with. So I don't want to be contributing to that either. It's not shade against you, SSS. It's just I feel personally uncomfortable with overdoing it when it comes to that kind of stigma kind of thing. Drew Bradley says, am I the only one who thinks that it's sus the person, Whitney, who would corroborate most of Amber Heard's testimony, never finished her depo? It is sus. I think you're not the only one, and I think you have good reason. Christine Ventura says, if you look at Johnny's spilled ice cream photo, at the bottom, you can see a legit bruise kit in the photo. It's similar colors to Ben Nye's palette. Interesting.
Interesting.
Jake and Steph says, Aussie homeowner would debunk phone existed. Maybe. Andrew Young says, if they both have the same burden of proof suing each other, why Depp Heard closing instead of one witness each until they're both done? Because Johnny Depp filed first and he's the plaintiff. She's the counter plaintiff, but he's the plaintiff. Chef Christine, thank you. Rohui says, just call me Rachel. Greetings from Singapore. Thanks both for the great work. I have a great night. Thank you. E.T., I was looking for a stream with commentary and stumbled upon yours. Love it much more than the other 2 live streams I was watching. Gracias. De nada.
Good. Welcome aboard. Come on, join. Subscribe.
Yeah. Nicholas Gahn says, hey, Rob, fellow woodworker, what's your favorite wood to work with?
Ooh, interesting. Love walnut. It's so easy to work with, but I also like the look of maple.
Nice. Kyle Mulkey says, any online law schools you recommend? I live in Georgia.
I don't know. I actually don't know very many.
I actually don't either. I'm sorry that we can't be helpful. Allie Get Real says, congratulations, Rob. Would you do a video explaining what certain woodworking tools some of us carpenters' kids will inherit and how to use them?
Yeah, that'd be fun. I like that idea.
He's at 95.2, guys. Subscribe to Rob. Let's get him to 100K. Egmo again says, AH just needs 1 million views. Yes! Yes! Amazing. Freaking amazing. Remember when I told you that you needed to make that video because it was going to go viral? Remember?
And remember when all of you kicked me off that live stream and you're like, Rob, go make it, go make it, go make it.
Yeah.
And I made it at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And then like tweeted it. I made it at 1 o'clock in the morning and I put it in the group tweet at like 2:30 when I finally finished it. And it was like, yeah, okay. Wow. What the F? Holy crap.
Yeah. Yeah. Freaking amazing. Congratulations. Awesome work. And I also just love being right sometimes.
No,
especially
no, not at all. Alita doesn't like being right, guys.
Especially when it's like a positive, it's like a net positive, right?
Yeah.
No, this is wonderful. Congratulations. Super proud of you. Amazing that your first video got to 1 million views. That never happens. People are gonna make YouTube videos about you.
That's insane.
Yeah. T in Tennessee. Thank you. I thought you said that you were going to bed.
You were going to sleep. You were going to sleep.
What are you doing here? To the Georgia person who asked about law schools, Vanderbilt in Nashville isn't that far and is a great school. It is a great school.
And thank you for chatting to that person. That is dedication. And oh my word, go to bed. I love the generosity. Amazing how much you've contributed to this channel and all that you will continue to contribute. But you can't continue to contribute if you don't go to sleep.
Yes. Thank you so much, T in Tennessee. You were so kind. Thank you. Egmo again says H just needs one credible DV event to win, but she just can't help herself. Every DV story of hers is near fatal beatings. AH team must be miserable. Yeah, I agree. Yo, congrats, Rob. From 31 years. Yes. Makeover Mummy says in UK, she said the blood splattered on a Smeg fridge, and now JD has an evidence they bought the fridge after the date and she changed it to the wall.
I didn't catch that. So maybe that comes in rebuttal. Who knows? Rob,
imperial or metric?
Actually, I go based on Imperial. However, I kind of have to learn metric because Baltic birch plywood comes in metric, so I have to know the conversion pretty well.
Nice. Annette Matz says, is there any hope of AH getting mandated mental health treatment after this? No. E.T. Rob, loved your videos with Spidey and Popcorn. Watched both today. Also, no disrespect intended. Rob is adorable. It is not
Thank you.
disrespectful. I think that is a fair compliment. NM says, I decided to apply again for law school next year, and I will be 43. Age is just a number. Thanks to you who encouraged me. Thank you so much.
Absolutely,
Yes, absolutely.
absolutely. Do it.
Amazing. R. Bowers 25. Thank you so much for your generous super chat. Congrats, Rob. I can't believe I was there when you were at 68 going on 69. Now you're close to a silver play button. Right?
That's insane. That's insane.
Isn't that insane?
Thanks, R. Bauer, man. That's awesome. That's so awesome.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I'm so thrilled for you. Diane Ross, Illinois. Thank you. Makeover Mummy says second 911 audio goes with AW claims that another call was placed after they got their story straight.
Yeah, that is kind of consistent. I get that part.
Yeah. Yep. Curtis Adams says, had to leave the chat and missed my first question. You guys are seriously awesome. Props to everyone involved. Question, what do you believe is the hardest hurdle with the jury JD has to have a favorable outcome for this trial?
Oh, I've got this one. They have to, the jury has the chance to kind of define by itself what abuse is or what violence is. And the hardest hurdle that Johnny Depp's team has to overcome is to convince the jury that this verbal thing, because Johnny has openly admitted that there is such a thing as verbal abuse and there is such a thing as emotional abuse, and that they both kind of did it through their trial. But the jury so they have to overcome and convince the jury that that wasn't the case, that what Amber testified to was so much more egregious than what that was already admitted. So it's a high legal burden. That's the biggest issue.
Yep. Moon Ryan says Rob's brain is sharper than his chisel, and I'm here for it. I'm here for all of you.
It's dulling as the night goes on.
It does, right? Thank you all for your time, coverage, expertise. Blue heart. Yeah, it doesn't. The emojis don't always show up quite well in these in StreamYard. But yes, thank you. Christine Ventura says, MUA here. In Depp's ice cream photo, you can clearly see in the bottom, there's a legit makeup bruise kit, very similar to the Ben by Bruce palette. Yep.
Interesting.
Spacey Dweeb says, is there a joint law to Patreon? I'm a fan of all of you. Rob in particular has been amazing with the support of his peers this week. # role model. We do not have a collective one. Each channel generally has their own Patreons and stuff. SMC says, is Kate Moss pro JD witness? I don't know the story. She is pro JD. She's come out and stated publicly that she's in support of him. William Taylor says, what do you think will come of the bruises being on the right side of her face and JD being right-handed? Jury might notice.
Talked about that earlier.
Elizabeth Mixon Shoemaker says, check this out. Lawyer mistake or Amber hijinks. Legal Bites day 15, hour 7/31/22, reference to December 15th, 2015, evidence 512, and compare it to Legal Bites day. Okay, am I crazy or same picture but at a different angle? I'm not sure. I'm not looking at it right now. But we'll have to check it out.
712 and 713. 712 and 713 for the chat. Look at those two pictures. Those are the ones that are identical.
Got it. Kristen Mead too on 4 juries asked no lawyer how affect LT fans.
Ooh.
I don't.
Huh?
I'm not.
I've been on 4 juries. That's how I'm reading that.
Asked, do I know a lawyer? How does that affect LawTube fans? Well, no, because what they're asking in those kind of cases is like, do you have a family member that's a lawyer? Are you married to a lawyer? Is your best friend a lawyer, like that you hang out with and have drinks with, and like that kind of thing?
Oh, so. And T in Tennessee, throw that one up, because that one I want to shout out right now.
Oh my goodness. T in Tennessee, thank you for another generous super chat. She says, haha, my granddaughter's watching with me and now wants to be an attorney. No offense to Rob, but it is great to be able to show her women who are doing great things. Her name is Lita, 13. I am honored to support. Now we are going to bed.
Yep.
Oh, that is so kind of you.
And T in Tennessee, before you go to bed, why do you think I'm here right now? Because I am supporting strong and powerful women as well.
Oh,
Exactly. So
thank you, Rob.
that's what this is all about.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Really, really appreciate that. And thank you, T in Tennessee, also. That really means a ton to me. It really sincerely does. Carol Ann says,
do you want me to read the next few while you recover, or you got it?
No,
it was very sincere.
It was. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. All right, I got it. Carol Ann says, did you notice Camille and JD were not as affectionate towards each other yesterday? I really enjoyed their chemistry and team dynamic. I didn't notice that, to be honest. Elizabeth Mixon Shoemaker, Rob's Twitter wouldn't let me DM. Suggest check settings.
I did. It's open now. I
Daisy
don't
Beach
know
20
if I should have announced that on stream. That was so stupid.
Daisy Beach 23 says, on a scale of 1 to 10, how tired are you? 11. Neil Bashur says, oh my goodness, puppy, you probably have to go outside, don't you? Neil Bashur says, EB bothers me so much because she would be asking the most basic question and she makes it sound like a gotcha question. As lawyers yourselves, do you think JD's lawyers are a lot better? Well, we've talked about this. I think Amber Heard's lawyers are hamstrung by their client. Kate Kilduff says, Rob, exactly the answer I was looking for. My last question. What is your opinion on juror F6? What's the moment he has had the most physical reaction?
He doesn't give a lot. He's the older gentleman. He kind of has a I hate being here period look. So I think he just doesn't like being here. And the longer that people drag things out for him to be here, like for example, the last day yesterday, I think he really grew resentful of Amber Heard's team because it was, why am I here? Like, why am I listening to this when this is what you're giving me? So that's my reaction there.
There you go. Maggie Ludington says, what impact does Jerry Judge or anyone passing away when dealing with hearsay?
It makes them an unavailable witness, which opens up different exceptions to the hearsay rule.
There you go. Amanda Lucero Serenity, you guys are still up, but I did feel sorry for age specialist. He did the best he could with the info they gave him and limited scope they required of him. He got caught up in the drama. He seemed mostly sincere. I think he did have a little bit of bias in him, though. There were a couple of responses that were a little bit more than what he should have given as a professional, in my opinion. SSS, didn't the poor performance of AH's team, witnesses showing their client committed perjury, actually make a good case for AH for incompetent counsel? No. If they are awake, she would have a difficult time showing incompetent counsel. 31 years says, Rob, please do a video DIY on building your own shop. Inquiring wife wants to know. Hubs is very capable, but never built an entire room.
I can write that one down.
Amrit Singh says, can they call Rob as a witness? Would be the procedure.
They can. It would be very technical. It would actually not be very easy. And the judge would probably look at me and say, Mr. Morton, what are you doing in my courtroom?
Especially since she knows you. Emily Green says, the expert who measured sentiment via Twitter APIs presented very corrupt data and basic analysis. Very curious if tech professionals are cut from the jury. We run these for IPOs, and that felt so cheap. Yes, they would be cut from the jury. They would be. Yeah. Haley Ward, Rob is at 95K. Caught it on screen recording. He's actually, last I checked, at 95.4. 95.5. Oh, maybe internally 95.7. Rosalie Ruse says, what's with her legal team? Different and copy Johnny's team. I'm not sure what you mean about her legal team.
I think it's like the day after, like the whole, like she went and hugged Elaine Bredehoft the next day.
I think that was just a reaction.
Uncomfortable.
It was uncomfortable, but I think that they planned that because of how she stormed out and everything looked super icy cold.
I get it, but like there are people that can pull that off, and
those two are not them.
No,
two special. Okay. Amy Spire says, what does it mean when attorneys object and say responsive or not responsive?
It means that the answer has exceeded or has not met the question asked.
Nicole. Yeah. Holmesy says hi. Nicole Kunkler says, are jurors given any sort of crash course on legal jargon and court practices / standards?
Nope.
No, they are not. He's gonna knock things over here. Okay, you're just settling in there. Good. Nintendo Gaming Channel says, should Amber Heard need check in insane hospital? No. Rainbow Bright 13. I am glad this trial was televised. The mainstream media is not giving very accurate reporting, IMO.
Yep.
Agreed. Tarsirian says, how will the verdict be worded?
Liable or not liable?
Matt Pelzer, I do not know if this would be possible, but a panel of lawyers from all different countries discussing differences in the practice of law between countries would be fascinating. That would be fascinating. Yeah, that would be very fascinating. Walter Beasley just subscribed to Kurt. Good. Please do. Annette Matt says JD&AH made a weird 42-second video on Australia's biosecurity back in 2016 in exchange for getting out of trouble with Australian customs. Have you seen it? No.
Yep, I have.
You have?
Yeah, it's uncomfortable.
Unicorn Brinley says Rob, Larry, and Ian, great chemistry on the YouTube. I agree. T in Tennessee. Rob, I just subscribed.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah. Norma Maldonado says, this trial triggers my brother. His wife accused DV, but he was abused. He lost everything, even though he was innocent, lost relationship with his son. Jesus, I'm so sorry.
Yep, your brother is not alone. And to all those out there, talk to an attorney the first time that you ever experience any action of domestic violence, because you need to talk to somebody who is a lawyer that knows the system.
Exactly. Bo Gator Serve 37. Is it normal for a lawyer to object to their own question if they are moving to strike the answer? Yes. Amber says if AH wins, can judge award her less than 100 million? Yep. Betty M was in abusive marriage with baby for 3 years, took pics of bruises on borrowed Polaroid before days of cells, lying through her and her witness's teeth.
Wow, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm very sorry that you went through it, and I hope things are much better and that they have been better for you for a long time, and for your child as well. Brandy Mahoney says, what does truth of the matter mean in trial context, and why does Elaine keep denying her witnesses are testifying to it? It basically means.
How's your brain? Do you want me to do it?
Yeah. Can you do this one? I did this one earlier, but it's been long enough that it has to be done again.
If I am saying that John said that the sky was green, okay, there's 2 ways I can try to bring that in. One, to actually prove that the sky itself was green. The truth of the matter asserted. That was what John said up in the air, that he said the sky was green. I'm trying to prove the sky was green. The other is that I heard John say something that's not coming in for the truth of the matter asserted. It just comes in to say that I heard John, which means I knew John was there. Truth of the matter asserted is that the statement itself is being offered to actually prove what was said by the third party that's declaring it.
Yeah. Another possibility of using that statement, John said the sky is green. That could also be introduced to testify that something was wrong with John.
Yeah, exactly. Good point.
Yeah. Gloricette Santiago Rivera says, thoughts on House inhibited article of AH blackmailing Elon Musk because of pedo accusations.
Ooh,
I did not see that article. I did not. 31 years says, stupid question. No such thing on this channel. Is the partition between the lawyers and gallery called a bar? Someone told me that's what it's called, and I'm super gullible.
Yes, that is the bar. That is the bar. And when that's where the phrase passing the bar comes from. It means you can actually go up in front of that bar.
Yep. Alex Martin says, I get a very Trumpy vibe from AH, narcissism wise. I wouldn't put politics into it. I think that she also would be very offended by that because I think she's quite politically liberal. Kelsey says, I'm a contract paralegal, mainly PI, and can confirm we do all the BS tomfoolery that attorneys don't want to do. They just sign everything. It depends on the firm is what I would say. But yes, paralegals do a lot of work, and they are, very often godsends for lawyers. Holly Christopherson says, as someone who has a close family member with BPD, I always appreciate how respectful y'all are about stigma regarding mental health. Thank you. I appreciate that. Because it's true, right? There are many different ways that
Yes.
all kinds of medical conditions can show up. Samantha Fu says, no shade. I'm an Aggie, but was raised by 2 Longhorns. Just wanted to spread some Texas culture. Thank you for all the informative streams,
Love
T's
it.
and G's. Of course. And I hope you understand that I was totally kidding too. I was being sarcastic. I don't know if that delivered quite well, but yes, thank you. Apple Juice 1952 says Twitter guy responds, big fan of justice to JP lawyer. I feel like he is saying he is a JD fan. He answered so fast and smiled. It was a kick to Amber Heard's team. I don't think so. I think based on the other stuff that he was saying, I wouldn't conclude that. Amy Spire says, where did my super chat go? Asked about responsive. We answered it.
We just handled that. Yep.
Mike Quaglia says, Rob, you're a great addition to LawTube. Alita, you have brought back my insomnia, even though your voice is ASMR.
Yeah.
Sorry about the insomnia. D Thorn 1030 says, MD here. So painful watching the psych testimony. The doc patient relationship is taken so seriously, and I know the pain he was in having to testify about his patient.
Yeah, that's not comfortable.
Patricia Douglas says, yes, watching biased media and a 2-tier justice system, seeing political crimes, no accountability. Watched Al Rittenhouse. You give us hope. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jake and Steph says, hi, please explain why James Franco isn't testifying. I don't actually know exactly why he's not testifying.
Man, you got a big one for some Aggie hate.
Thane Mithra, thank you so much. This is a very generous super chat. And of course, horns up, hook 'em. Thank you.
Oh, Horns is showing.
I know, showing his butt again, his cat butt. And Pierre in the chat says ASMR, Legal Bites ASMR, readying legal ruling or jurisprudence, unlimited moneymaker. Yeah, I could do an overnight stream of like reading court case opinions that are just like super boring to make people go to sleep.
Oh, I need sleep.
I know you do. I do too, actually. Amo says, advice to law students, video idea. Congrats, Rob.
To law students, just try to get as much real world experience as you can, because law school doesn't really teach you how to be a lawyer. It teaches you how to think, and you need to have some way to apply that in the real world. So be a bartender, be a server, be a driver, filing clerk, do something that has real life in-person experience. And then what you learn in law school will help you apply that to something that you've already learned how to do.
Yeah. I would agree. And also, as soon as possible, try to figure out what it is that you want to do with your law degree, because that will help you achieve more in law school, I think. Resonate says, Amber Heard, since putting out his story, reminds me of the story of Icarus, and this trial is her too close to the sun. We can see her lies and downfall.
I can see that.
Yep. Paul Simon says, Runkle quoted in New York Post, you guys are going global. Holy shit.
I knew that one too.
I actually didn't know that one.
Yes, you did. Well, you've been streaming 24/7, but we knew that was coming.
Yeah. Well, we all figured that it was, that was likely. Yeah. But I didn't know it actually happened. Amanda Lucero Serenity, I don't know if this got lost, but for Rob, can you use what was in Excel spreadsheet to bring to court to take notes on all the jurors, times, etc.? We did get that one, and we did address it.
Yep.
Wendy's Cafe sent you the link to that ice cream photo in IG. It wouldn't let me send the photo, so I just sent you the link. There is no makeup palette in the photo. Okay,
interesting.
Thank you. Margie Ruiz says, hello from San Diego. New subscriber here. What is not allowed to be said during closing arguments?
Easy answer. What was not presented as evidence? You cannot reference anything that was not presented as evidence for the jury. So you can make arguments based on what the jury actually heard, but you can't bring in things the jury didn't hear.
There you go. Rebecca Fitzgerald says, for those asking about additional diagnoses, Dr. C can't do that from watching trial. It takes psychometrics, clinical intervention, and statistics analysis. Congrats to Rob. Thank you for that, all of that. And I also just took the congratulations for Rob also. Anyhow, we're a little bit tired here. Joe Josephine Doris says, I just got to say, I love it. One of the good guys and gals win. Thank you all in LawTube for what you do. Congrats, Rob. Yes, agreed.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Jess R, Max W. I like how JD's team believes that the jury is smart enough to figure this case out instead of like AH team who has to spell it out. Thanks for all you do. 2 + 2. Let them add it up to 4. Vivek Narayan says, is the issue around emotional abuse or SA from a defamation perspective?
The challenge is that the jury gets to define. Well, the jury has to determine whether the statement was truthful, which means the jury actually gets to define what sexual violence means, because they have to determine whether that statement was true or not. So we can't guess what they're going to say.
Exactly. Ben, the LP student, says, if you live in AZ, you can become an LP, legal paraprofessional, and still practice law without taking the bar. Google it. Interesting. Good to know. Sarah Bahu says, I was watching when you first introduced Rob, found you Alita from EDB. So great to watch everyone grow. Congratulations. Right?
Thank you.
Joe Josephine Doris, typo Rob. Oops. Yeah, I did understand that one. Taylor says, can't stop watching, should be studying for the bar.
Oh my God,
No!
study for the
Turn
bar.
it off!
Turn the stream
outta
off
here!
and study now. Turn it off.
Get out of here.
Catch it on
Get outta here,
recap.
Taylor.
Go study.
Hi, puppy. She wants to get out of here too. Okay. Well, we've got 35 more.
36.
I have 34 now, actually. Okay.
34. Okay, go. Keep going.
LawTube University grabs Super Lawyers sound effect from bar exam passers.
Yay!
Hooray! Kristen Mead too says, yes, been on 4 juries. They asked if you know lawyers on the case for bias. Would be an LT fan lead to bias. Maybe. Oh, there's extras again, apparently. Okay, according to the Muffin Man. Okay, only about 5 though. Okay, Natalia Montes, go to bed, you too. Love from a Colombian lawyer. Thank you. Kendra Jensen says, I feel on the exhaustion. Love what you have to love that I can have you on while I study for doctor school or whatever it's called. My brain is mush after my neuroanatomy exam today. I feel you.
Cool. Me too, bro.
Simply Simple, with LawTube, we are now spoiled for choice for live streams. I have to use multiple devices to share the view times and listen to the commentary.
Me too.
I appreciate that. Burf says, even if AH friends wanted to tell the truth / different story, would they be able to, or would that be considered perjury because the previous UK trial?
Not perjury, just different stories, and the jury would decide.
They would get impeached. Jessica says, can JD win on just one count, essay title, and not others? Yes. Steph Jack UK, EB very confrontational with the judge with no consequences. Also,
Indy, you're fine.
Also, should JD team have objected to EB impression of JD and redirect? Thanks for the streams. They could have objected, and
I mean, yeah, they did.
Did they not, or did they?
They objected. They objected during redirect, and I mean, I don't know. Look, the confrontational stuff you can get away with as much as the judge will let you get away with, because the judge is basically weighing the jury and saying the jury's not buying your BS. So I think that team handled that perfectly. Elaine Bredehoft, we have our opinions. We don't like what she did.
There you go. Rosalie, thank you for the super sticker. Shannon Z, Rob's video at 990,000. Well, we're past that now. Moira Johnson, love you all. Would like to hear more about JD case issues. Cis denies drugs, guards no see drugs. Audio, JD admits violence. More balance, maybe. Thanks.
We've been trying, and I actually am happy to go back through JD's testimony and do another analysis, because I think that there were parts where he didn't say the whole truth. So, yeah.
Jesse Garcia, Rob, next video should be a shop tour. Oh,
Shop's a disaster.
Hey, doesn't matter. Anne Marie NYC, Alita sent an email about coming on channel to speak about gaslighting and experience dating brutal BPD women. Rob and Spidey, let me know if you're willing to consider speaking with me too. It'd be an honor, truly. Alrighty, I'll check it out. Thank you. Conclusions of law. The crime fraud exception and offensive use doctrine defeat AC privilege. Elaine deposed Waldman as you would someone asserting Fifth Amendment in a civil case.
Offensive use doctrine, that's a weird concept. That's actually not in Virginia. We don't have that. You actually have to have a very high burden to get over the attorney-client privilege.
Yeah, but crime fraud exception, yeah, you can't.
Correct.
Yeah, that is true. Like you can't like use your lawyer to like create to commit crimes and fraud and all that kind of stuff. Danielle Vargas is did you both pass the bar on the first attempt? No. I
Oh,
took the California bar twice.
CA bar's not easy.
Nope. No, it is not. The Missing Rainbow says off topic, but just from experience, the less you show that you don't like being called daddy, the less it would be used. I like all LawTube vids.
I don't know how to read that. It's so late.
We're just going to move on. Jasmine says,
Yes.
question for Rob. What was your background prior to law?
I went to college and got a bachelor's degree in natural resources, policy, and administration.
All right. Amy Spire says, sorry, thought Super Chat was lost. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I saw everyone congratulating Rob and got confused. Also, I received an AAS in paralegal studies in 2020. Sent you
Congrats.
an email, Alita, about PT Mod. Thank you for everything. Oh, yes. I've gotten a number of emails from folks asking to be mods or like applying to be mods. So I do appreciate everybody. I haven't had a chance to look at any of them because it's just been such a crazy week, but I will be looking through all of those this weekend and trying to respond to everybody. Noel Wise says, Alita, I just wanted to say you're literally so pretty. Keep up the good work. I can definitely see how this job can get tiring. Thank you. All of those are very, very kind words and very kind sentiments. Thank you so much. Teresa TV says, Rob, please ask Ricada why he is law and plumber now.
Because he's my evil twin.
It's like Mario and Wario.
Kind of, a little bit.
I love it. Rosalie Ruse says Amber now has Elaine and R sitting next to her. Why? Emily D. Baker thinks that that the reason why Amber has people on both sides of her now is to keep her from bolting. The more I think about it, the more it kind of makes sense.
Okay, yeah, I can see it.
Rosalie Ruse says Amber now has. Oh, sorry,
You just read that.
I literally just did. Okay. Anyway, we're moving. Sometime Alias says, will McDonald's change their menu to a bucket of lies?
I don't know.
Rob Burton says, Rob in Jay from In-Betweener's voice.
I don't know that voice.
I don't know Jay from In-Betweener's voice.
I don't know that voice.
I am so sorry. I'm gonna fail at
I'm
this.
gonna say that
YouTube?
that was a fantastic compliment and awesome. Thank you very much for the compliment.
Congrats on 1 million views and 100K subs any moment. YouTube completed it, mate. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm so sorry that I'm not familiar with it. 95.8. We're getting close. Ibrahim Al-Kabi says, are you allowed to testify something impossible? The size of the beam on the bed. JD could be a Muay Thai for 50 years. He ain't breaking that.
Yeah, you can testify to it. It's just whether the jury believes it, which is kind of the point of the video that I made. Yeah.
Miss Sargent says Lithuanian folk song AMR or ASMR. Hi, this is a funny hour. Kelly Graham says, does it cost you law tubers extra money to have closed captions on your YouTube channels? Would be super helpful for us old people who are partially deaf from 70s and 80s rock concerts. Thank you for the very generous super chat, first of all. Closed captions, there are ways to do it. Having it during live streams is tough because it has to be auto-generated and it's not always going to work. But it's something that I've got to look into for sure. Lena B says, good morning from Germany. Went to bed watching this live stream. Now waking up to it again. You guys are crazy. Thanks for doing all this work. I know I'm questioning my life choices.
Don't say that.
Brendan Davis says, I'm with y'all on sleep. I work 2 jobs, one overnight and one during the day. LOL, at work right now. Hey, me too. Brandon says, most ridiculous claim you've heard in court.
It's going to be another live chat. We're going to have so much fun with it.
Yeah, so that's something that you want to have as a subject. We'll save it.
Oh yeah, that's going to be fun.
Chris Fazioda says, is Depp team saving Ben Chu, or is he like their leader, or is he a really good lawyer? I think all of the above.
All of the above.
Kate Kilduff says, have you guys ever seen a case where the defendant is clearly lying and they just say they've lied before the end of the trial?
Yes.
Joshua Arbor says, my girlfriend and I appreciate you both so much. Thank you. I appreciate you. Weary Traveler, love you all. Possible to hear more about JD case issues. Sis says no drugs. His team, no drugs. Audio JD saying they both were violent, etc. Thanks. Can't get into those details now at this hour, but
that's a lot.
There's a
Yeah.
lot. There's a lot going on there. Amy Spire says, did you see the video that Alejandro made addressing people saying he wasn't professional during his depo? It's on
Yep,
YouTube somewhere.
It was freaking awesome. Yes, he basically said, "I'm so sorry, I wasn't crying. Boo hoo hoo. I'm sorry, I wasn't like so sympathetic." It was awesome. Yes,
I saw a portion of that, the boo hoo hoo part, because somebody tagged me on Instagram. Maggie Luddington says, did Rob ever get the video of Runkle being hilarious for the first 5 minutes after he walked in the door after court?
No, but go watch his stream, and there's plenty of delirious and hilarious in that.
Awesome. Angelita says, question, are jury instructions read by the judge and the public? Will we know what the instructions
Yes.
given? Thanks all. You're all awesome. Yes. And it's going to be super boring. You guys are going to be so bored out of your minds.
You're going to hate it.
Yes, you will absolutely detest it. Makeover Mummy says, Rob, can you do a YouTube video comparing December 15th pick and JC pick? She has a cyst on the upper eyelid on JC that is missing in December 15th pick. Camille asked the nurse about it.
I'm not an expert in that. I don't want to actually do something where I don't feel confident that I'm getting everything right. So I'm going to leave that to the lawyers to do.
Fair point. Shelby M says, picked med over law school, but y'all make me regret my choice. The intelligent, nerdy, and diverse discussions now get watching streams and vid all day now because now it is me. Rob, your video was great. Make more. Go to sleep. Alex Pineda says, am I taking crazy pills or was there a lot of hearsay in the depots?
You are not taking crazy pills.
Guru says, are there any legit sources on the possible UK and AUS or Australia perjury charges? I have no idea.
Yeah.
Brian Pawson says, have you ever had to defend a client that you believed was in the wrong? I've had to defend a client that turned out that we learned was 100% in the wrong. So yeah. Chris Faziotto, thank you for the very generous super chat. Says, is there a reason Ben Chu hasn't gone yet? And are they saving him? And is he a respectable lawyer? He is a respectable lawyer. He has gone in yet. He has been, he's done cross-examinations and directs as well. He's just getting overshadowed by Camille. Win Theriot says, do you guys even have time to work your normal jobs? LOL. Well,
No.
I do contract work and I told them that I'm going to be away for like a good month and a half. DM says, what is the difference between preponderance of evidence and beyond reasonable doubt? Preponderance of the evidence is more likely than not. Beyond reasonable doubt means that you cannot have any doubts that are reasonable.
Yep.
Nano says, how do I train my hubby to repeat I accept the instruction over and over? Congrats, Rob. It comes with consistent and persistent
Aaliyah,
training. Do it every single day.
No. To win in the chat, ignore Alita right now. This is terrible advice. Don't do that. Don't do that to your husband. Don't do it to your husband.
I'm kidding. Of course. I'm 100% kidding. Jasmine says, can potential witness Jennifer H still post on their Twitter account, delete and still testify in court? It depends on what they're testifying about or what they're tweeting about. If she's really just posting about being intimidated by people breaking into her home, I think that's okay. Tyler Hamilton says, just started watching you. I believe it's Alita, but I definitely enjoy your content and energy, as well as Rob's. Do you guys have any opinions on who most likely has the jury's favor right now? It looks like Johnny Depp.
Johnny Depp.
Xenaroth's XMD says that shop idea where each person gets money for their merch can be solved via Swipe API if you ever decide to make your own site. I know, I'm a dev. Cool. Okay. Weary Traveler says, hope JD publishes his doodles as coffee table book. Taylor says, going to record that and use for motivation. Thanks. Hey, there you go. So Art says, thank you so much for your intellectual and brilliant commentary. I watch every day. As someone with BPD, thank you for the way you handle questions about it. Hey, of course. Thank you so much for hopping in and for joining us and for your nuance as well. Derek Milbert says, hi, Rob and Alita, also from Germany, also went to bed watching the stream and woke up at 5 and continue watching currently 7:18 a.m. Love you both. Oh my goodness. Kyle Mulkey says, doesn't JD win due to AH opening testimony admitting to writing the op-ed she wrote, or at least have the jury seem she's lying? Love you guys. Doesn't JD win due to AH opening testimony admitting?
I mean, yes. The answer is yes. Basically, if the jury thinks she's lying, Johnny Depp wins.
Yeah. Marissa de Rosiers says, what does objection compound mean? It means that you are putting two questions into one and you're confusing them by requiring them to answer two. questions in one. K9 Blitz Shepherd says, hello, and thanks for the time. I watched the JD case sometimes with you, but didn't a lot watched this week. I'm guessing that Camille wrecked the case. What's your thought after go to sleep?
I mean, if wrecked is a good word in this term, then yes, Camille destroyed all of the case.
Yes, agreed. And that is the last super chat. So I think that we will be ending it here, even though, just kidding. No. There's a few more here that are
a couple more
that's
people
right.
jumping
Vicky,
in.
yeah, and also some that were there's like 5 or something. Vicky McNamara says, so glad I found your channel. Thanks to you and your guests for all the insight. Greetings from Texas. Hey, howdy. Thank you. Vivek Naran, hey, the Holmes and Indy are playing. Is the issue around emotional abuse? Oh, we did get this one.
Yes.
For some reason, I think these are all going to be doubles that we've already covered. Ben, the LP student, says if you live in AZ, you can become an LP.
Done.
Yep. Rob Burton
did not get this one.
My fave Apex streamer, aka Ask Hogue, is live, and his team's names are Johnny Depp, Johnny's lawyer, and Amber's turd. P.S. Great J in betweener's voice.
Oh, the in betweeners. I have to figure something out.
Yeah. Okay. That's it. He says. Alrighty. That will be the end. And I thank you guys all for joining us. Thank you, everyone in the chat. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, everybody that has joined us. Thank you, all the mods. And here's one last one. This is it. Rusty Robots. Does jury make a statement with the verdict? Love y'all. Nope. They don't say anything, but they can contact the media at some point. All right. With that, thank you guys. The recap still isn't out because we've been focusing on this live stream. It's been 9.5 hours. Did not intend that, but anyhow, here we are. So with that, thank you guys. We are going to get Rob to 100,000. I feel like he's going to wake up tomorrow morning to 100,000 subscribers, and it's going to be freaking awesome. We're all going to celebrate together. Look out for the recap for day 19. I'm sorry it's super delayed, but it's gonna come out. Anyhow, I'll see you guys on Monday. If not, I'll probably see you around LawTube around the weekend at some point. See you guys in the next video.